Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Nate by C.M. Marin, narrated by Robin Verne and Noah Michael Levine. Chapter 1. Cameron. I should have come back sooner. The fear of being engulfed in a crushing wave of grief the moment I would drive into town kept me away from home for too long. It's been 2.5 years since I last followed these sunny, quiet, flowery streets, but as I steer my car to drive up the familiar road that witnessed me growing up, nostalgia is what assaults my heart with a harsh pinch. Surprising as it is, it's not unbearable to approach the house whose threshold I crossed daily from the time I was 7 years old to the day I left for college. Then I would only come back to spend the holidays with my parents, but like today, it never felt like anything but home to be back here. My eyes roam around the neighbors' houses as I pass them, only to find them looking just the way they did the day I last drove away from here, not knowing I would stay away for almost 3 years. I wonder whether the neighbors are still the same, too. Some were friends with my parents, some were just nice people we would run into occasionally, and some were the cliché nosy neighbors who would discreetly, or so they thought, peer out their windows to spy on everyone coming and going in hopes of discovering juicy tidbits of gossip. Typical residential neighborhood, all in all. I blow out a breath full of relief when I finally park my small, red car in front of the closed garage, just where my parents' car used to be until the day they both died in it, never coming back home, never coming back to me. Grabbing my purse, I get out of the car and take from the trunk the only suitcase I brought with me, holding the bare necessities I chose among everything I've piled up during the 6 years I've lived in Los Angeles. I ran out of that apartment and city on such an impulse that I didn't do anything more than shove some clothes and my toiletries into a suitcase before driving back home. When I push open the dark blue front door, the silence screaming inside my childhood home is depressing. I am an only child, so it had only ever been my parents and me. But this house never held the sad silence it holds now. It was quiet sometimes, when my mom didn't hum while cooking, or my dad wasn't fixing up his clients' orders and loudly slamming boxes onto his desk, now sitting empty in the living room. But this place was never sad. It was filled with serenity and happiness, with love. My smile spreads on its own when my phone vibrates in the front pocket of my jeans. I know who it is before I even have it clasped in my hand. Colleen always has the best timing. Besides, she's all I have left. Pathetic as it sounds, there's no one else left in my life to call me anymore. Picking up, I say, I knew you'd call me around the time I arrived to make sure I didn't break down in tears in the middle of the street and give the nosiest neighbors the show of their boring lives. But this is your best timing yet, I praise her. You haven't even dropped your suitcase, have you? She asks, skipping proper greetings, too. I did, but barely. 5 seconds ago, tops, I tell her, leaning against the wooden cabinet with a content sigh. At some point, maybe after about 8 hours of nonstop driving, I started to think the trip would never end. Just thinking about taking on those boundless miles once again, even weeks from now, tires me already. What have you got planned today? Sleeping? You seriously should have flown out there. It's a miracle you didn't fall asleep driving. My eyes roll at my best friend's admonishing tone. She moved to New York roughly a year and a half ago, and about a year ago, she became this overprotective mother, getting in a sweat every time I wouldn't pick up the phone or answer her text within minutes. She still acts like one, and she has valid reasons for it, good ones, if I'm being honest, which is why I never complain, not with too much insistence anyway. And spend hundreds of dollars to rent a car so I'm not stuck home for 2 months? No thanks. Besides, you know I don't like driving a car that's not mine. Now, how's work? The sound-mimicking retching that she lets out generously says it all. If a career in the publishing world doesn't work out for me, every coffee shop across the country will kill to have me. Daily use of a top-notch coffee machine for a seriously long time. I'll put that in bold letters at the top of my resume. I wince. I'm sorry about your shitty job. While I've been blessed with my teaching job, Colleen crossed the whole country for a position that's more of a barista job than the beginning of a career in the publishing world. My love life, on the other hand, left me heartbroken. While Colleen hasn't been lucky in that department either, she's still been less unlucky than I've been. It's okay, really, she assures, but a sigh of despair sends a wave of crackling between us anyway. A friend from my English class can't even get anything other than an internship, so I consider myself lucky. Anyway, 5-minute coffee break's over. I can't even stand the smell of coffee anymore, so the coffee break is sort of useless. I just wanted to check on you. I laugh at the ranting that is hinting once more at her deep annoyance. I miss you, I tell her. Miss you too. I should have chosen to become a teacher just like you. Can you imagine? We could have spent the whole damn summer doing nothing. Or better yet, traveling the world. Paris, London, Madrid, Prague, Rome, doing nothing, yes. Traveling every European capital? I pause briefly after cutting off her disproportionate daydream. You're aware a teacher isn't a billionaire, right? Be nice and don't kill my dreams, please. I need them, she berates. Okay, then I'll get to unpacking instead. And you should get back to work before your boss decides to go find some other awesome barista. I tease, and she laughs. Love you. Call me tonight. Okay, love you too. Hanging up, I squint at the suitcase beside me, and I'm very close to congratulating myself for not having filled up a second one. It's not like I needed more stuff anyway. Assuming that my parents' washing machine still works after years of inactivity, one large suitcase of clothes is plenty enough for 2 months. Once I've discarded my purse onto the cabinet, I drag the suitcase all the way to the bottom of the stairs. Then I lift it up to carry it to my room, releasing a strong breath each time I feel the need to pause on the way before finally reaching the top landing. But the suitcase is forgotten when I enter the bedroom that saw me playing with dolls as well as sending countless ridiculous texts to my first teenage crush. The walls are still painted in a light silver gray, except for the one behind my bed. That has a beautiful shade of lavender. A now rather outdated computer still occupies the left side of a large white wooden desk matching the bed, closet, and chest of drawers. I sit on my bed, running a hand over the lacy white bedspread that would probably need a trip to the dry cleaner, and I look around. Remorse for not coming back sooner slams into me. It's incredible how close to my parents I feel inside these walls. It's just incredible. I keep their memory close to my heart no matter where I am, but the vibe of love and happiness flowing through here is unrivaled. My mom's voice even seems to echo clearly in the room. She and I had always been more than mother and daughter. We were best friends. She was my first confidant from the time I cried over boys lifting my skirt in kindergarten to the time I complained about boys not looking my way when I would have killed for just a glance from them in high school. My eyes lock on a picture of the three of us sitting on my desk. It was taken at the lake where we would go to most Sundays. My dad used to fish, while my mom and I were relaxing, a book in our hands. It was nothing fancy, but we were together and happy. I used to wonder if my fusional relationship with my mom was the reason I didn't have a best friend through high school like most of my classmates. Not that I ever felt like I missed out on something, but sometimes I felt as though I wasn't exactly like everyone else. But when they passed away so abruptly, I could only be happy for what my relationship with them had been. As my gaze flicks from the picture to my suitcase, then back to the picture, I suddenly decide that my not-so-appealing unpacking task will have to wait a little longer. Even the sleep my head is begging me for after driving close to 20 hours will have to wait. Pushing back up to my feet and leaving my bedroom behind, I walk down the stairs, grab my purse, and close the front door behind me as I head back out. There's a place I should have stopped at on my way here, which would have spared me a 30-minute return drive right now. I chose to drive directly here because I was aware that if breaking down in front of my house with neighbors prying behind their windows would have been embarrassing, breaking apart in an actual public place would have been downright mortifying. But now that my tears have been able to stay quiet during my rather short pilgrimage in my childhood home, I think it's safe to go and tame my rumbling stomach with the breakfast I enjoyed every Saturday with my parents. Today is Tuesday, but I'll just pretend it's Saturday. The best pancakes in the area sound amazing. Since I haven't eaten much more than a few snacks since yesterday's lunch, I'm starving. The air is suffocating inside the car, reminding me of how barely breathable it can get here during the summer. Despite that, I open the window instead of turning on the air conditioning, appreciating the stream of warm air flowing on my skin. As I drive out of town, the desert replaces the houses around me, looking silent and bright. I've always loved the quiet of the desert, just like I've always loved the quiet of the lake. Life made me stay in L.A. after I graduated, but I've never been a city girl at heart. The sensation of calmness that has settled in me reminds me of that. Before I know it, I'm reaching my goal. Dona's, a square-shaped building appearing in the distance, lost between houses and local shops. A smile forms on my lips as I note that the small diner hasn't changed at all. The white facade still shines under the bright sun rays, and a blackboard with Dona's specialties written on it with a piece of chalk is still welcoming potential customers. The parking lot is quite full, which isn't surprising in the least, but I find an empty spot at the end of it. God, I wish I could go back in time and be that little girl holding my dad's and mom's hands as the three of us walk in the diner, instead of me alone. But for the first time in so long, I know I'm strong enough to do this. I'm strong enough to remember them without pain slicing my heart repeatedly. Once I'm inside, my first reflex is to send a glance toward the booth near the back of the diner and at the window, hoping that despite the busy morning, the table that used to be reserved for my parents and me every Saturday morning is free today. As soon as I see that it is, I forget about finding Dona first, and I rush to the table, afraid someone would come in and beat me to it. I drop my purse onto the seat, and only then do I turn around to let my gaze wander across the place in search for Dona. But it looks like she found me first. Walking hurriedly toward me, she beams at me with an affection that is almost motherly, an affection no one looks at me with anymore. She hasn't changed during the years that have passed since I last saw her. Her blonde hair is still gathered in a thick bun on the top of her head, and her smiling lips are still painted with a bright red lipstick. She's always made me think of a pin-up coming straight from the 60s. I was coming to see you first, but then I saw the table was free. I smile at her as she reaches me. I wondered if you'd recognize me. It's been a long time, I agree, but it's not like I haven't seen you since you were a kid. She points out with her thick southern lilt before engulfing me in a tight embrace. When she releases me, she adds, "How are you doing, Cameron?" Deep concern mars her features as sadness clogs her eyes. I'm not sure why, but Donna has always had a soft spot for me. It's touching that after all this time, my parents' death is still affecting her, and my well-being still matters to her. I'm good, I say, leaving aside the fact I'm not only mourning my parents anymore. There are things I'm not ready to talk about, and more importantly, I'm not here for that. She doesn't look convinced by my answer, but I ignore it. I'm on vacation, and I decided it was time to come back. I feel relieved when a smile tugs back at her lips. Go ahead and sit. I'll be back in a second. Pancakes and hot chocolate? Or is it coffee now? Well, now it's tea in the morning, but hot chocolate it is today. Good choice. I'll be right back. She rushes away. Once again, this was easier than I thought it would be. I now believe that spending the summer in Texas will be easier than I thought. It's already easier to breathe than it was when I left L.A. Back there, I felt like I was holding my breath, afraid that returning home would make the pain worse. What made me take the risk of coming back is the realization that I wasn't sure the pain I was wrapped in could actually get worse. Besides, it's not so much my parents' death that was pulling me down anymore. Another one was. Here you go, hon. Donna cuts through my thoughts as she places a large plate of pancakes and a large cup of hot chocolate in front of me. I see I still qualify for extra pancakes, despite my old age. I allude to the small mountain she brought me. Of course. And I remember you with fuller cheeks, young lady. Now eat, and I'll be back in a bit to chat a little, all right? Okay, I say, though I doubt I'll be able to eat all of this. I'm really happy to see you back, Cameron, she adds, reaching for my hand and squeezing it briefly. Thanks, Donna. I'm happy too. Happy is not a word I've used to describe myself in a very long time, but if I start to feign I am, it might become true. It's worth a try at least. And my newfound positivity will begin with a tasty breakfast that, among other things, I've missed. An appreciative moan threatens to escape me the moment I bite into the warm pancake. My memory of their taste didn't hold a candle to how delicious they actually are. So delicious that I'm still chewing my first bite when I bring the pancake back to my mouth, eager for another bite. A bite I won't enjoy in the end, as Donna sits heavily across from me, already back. At least I think it's Donna, until my attention moves up and forward. My hand freezes midway to my mouth as my eyes freeze on a guy who is now sitting in front of me. Okay. His head is bowed as he sets a black helmet beside him, and I wonder if he didn't see me, or if he did but doesn't really care that I'm sitting here. If it's the latter, I better not argue his decision, considering he could easily crush me with one of his large hands and probably without using the whole strength packed in these huge biceps. Pretty sure 10% of the strength of one bicep would be enough to knock me out. I almost jump in my seat when he finally looks up, not expecting him to startle at the sight of me. That answers my inner question. He didn't see me. Fuck, he curses, tensing before sagging into the booth, a palm scratching his stubble. Amused by his reaction, I smile and raise my hands up despite one of them still holding the pancake. I promise, I'm harmless.
Chapter 2. Nate. Fuck. Fucking Christ. Hell, who is this girl? My gaze travels around me because for a fleeting second, I believe that I sat at the wrong table. I did not. It's just that, for the first time in 2 long years, my table is occupied. Dona's is usually full of regulars who know who I am. Not that I'm proud of it, but they're all sort of scared of me. After I sat at this table 3 times in a row, for the mere reason it was free, they all seemed to have decided it was mine and started to leave it free every Tuesday morning. But this girl isn't a regular. Never saw her before. That makes me realize how careless I seem to have gotten when I come to Dona's. I seriously need to remember I shouldn't let my guard down just because I'm not wearing my cut. It could have been anyone sitting here waiting for me. With a pancake dangling from her right hand, the girl is holding both of them up in some sort of apology, and with a small smile playing on her lips, she says, "I promise, I'm harmless." For a damn eternity, all I can do is blink at her, not sure about what just happened. Even when I'm not wearing my cut, rarely does someone I don't know joke with me, let alone a girl. Girls either stare at me with fear gushing from their eyes, or with a glee of want screaming at me to let them take a bite. Not this girl. No, this girl is looking at me like I'm a stranger who crashed her breakfast, which I am and did, but it doesn't make her reaction less surprising. Interesting. When I quit my puzzled state, a corner of my mouth curls up, and I cross my arms over my chest as I relax in the booth, leaning back. Good to know. Was a bit worried there for a second. No doubt you were, she laughs, shooting a quick glance at my body. There's nothing sexual in her gaze, only briefly pausing on my muscles that are even tauter because of my position. I can't tell if she appreciates the view. Again, interesting. As for me, I do appreciate the view. She has light brown hair barely hitting her shoulders as it frames an oval-shaped face with smooth, slightly tanned skin. Her almond-shaped eyes are blessed with a gray that looks familiar for some reason, though I know I've never seen eyes so beautiful. Hers twinkle with discreet touches of gold. It's not that I don't enjoy eating awesome pancakes in a peaceful silence, but would you mind telling me why you're looking at me like you aren't in a diner where you would expect people to be sitting at tables? If that's the way I'm looking at her, then I'm thankful, because my body is having a very different reaction. Can't help it. She's not only beautiful, she's seriously hot in this yellow shirt that only shows off a hint of the top of her breast that, at first glance, would fit into the crook of my hand just perfectly. Or is it a dress she's wearing? Could be. I won't know until she stands up. But it doesn't matter anyway. The girl's damn hot. What's even hotter is that she doesn't use it to her advantage. This girl has nothing to do with the girls strutting into the club for every single party we throw, all of them a clone of each other. This girl is a totally different story. She's a girl that would never glance at a guy like me twice, let alone hit on me. She's the kind of girl that would never get involved with bikers. And why am I disappointed by that? Don't ask me. Aware that my insistent stare is likely to turn creepy any time, I once again quit my silent appraisal. Found this place about 2 years ago and have been coming almost every Tuesday since, always sitting at this table. I sort of claimed it, I explain. I understand, she nods. I stopped coming here a few years ago, but this is the table I used to sit at. I sort of claimed it too. She grins. That's right, but your day was Saturday, not Tuesday. Donna sets a large plate of coffee and a plate of eggs and bacon in front of me, but the girl I don't even know the name of yet gets all her smiling attention. Good point, she admits. Good morning, Donna. How are you doing? I ask her, even though I seem invisible to her. I'm good, honey, thank you. She pats my shoulder while going on. I see you met Cameron. Cameron? Nice name. I like it. I didn't have the heart to tell her that a broody young man now likes to sit at the table she hasn't sat at in years. Broody? Cameron repeats. I don't know about that. I saw 2 smiles already. Maybe he's a little jumpy for a big guy with all these muscles, but he's not broody, she teases, reminding me of my reaction to her presence. Despite myself, I'm contemplating the option of shutting her up with my lips, and the envisioned kiss makes some part of me going wild. Fuck, I'm pretty sure my face pales when I realize where my mind went. I rarely kiss. I fuck plenty. Not gonna shit anyone on that one. If the girl pushes to get 1 or 2 kisses, I'm not gonna be a dick about it and will give her some, but you'll never catch me making the first move.
I'll leave you two to decide whether you want to share that breakfast or debate which one of you has to go find another table. Enjoy your meal anyway,
Donna adds as she leaves us. I kick any thought of girly kisses out of my head. So, sharing or debating, what do you think? Not sure why I'm asking. It's like words are being put into my mouth without needing my permission. For the first time, hesitation plays on her face, and I'm back to hoping she won't politely send me on my way. Sharing breakfast with girls isn't something that happens a lot either. Maybe it's never happened even. No matter how hot they are, even after I fuck them, yeah, pretty sure that sort of shit never happened.
I think that I was here first, but given the fact that it's been your table for the past 2 years, I suppose allowing you to share breakfast with me is the least I can do.
She teases again. Even her teasing is hot. It's a mix of hot and sweet. She bites into her pancake like the matter is settled, and I wonder what in the fucking hell I'm doing as I grab my fork and get to my eggs that are cooling down. So, Cameron, I say between bites, apparently not done making her talk so I can hear her voice. How is it you stopped coming? This is the best place around here.
I know, right? I used to tell Donna that she'd make a fortune with a chain, but she always said,
"Where's the pride in that when you don't even run them yourself?" I barge in, chuckling as I say what she probably was about to say. I suggested the same thing to her several times. Her answer never changed. But that doesn't tell me why you stopped coming, I point out. Her smile falters visibly as sadness dims the brightness in her eyes, and I want to find a way to take the question back, even though I know it's too late.
My parents and I started coming every Saturday when we moved here. I was 7. They died about 2.5 years ago. Today's the first time I've come back since the accident.
And this is the table you all used to sit at. I understand now. What I don't understand is why I hate that this girl that I don't even know had to go through that. Her smile creeps back up as she nods.
I loved sitting here because of the jukebox. My dad spent a small fortune because of that thing,
she confesses as her grin expands. You live around here, then? For some weird reason, her slightly parted lips seem to hold back words, like she needs to think about it.
I live in L.A.,
she says at last, and her answer prompts in me a surge of disappointment that bothers me. It's not like I'll ever see the girl again. First thing she'd do if she saw me with my cut would be walking away with some polite words about how it was nice to meet me. The only reason she's still sitting across from me is because I'm wearing plain clothes. She'd already be anywhere else by now if not. Are you a lucky student on vacation, I guess?
I'm a lucky teacher on vacation,
she retorts. A teacher? It would surely sound rude to let out the laugh that rings out inside my head, so I snicker to myself instead. Of course, she's a teacher. How long have you been a teacher?
I just finished my 2nd year. I was a substitute teacher during my 1st year, and the school I'd been working the most at offered me a permanent job last year. What about you? What do you do?
She asks. I'm not a teacher, I say around a mouthful, chuckling when she arches a cute brow at me. I own a few car repair shops with friends, I answer then. Technically, that's not a lie. I wouldn't even call it a skewed truth. A very summarized one, maybe.
And do you have a name, owner of a few car repair shops? Donna called you Honey, but I don't think you and I have reached that stage just yet,
she declares with an overdramatic solemnity. Grinning, I say, Yeah, I think Nate's a good start.
Nice to meet you, Nate.
My name has a nice sound on her reddish lips, between melodic and sexy, even more than when she speaks any other word. My head is probably making that up, though I don't know why. I just like my name in her mouth, apparently. Same here, Cameron. As crazy as it is. Feeling eyes on me, I look up to see Donna standing near the counter. She seems to have pushed her busy diner into the background as she stares our way. Like she's been caught with her hand in the cookie jar, she startles when meeting my eyes and then shuffles pointlessly before disappearing from sight, most likely heading for the kitchen. What was that? She doesn't think. No, she can't possibly have let Cameron sit here purposefully. Not if she cares about that girl like I got the feeling she does. She knows who I am, which means she knows I don't date and knows what my life is like, Hell, I shouldn't even still be sitting here talking to her. If it had been another girl, I wouldn't have even glanced her way. I'm not a dick, so I would have let her sit at this table since it means something to her. But I wouldn't have stayed here asking for us to share fucking breakfast. Yet, I did ask this girl. Jesus, it doesn't even make any sense. I don't know her. But I can't stop watching her eating quietly.
Chapter 3. Cameron.
So, you basically decided to officially claim my table back?
My gaze snaps up, and my stomach does a little flip at the deep drawl I have to admit I hoped I'd hear today. My week was dedicated to tedious tasks, such as cleaning up and going through some of my old teenage stuff. Clothes, CDs, pictures, or high school books. I sorted out a lot of things. I had been procrastinating for a long while, and it was time I started to put in order everything that should have been dealt with years ago. Something I didn't expect was the image of a mere stranger in my mind. Nate's face crossed it a few times during those lonely hours. Okay, his face sneaked in my mind more than a few times, and if a weird feeling came with not being able to get him out of my head, I quickly realized I didn't want to. I didn't want to because Tuesday morning had been a great morning. Nothing special unless you consider sharing your pancakes with a complete stranger special. But I enjoyed myself for the first time in so long that I had forgotten how good it felt to enjoy something that simple. My smile was easy, and I laughed without the sound being forced like it had been every time I felt obligated to react politely to a colleague's joke, despite dying to go back home and brood without any witnesses to judge me. Last Tuesday, I just laughed, and it felt amazing. Only Tuesdays, I retort. Today is Saturday, so technically you're the one trying to claim my table. His perfectly white smile spreads, and I notice that one corner of his mouth curls slightly more than the other. It looks cute, but it somehow also adds to his sex appeal, and he has plenty of that.
I thought I'd make us even.
He shrugs carelessly.
Since you had your way on my day, you owed me a Saturday.
He sits across from me with casual moves that make it difficult to forget how inappropriate it is for me to think about how sexy he is. Wearing a tight white shirt on top of denim jeans that are as dark as his hair, and his scratchy-looking stubble covering his square jaw, he appears even more broad-shouldered. His hair is cut short, but still has this attractive, messy look to it. Unfortunately for you, I'm almost finished, and I can't stay much longer. I came out here riding my bike, and I have a 45-minute ride back home ahead of me. Or twice that, because my legs are killing me, and I must have gained a half-ton with all these pancakes. The playful smile that lingered on his face fades into a frown.
You came out here riding your bike.
He repeats what I just told him. My car decided to push me into making good on my resolution to start doing some exercise again. Jesus, that's dangerous, Cameron. He doesn't even crack a ghost of a smile at my joke. At the look on his face, you would think I just said I went on a trip across the African savannah to meet a lion colony all by myself and with pieces of meat hanging all over me. I laugh. Shouldn't a big guy like you not be afraid of anything? I muse.
What's so funny?
Hands full of a warm plate of eggs and bacon and a coffee, Dona's arrival interrupts Nate, whose gaze flicks to her while I answer her. Nate also believes that it's more dangerous to ride a bike at 5 miles per hour than a motorcycle at 75. Dona looked almost as worried as Nate does now when she saw me enter her place all flushed and with my helmet in my hand. She hums, her lips thinning. I'm sorry, honey, but he's right. She unsurprisingly sides with him. You never know what psychopath you could run into on those deserted roads where you don't even have much service to call anyone if anything was to happen. She has a point, but still, their reactions are a little over the top. Besides, I wouldn't even know who to call in such a scenario. If I had to wait for Colleen to fly out here from New York, I'd be dead and buried by the time she arrived. Okay, let's temper the paranoia, shall we? I'll finish my breakfast and be just fine riding back home. Nate snorts at my words. No way I can let you ride back. Then I'm lucky I make my own decisions. I challenge his authoritative tone with a raised eyebrow, not cowering under his gaze. He groans as if he had a difficult kid throwing a tantrum in front of him.
Okay, what about I drive you back and take a look at your car? A favor for a favor,
he suggests as Donna walks away without interfering any more in our disagreement. So, you driving me back home would be me doing you a favor? Where's the logic in that?
You'd do me a favor because I wouldn't be sitting here in the meantime wondering whether you made it home safely or died from overuse of your muscles. Because if you're only riding at 5 miles per hour, you definitely need to work out more.
He smirks. My rolled-up napkin flies between us to hit him right in the middle of his forehead, but my chastisement only tears a laugh out of him. That's not nice. True, but not nice. I try to grimace, but the result isn't effective through my own laughter. Pride in his own banter is drawn all over his face while he grabs his fork and stuffs the first bite of his eggs into his mouth. Despite me having started my pancakes way before him getting his food, we finish eating at the same time. When was the last time you ate? He grins.
I was starving.
Tell me that you at least cook to feed yourself, because not eating is more dangerous than riding a few miles without bodyguards. Well, someone clearly has to be doing something to keep these muscles from melting. Oh my God.
What? What is it?
Please, don't tell me I risk having an angry girlfriend, or even worse, a wife, storming in here to try to pull every hair off my head. An angry girlfriend is more dangerous than anything else. The fact he might be taken didn't even cross my mind. It should have. The guy's a walking fantasy created to bring every girl to their knees. Of course a guy like him is taken, I suddenly think to myself. A snort leaves him.
No wife. No girlfriend. Now, where's your bike?
The sudden change of subject requires a short period of adaptation for my brain to catch up, but then I say, outside, it's locked to a pole.
Key or code?
1, 2, 3, 4, I answer, and I know what his frown means the moment it draws a deep line across his forehead and his lips twist into a thin line. It's easy to remember, I shrug. As he pushes up from the booth, he mumbles something about how he hopes I'm not using that kind of code for my home alarm. I don't have one, I say, though I don't think he even realized I heard his mumbling through the background noise. He swirls on his heels, his eyes rounded in horror, finding me before they close briefly.
Jesus Christ.
He sighs, his jaw barely slackening. Before I can point out to him his blatant tendency to paranoia, he commands softly, "Don't move." And then he's gone. This guy is sort of bossy. Tempting fate, while I chuckle to myself, I stand, grab both my helmet and his, and walk to the counter where I climb on a stool near the cash register. Already leaving? Is Nate driving you home? Donna slings her dish towel over her shoulder as I set the helmets in front of me. Yes, and yes. He's outside getting my bike to put it, I have no idea where. Here, I add,
handing her some bills. "That's for both our breakfasts. Not sure he'll be good with you paying for 'em. I bet he won't, but it's not like I'm letting him have much of a choice. Now, just for my peace of mind, am I safe leaving with him?" I ask her, but the truth is I'm not nervous in the least. I can't explain why, but safe is exactly how I feel around Nate. Grinning, she takes the money. "Oh, girl, the only thing that might not be safe with a man like him is your heart." I smile back, but keep to myself that no man could possibly break my heart more than it already is, even if they tried hard. Mine has already been shattered into a million pieces. "Put that in the storage room, honey," she says, and I shift on my stool to see Nate pushing my bike with one hand. "The door that's facing the bathroom." She gives him my helmet before he disappears from sight. It takes him no more than 30 seconds to be back, and accusation is heavy in the eyes that he locks on me. "You paid for both of us, didn't you?" "I did." "Yeah, that's why I told you to stay put. You're not listening much," he grumbles. "Not since I left for college and stopped listening to my parents," I muse. "But if I were still doing what my mom always told me to do, I wouldn't be about to leave with someone I barely know. You realize that, right?" He shakes his head like he's exhausted, but he can't hold back a smile. "Did she also tell you that it's safer to have properly inflated tires when you venture along deserted roads? Yours are shit, just so you know." "Not surprising, since I haven't used the thing in years. But aren't you way too nervous for a guy with all these lethal muscles?" Moving closer, he drawls. "Nothing makes me nervous, baby. Believe me. It's called being cautious. And I'm especially cautious with beautiful things." It's the first time his voice carries the same sexual edge his general demeanor does. No part of his body is touching me, so I know it's his deep voice alone that sends shivers tingling through every inch of me, from the top of my head to my last toe. I wonder what his actual touch would do to me, and the thought brings me to realize that I tacitly agreed to hop on a motorcycle with him when I decided to let him drive me back home. "You'll have to drive your motorcycle to get me home," I say, the statement coming out of nowhere. Drawing back to lean on the counter beside me, he grins. "Driving usually gets you where you want to go faster than if you push it." "I've never been on one," I worry, ignoring his humor. He makes a tisk sound. "I know. Such an adventurous girl riding all the way here from home, and without wearing a fluorescent jacket, who has never climbed on a bike? How ridiculous." I roll my eyes. "I agree. Let's remedy this." He snatches his helmet from the counter as he calls out to Donna, who is already back to sauntering from table to table. "Thanks, Donna." There's no time for me to voice my own polite goodbyes, even from afar, because Nate engulfs my hand in his to get me to hop on my feet, and the gesture distracts me from everything else. My fingers fold around his large hand in return as he leads me out into the warm morning. The growing heat is asphyxiating compared to the air-conditioned diner, but I barely notice the sun beating down on me. My mind is focused on the heartwarming sensation brought on by Nate's touch. Something hits me with a force strong enough to almost knock me down. I missed that. Feeling someone's touch. I missed it. I'm aware it could have been anyone triggering that sense of consoling peace enveloping me, but it doesn't matter. I missed it too much to care about who was even giving it back to me. And when Nate lets go of my hand to put the helmet on my head, my fist clenches like it knows, just as I do,
that I'd look like a needy freak if I snatched his hand back.
"All set,"
he says, letting me know that he fastened the helmet while I was deep in my thoughts. When my disproportionate emotional reaction to Nate's innocent touch withdraws, clearing my mind, I frown. "But you don't have a helmet now."
"Your head is prettier than mine."
On these words, he climbs on his bike.
"Come on."
Starting to know the guy, I let go of the helmet issue, and as I throw a leg over the motorcycle, I realize I have no choice but to sit close to him. Really close. My front is grazing his back, and even though I think that the subtle contact borders on inappropriate, it also resurrects the warm sensation of experiencing someone's physical closeness again.
"You need to hold on to me, Cam,"
he prompts, his head shifting only slightly. I stiffen. "You don't drive too fast, okay?"
"Who's nervous now?"
He chuckles, but then he reassures me.
"I won't exceed the speed limit for the first time in my life. That's a promise, so just relax. But you have to hold on to me anyway."
Holding on? No problem. Relaxing? There's no doubt I won't waste even a small amount of energy to try that. Winding my arms around his waist, I rest my palms against his stomach, and those are some defined lines I find there, hard under my touch. Not that it surprises me, since it just proves what I had been thinking only seeing his biceps, but proving my intuition by touch is something else.
"Ready? You'll just have to guide me with your hands when we leave the byroad, all right?"
"Okay." My guts are tossed around briefly when Nate throws us onto the road. The way he takes off can most likely be qualified as smooth for an experienced biker, like he probably is. But I'm not an experienced biker, and the grip I have on him tightens anyway. It's mostly a reflex, though, because I'm not frozen scared like I thought I'd be. Quickly, a smile even takes place on my lips. This is definitely not as scary as I thought it would be. Despite my first certitude, my body even relaxes, and my hold on Nate loosens a little, although not enough for my palms to lose their feel of his sculpted stomach. I'm getting so comfortable on the thing, despite the speed and wind hitting my skin, that when he cuts off his engine behind my car, I itch to tell him to get back on the road and drive some more.
Was your first time on a bike so great it stunned you to silence? Or are we about to see those barely eaten pancakes all over your driveway?
Nate asks me, a teasing lilt in his voice, as he's already standing by the bike, watching me only getting off it. That was less scary than I thought it would be, I admit, letting him work to remove the helmet. Stretching his arms, he sets it somewhere on the bike behind me before tidying my mussed-up hair with delicate fingers, contradicting his muscular exterior. I should slip away from his touch, but there's no will whatsoever in me. The touch still holds this warm comfort I hadn't even realized I was missing so much.
"Is that the capricious car?"
he asks, withdrawing his hand from my hair as he throws an eye behind him. "That's the one."
"Open the hood. I'll take a look at it. Did it make any sound at all when you tried to start it?"
he asks, already walking toward the front of the car as I go and do as I was told. It sounded like it was going to start, but it didn't. I explain the best I can as he lifts the hood.
"Okay, try it."
I crank it once, and he hums as the car does the same thing that it did this morning. When he doesn't ask again, I get out of the car and join him. His gaze is roaming all over the engine, and he doesn't move for several seconds before he starts fumbling with parts I can't name. He unscrews and screws things back, Then he lifts up cables to check out things that are located deeper into the engine. Several minutes pass as I do nothing but watch him work before he speaks.
My guess is that it's either the spark plugs or the fuel filter. How old is your car?
He asks, absently wiping his hands on his jeans. About 7 years old?
Did you ever change the spark plugs?
I don't think so. I admit that I didn't do much these past 3 years, and before that, it was my dad who was taking care of it. I wince.
He grins, which means you haven't changed the filter for at least 3 years.
Nope. I grimace again, and he chuckles. But I'm not using my car very often in L.A. since I live near the school. I defend myself.
If you trust me, I can take the car to my repair shop. If I have the parts I need, you can have it back by tonight.
Oh, you don't have to do that. I shake my head. I can call...
Don't say you're thinking about calling any other mechanics. You'll hurt me.
He brings his palm to cover his heart as his features twist into mock anguish.
And if I never come back, you'll have my bike.
It's impossible to hold my laugh back at that. Yeah, I can easily imagine myself driving all the way back to L.A. on a bike, I say through my laughter. Okay, I'll let you take my car, but first, you come in for coffee.
Deal.
Once the hood is back down and the car is locked, Nate follows me inside. A small smile graces my lips, thinking about what my mom would say about me welcoming someone I barely know into the house. She had always worried a bit about me, like any other mom, but I remember things getting worse after I moved away. I prepare 2 coffees with the help of the fancy machine my dad loved so much. He'd be thrilled to know I finally figured out how to use it. There's the same type of machine at work, that's the only reason why. At home, I still prepare my coffee the old-fashioned way, though I drink way more teas than coffees.
This house is yours, then?
I nod. My parents left it to me, but I'm back in town for the first time since I left after the funeral. I did some cleaning, but I'm glad I had a cleaning woman coming regularly, I admit. Setting both coffees on the square kitchen counter filling the middle of the room, I sit on a bar stool, and Nate does the same.
You good? I didn't mean to make you sad.
When I look up to meet his eyes, concern is what stares back at me. Wondering only briefly what he's talking about, I then realize that I've fallen quiet for the past couple of minutes. No, it's not... I sigh. Honestly, I guess I'll always be a bit sad thinking about my parents, but I went through the grieving process. Being back here must be messing with my head a little, that's all. I smile awkwardly. The thing is, even if I keep trying to tell myself otherwise, I'm also back here because it's time to decide whether I want to sell the house or keep it. Now that I have a permanent job, I know I'll be staying in L.A. all year round, and I honestly can't see why I'd come back during my holidays. I'm glad I saw Donna again, but let's face it, if you hadn't stolen my table, I would probably be bored to death and brooding on the sofa right now, watching some stupid TV show. I'm not sure there's anything left for me here anymore, I confess. But what about you? I go on. I didn't even ask you if your family is around here. Something dark springs from him first, and I don't have time to try to name it before it's swept away almost instantly by a small smile.
Do you think that I'm here with you just because I'm alone and bored?
He jokes. I laugh. If so, don't say it, please. I'd like to keep some self-esteem.
Be assured that I never force myself to do anything, he says. And I sort of live near my family. Remember the friends I told you I work with? He asks me, and I nod. They're like a family to me. My mom died a long time ago, and my father, I can't even tell you if he's still alive. If he is, I suppose he still lives in a small town in Illinois. I haven't seen or talked to him in years.
That breaks my heart. Can I ask why?
He's just not a good man,
he simply prompts. As he swallows a sip of his coffee, the shadow of a sharp sorrow is back on his face, and I decide to shift the conversation to a lighter subject. Illinois, you said. Did your bike bring you all the way here?
She didn't.
He grins.
She became one of my girls later.
One of your girls? How many bikes do you have?
4. And don't tell her that.
He starts, his voice lowering to a whisper as though his bike had ears that could hear him from outside.
But she's not my favorite. I have a Harley I usually drive. A treasure.
I laugh at the way he says it, his tone full of exaggerated adoration. It's so easy to interact with him, and for the first time in a very long time, I'm happy to have a conversation with someone other than Colleen. Talking to anyone outside the school had become an exhausting ordeal I had made a habit of avoiding. And even when I'm at school, I mostly focus on my class and try to avoid my colleagues as much as possible. Luckily, so to speak, they all know things about my personal life that make most of them steer clear of me, probably because they don't know how to act in my presence. And with those who sometimes give a try at breaking the ice, either out of pity or simple kindness, I keep the conversations to a bare minimum. And now, here I am, sitting in the kitchen of my childhood home next to a stranger, and oddly, my mind doesn't crave to shut down while my body craves to run away. Nate's voice flows into my ears, and I just want him to keep talking. But I know it's only due to me being back here in Texas, my mind far away from the tragedy that drove me away from a place full of harrowing memories, and I'm pretty sure I'll plunge back into the half-sluggish state I had been in for almost a year once I'm back in L.A. Quickly, I push the thought away. I may only be living in an imaginary world where my smile is back, and every word I say isn't escorted by a weariness that implores me to get away from anyone and go hide out in bed for an entire week. But that world is an intake of fresh air that allows me to breathe again, and I'm determined to take in every drop of it for as long as that miracle lasts.
Chapter 4. Nate. Even from across the street, there's no mistaking the red patch sewn on the cuts of both bikers standing on the sidewalk, looking relaxed as they smoke. Fucking spiders. What the hell are they doing here? Sure, Dona's is located in neutral territory, but within the 2 years I've been coming here, I've never caught a glimpse of the fuckers. These guys are most likely prospects because I've never seen their faces, and believe me, I never forget a face. Especially when the guy is part of a fucked-up club run by a fucked-up president who'd wipe my club off the map with blatant sadistic euphoria if he ever got the chance. A chance he'll never get, though. As a chaos chaser, my first instinct is to charge at them and make them go the fuck away. But that'd be stupid since I'm alone and dressed in plain clothes. And even though Dona's isn't established in Spider's territory, it isn't established in ours either. If they wanted to plant a tent right in front of the diner, they fucking could. I compel myself to temper my impulsive, irate reaction, and the restraint is rather easy, until my gaze follows the spiders to fall straight on light brown hair framing a beautiful face that is softly smiling down at something. Cameron. My blood boils, my fists clench, and my jaw tenses so hard that my muscles and bones cry out in pain. Cameron is busy looking down at what must be her phone, though I can't see it from here. She is totally unaware of being ogled by these sick fucks. I'll rip their legs off their bodies if they even think of going near her. This only reminds me of how fucking innocent this girl is. Or is she? Why are the spiders watching her? Sudden questions send my mind all over the place, oscillating between a wariness that's been my best friend all my life and the conviction that Cam has nothing to do with men who'd slit someone's throat just because they feel like it. just because they enjoy watching the blood spill. The latter wins me over, and again, my instinct tries to make my feet barrel toward them, pull out my gun, and shove it down their damn throats until they get the memo that this is the last time they put their sick eyes on her. Jesus, that's what's sick. The feeling of protectiveness that assaults me is choking, foreign, and seriously hard to process. I just don't feel that way, never have, toward anyone. But that doesn't change the fact that these fuckers will die if they get anywhere near her, because every time I let my mind go to a place where they put one fucking fingertip on her body, I remember how I got to touch her yesterday. And I don't care if I'm not supposed to react like she's only mine to touch and mine to protect. I can't tolerate anyone approaching her and hurting her, or touching her in any other way. I just can't. Her body getting comfortable on my bike like she was meant for it, her arms coiling around my waist as she held on to me tight. Fuck. Those sensations kept playing in my head all night. I had never pictured any girl on my bike, but yesterday, I wished I had come to Dona's with my Harley, even though I never do. The weird impression of someone's gaze lingering on me tears mine off the spiders. I force the lines of my face to let go of some of the tension I'm still taut with when I catch Cam's eyes on me through the window. Acting like any customer who would enter the diner, I force myself to walk to the door and I push open without looking back. When I finally get to the booth, it takes everything in me not to shoot a glance at the spiders to warn them off. Cameron's beautiful smile only shows itself faintly, and her eyes bore into me as I sit down.
"Are you okay?"
she asks, leaving me briefly silent with surprise when I make out the worry in her tone.
"You seemed upset outside,"
she adds. "Yeah. That's just because some killers were watching you like they'd like to have a bite. That'd be the perfect thing to say if my goal was to make her freak out and run off." "All good," I lie, brushing off her concern. "Eat before it gets cold," I tell her while snatching a pancake from her plate. The spider's presence is still making me bristle, but now that my mind cleared off some of the dreadful rage at seeing Rods, the spider's president, guys leering at Cam, I realize that acting like I didn't notice them was a good thing. Clearly, they don't know who I am, because if they did, they wouldn't still be hanging out outside the diner like nothing was off, which gives me the opportunity to play this smoothly, instead of charging the fuckers all guns blazing, if they were actually watching Cam for another reason than her being hot as hell. I still find it overly paranoid to think they're here for her, but just in case, I grab my phone and send a quick text to Blaine telling him to run a check on a girl named Cameron Jones who just moved back in the area. Or is here for the summer, rather. Shoving my phone back into my pocket, I don't wait for him to answer. I know he'll do it, if his ass is already out of bed, that is. "What do you have planned today?" I ask her. "You must be damn creative to find enough hobbies to keep yourself from dying from boredom after a while."
"Oh, I always find, yeah, it can get boring quickly," she admits, laughing a soft laugh. "But I never say that to anyone, because people usually look at me like they want to rip my head off when I dare say that sometimes I wish my time off were shorter."
"Fuck people," I counter. "The ones who complain about their lives probably complain about everything 24/7 anyway, and nothing will ever change that." She nods.
"You're probably right."
"I am," I affirm. "So, what boring stuff have you planned for your boring day?" I never needed more willpower than I need right now to keep my eyes away from the slight cleavage her green shirt grants her. How can a plain shirt like this one send such a sexy vibe?
"Not sure,"
she answers, helping out with distracting me from thoughts that are well on their way to making my physical reaction to the hint of her breasts become painful in my jeans.
"I've been trying to motivate myself to clean up the attic for 3 long days, and I think today is the day."
Remembering what she said about her indecision on pretty much everything regarding her current situation, I hope my tone sounds casual when I ask her, "And does cleaning up the attic mean making room for your stuff or starting to move stuff out?" She lets out a sad sound.
"Honestly, even if I decide LA is where my life is, I'm not sure I can sell the house. Not now, anyway. I want to be able to come back, even if it's every 3 years.
She smiles.
"It's the place I grew up. The only place I've ever felt completely home. It's reassuring to be in that house when everything seems to be going to shit. Right now, I feel like it's the place where I should be."
Which means she's staying in Texas for at least a little while longer, possibly until she has to go back to work. But even that span of time sounds too short. It's what, 6 weeks at best. Did you miss being here when you were off for college?
A lot,
is her immediate answer.
but I was busy with classes and my waitressing job, so it didn't leave me much time to think about being homesick. And then I met Colleen, my best friend, soon after classes began, which helped a lot. It's only when my parents died that I regretted having left. I wished I had gone to some college in the area. That way, I could have come back more often. I could have felt like I was still part of their lives, you know? Because no matter how often you call your family when you're far away, there's no avoiding the feeling that you're no longer part of that life you all had together. You're just not there. And if I had stayed, I wouldn't have missed so much with them.
But you have to see that nobody can think that way, or everybody would stay chained to their loved ones all year long. She laughs lightly again, but sadness pierces through the sound this time.
Probably. Besides, I guess there are people I wouldn't have met if I hadn't gone to L.A. So, in the end, I just have to accept that history can't be rewritten.
Like your best friend, I ask.
Yes. Colleen moved away a year and a half ago. She lives in New York now. She got a job there.
Nice.
She hates it.
Not so nice. I force a dramatic expression to twist my face. The laugh it tears out of her washes some of her lingering sadness off the smooth lines of her face.
She's sort of alone, too, so a job is a job. She works for a publisher, which was her dream job, but she'd hoped she'd be doing more than photocopies and coffees, that's all.
Sort of alone, too. Like the rush of protectiveness that smashed into me before, emotions I don't recognize are now swarming in my guts. Imagining this girl living in constant loneliness makes me want to shelter her in my arms and never let go. My phone goes off and I take it out again. Blaine. Adopted daughter of Kate and Patrick Jones, no siblings. Parents died more than 2 years ago, car crash. Studied education and teaching at UCLA, now teacher at some school in L.A. Fiancé, Colin North, died about a year ago, plane crash. Fiancé. That's what sticks out among all the info Blaine found for me, and I feel like the biggest bastard when I can't decide what's worse, that she's probably still grieving, or that she's had a fiancé at all. Yeah, I'm a fucking bastard. One way to know where she stands when it comes to the man she apparently was going to marry. And, besides your best friend, you asked me if I had a girlfriend, but I didn't ask if you had a boyfriend ready to kick my ass. First time in my life that I feel like a total prick.
I had a fiancé. I met him not long after I graduated, a few months after my parents died. A year later, we were engaged. But he also died, just a few weeks after he proposed. That was a year ago, she adds, looking down at her unfinished pancake. We moved in together quite quickly after we met. I stayed in our apartment for almost a year because I couldn't imagine leaving it. And one morning, I couldn't bear staying one more second within those walls. Maybe because school had ended, so I basically had nothing to do, too much free time to think. That was a few days ago. I packed some things and came back home.
She stops talking and swallows hard. The pain in her eyes squeezes my heart violently. What happened to him? I ask, even though I already know.
Plane crash. He was a pilot doing sightseeing tours in California. Flying was his passion. He was flying alone when it crashed in the ocean. Nothing but pieces of the plane were ever found.
I'm sorry. She nods.
He was amazing. Kind and thoughtful. Selfless.
Now I feel like a prick and a loser. Don't even know why it bothers me that her fiancé was the reincarnation of some saint. It shouldn't. I will never be one of them, and I don't want to either. Okay, what would you think about going for a ride? I veered the conversation toward a less heavy subject. Her smile awakens a sense of victory in me.
Where do you want to go?
Don't know. We can drive and see where we end up. What do you think? Then I'll drop you back here to get your car, I offer, envisioning the possibility of kidnapping her if she says no. I have to go to the repair shop early this afternoon, so I'll have to have you back here by noon. What I have to do is go to a club meeting, but obviously I'm not telling her that.
But you haven't even eaten yet.
I ate 2 of your pancakes. I wink at her. I'll just tell Donna I'm good today.
She's not here. She left to run an errand just before you arrived.
I hum. That explains why she hasn't brought me my food yet. I thought she was just busy. Anyway, what about that ride?
Okay, but only if you don't drive faster than yesterday,
she cautions, but is already standing and snatching her purse. When she's ready to go, I take her hand. I'm glad she lets me, and not only because touching her in any way has become a steady goal of mine, but also because those fuckers might still be out there. My body is strung tight when we saunter outside, so much that I need to focus on loosening my hold on her hand, worried about crushing her delicate bones. They left. At least there are no spiders in sight. Once again, it hits me that I'm too fucking careless when I go to donuts. I tend to forget about safety measures like wearing plain clothes rips me out of the club world. Apparently, it took running into 2 spiders to realize I needed to get my shit together before one of them put a bullet in me. I'm being stupidly reckless, and it's not good. But as soon as Cam is settled behind me on my bike, my mind clears of any thought that doesn't belong to her. Her arms easily encircle my waist, and her front doesn't hesitate to touch my back this time, even if it's only a subtle contact. I love it. Never thought I'd ever have a girl on my bike, let alone enjoy it like the trip will end too soon no matter how long I drive. Focusing on her fingers gently digging into the flesh of my stomach through my shirt, I only realize where I drove us once we're there. The lake. I hadn't even realized I drove so long. The lake is more than an hour east of Twicken. The last time I came out here was to clean up Isaac's cabin with the guys before locking it up. It was barely a year ago. That day, there weren't high trees or winding paths leading to the woods or the lake. That day, the color of blood and the smell of death was all that was left, and I was sure it always would be. I never thought I'd want to set foot here again. Looks like something inside me thought otherwise. Cameron has already taken the helmet off when I'm done roaming my gaze around in a quiet appraisal. Her own eyes are locked ahead on the still water, somewhere in the middle of the lake. There's a curious sparkle making them shine, and I can't say whether it's a happy one or a sad one. Want to tell me what it is that's keeping your attention off me? I move to stand beside her. Looking up and catching my grin, she answers me with her own. I used to come here almost every Sunday with my parents. My dad loved fishing, and Mom and I would just come along and walk around or read or just talk. Sounds nice. I have very few happy memories of my mom and me together, and the few I have get blurrier with every day that passes. There are those Saturday mornings when I didn't have school and my father was working that I still remember. We'd play football in the garden on sunny days, or do some craft in the kitchen on rainy ones. Sometimes we'd take our bikes out of the garage and go on a ride around the neighborhood. These times were the only ones my mom appeared free, a carefree smile lightening the frightened lines etched on her face when my father was at home. It was, Cameron says. I remember how busy it could be on sunny days. And there was also this man who became friends with my parents, a nice guy who would buy me an ice cream every time he was there. God, I haven't thought about these memories in so long to avoid the pain that always comes with them, she confesses. A dreamy sigh sneaks through her lips then. It's still so quiet and beautiful. Come on. I lead her down the uneven wooden stairs, her soft hand back in mine. When we've reached the beach, I steer her away from the loads of teenagers kidding around and the families spending the day together, just like Cam used to with hers. I pass them all to guide her to a remote spot right before the wooded area begins again. Do you come here often? She asks me. I used to come once in a while. I sit beside where she's already getting comfortably settled on the sand, pausing for a moment as I search for the right words so I don't divulge more than I should about what I've been keeping a secret from her. It feels shitty to lie, but I don't want to see her run away just yet. My best friend's granddad owned a cabin here, further in the woods. Loved the guy like my own grandfather. I was 15 when I met him, and from day one, he always found the time to do with me things my father should have done with me, if he had been what you could call a father. Simple things like skipping stones right there. I point a finger to a spot near the water. He died about a year ago. The cabin is Jace's now, my best friend, but I haven't been back here since. Don't know why I drove here today, but now I remember why I love that place. It's peaceful. A peace my daily life lacks a lot sometimes. It's hard to explain why I tell her all that. I'm not one to confide in anyone, let alone a girl. Yet I now open my heart to her like I was the damn girl out of the 2 of us. I'm sorry for your best friend's granddad, she says. I only nod, not wanting to delve further into the subject. She doesn't probe for anything more either, which I'm thankful for. I don't want to downright lie to her, and there's no way I can share the truth about what happened to him like we were talking about the weather.
Teach me to skip stones,
she says out of nowhere as she already pushes up to her feet. What?
Never could do that, and my dad was just as bad. Show me before we have to go back.
Grinning like a damn teenager, I take the hand she stretches out without needing to be told twice, and she walks us toward the water. She lets go of my hand on our way there, though, and we pick up a few stones. Best rocks are the flat, skinny ones, I tell her, and not too big. I choose one that looks like a good fit. I'll start so you can watch. She nods, already wearing a mask of concentration on her face that makes me smile. So, your index finger goes against the edge of the rock, and your forefinger and thumb on either side of it, like this. I do it myself. You have to face the water sideways with your legs spread. Then there's your wrist action. You bend it all the way back and then snap it. The rock should spin when you throw it. Don't aim for speed. The most important thing is the spinning motion. And don't forget to bend your knees a little, too. And I trail off, demonstrating what I just tried to explain to her. We both watch the skips of the small rock across the surface of the water until it ends up sinking.
Nice,
she says, awe in her voice.
Okay, let me try.
Her meticulous gaze shifts to the crook of her palm where a half-dozen rocks are nestled. After spending a good 30 seconds making sure she chooses the right rock, she places the rest of them on the sand and positions herself rigorously. Then, well, after checking out one last time whether she's holding it right, she throws the rock toward the lake. Not even one skip. The thing sinks straight to the bottom.
As hard as it was a decade ago,
she deadpans. It's really not, I promise her through my laughter. The key is to practice until you find the right movement. But don't be tense, I advise while massaging her shoulders to help her relax. That's what I'll tell her if she asks me why I'm touching her, at least. The real reason I have my hands on her is because I crave the contact.
Practice,
she repeats, not flinching away from my touch.
And here I am telling that to my kids at school like there's nothing easier than that.
I laugh. That's why most kids hate teachers.
Mine love me. I'm nice,
she proudly states.
But that's not the point. Let's practice.
I watch her as she focuses once again. She shifts the rock between her fingers until she's satisfied with the way she's holding it, and then she bends her wrist back and forth a few times to get the gesture right before actually throwing the thing toward the water. Straight to the bottom. Do you ever tell your kids that no one can be good at everything? She laughs, not frustrated at all by her second failed attempt.
I'd rather tell them that you can only get good at something by trying again and again until you are.
When she turns around, sending me the brightest smile I've seen lighting her face since I met her, I can't fight the urge I've been fighting laboriously during each one of our few encounters. My head dips despite the fact that, even before my lips steal hers, I'm certain she'll flat out refuse the kiss, maybe by slapping me across the cheek or kneeing me in the balls for good measure. But when the contact is made, she doesn't punish my boldness with either of these painful reactions. Instead, she kisses me back. Sure, there was no missing the brief, almost undetectable moment of hesitation right before she yielded, but now that she has, I'd rather ignore it. Her lips caressing mine have such a sweet taste that it's impossible for me to back away from them just yet. As she opens her mouth for my tongue to slip in, I find hers eager to get the same taste mine craves, the taste of me when I crave the taste of her. My hands beg me to let them go up to feel her hair while drawing her closer, but I'm too afraid to take any further step that could make her pull away. So, nothing in me moves except for my lips and my tongue savoring hers. Well, my lips, my tongue, and my dick that apparently already thinks it's going to get lucky. It hardens faster than it ever has, the damn thing battling strenuously against the zipper of my jeans. I wish I could just fuck her, get her out of my system and move the hell on. But she's not the kind of girl you just fuck. She's the kind of perfect girl you worship, and even if I was the kind of guy who worships a girl, let's not forget that she's grieving. Though now, I can only note that she's experiencing this kiss with the same abandon I am. At least she does until she draws back, almost startling as she wakes up to what she let herself do.
I'm sorry,
she stutters hurriedly. Don't, it's all right. Through the same panting breaths that have launched my chest into wild motions, she tries to explain her sudden recoil anyway.
It's just that I can't. I'm sorry.
Really, Cameron, it's all right.
And I barely know you, she goes on. This isn't me.
Hey, I understand. One of my fingers brushes the skin under her chin to lift it up so I can look straight into her beautiful eyes. No problem. I assure her that there's nothing she needs to be sorry for. I won't say I'm some Prince Charming, because I'm closer to the fairy tale's villain, but I'm not a heartless son of a bitch either. No need to be a therapist to deduce what her head and heart have just been assaulted with. Guilt. But that put aside, she didn't lie. Kissing someone she just met isn't what she does on a daily basis. Hell, climbing on a bike with someone she just met isn't like her either. She only did it because she trusts Donna. I know that. But whatever the reason was, I'm glad she did, because I got to see her give in to the lust that obviously sparked in her when I kissed her. For a moment, there was no restraint in her actions. She took the leap despite her doubts, and the tiny flecks of gold I now see sparkling in the gray of her eyes tell me how affected she still is by that kiss. However short it was, she liked it. I even bet that it's because she liked it that she stopped it. Why do I care? No answer to that one. Let's face the truth. That unforeseen kiss has lost her for good reasons, but hell if I'm not just as lost. I have no idea what I'm doing. Last thing I should be doing is kissing a girl like her. She's got not a damn thing to do with a guy like me, a guy who can only taint her. Trying to cut through the unease written all over her delicate features, I say, I'd gladly stay longer so you can skip at least one stone, but there's little chance of that happening before nightfall, and the guys are going to hate me soon if I keep taking time off. The weird atmosphere is already a memory when she tips her head to the side, pinning me with a scolding look, a look her kids must be used to, before smiling. I'll let this one slide, but only because you're probably right, she says honestly. Taking my chances, I reach for her hand just the way I did on our way down here. I'm not sure she won't refuse the gesture this time, but for some weird reason, I don't want her to think I'm mad at her for breaking our kiss. Thankfully, she accepts my hand and we walk back to my bike in silence. There's no logic to the whirlwind of sensations this girl stirs in me, but I already know that even if I should put some distance between us before I mess further with her head, and mine, I won't be able to. My brother's bikes are all lined up in front of the club when I cross the gate, but when I push through the front door, silence reigns inside the clubhouse, except for clicking sounds and quiet music coming from the kitchen. I don't rush my pace, but walk straight to the meeting room. Most of my brothers are sitting around the long table, except for Ben, who's lying on it as he plays with a small ball that he tosses in the air before catching it again. All good? Blaine asks me as I take the seat at the end of the table. Yeah, sorry I'm late. Started to think you had words with the spiders. You ran into spiders? Liam barges in. Yeah, but no problem. There were prospects waiting in front of the diner when I arrived, but they were nowhere to be seen when I left, and I don't think they were there for Cam in the end. No idea why they were there, though. Cam? Jace repeats. Yeah, Cameron. She's a friend of Donna's. I've seen her a couple of times at the diner. I explain evasively. Thought the spiders were tailing her at first. Must have been wrong. Hopefully I was. Look at our boy using a nickname for a chick and getting all worried. Ben muses like a 10-year-old patently proud of his comment. Here's why I kept my explanation evasive. I knew he'd be too happy to give his 2 cents about it. Shut it, dickhead. I glare at him as he drops in his chair, his ball forgotten on the table. Yes, Prez. He feigns respect in his tone, but still grins like a damn kid. Moving on, I turn to Blaine. Any word on the last shipment yet? Blaine is in charge of the communications part of our business, dealing with our clients. He's also kind of the geek out of all of us and knows his way around a computer better than any other. Got a call from Carl. Client got the shipment 3 hours ago. Carl is on his way back. Carl is an older member who's been taking care of getting the shipments where they need to be since he patched in his 20s. The club has never gotten intermediaries involved. When Isaac founded the club, they weren't even dealing with any illegal business at first. None of them wanted to be mixed up with drugs or guns, so they kept clear of playing on the other side of the law altogether, until Isaac met a guy involved in street racing. The club found something it felt safe to handle, and they built their business. Things are even safer for us now, since new technologies and Blaine's skills allow us to run a deep check on people interested in doing business with us. At any shady sign, we pass. Though dealing bikes with modified engines isn't the kind of business that's the Fed's first priority, you can never be too careful. As for the deliveries, we have a transporter based in Dallas on our payroll. Carl is registered there as an employee and uses one of their trucks, which makes it easier to fly under the radar. Good. And I got a message about next Friday's shipment. Client asked for one more bike, Blaine says. Send me the details, Cody tells him. Cody's also one of the older members, though slightly younger than Carl. He's in his 40s and now mostly manages the repair shops, our legal businesses. Since he's the one taking care of stock management, he's also the one providing our lucrative side business with the parts needed. Blaine nods at him before adding, We also have a potential client who apparently heard about us from Lockhart, our client in Seattle. Check him out, I tell him. A sharp nod is his only answer. Anything else? Nothing, Ben retorts. But that's not necessarily a good thing. Spiders have been lying too low for my liking. We've been suspecting the Spiders of running a human trafficking ring around here for about 6 months, but besides the suspicious disappearances that have been piling up, tipping us off, we haven't found any proof to back up our suspicions yet. We just know that Rod handed a bunch of the clients he was running drugs for to their charter in Phoenix, which means he got another way to bring in cash. Not that what they do is any of our business, but that sort of activity would be the bane of our existence if it brought bigger organizations like cartels sniffing around us. Besides, we may not be saints, but there's no way we can let women be snatched and sent away to be raped by sick fucks without lifting a finger. If they're really involved in such shady shit that can get seriously lucrative, they'll eventually want more money, therefore more women, and we have members' old ladies and daughters we need to think about. They must be up to something, Liam agrees. They could have been at the diner for a meeting in neutral territory. You sure you weren't the reason? He tries to guess the reason of the Spider's presence at Dona's. Doubtful. As for the meeting, I don't know. No Inner Circle's member was in sight. Like I said, they were prospects, and they barely spared me a glance when I parked. They didn't react like they knew who I was, and they were gone 20 minutes later. I'll keep an eye open, but there's not much to do besides that. Anything else? I ask no one in particular. Several no's echo in the room, so I stand up. I don't want to think about Spiders anymore. There's only one face I want in my mind. That kiss fucked with my head. The memory doesn't want to go the fuck away, shooting a jolt of need to my cock every time it replays in my mind. Jace, my best friend and vice president, is by my side as I stroll out of the room. What's the deal with the girl? No deal. Spiders had their eyes on her, and I wanted to check her background because Donna seems to care about her. But Blaine found no ties. If you decide to keep going there, be careful. As usual, I remind him, clapping his shoulder. As they wait for lunch to be ready, the guys drop in different spots on the couches, most of them opening a beer as Jace joins them. The conversations are lost to me as I race up the stairs to get to my room and enter my bathroom, my mind filling with images and sensations involving the beautiful brunette I haven't been able to get out of my head all week. After tasting the sweetness of her lips, I don't think things will change. All I want to do is kiss her again, and if she'd let me, I'd do so much more to awaken her body, as it practically yelled at me to touch it.
Chapter 5. Cameron. Is everything okay? I ask Nate when he glances out the window for the 4th time in the span of 5 minutes. We had barely finished breakfast when his attention started to drift away from me regularly. His gaze darts back to me, and for the longest moment his mouth stays only slightly open as I can decipher his inner turmoil through his eyes. When he doesn't show any sign that he's planning on talking anytime soon, a reflex makes me squint out the window myself, and I quickly find what I think has kept tearing his attention outside of the diner. Who is he? Is there something wrong, Nate? Straddling his motorcycle, arms crossed over his black leather jacket, the guy across the street is a beast of a man. Then again, even though slightly leaner, Nate has nothing to be jealous of when it comes to muscles. A second motorcycle is lined up with his, though no one is sitting on it. Just as I begin to think Nate lost his voice altogether, he speaks slowly, as though weighing every word he allows to come out.
Look, I don't want to scare you,
he starts, but his words precisely have a ball of worry forming in my stomach.
but something might be wrong, yes. The guy across the street, and the one who went God knows where.
He pauses mid-sentence, curtly tilting his head toward the man.
They were also here yesterday when I arrived.
Okay, I utter, not understanding where it is he wants to go with this.
I think they're following you, Cam.
Astounded and confused by that statement, more worry planting in my stomach, I look out the window again. The guy's friend has joined him, and both bikers' attention is away from the diner as they talk about whatever. That's when my first jittery reaction morphs into one of relief. Though I don't burst out laughing like a lunatic, Nate's expression drifts to a puzzled one at my rather subtle laughter.
Not the reaction I expected,
he admits, very seriously, frowning as he speaks. I'm sorry, but I think you're being paranoid again, I accuse him with a smile. That's just two friends meeting, maybe waiting for some other friends to go on a ride. I tell him like he should have already deduced that by himself. He doesn't smile back, and my own falters at Donna's voice. You know what this is about? She asks Nate, as she now stands by the table, her posture stiff and features tense. The ball of worry is back and distinctly growing in my stomach.
I don't, but I think it has something to do with Cameron.
Donna's eyes widen, and she looks at me with something I can't name swirling in her gaze. Concern is clear, yes, but there's also something else. There's no time for me to attempt an analysis of her incomprehensible behavior because she goes on. They were here yesterday as well, and I don't think it's a coincidence. The certainty in her voice provokes a shudder that skitters across my skin, and I keep staring at her as more words seem to want to leave her, but never do. Then I take in Nate's face, darkened with an extreme wariness. His demeanor doesn't wear a hint of his usual casualness, and his body looks so tense, I'm sure it'll require hours of massages to get his muscles to relax again. Okay, now you're both starting to scare me, I urge, doing my best to keep a steady voice.
Donna, the 7 and 10 are ready,
Hank, her husband and cook, shouts from the kitchen. For several long seconds, strong hesitation marks her features and keeps her still. But then she's gone with a last curious look at Nate and a short line begging us to be careful. What was that all about? I demand with the same firmness I put in my voice every time I have to admonish a kid at school.
Listen, I'm aware we barely know each other, but I'm asking you to trust me on this.
Another glance outside later. Sharp dread works hard on forcing the subtle worry out of me, sinking deeper into my stomach with every second Nate stays silent. The two bikers are still on the sidewalk across the street, their respective bikes still between their thighs, but they're also still not showing any sign of imminent departure. A minute ago, these men were just harmless bikers hanging out. Now I'm freaking out. Answer my question, please.
Not here. I want you to come with me somewhere.
Where?
My place.
Why? There's frustration packed into the single sigh he exhales before answering my last question.
Because, right now, I don't know what exactly is going on, and I can't focus on trying to figure this shit out while 2 spiders are out there just like yesterday.
2 what? Nate, in case it isn't obvious, I'm starting to freak out here. In a heartbeat, my hand is cradled into his.
That wasn't my intention, but I really think we should go so I can explain and you can understand.
But understand what?
Why I know there must be something going on with these guys.
He answers through his perceptibly growing inner agitation. Frustration climbs up my scale of tolerance as well, because this conversation has some sort of cryptic vibe to it that keeps failing to make anything clearer in my mind. It's quite the opposite, actually. I'm lost. But as surreal as it sounds even to me, I also feel safe. For reasons I can't even begin to explain, I trust Nate. And even if I'm still paddling hard to understand what this is all about, my instincts tell me to follow him. Okay, then. Okay, let's go. I accept. In a blur, Nate is standing, waiting for me to grab my purse and clasping my hand into his until we've reached my car. He doesn't even glance at the still unmoving bikers, and I sure don't dare do that either.
You drive ahead, and I'll overtake you quickly,
he tells me.
If any bike gets too close to you, honk the horn, all right? I'd take you on my bike, but you'll be safer inside your car.
That has me swallowing loudly around the lump of dread trying to settle in my throat.
Hey, don't worry. I'm just overly cautious, but that's in my nature. You'll understand when you get to my place.
A chuckle slips between my lips, but it's a nervous, tight sound that couldn't be further from resembling a laugh. For the worrying part, you're 5 minutes too late. And if your goal is to calm me, I suggest you stop talking. I flash him a smile, though it feels so unnatural that I'm sure it must look creepy.
Shutting up now,
he jokes, even though he still looks edgy, his hand well on its way to breaking a few bones of mine. I'm about to let him know just that when he releases it, rather reluctantly.
You go ahead. I'll be right behind you.
Once I'm inside my car, I wait for him to hop on his bike before I reverse and drive away. Like he told me, he passes me quickly, and I drive behind him, shooting glances into the rearview mirror every 5 seconds. I'm deeply relieved every time I see nothing but a deserted road behind me. And, soon enough, I realize that we've reached our destination as I follow him through a large gate and up a driveway leading to a square-shaped building that looks like a modern warehouse. The first thing I notice is the lack of windows on the dark blue facade. Not a single one. Not on the front, at least. The building itself has a cold feel to it, but the well-maintained green yard gives a welcoming vibe to the place. The second thing that grabs my attention just as I park beside Nate is that his bike completes a long line of others, all looking shiny. There's no doubt I'm seeing more bikes right now than I have in my entire life. It's with that thought that realization hits me. Is this a motorcycle club? You're in a motorcycle club? Of course I've heard of them, but as weird as it sounds, I never thought of them as a real thing. I mean, it's not like I didn't know they weren't like tales or something, but oddly, when you don't see things firsthand, you just don't give them too much thought. But what I think I do know about bikers is their tendency of being outlaws. And when Nate stiffens next to his bike, my thoughts go wild. The guys at the diner, they're part of a motorcycle club too, I understand. But not yours, I add, logic bringing me to deduce that much at least. But you've never worn a jacket like they were wearing, I carry on, the fact that they had the same jacket on only now hitting me. That I also know about motorcycle clubs. Their members all wear the same jacket adorned with a badge or whatever it's called. Donna would rather not have me wearing my cut, it's our jacket, inside the diner. I only respect what she wants. He respects what she wants. That's a good thing, right? You could have mentioned you're in a motorcycle club, though, don't you think? That came out like an accusation, and harsher than I meant for it to leave my mouth. That's why I'm even more lost when a broad smile grows on his lips. You're not scared, he says, leaving me in the dark as to whether that is supposed to be a question or a statement. Finding out this detail isn't the priority, however, because either way, his words have me freezing for a split second. Are you going to hurt me? I ask him instead, though my heart already seems to know the answer to this question. His smile dies in a flash, replaced by a frown deepening on his forehead as he closes the distance between us. Of course not. Never, he vows, and I believe him. Then why should I be scared? His grin forms back as he offers me his hand. Come on, let's get inside. I accept his hand gladly, loving the way he takes it like it's natural, just like the first time he held it. I revel in his touch, like a junkie getting their fix after an eternity of contrived abstinence. The feeling is still almost unreal, just like his lips on mine felt yesterday. It was like the person who was experiencing that kiss wasn't me. Or maybe I pretended it wasn't me accepting that kiss because I knew I should have stepped back sooner than I did. I just couldn't let the warmth of it slip away from me. The sensuality of it, too. Because, God, that kiss. That man clearly has some experience under his belt. The way he delved his tongue into my mouth to assault mine matched the domineering aura piercing through the paradoxically relaxed attitude constantly rolling off him perfectly. Even though no part of him was touching me except for his lips, a fiery energy was building between us. It was building low in my belly, reminding me I was still a woman, but also reminding me I shouldn't be doing that. Maybe someday I'll be able to close that very important chapter of my life where I should have walked down the aisle to a man I was supposed to love forever. But now is way too soon. I only get out of my own head when Nate guides me inside this place, which I still don't know if it's his home. He called it his place, but after seeing all these bikes outside, I'm not sure. The room we entered is large, and a bar runs along half the length of the wall on the right side. Across from it, couches are lined up against the opposite wall. Some others face them, and 4 tables fill the center of the room. Silence is total, even though several people are slouched on a couch or sitting at a table watching TV, reading the paper, or eating breakfast. The only thing all of them have in common is their eyes set on Nate and me, staring intently. Okay. I'm thankful when a guy breaks the heavy silence before the situation turns downright embarrassing, though what he says makes no sense to me. Jesus, Mary, and dear Joseph. Be careful and get your warmest coat. I think hell just froze over us simple mortals. He chuckles. With his dark blonde, slightly wavy hair and blue eyes, the guy looks more like a surfer than a biker. Beside me, Nate grumbles something I can't make out, and I still don't get the guy's joke despite it triggering a wave of chuckles around the room. Biker humor, maybe? A really good morning to you, love, the guy adds, his playful gaze on me. I wave an awkward hand to acknowledge everyone, still staring at me, by the way. Some of them mimic my gesture, some nod my way.
Guys, this is Cameron. She's with me.
He introduces me in a rather odd way, stressing the words "with me." I think they all can see that, since none of them have torn their eyes away from us.
Melvin!
Nate shouts then, his attention steering to his right as heavy footsteps keep my own locked on a door that opens quickly. A tall young guy with brown hair cut short and hazel eyes appears at the doorway.
Yeah, Prez?
Prez? Like president, I suppose. Nate is at the head of the club then. For some reason, it makes me feel even safer.
Bring Cameron a green tea,
he only says. My eyes widen as the guy nods once and walks back into what must be the kitchen before I could thank him. You could have said please, I murmur to Nate, now feeling fully embarrassed.
He's a prospect. That's his job,
he tells me, like this is a perfectly acceptable answer, which it's not. But I don't get the time to point out his rudeness.
You want to eat something? Melvin can cook you whatever you want, or we've got cereals, or...
I'm just fine with the pancakes I ate not even half an hour ago, but thank you. I stop him before he can enumerate every single breakfast option I have. But I really want to know what this is all about, because you freaked me out back at the diner. No offense, but bikers following me? I find that hard to believe. Now that I feel safer, Nate's worry sounds irrational again.
Yet yesterday I caught 2 spiders watching you from across the street,
he tells me as he walks me to a table where 2 guys are sitting. One is a 20-something bald guy with caramel skin and hazel eyes, and the other is an older man with black hair and piercing green eyes. Both have a few tattoos drawn on their arms, though I don't look at them long enough to know what they are. I'm glad Nate pulls out a chair for me to sit at the other end of the table because these guys are seriously intimidating.
And you can believe me, their eyes were on you, no one else,
he goes on. He lowers himself on a chair across from me just as the surfer look-alike guy drawls,
"That might only be because she's hot."
"Shut it," he demands, tossing a deadly glare in the guy's direction, his voice coming out harder than I've heard it so far. It surprises me so much that it almost allows me to forget his friend's comment, but his expression softens as soon as it's directed back at me.
"Don't pay attention to him. Ben's just a damn kid,"
he explains about the surfer look-alike guy who is apparently called Ben.
"Here."
The single word has me looking up just as that Melvin guy sets a steaming cup in front of me. Smiling, I make up for Nate's earlier bad manners. "Thank you, that's really nice," I tell him, and he flashes me a boyish grin before walking away. A light chuckle escapes Nate, and I shoot him a disapproving look that makes someone else chuckle. That Ben guy again, I think. Anyway, those spider guys, who are they?
"Another club,"
Nate answers.
"And not a good one. The Royal Spiders MC.
So there are good clubs and bad clubs? Trying to understand how motorcycle clubs work when strange, possibly dangerous people might be following me is ridiculous, but that's what I ask instinctively anyway. I think that what I really want to know is whether Nate's club could harm me in any way. The thing is, I don't believe so. I don't believe Nate would allow anyone to hurt me, even his friends, but it'd still be nice to hear it.
"You could say that. And the spiders are all psychos, to call it what it is,"
Ben says, not sugarcoating the description.
"Jesus,"
Nate mutters to himself before addressing me.
"Not gonna lie, we're not saints,"
he admits, but then he answers the question I couldn't ask bluntly.
"But we don't deal with drugs or guns, and we sure as fuck don't hurt innocent people for the fun of it, which never bothered the spiders. That's why it's important you think about what they might want from you.
There's no need to think about it. I don't even know who they are. I don't know anything about them or about any motorcycle club for that matter.
But they are following you for a reason, he insists, and I'm not sure I like the doubt clogging his redundant statement.
I'm not lying. I don't know them, Nate. I say one more time and carry on as he's about to say something. Besides, again, no offense, but look around you. Don't you think you've got more reasons to be followed? I mean, something tells me that my life as a fourth-grade teacher is boring as hell compared to your we're not saints life. I borrow his own words.
She's got a point there, bro,
the guy with light brown skin says lazily, before stuffing a bite of eggs into his mouth, not looking up from his plate.
Thank you, I suppose, I say slowly, as I think back at what my last comment was.
The guy who seems to have quite an easy sense of humor, Ben, launches this time into a full laugh as his head hits the back of the couch he's half lying on, and a smile creeps up on my lips. He really is the total opposite of what you'd think a biker was supposed to be. He sounds more like he belongs to a group of hippies fighting for a world of peace and flowers than to a biker club.
Can we keep her for a while? I like her.
My smile grows as I ask Nate,
is he really talking about me like I'm some sort of lobotomized doll unable to speak? Yeah, I really like her, Ben confirms with a smirk before Nate can open his mouth. And sorry, love. Force a habit.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean, and I'm not sure I want to.
I hear you, Blaine,
Nate finally retorts to the other guy who agreed with my opinion.
But you weren't there. It's her they had eyes on. Besides, either they'd drive all the way there to ambush me, or they wouldn't at all. Makes sense. Some shirtless and full of tattoos, black-haired guy sitting on a couch at the back of the room, his feet lazily propped on a coffee table, approves. Maybe them being there was a coincidence. Yesterday you said you never saw the guys, he adds.
Yesterday? We talked to his friends about that yesterday?
Jace is right.
The guy named Blaine agrees with the shirtless guy.
You also said that since you go to Dona's with your girly bike and without your cut, you most likely were just some guy to them.
One side of his mouth twitches up when he describes Nate's bike, but overall his features don't lose their severity. Out of all the men present, he's irrefutably the most intimidating. I let them discuss theories on their own because I wouldn't know where to start, and I sip my tea as they exchange hypothetical explanations about why that club would be following me. Now that Nate quit being tense as though hell was ready to unleash on us at any minute, I've been able to loosen up myself. And honestly, this is out of proportion. But when the beardy guy at our table suggests that my family could be linked to someone in that club, I leave my quiet state and set my cup back on the table, more loudly than I intended to, maybe, but this is out of line. My only family were my parents, and they weren't involved in anything with any club, especially not one you describe as psychopaths. I assure everyone here, my tone even harsher than the sound of the cup I slammed on the table. For a short moment, during which silence is thick around me, I think I might have gone too far talking to a man like him the way I did. I think I need to remember that I'm not in front of a bunch of kids I teach 4th grade, but in front of probable criminals who could break my neck before I could push up and away from my chair. But they need to get that they don't know anything about me, let alone my parents. My parents were simple, good people. I didn't mean to disrespect them. I'm sorry. Beardy guy apologizes softly, which actually astounds me. My eyes find him, and I just nod. I'm siding with you on this one, love, Ben says, and he continues despite the glare Nate throws his way once again. I think the fuckers were there either for someone else, such as Nate, or because they simply love the damn food, and they happen to notice how hot you are. Simple as that. Shut the fuck up about this, Nate groans. I swear, you'll end up taking over Melvin's chores for a fucking month, he threatens, and Ben's face turns hilarious when he fakes horror at the idea of replacing this Melvin guy Nate called a prospect. Hey, let's not get too wound up here. No need to resort to drastic measures, okay? When Nate snatches his eyes away from him, Ben's expression twists back to a relaxed one as he winks at me, proving his fear was just an act. We're just trying to figure this shit out, Cam, Nate tells me. And thank you for that, really, but you're wrong. There's nothing they could possibly want from me. As I said, my life is just as plain as I am. He only stares at me for a long moment, but his eyes don't trigger uneasiness in me. They stir up something entirely different, something that undeniably makes me feel anything but plain under his stare, something I hadn't felt in more than a year, or ever. I experienced these butterflies flying around in my stomach right now with only 2 men. Well, the first one was more of a boy, in high school, so he doesn't really count. And then there was Colin. I felt them with him, though not before he even touched me. I can't comprehend the frenzied way they jump around now. That's new. New and pulsing life through my veins. That's something I hadn't felt in a year either. I quit thinking about unforeseen wild butterflies when Nate stands up and holds out his hand for me to take. Come on, he commands. I'll show you around. Ignoring the nonsensical reaction Nate's presence sparks off in me, I follow him, eager to enter the world of a man that intrigued me from the moment he sat down at my table and ripped me out of memories that only reminded me of how alone I am in my own world.
Chapter 6. Nate. My brothers all gawked at me when I led Cameron away. Not that I offered them the satisfaction of glancing their way to tell them to fuck off with a purposeful glare, but their stunned gazes were so penetrating that I could feel every one of them like a second skin. Then again, their eyes were on me from the moment I crossed the threshold with Cameron's hand tightly secured in mine.
Do you live here?
Cameron asked me once she took in the bare walls and basic furniture filling my bedroom. The room has a reasonable size, but even I admit that its dominant gray shade isn't the most joyous. It makes me wonder what her apartment in L.A. looks like. It must be luminous, maybe with pastel colors matching her sweetness. I have a house out of town, but I end up crashing here most nights because I usually hang out late with the guys. I'm not adding that when I fuck my sexual tension away with the girl of the day well into the night, I don't feel like riding back home, and I sure as hell don't bring any of those girls there. Yeah, not saying that to her right now, or ever. She slowly runs her fingers over the black sheets gathered in a messy pile in the middle of the bed, appearing deep in thoughts.
You're lucky to have them, your friends,
she then says out of the blue, and a tinge of this sadness I don't like at all taints her voice.
You're very close. That much is obvious.
They're my family. She nods, as though she figured that out already.
You're lucky,
she repeats. Although a smile emerges on her lips, it doesn't obliterate the sharp longing in her voice. I hate that. It only reminds me of how lonely she's been for too long, and all I want is to blow to pieces this feeling that has been hers by wrapping her up into my arms until she doesn't remember what it feels like to be alone. I met her not even a week ago, but thinking of her hurting and seeing the vulnerability peeking through the smile she wears bravely awakens an overwhelming rush of protectiveness in me, just as it awakens a bloodthirsty desire to hunt down any fuckers, spiders or not, who could harm her. Walking away from the door and meeting her beside my bed, I erase every inch of distance between us. Her head tips back as she looks up at me, and I speak. I know you think the spiders were tailing me, not you. But I have a bad feeling, I say, then pause before sighing and finally telling her, I want you to stay here until I know for sure it's got nothing to do with you. Her eyes widen with surprise. That's a reaction I expected, unlike the laugh that follows closely. Don't see what's funny, I mumble. She only answers when her outburst fades and lets her do so. You asked me to stay here, in your club, probably in your bedroom, because you have a bad feeling. That's what's funny, Nate. I honestly can't say what you told me about owning repair shops was true or not, and I'm not sure I want to know right now. But regardless, I'm pretty sure your days are made of bad feelings. As I huff a breath of growing frustration, I decide that now isn't the time to delve into the issue of my activities, legal or illegal. Until this moment, I admired how independent Cameron seemed to be, but there's not so much admiration in me right now. She doesn't see the danger that's very real. Before I can try and open her eyes to it, she goes on. Look, I appreciate you worrying about me. Really, I mean it. But it's not me they're following. I can assure you that I have nothing to do with those guys. I'm just some girl. A snort slips out of me, just as my thumb goes to skim over the seam of her lips. I barely keep a groan locked up when they slightly part. It's like my subtle touch immediately makes her crave more. I've met some girls, and you, Cam, are not one of them. Believe me, I assure her in a low voice, and her eyes stay glued to mine as she swallows hard. And maybe you're right, okay? I could be wrong about the spiders. There's a chance I am. But stay anyway, just as a precaution. Right now, I don't even care whether I'm right or wrong. Leaving her by herself in her house, a house that doesn't have an alarm, moreover, isn't a risk I'm willing to take. I can't stay, no. She doesn't back down. But... She lets the word die on her tongue, her face twisting into a frown that doesn't sit well. What? Are you remembering something? About the spiders? The irritation creeping up on her is clear as fucking day when she insists, I told you I don't know anything about them. After cursing myself, I'm about to promise her I didn't mean to accuse her of lying when she goes on, annoyance already shifting into worry on her features. But could you be in trouble? They would hurt you, wouldn't they? My hand stills on her cheek, and my thumb freezes on her chin as nothing, not even the smallest exhale of air, finds its way out of my mouth for a long while. It's me she's worried about? That's a new one. Definitely a new one. Sure, the guys and I are close. We've known each other for years, and each one of us would literally die to save a brother. There's always worry sticking to the back of our minds. Even if we don't say it, we're always afraid to lose one of us. But what I read now in Cameron's eyes is something entirely different. The affectionate concern pouring out of her isn't something anyone has shown me in a really long time. You shouldn't worry about me, I tell her, surprised that I have to fight to keep my voice steady. But I do, is her whispered response as she leans into my paralyzed touch. I want to tell her that, even though the life I chose to live isn't free from all risks, she needs to forget the images of the Wild West that are most likely running through her head right now. I want to convince her that we're not mercenaries who fight duels in broad daylight, and that being cautious is a part of who we are. But when my mouth launches into action, it decides it would rather dip to taste hers than say words that won't ease her mind anyway. We're usually scared of what we don't know, and Cameron doesn't know my world. She's only briefly stunned by my lips slamming into hers, because she quickly takes a small step forward to let herself press against my body. Though her move is graceful, there's a willingness in it that's enough to push my kiss to take a ravishing turn. The need I feel when she's near me is powerful. I've kept a respectable distance for as long as I could, and it's been hell. I need that. The softness of her lips, the feel of her body leaning into mine. I crave it. A primal, irrepressible need. Can't stay away one more second. She tenses ever so slightly when my tongue seeks hers almost frantically, but just as I start to dread I've moved too fast, she moans a sound that has a Neanderthal satisfaction fueling my need and making my cock crave an even greater physical contact. Confined inside my jeans and boxers, 2 layers way too thick, it jerks helplessly, reminding me with its endless painful twitches that I haven't gotten laid in forever. Okay, 7 days, but fuck if I can remember the last time I've lived through such a long dry spell. Rolling my tongue around hers, I revel in the hotness of it, tasting her like I'll never get another shot at it. I revel in her taste and in her little sounds, and when her hands settle on my waist, her fingers digging into the flesh through my shirt as she kisses me back freely, I revel in her touch, and the little restraint I was still holding on to so I wouldn't scare her off crumbles. Her legs hit the bed when I lead her toward it, the contact unbalancing her, and I lean over her as soon as she's fallen on it. My weight must be crushing her, but the feel of her curves under my body feels so fucking amazing that I forget everything but this sensation as I groan into her mouth. But then she deprives me of her lips and sucks in a panting breath before speaking the words I knew she'd pronounce at some point. "I don't think I can." Pulling away from her only slightly as I push on my elbows to look at her properly, I nod. "I know," I rasp through my own struggling breath. "I don't want you to do anything you don't want to." Her eyes hold thankfulness and apologies all at once. "It's not that I don't want to, because I do. I'm just—" "You're not ready. I get it." I tell her when she can't seem to be able to say it herself, and I mean it, even though the restraint I'm forced to pull off kills me. "You're not ready. It's all right." "Probably not." A doleful sigh flows out of her. "I'm not ready for everything, at least. But I want you to touch me," she goes on, shocking the fuck out of me. Her words don't help taming my cock that's still trying to rip through my clothes to free itself, and I don't move one muscle as I stare into her eyes. "You sure?" "I'm sure," she declares, not allowing me to finish. This isn't something I've felt in a long time. But I want your hands on me. I've wanted that since the first time you took my hand." She isn't ready to fuck another man than the fiancé she's still trying to stay faithful to. But I knew I hadn't made up the sexual tension that quickly drew thick between us, and I'm sure that, even if it's subconsciously, she has begun to move forward. She wouldn't be allowing me to touch her otherwise. My gaze doesn't leave her as I silently agree to her request by lifting a hand, the tip of my fingers making contact with the bare skin of her collarbone. The fleeting touch causes shivers to rake through her body, and I watch her eyes follow the path I start to trace on her. My hand skims over her soft skin down to her breasts, outlining the curves I've been lusting after the 3 times I've seen her. 3 fucking times. She has embedded herself deep into my head, messing up my thoughts and leaving me in a constant state of arousal. Girls showing up at club parties have always done the trick for me, as long as they have good enough skills to get me off, and they don't need a detailed plan to find the door after they've gotten their own release. And if the girl whose body I caught sight of during the evening is already busy fucking one of my brothers, I just move on to another one. But Cameron, she's a different story. First, any guy comparing her to any overused girl who thinks she'll tame a biker by letting them all try her pussy is an idiot. And then, Cameron hasn't left my mind since the day my eyes caught her chewing on her pancakes. Literally hasn't left it. See, Cameron has nothing to do with the club whores my brothers and I can compare the prowess. That sure as damn hell wouldn't happen with her. Only contemplating her with one of my brothers ends up with an image of me beating the shit out of them, maybe slitting their throat. Like I said, this girl messes with my head. I'm too far gone to even care. Just like I can't bring myself to care about the fact that I shouldn't even be thinking of touching a girl like her. My hands can only taint her, that much is clear in my mind. But how could I ignore the lust floating in her eyes as I tug at the hem of her strapless dress and at her bra until both are resting under her breasts? I can't ignore the way she pushes her chest upward as soon as my hand gets to enjoy the feel of one breast in a firm squeeze. They're just like I imagined them, round and full, with rosy nipples calling to me. "Nate." My name on her lips is like velvet to my ears, soft and sultry, kneading. Her legs are closed tightly, but it's not to prevent my hand from settling between them if I attempted to reach down. Her hips writhe as she tries to soothe the ache that must be building between those toned thighs and that fuels my own arousal all the more. "Can I taste these beautiful tits, baby? Been dying to since I saw them peeking through your shirt when I kissed you yesterday." Fully erect, her nipples are just waiting for my mouth to eat them out.
Yes, she breathes out. I've never had a woman so sexy lying before me. She's like a sweet gift, wrapped up in a sizzling lust that erupts from her every pore as she looks at me. This is a sight I'm not sure she'll let me see again, so I almost give up on putting my mouth on her so I don't lose it. But her perky nipples scream at me to give them some attention, and I comply. Lightly, my teeth rake over the taut flesh, my eyes staying locked on Cameron's for a short moment as I watch them cloud with desire. They flutter closed when I suck on the sensitive nipple, and the sound she makes, loud and deep, push my gaze lower as I suck harder, switching nipples to work on the other one just as savagely. My attention only diverts from my task when I feel movements between our bodies. With a loud popping sound, I let go of her nipple and my eyes fall on Cameron's hand. "Fuck," I rasp out. "Am I turning you on, baby? Open these legs if you want my hand to replace yours," I tell her, knowing that it's not because she's turned on that being touched there is something she can go through with. I didn't notice her lifting her dress, but it's now pulled up around her waist, granting her delicate fingers the opportunity to rub her clit in slow motions over the lace of her black panties. Her horny state is betrayed by the moans climbing up her throat, which isn't surprising after more than a year of abstinence. No doubt she takes care of herself regularly, but we all know it's nothing like being touched by someone else. Someone who knows what they're doing, that is. She likes this. She wants it, needs it even. An outstanding patience isn't required, because her legs part almost immediately as her hand budges slightly. A groan rattles my chest, even before my forefinger goes to press resolutely on her clit, forcing out of her the sexiest moan that has ever met my ears. My cock needs to remember it won't get the pleasure of nestling inside her warm walls, but damn if it doesn't need to, especially with the friction against my clothes when I move aside a bit, allowing Cam's legs to open wider. "I need," she gasps, and her next words are killed by her ragged breathing. Her eyes snap open, searching down instinctively when I tug aside the drenched fabric of her panties and blow a warm breath on her exposed clit. Her glistening pussy clenches, and her head falls back as her hips wriggle in palpable desperation. Fuck. The sight of her keeps getting hotter. Her breasts and pussy are bare, and visibly requesting attention as one of her hands clasps the sheet beside her while the other caresses her soft thigh in a sensual motion. Even if my dick won't get the privilege of plunging into this heavenly wetness, this is going to be worth the torture. A grin forms on my lips as I watch Cameron's body pleading for a pleasure and a release it's been missing cruelly. What you need is to come hard. I tease her entrance, enjoying the way her ass moves as she seeks more of my touch all over again. And when I give her more by stretching her with 2 fingers sliding slowly inside of her, her back arches enough for her pussy to swallow my fingers until they can't possibly go deeper. What you need is to feel your pussy tightening so hard on my fingers that it keeps you from thinking, from even breathing. My voice grows hoarse with barely bearable desire as I use my thumb to stroke her swollen clit. My dirty talk seems to throw her into an even more delirious arousal because uncountable whimpers flee her lips. She's so damn tight. So tight that my dick starts to curse me for denying it what we both know would be perfection. When Cam squeezes her breast while dragging her thumb over her hard nipple, I take it as an invitation to work toward my goal and what I just promised her. I lower my body enough to set an arm across her stomach while maintaining her left knee on the mattress with the pressure of my chest. Straight away, my fingers thrust in and out, easily sliding against her damp walls, all the while my lips close around her clit to suck at it firmly. Her hips try to rock violently, but when my arm pressing on her stomach blocks her motions, she reaches down to grab a handful of my short hair to help her endure the pleasure I give her without mercy. "God, Nate," she cries out before her attempt at voicing her sensations ends up on more mumbled whispers. No more than 2 seconds later, I get to witness the sexiest thing I've ever witnessed. I witness what my dick would have wanted to be the one causing. Her legs shaking, her fists clenching around whatever fabric they find, and her entire body tightening, she lets out a raw cry as she walks through her first proper orgasm in more than a year. And hell if I'm not fucking proud to be the one offering it to her.
My fingers don't weaken their pace, and my mouth keeps sucking her clit with an assaulting force until I can feel her muscles go limp under me. Then I raise my head to take my first look at her sated face. Fuck. She's gorgeous, lying here half-naked with her lips parted and her eyes closed, her chest moving up and down wildly. My eyes never leaving this beautiful image, I wait for her to fully come down from her climax and for her gaze to find mine. But as soon as that happens, I freeze. Despite the blissful glow irradiating her face, a lonely tear slowly follows a path along her temple, and a sick feeling settles deep into my stomach. I sure don't want her regretting one damn thing I did to her just now, or regretting anything I'd ever do to her should she let me touch her again. Talk to me, I murmur, surprisingly able to control the steadiness of my voice.
This was amazing,
she chuckles, her smile appeasing me instantly.
For a second, I really thought I wouldn't be able to take all of it. Damn, your mouth.
She shakes her head. I forget about any concern on the spot, and I also forget all about any other man she's been with as I shoot her a grin. Yeah, she's right here with me and knows just well who made her reach the star she saw behind her eyelids, and I can't fucking wait to show her what else I can do to her. Her safety is the main reason I'm ready to beg her to stop being stubborn and agree to stay here. But it's not the only one. I want her in my bed tonight. I love seeing her lying here. And for a reason I can't explain, it took me no more than a couple of minutes when we arrived earlier to know I also love seeing her in my world.
Chapter 7. Cameron. The secret is simple. Respect the measures and the cooking time to the letter, I finally tell Melvin, the prospect, pointing a finger toward the piece of paper set onto the kitchen counter in front of us. He listened to my culinary advice with sharp attention, all the while I detailed every primordial step needed to make my mom's delicious tarte tatin. It will help him please the guys out there who apparently hold his whole future in their hands. Melvin's words, not mine. From what I understand, he's some sort of trainee working his ass off to prove his worth. Melvin is still nodding confidently at me when a deep voice has us both spinning around.
"What's going on in here?"
Arms crossed over his chest that I've already touched, but now see bare for the first time, Nate is leaning against the doorframe, his eyes on us. I'm quickly distracted by the tattooed left side of his chest that is just like I imagined it. A true piece of art. Defined, hard lines are staring right back at me. But my distraction is short because even though he seems relaxed in this posture, his gaze has a sharp, cold edge to it when it settles briefly on Melvin. I'm not sure I like it because either he doesn't trust his prospect, and that's a considerable problem considering the life he lives, or he thinks he has something to say about who I'm speaking with, and that's even worse. I'm aware that what he did to me in his room 20 minutes ago got us slightly closer, but this weird I'm staking my territory vibe he's sending right now is over the top. We barely know each other, even if it oddly doesn't feel that way. We are talking. I stress the last word as I lean a hip against the counter, crossing my own arms. Is it forbidden to speak with a nice guy who is crazy busy cooking for you all? I challenge. A grin forms lazily on his face as his expression softens, and I'm not proud to say that his inappropriate behavior is all forgotten the moment he threads his fingers into his hair. It appears even darker than usual because it's damp from his shower.
"Cameron just gave me some ideas for dessert tonight, Prez. Nothing else,"
Melvin vows, but Nate's attention doesn't steer from me, his smile staying in place as he acts like Melvin hasn't even spoken.
"I'll leave you two alone for a second. Thanks, Cameron,"
he tells me before walking away. Nate steps aside to allow him to walk through the door, but he doesn't spare him a glance. Not even his sexiness can subdue my annoyance right now. "You don't deserve this, killer tartatin. You're rude," I state. Not losing 1 inch of his smile that's now close to turning arrogant, he moves slowly toward me, only stopping when there's barely any space left between our bodies. I hope he can't hear my heart racing. If he does hear my furious heartbeats, he keeps it to himself as he hums instead. "I think I deserve 2 pieces of it for making you scream my name," he drawls then, and I knew something like this would come out of his mouth the moment I saw his stare fill with a searing spark as he towered over me. I didn't scream, I remind him, even though I was so deeply lost in that crazy orgasm that I wouldn't know that for sure. And maybe you think you deserve 2 pieces because you think you were better than you actually were. I shrug, taunting him on purpose. Unlike what I expected, he doesn't call me on my bullshit. Instead, a humming sound scrapes the back of his throat again, but a pensive frown mars his face this time. "What?" I ask. "You didn't flush." It takes a moment for me to feel my own frown digging in my forehead. And? I don't understand where he wants to go with this. "I said what I said about you screaming, only to see your cheeks redden like they're on fire. Why aren't they?" "They should be," he affirms, almost sounding like he's accusing me of the worst sin one could ever commit. Trying to keep a straight face, I shrug one shoulder. "Because I don't flush." "What do you mean you don't flush? Every girl flushes. That's a girl thing. The guy says some dirty comment and the girl flushes." This time there's no suppressing my laugh at seeing his disappointment that seems to be genuine. "I'm very sorry. I don't flush." "You will. I'll find a way. I'll make it my mission." He deadpans all 3 sentences. "Do your best," I retort, before my eyes slide down to his chest. My fingers start to absently trace the lines of the wolf drawn on the left side of his pectorals. Why a wolf? My gaze travels back up to his eyes to see them set on my hand, hooded with a glimpse of the desire I witnessed rolling off him in thick waves earlier. "Do you have more?" Looking up, he says through a strained voice, "Just this one. I chose it because wolves are loyal animals. They're all about family." "Just like you're loyal to your friends." I understand. "Because they're your family." "Right," he asserts. "Stay for lunch?" he asks. Taken aback by him switching the subject out of the blue, I mumble a nonsensical sound, waiting for my brain to process his question. "If that means yes, let's join the guys and have a drink before I drop you on this counter and eat you out again." Thankfully, I can keep in the whimper that dies to follow the shudder I fail to hide from him, considering the smirk growing on his lips. "You don't work today?" I ask, suddenly remembering it's Monday. "Shops are closed on Sundays and Mondays because most people bring their cars in on Saturdays." Without any more comment, he grabs my hand and tries to lead me away, but my heels stay locked in place. I'll give a hand to Melvin here first. Of course, his lips form a thin line. "That's his job, baby." "And I hope he's paid well to do it," I mutter, "but I'm not sure I like the way this poor boy seems to be afraid of you." I frown. The last reaction I expected in return is the one I get, a full laugh coming from deep inside his chest. "You're laughing? Seriously?" He nods through his disproportionate reaction, and I have to wait until he can get some words out. "Want me to tell you how Melvin became a prospect for us?" Surprised just as well by this question, I think about it briefly. Not sure, to be honest. I don't know whether his chuckling is a residue of his laughter or a response to my own answer, but whatever it is, he obviously didn't take my hesitation seriously because he dives straight into his story.
8 months ago, one of the members' teenage daughters was molested by 3 Spiders kids. And when I say kids, I mean they were very close to 18 years old and had already spent a fair amount of time in a gym. And when I say molested, I mean they were well on their way to raping her when Melvin passed by and heard her scream.
He relates his story with such a bluntness that it has me hissing in a breath.
He was barely 18 himself,
he goes on,
but he sent all 3 fuckers to the hospital for a few days. Chloe called Brent, her dad, and Melvin stayed with her until we got there. We offered him money for what he did, but he refused it, saying he didn't help her for that. I could see he was sincere, but by the way he glanced at the cash for a second, I knew he needed it badly. We spoke with him a little, and we didn't need more to understand that what he needed most was some help to find a path in his life. The kid was so lost, he reminded me of myself 12 years ago, though I was even younger than 18 then.
He snorts out a sad laugh.
What happened to him is his story to tell, and I know he didn't tell us everything either. But that day, we offered him a job as a trainee mechanic at our closest shop and as a prospect for the club. He accepted a few days later, and here he is. And, according to Cody, who handles the teaching part at the shop, he's damn good with bikes and cars. In about 4 months, we'll patch him in if he still wants it. And believe me, the kid isn't afraid of us. He knows he doesn't need to be as long as he's loyal.
I nod thoughtfully. He's not afraid of you, I believe you. But that doesn't mean I can't help him. I'm still a guest, so it's the least I can do. Frustration seems to sweep over him, but neither of us can delve further into what was likely about to become an argument because a booming groan comes from the main room. Startled by the unexpected sound, I jump slightly. I guess hearing Nate and his friends talk about psychopaths riding bikes left me a little skittish.
A high gate encircles the place. No one can get in, babe. No one ever has. We have cameras all around, so relax. That must be one of the guys.
As if corroborating Nate's comforting explanation, someone storms into the kitchen a couple of seconds later. The door, that I'm pretty sure was kicked open, slams into the wall before closing back without the guy's help. I'm not sure how the thing didn't break under the force he put in his gesture. Thanks to Nate leaning against the counter and crossing his arms over his chest in a relaxed stance, I'm back to feeling at ease quickly, even though the tall, dark-haired guy who blows an exasperated breath before opening the fridge looks a little scary with this deep scowl between his eyes.
And that's Brent,
Nate tells me, his eyes on his friend, who grabs a beer and closes the fridge.
Shit.
The guy whirls around to face us.
Fuck. Didn't see you. Hey.
He nods at me, and I wave a hand at him.
That's Cameron.
Nate introduces me.
What has you all flustered?
He adds, his expression twisting into a smirk.
Fucking math, he snarls. Hate it. Is it even useful? Someone needs to explain to me why they invented calculators if the kids can't fucking use them.
That way they can use logic and reasoning instead of just pushing some buttons and not understanding the formula they learned, I answer.
I think that was a rhetorical question, babe,
Nate informs me, grinning broadly.
She's a teacher,
he tells Brent, who is staring at me like I should be siding with him and not with the insensitive monsters who dare forbid the use of the calculator. Then his gaze flicks from me to Nate.
She's a teacher? I thought she was a... She's not.
He cuts him off, seeming to fight a growl.
She's With me," he tells him with the same intonation he used earlier when he introduced me to his other friends. Still don't know what that means exactly. "And she's a teacher. Didn't know you knew teachers." He smirks at him as though this is an unrealistic possibility. In their life, I suppose it's not common to hang out with people who are as banal as I am. "Surprising as it is, dickhead," he mutters. "Anyway, who are you trying to help, Jonas or Chloe?" "Joe. We crashed here last night. Fiona's spending the weekend with Chloe at some spa somewhere in Colorado. Jesus, after 20 minutes trying to understand that damn wording, I'm the one who should be relaxing in a hot jacuzzi. God, he's only 12. How can his homework be so hard already?"
"You want me to help out with this? I'm teaching 4th grade, but I think I can manage." Hope dances in his eyes, and they widen on me like I just offered him $1 billion out of mere generosity.
"You would? That'd be awesome."
"Sure," I say, smiling before looking back up at Nate. Happy? I won't be able to help Melvin with lunch now. Parroting what Nate said a moment ago, it's Brent who voices a response.
"Why would you help him? He's the prospect. That's his job."
And I shouldn't have glanced back to Nate's triumphant air glowing on his face. I give up.
"Okay, let's just go do some mathematics."
"I'm excited," Nate deadpans.
"Not going near that book again,"
Brent swears. The three of us have barely left the kitchen when Brent slams his freshly opened beer onto the bar on our right. Then his commanding growl hits the walls.
"Son, you turn around and glue this ass to that chair so you don't end up not graduating from high school like me."
The lean blonde boy throws his head back as a groan leaves his throat to rise into the air, but he obeys his dad on the spot nonetheless. But he also snorts and gives his dad his sassy opinion.
"You only want me to finish my homework so Mom doesn't give you hell when she's back."
If I politely stifle a laugh as I make my way to the table on which a pile of books and a few pens are scattered, none of the guys across the room bother with manners. They burst out laughing, openly agreeing with Jonas. Brent flips them all the bird but admits simultaneously,
"You might be right, but you don't want that either, young boy."
"Hey, I'm Cameron," I tell Jonas as I sit across from him. "Want some help with this?"
"Depends. Are you going to do it for me?"
I smile while a few snickers rise around us, along with what must be Brent's desperate groan. Nice try. Brooding at first, Jonas then turns his book around to show me what he didn't understand. We get to work while Nate joins his friends, all hanging out as they enjoy their day off like any family. I often feel Nate's attention settling on me, so piercing that I can't help wondering what his thoughts hold, and the memory of his hands on me almost has me squirming on my chair. My wild reaction to his touch was definitely not anticipated, but I can only admit that I loved it.
Chapter 8. Nate. My patience turns thinner by the damn second, just as my anguish turns thicker. I've been sitting at our table for 15 minutes, bristling in my seat for the most part, and Cameron still hasn't shown up. She should be here by now. We were supposed to meet at 9, and it's now close to 9:15. I shouldn't have driven away from her street before she was out of her house and inside her car, safely on her way to Donuts. But I didn't want her to notice me. She wouldn't have understood why I spent the whole night on the sidewalk across the street from her house, my eyes barely leaving it. Hell, I have a hard time comprehending it myself. From the moment she left the clubhouse, insisting I didn't have to follow her home to be sure she got there safely, I felt this fear eating away at me, knowing she'd be alone in that house that anyone could get inside of with minimal effort. Now, the only thing keeping me from going haywire is that there are still no spiders in sight outside the diner. But it barely calms me down, and soon there's no patience left in me at all. trying to tame the shitstorm of bad feelings building inside me with a supposedly calming breath. I snatched my phone from the table, ready to say fuck to granting some space to this girl I met a mere week ago and call her instead. If she thinks I'm some sort of demented stalker, then so be it. And let's face it, after how I basically claimed her in front of my brothers yesterday, I don't think I can do much worse in terms of craziness.
Look at me, still in one piece.
My head snaps up just as my phone reaches my ear. Smiling proudly, Cameron drops in the booth, and the first thing crossing my mind is that I wish she had chosen to sit beside me. My nerves have significantly calmed down at her presence alone, but the contact would help me get my temper in check even quicker. My body seems to need the contact with hers to prove the fact she's finally right here. I was about to call you, I confess, setting my phone back on the table. Her smile falls as concern replaces it on her features.
You really are worried about that club. I hope it's not why you look so tired.
There's still no way I can tell her about my sleepless night stalking her neighborhood, though I do feel like shit. With a grin, I lean on the table instead. What if I spent the night taking matters in my own hand, with the sexy image of your pussy clenching around my fingers and the sensation of your clit throbbing on my tongue? Loosening up for the first time since last evening, a resounding laugh pours out of my mouth, catching her outraged face as her eyes wander all around us.
Are you insane?
She whisper yells.
I don't think you realize how deep your voice is. They will all think I'm some slut or something.
No one heard anything, baby, I reassure her. And nobody could think that you, sweet girl all flustered because I brought up how I fingered you, are anything but a respectable teacher. And if they do think otherwise, they better not voice it unless they want their tongue cut out. She points a threatening finger at me as she pins me with a chastising look.
First, you're not cutting any tongues on my watch. Second, sorry, but again, I'm not all flustered.
She rightfully corrects my statement.
Anyway.
She bats a hand between us, dismissing my threat against imaginary suicidal people.
I'm sorry I'm late. Colleen called me when I was about to leave, and I'm one of those people who boringly doesn't use their phone while driving and respects the speed limit. Respectable teacher, remember?
Even her teasing turns me on. I wonder if she realizes it. I also wonder if it's healthy. But neither the beautiful sight of her nor my dick, apparently already used to being in a constant state of semi-arousal, keeps my mind away from the threat Cameron clearly still doesn't take seriously. So, despite having regained my ability to grin, my gaze swerves mechanically to glance at the street. Still empty. My attention veers back to Cam just as she sighs, her eyes spilling out compassion.
I don't want you to think I'm ungrateful, because I really appreciate your concern. But Nate?
She pauses, squinting out the window like I've done it countless times in the 20 minutes I've been sitting here.
You have to see that there's no one following me. There is just no reason for it.
It's going to be a pain in my damn ass getting her to open her eyes to how twisted some people in this world can be. The spiders are part of them. They're ruthless and don't care who they hurt to get what they want. Collateral damage is something they're just fine with. My brothers and I aren't Boy Scouts by any means, but doing harm to women or children isn't something we find tolerable. People would find it barely believable, but we have fucking souls. The spiders just don't. But it's not like I could outright blurt out to Cameron that she's lived a naive life since she was born. She's been raised to see the good in people when life taught me to focus on the dark side of them. The only person I see nothing but the good in is her. But that's only because there's nothing dark to see. Maybe the solution is to stop insisting on making her agree with my concerns and just keep a close eye on her. But whether she's right or wrong, I sure won't slacken my watch on her until I'm sure the spider's presence was nothing more than a coincidence. I'll just try to keep some of my focus on her as well. Noted, ma'am. I let the subject go. Now, what about we take some pancakes to go? I want us to go somewhere.
I'll follow you anywhere if you never call me ma'am again, she quips.
I promise, I grin. Hey, Donna, I'll have some pancakes today, and we'll take our breakfast to go, if that's all right, I call out.
Ready in a sec, honey,
she calls back from behind the counter where she's busy getting some coffee or whatever else.
Where are we going?
Cam asked.
Oh, but I'm wearing a dress today,
she suddenly remembers. If anyone looks at your ass, I can also tear some eyes out of their socket, I say, and she rolls her own eyes. As for where we're going, it's a surprise. Do you trust me?
Well, let's summarize, she starts, trailing off briefly. I've known you for a week. You're the president of a biker club, and you could easily break my neck with one hand. But yes, I do trust you.
There's not the thinnest layer of hesitation in her eyes. She's sincere, and another piece of my guard cracks. Grabbing her hand, I lead her away, ready to guide her into my world even further.
Chapter 9. Cameron. About 30 minutes later, my bottom is sore enough to make me send a silent thank you to Nate for finally stopping his bike. Maybe it'll get better if he keeps having me on it regularly. I think my ass will curse me every time I get on a bike for the rest of my life, I mumble, and Nate laughs lightly. Seriously, yours must have lost all sensations if you keep driving that thing. As long as another part of me never loses them, I'm all good, babe, he retorts, his voice deep with a suggestive edge as he moves closer to me. And please, show some respect to my girl, would you? She's sensitive. He feigns a warning before tasting my mouth with a kiss that quickly takes a fiery turn. His hand disappears into my hair, and with a gentle tug on it, he angles my head the way he wants it while pressing his body against mine. It's enough for the voice that's been telling me what I've been doing since I got back to Texas is all wrong to shut up. This voice doesn't hold a candle to the serenity spreading through me when Nate touches me. His touch gives me a peace I didn't even realize I was missing before he revived it. Yesterday morning was memorable. His fingers stretching me and grazing my greedy flesh awakened a need I had kept quiet for a long time. And despite what I had always been afraid of since losing Colin, guilt didn't tear me apart after Nate made me come. Maybe it was an awful realization to have. Maybe guilt is all I should have been assaulted with. But instead, I couldn't help loving the way Nate's hands made me feel. He breathed some life into me again, and it felt amazing. When he abandons my swollen lips, I say through a breathless, teasing confession, "If you kiss me this way every time I disrespect her, I'm afraid I'll keep doing it." He grunts, his eyes staring at my lips so intently that the gaze alone covers them with tiny tingles. I love the animalistic veil clouding his eyes when he's aroused. "Baby, if you keep moving your gorgeous hips against my dick, I'm going to make a trip back to my teenage years in no time." As if he had told me we were both going to catch on fire, I jump a step back as my gaze drops to his crotch. "Sorry," I grimace. I didn't mean to tease him when I'm still unsure as to whether I should yield to what my body clearly wants. I'm too worried about my head getting cold feet in extremis. That would torture Nate even more than the whole situation already does, if the hardness battling to poke out of his jeans is any indication. I wish... Stop right there. I didn't bring you here for that. Told you yesterday. I get that you're not ready. His tone is firm. Saying that isn't an attempt to provoke a discussion that would bring him to discreetly try to convince me to sleep with him. He means it. "And why did you bring me here? Where are we?" I ask, forcing lightness into my voice as my gaze takes in my surroundings for the first time. Just out of the last town we whizzed past, hedged in a rather green meadow contrasting with the desert I'm more used to, is a house with windows running along the entire front. It looks like the house doesn't even have walls to help it stand. The roof is flat and... Is that a tree on top of the roof? Is this your house? It is, and it is. Come on. As he likes doing, he slides his hand in mine to guide me to the door. It opens directly on a spacious living room filled with slick anthracite furniture contrasting with the white walls. Brick red pieces of decoration are scattered here and there, giving a discreet, colorful touch to the room. With the bright morning sun shining through all these windows, it looks even more beautiful. It's beautiful, I say aloud. But tell me one thing, aren't you slightly too paranoid to be lazing around on a couch set so close to a bunch of windows? My grin is playful, but I'm genuinely curious. And I'd lie if I tried to say a tinge of worry wasn't settling in my stomach, too. These are bulletproof windows, smartass, he explains, and I turn away from him to look at them again. Apparently, bulletproof windows don't look any different than usual windows. The slap on my ass I didn't see coming rips a squeaky, embarrassing cry out of me. Come on. Nate winks at my berating stare when I mechanically spin back around. He walks out of the living room and I follow him, letting his unforeseen manhandling assault slide as we enter a large, light gray and fully equipped kitchen with an equally large island occupying the center of the room. Immediately, my eyes catch the same stand mixer my mom once saved money for 6 months until she could afford it. It's still at home, but hers has an ivory shade where this one is black. My mom had the same one, I tell Nate, running my fingers over the slick surface. Do you bake? I'm afraid I stay clear of the kitchen for everyone's sake, he confesses, setting the bag holding our breakfasts onto the counter. This thing is Alexia's, Liam's kid sister. Well, she's only 5 years younger than him and isn't a kid anymore. But when Liam patched in, he was only 18, just like me and Jace. The 3 of us patched in the same year. We were young, but we took care of her like she was our own sister. Ben and Blaine as well, once they patched in not very long after that. Okay, I blurt out at his explanation, but I'm afraid I don't understand. She lives here then? I mean, with you? What? Oh, no. He smiles when he gets my confusion as to why this Alexia girl's stand mixer is in his kitchen. Alex and Jace were dating until roughly a year ago. Long story short, he broke up with her after his granddad died. The one that owned the cabin at the lake, I remember. He nods and curious hesitation plays on his face before he goes on. Isaac was killed, he says, and my stomach lurches, and he wasn't the only one. His 2 sons, Jace's dad and uncle, were killed too. I hiss in a breath, and I'm pretty sure my face must have lost all colors. It messed up with Jace's head, which is why we think he let Alex go. Sadness pours off him, and during a fleeting second I'm thrown back to the day some policeman called me to inform me of my parents' accident. The spiders? I just ask. Most likely, but without any proof. We're tied. Can't do shit about it. And that doesn't help Jace getting his own shit together. That's why he told the guys to vote me as president instead of him. Anyway, Jace gave me the stand mixer not long after that, grumbling that he'd burn my bikes to ashes if I made a single scratch on it. I managed to get a light laugh out, but what he just said iced any inner smile for sure. He steps closer, sighing. I didn't mean to ruin the mood, but I also don't want to lie to you. It's okay. I already knew your life wasn't exactly a banal one. It's just, I snort, I don't believe in unicorns anymore, but that kind of violence is a lot to process, I admit honestly. You'll find it hard to believe, but you're safe with me. I won't let anyone touch you, he promises, his voice low with a barely noticeable emotion. You made this clear already. I allude to the edgy state he was in at Dona's and how he insisted I spend the night at his club yesterday. Not saying more, He moves back to grab our breakfasts before he leads me away again. We climb up a spiral staircase which gives me an idea to where we're going next, and once we've reached the roof, a whistle leaves me. This is some house he owns. Nate strolls to a lounger on which he makes himself comfortable as I crouch down near the water of his large pool to feel its warmth with my fingers. It's incredible. I look over my shoulder. Do the others all have a house like yours?
They all have one, yes. More or less big. Ben has the biggest one, but he sulked like a kid when he saw my roof. Said he didn't understand why he didn't think about doing something like that. That's probably the first thing I knew I wanted. After growing up in Illinois, I guess I wanted to be able to enjoy the sun more than the guys. They pretty much all come from around here, except for Blaine, but he's from Florida.
Letting my eyes roam around me one more time, sudden chills crawl over my skin, and I freeze after standing up. You said you own several repair shops, but I hope you won't mind me asking this.
No, the shops aren't the only businesses our income comes from,
he interrupts me.
They do more than well because our mechanics are the best in their field, but every shop is also a way for us to clean the money we get through our other businesses,
he says, answering the question he somehow figured out had just flashed through my mind. If I'm being honest, this subject has been in my head since I set foot into his club, but now that it's out in the open, I come to regret my decision of even grazing it. Naively, I chose to believe that biker clubs putting food on the table through an illegal business was just one more cliché about them. Hearing from Nate's mouth that it's not has a vibe of discomfort snaking in me. As I look around at his pool, his jacuzzi, and the palm tree I caught sight of from outside when we arrived, the questions that clash in my head are a heartbeat away from triggering a wave of nausea. But then I remember he also said that they didn't deal with drugs or guns, so,
Cameron,
Nate says, with the same softness I feel through the hand he places on my cheek, and the fact that he left the lounger to meet me registers. Despite my thoughts running wild with anguish and a dawning fear about Nate's activities growing fast, his gentleness sends through me this peace that starts to feel familiar, and oddly, anguish is also what I catch sight of when I look into his eyes. I immediately understand that he's about to explain further what I'm not sure I want to know, but before I can open my mouth to stop him, his words ring out in my ears.
We build bikes that we sell to people involved in street racing across the country.
Bikes. They build bikes. They don't deal drugs. They build bikes. Oh, is all I can manage to get out as relief takes most of the space in my brain.
Basically, we work on the bike engine to increase its power,
which is the illegal part.
The selling part is just as illegal, obviously, but that's all we ever did. I told you the truth yesterday. The club has never dealt with drugs, guns, and other things that would end with a life sentence for us. Not saying that what we do comes with zero risks, but our clients don't know who we are or where we live, so there are slim chances of authorities ever getting to us. We take serious precautions to cover our tracks, and our clients are at least as cautious as we are. They don't want to have cops breathing down their necks either.
I'm glad when he pauses to take a breath, allowing me to speak. You shouldn't have told me this, Nate.
I trust you. Don't ask me why, I just do. But I barely grazed the subject, he says, and the only reason I can't give you any details is because he sighs. No one outside the members knows any details about our business. Some things are even only known by the inner circle. It's precaution. Everyone in our world knows that outsiders such as old ladies or families living a normal life, so to speak, don't know anything, and there's no reason to snatch someone who doesn't know anything. The intake of air I gasp on is out before I can stop it. I now understand better where your paranoid edge comes from. I'll try not to make fun of you again. I attempt to provoke a shift in the serious atmosphere with a mischievous smile, but Nate isn't finished with the heavy stuff, apparently. Hard as it is to believe, we're not hurting anyone, even members of rival clubs, unless they come at us first. This world requires us to be rough to be respected. But if the Chaos Chasers hadn't been what they were when Isaac took me in, I wouldn't have stayed. I'm not a violent man, and I definitely don't condone causing violence just for the fun of it. Because of your father? I ask, and his eyes darken with a hollow, distant look. You told me he's not a good man. Was he abusive? Something serious must happen for someone to completely cut ties with their father. What's sure is that he never needed a club to push his vices to the greatest, he says as an answer. I quickly knew that Isaac and the older members weren't anything like my father, but despite that, he was the one thing that made me hesitate to patch in when the time came. Why? Because I used to be scared I'd inevitably end up like him, angry and violent, bitter for some goddamn reason nobody would ever understand. I was afraid this world that I knew could be violent sometimes would aggravate some genetic predispositions. I'm telling you that because I want you to know I'm not a monster. You're safe with me. Strangely, I don't doubt that for a second. I'm only getting to know him, but I've felt safe around him since the very first day. I know I am, and I don't believe in genetic predispositions, I tell him, but that might just have to do with the fact I was adopted. My parents told me when I was about 8, but they only gave me details about my biological mother when I was 16. She left me a letter, but she didn't say anything about my father. She didn't say anything to my parents about him either, so I've always supposed that he wasn't worth mentioning, you know? I shrug, stealing Nate's spot on the lounger. He joins me, sitting at the edge of it right beside my hips. Where's your real mom now? She's dead. Cancer. That's why she gave me up. I wasn't even 1 year old when she passed away. She's the one who chose my adopted parents, and for that only, I love her. I smile. She chose well. The words she wrote to me in her letter were as sad as they were beautiful. I read it so many times that some words are etched into my brain. 5 months ago, I bought you a cute pink bunny to celebrate your 1-month birthday. 4 months ago, a doctor told me about a cancer that will take me away from you without granting me the chance to see you blow out your first birthday candle. And tomorrow, instead of going to the mall to buy you another cute softie, I'll take you to meet the nice people who will become your parents. Be sure that even if they are wonderful people, it breaks my heart not to be able to guide you myself into this life, sweetie. But Kate and Patrick are kind and lovely. They have a beautiful house with a big garden and a beautiful bedroom. They just don't have a baby for all of this. I'm sure they'll love you very much, Cameron, just as much as I do. These last 2 months, you've made my life the most beautiful life someone can dream of living. You never tried to find your real father, then? Nate asks me, bringing me out of my memories. I shake my head. I've always been afraid of what I would find. Vulnerability settles shortly on his face. So many times growing up, I wished my father had left my mom instead of making her life a living hell. Did he beat her?
I think I know the answer, and my heart is breaking for this little boy I didn't even know. Reaching for his hand, I thread my fingers with his. Despite the emotional turn that this conversation has taken, an electrical jolt has my skin prickling the moment his touches mine. I'm ashamed, but I can't help it. That was his favorite pastime. He would hit her for some stupid reason, like breaking a glass, or for no reason at all. And when he didn't hit her with his fists, he'd do it with his spiteful words. I think he was always an abusive asshole, but when I was little, my mom used to plaster that perfect smile on her face when I was around. Looking back, I think she smiled that much because she wanted me to believe she was happy even though she was miserable. But I eventually grew up and started to see the charade. At first, when I caught her crying, she'd make up excuses. And one day, she stopped smiling to keep up appearances for me altogether. My thumb runs circles over the back of his hand in a soothing motion. Did he kill her? I whisper, my throat closed with emotion. He already told me his mom died a long time ago, but he didn't elaborate as to how it happened. As far as I'm concerned, he did. One day after I came back home from school, she was lying on her bed. I thought she was asleep, but I quickly figured out that she had swallowed an entire bottle of sleeping pills she used to take, probably to tame the fear, at least for a restful night. I guess she had finally reached a point where she couldn't take that life anymore, he supposes. How old were you? 14. She left me a letter saying all her regrets, how much she loved me, and where she hid some cash for me to take if I wanted to get away from that house. Jesus, Nate. I croak out, then clear my throat. What did you do? Is that when you left? You said you've been with the club for 12 years, which means that you stayed an entire year with your father? My back pushes against the lounger and I straighten up, bringing me almost face to face with him when he shifts to properly look at me. Until my mom's death, my father never hit me. If anything, he acted like I wasn't even there, barely talked to me at all. But with my mom gone, I became the punching bag. He finally answers my first question. That lasted for about 7 months. I was too afraid to leave, but when I turned 15 and he beat me unconscious because I forgot to bring him the paper after school, I decided that it was less scary or risky to live on the streets than to live with that sick man. He relates without any emotion, and I close my eyes briefly. 2 days later, when my head stopped killing me, I grabbed the $4,000 my mom had probably needed years to save, and instead of going to school, I climbed on a bus to Dallas and never looked back. And Isaac found you on the streets? After 4 months that felt like years, he says, and the smirk tugging at his lips gives away how much affection rather than sadness he feels as his thoughts go to the man who saved him. I didn't want to spend all my money on hotel rooms until I had figured out what to do, where to get some help or maybe find a job. I only went to a hotel on weekends to take a shower and have one restful night, and when Isaac found me sitting in some alley eating a sandwich while counting my money, I still had about $3,000, he chuckles before he continues. Isaac was a scary man, even at 62, and I thought he was standing over me to rob me, but instead, he started talking to me. He even asked me if I had stolen that money. He sat beside me on the ground, and I told him my story. He offered me a proper dinner then, during which he told me about Jace and the guys, about the club. He finally asked me if I was interested in learning mechanics so I could have a real job someday. That day, he didn't only offer me a job,
but a family. I owe him everything. Around the lump that hasn't left my throat, I say, and now you're helping Melvin just like Isaac helped you. I'm trying to do the right thing, he says, and although I understand why you're on your guard with this life you know so little about, I don't want you to be scared. Not of me, he adds, through a deep murmur that sounds like a plea as his gaze plunges into mine like he's trying to reach my mind. I wouldn't be here if I were scared of you. My last word still fills the small space between us when his mouth attacks mine. That must have been the right thing to say. I welcome his lips and offer him mine naturally, the sensations floating around in my stomach too spectacular to deny. My right leg swings over him, and I move to straddle him, instinctively responding to this need that has only grown stronger since he touched me yesterday morning. The tingles rise on my skin, in my stomach, across my chest. They're everywhere, begging my head to give in to a desire Nate seems to have brought back to life. His tongue masters mine, taking control of the kiss. I love this about him, his strength, his raw nature, the way he doesn't handle me like he would handle a fragile thing made of glass. His kiss is as rough as it's gentle, like he's telling me that he's going to send me to a place where only pleasure exists, but without hurting me. And I want that. I want every primal touch he's willing to give me. When his hand makes contact with the fabric of my damp panties, my eyes roll into my head, and a moan is waiting right at the back of my throat, eager to voice my pleasure. But instead of moaning as I press myself into his palm, I freeze, my body tensing. No, Nate. Swiftly, his hand pulls away from between my legs, and ironically, I could cry from the loss. He denies me his mouth as abruptly, his hooded eyes raking over my face like he's trying to read something on it. I'm sorry, I apologize. We don't have to do anything. He cuts me off. It's not that I don't want you, because I do. I love it when you touch me so much. It's just that I don't think I'll be able to have sex with you. Or even thank you in some inappropriate way. I smile, joking my unease off. I wouldn't ask that from you. I know, I urge. That's the problem. I'd feel selfish. The laugh that seems to be tearing out of him has me frowning. Baby, he starts in this seductive drawl, only aggravating my horny state. Not saying my dick won't hate me later, but do you have any idea what watching your body plead for my hand does to me? He asks, sliding his hand back between my legs. There's not enough remorse in me to flee away this time. This time, a whimper frees itself from my throat, and I even get closer, rocking my hips back and forth. Go ahead. Rub yourself on my hand. He finds a way to groan through the whole sentence, arousal coming out of him in strong waves. You think you're selfish? So am I then, because this is a fucking beautiful view that I'll enjoy getting off to later. Believe me. The image of him jerking off naked on his bed breaks one more brick off the wall standing between us, and my own heated gaze flicks down to the proof of my effect on him. The moment my hand sneaks between our bodies and fumbles with his jeans, it's Nate's turn to stiffen. Cam, what? No, you don't. Killing any words he was about to say, another growling sound rumbles deep in his chest and throat when my hand dips into his boxers and takes out what I've been wanting to see for more than a day.
His cock shoots out with barely any help, proudly going to rest against his defined abs. Jesus. I swallow hard at the sight of him, almost certain my tone sends praise on its own. This view alone has me clenching down there and seeking Nate's touch with a strengthening frenzy while I enfold his cock in a firm grip. He hisses a sharp breath even before my hand starts moving on him, and when the slow pace I first work him with eventually picks up to match the grinding motions of my hips, the brown of his eyes shifts into a shade I have yet to see so dark. A savage movement of his hand that's probably already drenched with my arousal pushes my panties aside. Like he needs to check out if I'm wet, his fingers run along my lips, parting them, to finally find my entrance that he only teases with a light touch. Always needing more, I move my ass until I feel his fingertips stretching me. But since my position doesn't allow them to dive deeper, I push up on my knees a little. Nate still watches me with this primal look as I lower back on his two fingers that easily find their way deeper inside my slick walls. For no more than a short second, my eyes flutter closed and my hand on him stops its stroking motions. But when I start pushing up and down on his slightly arched fingers, my hand goes back to mimicking the movements almost in sync.
Yes, take what you need,
he wheezes through his teeth.
Fuck my fingers.
At the very least, I should feel weird for what I'm doing, but I don't. Not even slightly. This is the most erotic thing I've ever done. And maybe it's why I don't blame myself for doing it. It's so different from what Colin and I did that I don't feel like I'm cheating on him. But it's not like there's even a small amount of space left in me for any thoughts of that kind anyway. The climax creeping up holds the promise of such a force that there's nothing else for me to do but keep using Nate's fingers to get me there as fast as possible. The feel of him rock hard in the crook of my hand, his breathing regularly hitching, and the sight of him surrendering to the pleasure I'm giving him intensifies my own delight. And when the expected power of my orgasm crashes into me, I let it whisk me away from reality for as long as I possibly can. Nate's feral grunt weaves in my heavenly daze at some point, and I can make out his cock jerking as it's still trapped in my frozen grip. I'm not standing, but even this kneeling position is impossible to maintain when my orgasm fades and my muscles slacken. My limp body collapses on Nate, who is thankfully able to support me despite his own mushy state. His fingers still inside me, he nips at a sensitive spot on my neck, earning a whimper that once more escapes my control.
Don't worry,
he rasps out, a grin perceptible in his voice.
If you want more later, I'll gladly help. In the meantime, if you want me to wash your dress, you'll have to help me figure out how my washing machine works. Cora, my very nice cleaning woman, is the only one who ever touches the thing.
Pulling away from him without unfolding my arms from around his neck, I look down and laugh at the creamy stains scattered on the dark green of my dress.
This is another image I'll easily get off to later,
he drawls in a sated tone, and I just keep smiling like an idiot. It's a smile I never thought would settle on my face ever again. And I'm not talking about the satisfied one, but the carefree one. Or maybe I'm talking about both. I'm not sure what it is I'm doing with Nate, and I don't want to let questions ruin this moment either. Nate doesn't give me the opportunity to speak anyway. Moving inside me, His fingers stroke a wonderful spot that has my entire body tensing and several moans leaving me.
I think we're going to create more images for me to fantasize about before doing the laundry,
he decides, and I don't resist.
Chapter 10. Nate. When I grab my buzzing phone and glimpse Melvin's name written on the screen, my heart smashes against the walls of my chest as dread courses through me and settles deep in my gut at the same time. It's an irrational reaction, I'm aware, but worrying about a girl is a sensation so new to me that it's fucking hard to find a way to fight it. I'm still trying to when I slam the phone to my ear, and what I'm met with only makes me realize the anguished bad feeling that seized me was legitimate. Prez, you need to come back here, now. I don't know what in the fucking hell happened. It flared up out of fucking nowhere. He shouts on the other end of the line, and my body shifts into a useless block of frozen muscles right after I cross the threshold of my bedroom on my way out. Cold sweat damps every inch of my skin. My hand stiffens so forcefully around my phone, I'm afraid I'll crush the thing before I can force Melvin to admit he's full of shit. Don't know why he'd lie, but I'm praying for it all the same. What the fuck are you saying? I bark as I somehow get my body to respond to me again. Rushed steps move me straight toward the front door, and I'm fucking happy I came back home to take a shower instead of going to the club. It means I'll get to Cam's house a little faster. It's on fire. Her house. Fuck, I don't know what happened. It flared up so fast. I tried to get inside, Prez, I swear. But the fire's everywhere. It's everywhere. Don't fucking move, I command and hang up, unable to listen to more of his panicked explanations. It's on fire. As I throw myself on my bike, my mind goes everywhere. On the road ahead as I try to keep myself alive long enough to get to her, on what the fuck happened in the span of a short hour that has passed since I rode away from her street, and on the dread coercing a large lump of sickness to swell in my throat and a heavy weight of terror to press on my chest. Minutes later, I shut off my bike and race toward Melvin as I glance at the firefighters gathered at the foot of a ladder set against the facade of Cam's house. It reaches a window, but I don't know what room it is. But since Cam never turned the light on in that room last night, I'm pretty positive it's not her bedroom, though it doesn't give me any indication as to where she is and how bad the situation is. What I do know is that thick black smoke is dancing out of almost every window in sight. Sirens are screaming through the silent late evening, so neither Melvin nor the cop standing in front of him heard me arrive. They're both still unaware of my presence when I approach them, now close enough to make out the cop's words. I'll need you to follow me now, he commands. With a wary step backward, but without shrinking back in front of the blue, Melvin growls. Fuck that. I'm not going anywhere with you. I didn't do shit. Don't make a scene, boy. Not your boy, understand? If my skin weren't burning with an asphyxiating fear, I'd praise the kid for standing up for himself in front of a cop. You! Where is she? Is she out? Did she get out? Did you see her? Not giving two fucks about cutting off the blue, I ignore him. But my murderous gaze lands on his face anyway when he decides he doesn't care I'm not addressing him and opens his mouth. Look at the house, he says to me, superiority pouring out of his tone as much as it pours out of his gaze. If anyone was inside, it's too late. Shut the fuck up, I roar as a furious step moves me toward the motherfucker, even though I know his words were perfectly calculated. The arrogance packed into the ghost of a smile pulling at his mouth is proof enough. Should have known he'd try to goad me at the first occasion. Cops hate our guts. Any time we happen to run into each other, they give a try at getting a rise out of us. It seems to be instinctive, like every one of them is driven by the dream of jubilating while throwing our asses in jail, even if it's for a couple of hours only. You'd think we spend our days hunting down their puppies to barbecue them at the way they despise us, when really, we just stay fucking clear of them. Prez. Unlike 10 minutes ago on the phone, Melvin is calm when he speaks, and the hand he places on my chest barely presses, but his voice also comes out in a firm way a prospect would never use talking to his president. Since it's just what I needed to restrain myself from grabbing the cop by the collar, a rash reaction that would most likely end up with me being cuffed in the back seat of his car. I'm not holding it against him. Even through the dim light of the street, I can see the cop's face reddening with anger. He'll have to suck it up, though, because I'm not here for this shit. Before he can give another shot at playing the big bad cop with me, the blazing house behind me is back to being the only thing on my mind. The front door is slightly open, and that's all my eyes can see. I can't have a proper look inside from where I stand, so I stride toward it. Hey, Get back! Sir, get back! Whoever this thundering, sharp voice belongs to is most likely shouting his command at me, but they can all go fuck themselves. I need to get to Cam. I need to help her. I said, get back! The man repeats as I'm about to reach my goal, but this time the words hit my ears more loudly as strong hands stop my progression. Let me the fuck go! She's in there! I shout, even though he obviously doesn't know who she is. Jesus, she's in there. You can't get in, Prez. Fire's everywhere in the entryway. Look at the smoke coming out. I shoot a glare at Melvin, who is one of the guys battling hard with my own strength to hold me back. The other one must be a firefighter, since it wasn't the stupid fuck of a cop who just told me to move back. Melvin doesn't cower under my scowling stare as he goes on. I swear I tried, he says, and I can tell he did, as I glimpse the black spots on his face I only now notice. There's too much smoke. You can't see shit. Just let them do their job, Prez. The cops will cuff you if you don't calm down, and that won't help her. I know he's right, but it doesn't tone down the whirlwind of fear stewing right under my skin. My breathing has turned erratic, and my fists itch to plant themselves into anything or anyone. Before my temper can shift into full maniac mode, someone roars, "Clear! Get to work now!" There's no time for me to process what the other firefighter yelled, because the one with his hand still on me speaks. "Heard this? No one is in the house. Whoever it belongs to, they weren't there when the fire started," he asserts, and releases me as my muscles relax with the help of the relief pumping through my veins. But the peaceful reprieve doesn't last. But where the fuck is she then? I'm not really asking, rather voicing the question to myself, but the firefighter answers anyway before jogging away. "I'm afraid I can't help you with this." Melvin is standing in front of me the next second, and his voice is low when he says, "This isn't accidental, Prez. It flared up too fast. No need to be a professional to know it's impossible for a fire to spread this fast without some help. I swear, there was no sign. No one entered." He pauses, his gaze gauging me. "At least, no one entered by the front door." My eyes close briefly while I force my legs to keep doing their fucking job and support me. Melvin didn't voice what he thinks has happened, but the words passed between us in a fucking loud silence. She's been... The truth I try to voice gets stuck in my throat. Quietly, Melvin gets it out for me. "I think they knew she was watched over and did the job discreetly. Don't know how exactly, but... yeah, I think they snatched her." Fucking hell! I roar into this fucking night of hell, the hopeless sound echoing against every wall of every house around us. Bending over, I set my hands on my thighs to breathe through the rage brewing in my boiling blood. "You want me to call the VP?" Forcing a deep breath to feed my lungs, I don't answer him and straighten back up to tear my phone out of my pocket to call Jace myself. As I wait for him to answer, my eyes wander around me. People have gathered on the sidewalk across the street, whispering into each other's ears. Typical suburban people. At least they keep the local PD busy with their nosy questions. "Yeah. I'm at Cam's. They snatched her. I'm heading to the Spiders." I fire up the information. "Wait, fuck, you sure about that? Her house is well on its way to burning to the fucking ground, and she's missing. There's no time to launch into a fucking brainstorming about every possible scenario. I'm heading there now," I reiterate as I stride back to my bike. "Hey, slow down. You can't just go in there and charge at them, Nate." He tries to reason with me, not knowing there's no point. "Not asking your permission." "Fuck, Nate. Okay, we're on our way." "No, you stay put. I'll call you," I tell him, already straddling my bike. He snorts. "Not asking for your permission." He uses my own words and hangs up. As my bike rockets on the road, the roar of Melvin's bike meets my ear, and I know he's on my heels. This is a boy we won't regret patching in. He's brave and loyal, which will make him one hell of a good member soon. We flee south, and as if the turn that this night has taken wasn't dramatic enough, rain starts to fall over us, pouring straight away as every drop bashes the asphalt in a deafening clatter growing rapidly. Water flows on the road, but even the slippery surface can't get me to slow my speed down. After 10 minutes of a ride, even I consider suicidal. I squint to my left where an SUV just appeared. Through the downpour, I only barely discern Ben sitting in the passenger seat, and whoever is driving overtakes me and leads the way until we hit Spiders' territory. They must have driven like hell to catch up with us, It must be Blaine driving then. I'm sure the guy could maneuver a car through a hurricane like a fucking pro. The car comes to an abrupt stop roughly half a mile away from the gate hiding the fucker's clubhouse, and I abandon my bike behind it. My brothers shout my name, but the impassable black wrought iron is my only goal. My eyes are already studying the thing to figure out how hard crossing it is going to be, even when gunfire resounds, slamming loudly into every building raised around us. It's like there's not enough unoccupied room in my mind to measure the immediate danger assaulting us, because retreating isn't my first instinct. I'm the first astounded by my reaction, or lack thereof, the moment I realize Ben has dragged me away and behind the SUV. "Fuck, Nate. I need to get to her," I snarl. I have a gun myself, which I apparently didn't think it'd be wise to pull out yet, so I can make it. I can get to her. They have her, there's no doubt. They were waiting for us because they knew we'd come. They have her. "We need to move back," Jace counters harshly. "It was stupid to come here, damn it. We need to get back to the club and call some backup. The closest charter—" "I'm not leaving her here," I growl, cutting short his useless constructive thinking. "I know you don't know her, but—" It's me who doesn't get to finish my sentence this time. Crawling on the ground, Jace is right in my face in the next breath. "You think I'm such a heartless bastard? You're right, I don't know her, but I know you. And even if you didn't obviously care about her, you seriously think I'd just sit here and watch a girl being snatched by men who could—" The darkest glare I've ever sent my best friend's way has him trailing off. There's no way I can let myself imagine what they might be doing to her right at this moment. I just can't. "I'll help you, bro," he swears, sliding a hand over his drenched hair. "We all will, but this isn't the way." My voice is gruff when I agree. "I know, but I can't leave her here and just go back, Jace. I can't do this. Let's say we barge in. Hell, let's say we only try to break through this gate, Nate. You know they'll put a bullet in you before we even get to touch it. How will you be able to help her if you're dead? We need help, and we can't wait for it here." My back is still pressed against the car, and I spend another handful of seconds on the ground, motionless beside my brothers who came here for me. Jace is right. They'll kill me. But not only me. They'll kill my brothers too, and I can't let that happen. Cameron's face pops right into the forefront of my mind. I inwardly promise her to come back, and then I inhale a deep breath through my nose as I give Jace a nod. Someone is going to have to take my bike so I can call Grant on our way back. He'll help. Grant is the president of a charter located in New Mexico. I trust him almost as blindly as I trust my brothers. He can be here with his men in a couple of hours if they hit the road now and drive fast. "I'll take it," Liam says, leaving his squatted position near the back of the car. That's when I note the presence of 2 more SUVs sloppily parked on the sidewalk. My brothers all came, those who were at the club at least. On this, Jace glances on his right and shouts his command. "Back to the club!" Liam and Melvin lead the way, their bikes roaring to life, as I climb numbly in the car. Jace joins me in the back seat while Ben sits beside Blaine, who's revving the car in reverse. The wheels squeal into the quiet night as my gut roils with the nauseating impression of abandoning Cam to a terrible fate. We haven't even left the town limits and my phone is at my ear. Grant answers quickly. "Nate, all good in Twickenham?" "Not exactly. I need help. Spiders just took a friend of mine. Fuck. How do I explain how important it is that he helps me with this? How important Cameron is? Groaning because I can't get a damn word out, I bristle in my seat. Jesus fucking damn Christ. Ben seethes with irritation as he spins around in his seat and stretches his arm to snatch my phone right from my hand. "Hey, Grant, it's Ben. Cameron, the girl who's been snatched, is Nate's old lady. The fucker is just slow like that sometimes." "What in the F?" "Okay, man, thanks." He responds to whatever Grant said. "Here." He hands me my phone back and turns back around. 20 men are on their way." No other comment, and I don't ask for an explanation as to what just happened. Clearly, he said what he said to convince Grant and his guys to help us. Though Ben never lies. Not to people he respects and who respect him at least. He has a big fucking problem with lies. But why would he say that? He barely knows Cam, and I only got closer to her a couple of days ago for God's sake. Besides, he knows I'm not into that old lady thing. And even if that was the case, I'm the last guy a girl like Cam would want to be in a relationship with. Relationship. Fucking God. I don't even know why these questions distract my mind from what matters. Cam's safety is what matters. There's no time for a pathetic introspection. There's one thing that needs to be done, and it's getting her back before I go crazy with images of what they must be doing to her.
Chapter 11. Cameron. Please be here. Please, please, please be here. That's the only thought playing on a loop in my head at the moment. Nate has to be here. I'm too weak to even contemplate going anywhere else to find him. I wouldn't even know where to go anyway. His house is way too far away for me to go there walking. No, he has to be here. Besides the relentless hope doing its best to convince me I'm going to see him very soon, my brain can solely process the painful cold that's been gripping at every inch of my skin for the past, I don't even know, hour, 2 hours, maybe more, I have no idea. And I had no idea the temperatures in the desert could get so low at night either. But the rain only made it worse, I suppose. 2 attempts are needed before I succeed in typing the front gate code of the clubhouse that Nate begged me to memorize yesterday. Thankfully, the gate then opens despite my trembling fingers. I think it closes back automatically behind me, but I don't glance over my shoulder to confirm my assumption. I keep moving forward, laboriously, but I keep moving. When I finally make it to the front door, after vanquishing the last few steps of this hall from hell, I fall, half-bent on the hard ground, my bare knees hitting it just as I get close enough to the doorknob to grab it. I manage to gather the right amount of strength to turn it, but my hand hurts from the banal gesture. My fingers feel like they could easily break with the small, shivering pressure I have no choice but to put on the round, cold metal. For a frightening second, it hits me that the door could be locked, which would force my body to produce some more strength to knock on it loud enough. But then it creaks open slowly as I'm still on my knees, unable to find a way to stand back up. The profuse light coming from inside assaults me even before I've passed the threshold entirely, my eyes pinching on their own as they struggle to adjust. It's weird because, from what I remember, the club isn't the most luminous place I've ever been in. Despite my tired, quivering body, I manage to enter completely while still rambling inner prayers to find Nate here. I try to give a push to the door to close it, but I miss my goal as I find a way to somehow fall even lower, landing on one hip as my right shoulder harshly bashes into a hard wall. Even through a wince of pain, my eyes try to do a quick appraisal of the place, but my head can only lift up enough to see dark jeans and black boots thumping on the floor as barked curses ring above me. The large boots of whoever is rushing toward me get closer, and soon the door is slammed shut on my left. "Prez!" The guy now standing in front of me barks loudly. I think it's that prospect I helped with his cooking, Melvin. "Hey, you with me, Cameron?" he asks me, his voice much softer than the one he used to call out to Nate. "Where are you hurt, sweetheart?" His squatting position allows me to see his face now. I was right. It's Melvin. Cold. Nate? I thought I'd warm up quickly once I made it here. The air was quite hot in here the other day, but it doesn't feel like the cold is going to let me breathe anytime soon. Again, it probably has something to do with the fact that I'm thoroughly soaked, or that I'm only wearing a thin top over my panties. My teeth grind, and my knees are so tightly brought up to my chest that they dig into my ribs, making the pain I feel there worse. I want to see Nate so badly that I would wail if I hadn't already cried every tear in me while lost in the desert and trying to find my way back to him.
"Prez!"
Melvin yells again, thankfully after glancing over his shoulder. My head is killing me, too.
"Cam!"
My name on Nate's lips is mixed with a guttural growl, but it's a sweet sound to hear anyway. My gaze shifts up extremely slowly, but my chin can't mimic the motion as it sticks to the top of my hands, covering my scratched knees. As more loud steps pound on the floor, I wish this night hadn't seen me ending up wearing so little, but there's very little room for self-consciousness in me. All I want is to see Nate, and when his strong features replace Melvin's, I exhale quietly. "Nate," I force a whisper out. "I'm so cold."
"Someone find a fucking blanket!"
Someone barks from somewhere in the room.
"Are you hurt at your stomach, Cameron?"
Nate's voice is much quieter than the other one, but it's also filled with anguish. Both of his hands hover over my body, just inches of my mostly bare skin, but his palms never make contact with it. It's as though he's scared of touching me.
"Cam, I need you to let me see your stomach,"
he adds in a gentle yet commanding tone, which makes me realize I didn't answer him. Since he seems so adamant about seeing my stomach, I stretch out my legs, though at an incredibly slow pace. The smallest movement is still coming with a sharp pain, making me fear that my bones will break if I attempt to move faster. As soon as my legs are outstretched in front of me, Nate slightly tugs my top up.
"Doesn't look like it's her blood, but the bruise on her ribs looks nasty. Something could be cracked."
Someone with a voice that sounds familiar says. A gasp escapes me when Nate's strong, thick arms circle me right before he lifts me from the floor with very delicate gestures.
"I've got you, baby,"
he soothes against my ear once he's standing with me in his arms. My head leans instinctively to rest on his shoulder, and my eyes close as he speaks again, this time a little louder and to someone else.
"I want Doc here now."
Then he's moving, and I whimper weakly when a sore spot on my face rubs against the leather of his cut. But there's no way I can hold my head up. The pain is shoved to the back of my mind anyway when someone places what must be a blanket over me. The soft, warm fabric feels nice against my cold skin, just like Nate's body heat does, so I'm not sure why I'm still quivering in his arms.
"Can you talk to me, Cameron? Say something,"
he pleads, distress heavy in his murmur. He holds me so tight that I can feel the rushed pulse of his heart as he walks up the stairs. Behind us, someone shouts way more forcefully,
"Call Doc! Check outside and lock down! Everyone stays put and ready!"
Nate's pace stays even, not overly hurried but purposeful anyway, until we enter his room. Even with my eyes shut, I can tell that's where he carried me. The smell of him, a captivating mix of leather and mint, floats around me. It's comforting. After what I went through and what I did tonight, I'm stunned that something so trivial can comfort me, but it does. His smell and touch are greatly appeasing.
"Tell me something, baby,"
he urges one more time. This time, again, I hear him clearly. My mouth just won't find enough willpower or strength to open. It takes the blanket being removed from my still wet skin to rip out of me the ghost of a whimper. Then I'm jostled a little before I feel myself sitting, or half lying rather, on something as cold as I am. The sound of water flowing quickly resonates in the room, but it's not the shower Nate turned on. I think we're in the bathroom, and he's got a bath running. I'm in the bathtub, and he's in it with me as my back rests against his front.
You'll be okay soon. Just try to open your eyes, all right? You'll be okay.
His voice is a rasp of lingering anguish, and I can't even reassure him. Soon, warmth meets my skin as the water reaches my feet. A shiver courses through me from head to toe, even though the sensation of the warm liquid sliding slowly up my legs is blissfully amazing. While massaging my arms with his hot, calloused hands, Nate keeps whispering pleading demands for me to talk to him. I still don't, but I soon start to feel better. The quivers stopped being so wild they bordered on painful, and I focus on the water that engulfs my body more and more. That, I mumble, feels good.
Thank God. You with me, baby? Talk to me,
he implores me, his embrace tightening even more. When I spent the day here watching him interact with his friends, I noticed how much softer his voice was when I was the one he was talking to. It's even softer now, but it's laced with a panic I'm sure I could tame by speaking one or two more words to him. I wish I could, but I'm so tired, and it's so comfortable to be held by him that I only want to stay here doing nothing but listening to the water flowing.
Cam, please,
he insists with such a despair that guilt torments me for being so selfish. I fight against the growing sleepiness so I can soothe him, but my attempt at reassurance ends up being no more than a string of weak murmurs. Tired. Really, it's good. Tired.
I know, but please, I need you to tell me what...
That's all I hear of his question. Whatever he wants to know is lost to me as everything around me becomes black and silent.
Chapter 12. Nate. Blood splatters as I feel the skin on my knuckles split. The only reason my hand's not broken is because the plaster wall yielded under the force of my fist colliding with it. A furious storm brews inside me. It's dark and powerful. I'm dying to make those motherfuckers bleed as much as I'm dying to barrel back into my room and shield Cameron's body with mine until I know without a doubt that she's safe, until I can see straight again. Walking away from her killed me, but when Doc arrived 5 minutes ago, I knew his job would be easier without me seething beside him every time I took in one more bruise spoiling Cam's smooth skin. And there's the exam I sure don't want to witness. The one that'll send me on a killing spree if the result is the one I'm terrified it's going to be, considering Cam showed up here with nothing but her panties and her top covering her battered, shivering body. The exam that will tell me whether or not those bastards, who will soon be 6 feet under, raped her. Every instinct urges me to bend over and hurl. Nothing can quell the fear and sickness that's been rolling in my stomach since the minute I laid eyes on her huddled up on the fucking floor. Nate. Jace clamps a hand on my shoulder, but the contact is brief. He says nothing more than my name, but the question he has on his mind is easy to sense through his tone and the gravity of his voice. My eyes stay locked on the damaged wall as I'm barely able to get the words out. I don't know yet. I don't know if they raped her. No, that's not the truth. Deep down, I do know. I do know what they did, but I'd rather pretend she didn't go through something like that until Doc confirms the sickening truth. Did she say anything at all? The blood on her top. My head shakes slightly, anger flaring in my blood all over again. There are so many questions I need to have fucking answers to. Who does the blood on her belong to? Why does she have scratches all over her feet? Where did she spend the past few hours? It makes no sense for the spiders to have brought her back here, so she must have run. That would explain why she was drenched in freezing cold, at least. She only said she was tired. She dozed off not long after I started to warm her up in a bath. This is seriously fucked up. I'm sorry I thought you were in the wrong about the spiders tailing her. But she has no ties to them, Nate. Blaine found fucking nothing. There must be something, I growl. They took her for a reason. They want her. That much is obvious to me now. And I want to rip their spines out of them for even thinking of putting their filthy hands on her. She means something, right? I stiffen at his question I didn't expect, but it only surprises me shortly. Before Cameron, no girl had ever crossed the threshold of my club with me, let alone holding my hand, so his interrogation is legitimate. I have no idea how to answer this, though. I'm not enough of a hypocrite to bullshit him and say she doesn't mean a thing to me, but I'd also be lying saying I know what it is she means. I don't get attached to anyone, ever, yet the few strides I had to put between us feel like thousands of miles. Your hand okay? He goes on, switching the subject when silence is all I offer him. Doc should check it out while he's here. Lowering my gaze to look at my bloody knuckles, I clench and unclench my fist a couple of times, proving it still works just fine. I don't give a flying shit about my hand anyway. I blurt out instead of answering. I'll skin them alive, Jace. I'll start a war. I don't fucking care. They'll fucking suffer. All of them will pay, painfully. And we'll be right behind you, he vows. This is my fucking fault, I seethe. Bullshit, he shoots back, leaning against the wall. How could this be your fault? Because I didn't insist for her to stay here. I should have. You asked her to stay at the club? He asks, surprised. He knows that I watched her house last night, just as I had planned to do tonight, but I didn't tell him I offered for her to stay here, at least for a while. She said no because she doesn't understand this life, I only say. I should have made her understand that those people are more than sick. Fuck. There's no way I can confess that, not even to Jace. I didn't insist because I didn't want Cameron to believe I'm like them, like the spiders. I didn't want her to feel forced to do anything she didn't want to. I didn't want to scare her off and watch her flee me like hell was on her heels. And now that's exactly what she's going to do as soon as she's back on her feet, or even before that. The thought isn't bearable. Rage and dread unfurl me when I think about not seeing her again. I don't want to watch her walk out of my life like this past week hasn't existed. I want to keep eating breakfast with her, and I want to keep talking to her. I want to keep seeing her smile, hearing her laugh. I don't want to let any of this go. The quiet creak of my door has me whirling around just as Doc comes out of my bedroom, his head bowed at first as he clicks the door back shut softly. How is she? Did she wake up? Did she say anything? Should I take her to the hospital? His head and hands raise and sink. She's still asleep. She went back and forth between sleep and semi-consciousness while I was examining her, but she couldn't stay alert, and the only thing she mumbled was your name, he tells me, and it's taking every ounce of strength I possess to keep myself from spinning around and widening the hole behind me before going to her. At this point, I need to be in my room with her as much as I need to hear what Doc has to say. There are no signs of head trauma, which means her drowsiness isn't due to a concussion, and that's good. It looks like her temperature and exhaustion were the main problems. You did good with the bath. Although supposing that there had been traces of seminal fluids, the water most likely wiped them off, he says, and goes on in a rush when my jaw ticks. There is not a single physical sign of rape, though. That's also a good thing because when the victim fights back, signs are always visible, even if it's only slightly. You think she could have been drugged? Jay steps in, which would easily explain why there are no physical signs of rape. No need to be a doctor to understand that. Under the influence of a drug, she wouldn't have been able to fight the fuckers back. He sighs. There's a possibility, yes. That's why she's now the only one who can give you a sure answer about whether or not she was sexually assaulted. It would also explain why she can't stay alert. I took some blood to test it, he adds. I'll keep you updated on what I find. There is no fever or allergic reaction of any sort, which is also good. Inhaling deeply through my nose, I rub a hand on my face as I'm barely able to master my volatile fury. What about the bruises? Her stomach? Superficial. The one on her ribs is the worst. I don't think anything is cracked, but an X-ray would be the only way to be sure about that. Overall, her breathing is solid, her heartbeat strong and steady. I think she's mostly exhausted. If she's in any pain when she wakes up, I left some painkillers on the nightstand. As for the blood on her shirt, you were right. It can't be hers."
"And her feet?"
Jace asks. "The cuts and scratches show that she ran outside, so does her body temperature. We all know the temperature can drop around here at night, and the downpour we've had all night didn't help. In my opinion, she spent a couple of hours outside, either running or kept somewhere large enough for her to have tried to escape. But she definitely spent some time outside."
Jace shakes his head. "They wouldn't have taken her anywhere but to their clubhouse. That's where they're untouchable."
"You think she escaped before they got there?" I ask him.
"Sounds logical. It's been about 4 hours since her house flared up. If she ran to the point of grazing hypothermia, she must have started running early on."
I nod. All of it makes sense. "Take the guys. Search the desert between here and the spiders. Before you say anything else, that's where my duty ends." Doc barges in, discreetly pointing out the fact that I've started to say too much in front of him.
I'm losing focus here.
"Yeah, okay," I mutter. "No more than 4 painkillers a day, and only if she can't go without. Also, if she starts having a fever, it could be an infection brought on from the scratches on her feet. I disinfected the grazes and small cuts, and since they aren't deep by any means, it's unlikely she'll develop a fever. But if it happens, give me a call. I'll be back with antibiotics." I give him one curt nod to agree to what he all said. "Thanks." Just as he walks away and down the stairs, I turn back to Jace. "Not sure what you should look for, but the blood on her shirt doesn't sit well with me. Besides, they might still be looking for her, probably in our territory, and they don't have shit to do here."
"Grant will be here soon. I called him to tell him they could go back, but he said they'd come anyway."
"Good. You'll have some backup if needed. Be careful anyway. Spiders have gotten reckless for some reason. I don't know what's up with Rod, so be careful." Rod is not only the president of a club that despises us, he's also the sickest man I've ever met, even sicker than my father, which is saying something.
"Sure,"
he answers, turning away. I'd come, but
"Don't."
He cuts me off.
"I'll keep you posted."
Jogging down the stairs, he shouts orders, and I can hear everyone launching into action instantly. Normally, I'd be right beside my brothers in such a situation. Then again, this exact situation is a damn first. So tonight, I let them rush out of the club as I don't waste another moment and go back to the girl I haven't been able to protect. My breath hitches to see her lying there. She looks so fragile buried under the covers, her bruised face the only thing peeking out. I'm torn between racing toward the bed to wrap myself around her and going after the motherfuckers who did this to her so I can have the pleasure of burning them alive. But in the end, I can't leave her. I need to stay here until I know she's going to be fine. As quietly as I possibly can, I grab some jeans in my drawer, since mine are still damp from the bath, and I swing by the bathroom to quickly dry myself before going back to Cam. But despite my furious need to join her and nestle her wounded body into my arms, I restrain myself. First, because I'm afraid I would only hurt her more, but also because I have no idea whether she wants anyone touching her right now.
Chapter 13. Cameron. Panic is what crashes into me first when I come back to enough consciousness for my brain to process where I am and what happened before sleep took me away. It's like my breathing realizes that it shouldn't be working so calmly and forces itself to engage in a crazy cadence as my body jolts upright. At the same time, my heart jumps into my chest, but only until a voice I remember I have been dying to hear soothes it some. "It's okay, Cameron. You're safe now. It's okay." My gaze jerks to my right to see Nate rushing toward the bed, apparently coming from somewhere near the window. Some peace washes over me at the sight of him. I do feel safe when he's near me. His own panic is painted all over his face, so I'm surprised by the delicateness he puts into sitting down on his bed next to me. I'm only jostled a little by his cautious motions, but it's enough to reveal how sore I am, although less so than I was before I fell asleep. My eyes lower to land on the shirt I'm wearing, and even though I'm relieved that the top I had on before is gone, the memory of it bullies the panic I just started to let go of into strengthening back full force as images of last night flash through my mind repeatedly, vividly. Bloody images that asphyxiate me with the need to scream. But my hand coming up to cover my mouth keeps the cries locked in.
Cam, what's...
I think that Nate's voice follows me, but it's like blood is all that thumps clearly into my ears as I fumble with the covers, my eyes already set on the bathroom door. As it's been left slightly open, I push through it without slowing my pace down. Then I stagger all the way to the toilet before I finally reach it. Thank God the lid isn't shut because I barely have the time to fall on my knees before I vomit. My eyes water instantly, and even when I get rid of everything that was left in my stomach, nausea keeps making me dry heave forever. At some point, once the sickness allows me to breathe again, I discern the patterns drawn on my back by a soothing hand.
It's all right, baby,
Nate says, his voice strangely wavering. I had a peek at his vulnerability the day he confessed to me his sorrowful childhood, but he never showed even a glimpse of the emotion that seems to be controlling him now.
Breathe slowly. You're gonna be okay.
He goes on, his promise ending on a whisper. There's no doubt in my mind he believes this, but he also doesn't know what happened. He wouldn't sound so sure if he knew. Despite being already on my knees, I can feel the moment my legs give way. As if they were made of jelly, they fail to support me altogether. I end up sort of sitting right beside the toilet, my face half hovering over the bowl. My head is dizzy as the sickness lingers. The images of last night are etched in my mind. They're impossible to erase. I can't get them to leave me alone. I just can't. My tears are hot and profuse as they course down my cheeks, preceding the sobs I fought tooth and nail, but can't hold back any longer. Now that the stinging cold stopped paralyzing my body and mind, what happened becomes too real again to be tolerable. So is the fear of what my future is going to be after last night. Oh, God, what am I going to do?
Cameron, please, you need to calm down and talk to me.
Nate pleads with me.
I can help you, but you need to talk to me.
Help me? How could he? No one can. It's too late now. It's too late. I hiccup. A deep breath later, I'm only shortly proud of myself for finally gathering enough courage to look at him. On his knees next to me, he's white as a sheet, and his eyes are closed as he seems to be processing the ugliness of what happened and can't stomach the truth. But it doesn't make sense. He can't possibly have guessed it.
What did they do?
Somehow, he gets the words out without actually moving his lips. His jaw's so tight I'm sure I'd hear his teeth grind if my heartbeat wasn't still echoing in my ears. When he opens his eyes, rather reluctantly, his brown irises scream a deep pain with a dark wrath simmering behind it. Words are hanging on the tip of my tongue, but shaking my head in repetitive slow motions is all I can do. I can't hear myself say what those men wanted to do to me, let alone what I did to them. Somehow, he knows I was kidnapped by the spiders, but I can't probe for details about that. Fighting to keep my gaze on his, I implore him instead. Can you hold me? His touch is the only thing that can quiet my thoughts at the moment. I can't think of anything else to help me. At first he doesn't move, as some sort of surprise crosses his face. But then he sits down on the floor, his back going to rest against the shower door right before he pulls me to him with a carefulness that has my tears leaking again. I'm glad he's shirtless. The skin of his chest is warm against my cheek when I lean into him, and he smells like his leather and mint scent, even though he doesn't have his cut on. I breathe him in, hoping it'll be enough for me to push away every splash of red from behind my eyes.
"Are you hurting? Are you in pain?"
he asks. I'm really sore, I guess, but I'm okay. My left cheek and my ribs are where the pain registers the most, but it's in no way unbearable. Maybe when my brain starts to assimilate something other than the horrific events of last night, I will curse at my bruised body, but thankfully, my current numbness helps me put that aside for now.
"You want to tell me what happened?"
His voice is quiet, almost like, despite asking, he isn't sure he wants me to relate that ghastly story.
"You can tell me anything, baby,"
he swears just as softly. As his knuckles graze my unharmed cheek in a tender gesture, I can only wish it were true. I wish I could tell him everything, even that, but I can't bring myself to do it. So I stay silent and wind my arms around his waist, holding on to him as tightly as I possibly can.
"We've been thinking that you ran at some point because of the scratches on your feet," he goes on. "Did they take you to their club?"
He probes for an explanation, not giving up. My attention shifts down to my bare feet. Scratches do cover them, but again, there's no real pain. I ran away when they veered off the road and stopped the car somewhere in the desert, I tell him as my gaze rakes up my equally bare legs before settling on the long-sleeved shirt I'm wearing. Is this your shirt? I ask him, though I don't know who else it had belonged to.
"Yeah, you were drenched and cold, so I warmed you up in a bath and put something dry on you."
And dirty. I was drenched, cold, and dirty. I swallow at the memory of how barely dressed I was when I got here. Shame at how many people saw me wearing so little grows instantly. The fact that those people were probably all guys doesn't help.
"Is it where you ran? Did you run through the desert?"
I nod. I ran toward here because I wanted to get to you, I admit. And not only because I had nowhere else to go, but because I knew I'd be safe once I found him. But it was so dark, and I didn't know where I was exactly. I just knew what direction I had to take, but it took me 15 or maybe 20 minutes to find the road, and when I finally found it, I stayed away from it because I was so afraid someone would come for me again. I pause when my breathing speeds up again, but only very shortly because I'm not sure I'll be able to tell him everything if I don't get it out now. At some point, I was so tired I had no choice but to walk. I even sat down for a while when I realized I wouldn't find you and...
Hey,
Nate blurts out as his hands come to press softly on either side of my face, bringing me to look at him.
"I'm here. You found me, okay? You found me."
Blinking away the tears that blur my vision, I nod around an inelegant sniffle and put my story on hold. I don't think I'll be able to stave off the sobs for long if I resume talking.
"The guys are still out there, mostly watching for spiders that might be driving around our territory and checking abandoned warehouses and stuff to try and find out what happened to you.
You think they're still looking for me?
The murmur I can manage wavers with a lingering fear that I don't even try to hide. They're not ever getting near you again, Cameron, he affirms, his voice so fierce and hard I can only believe him. When his phone buzzes in the pocket of his jeans, torment dances on his features. For a long moment he seems to want to let the call go to his voicemail, but with a heavy breath, he finally decides to tear his phone out.
Yeah,
he snaps at whoever is on the other side of the line.
Cameron's awake,
he adds, but he's most likely cut short because he doesn't say anything else as he only listens for a moment before hanging up. No goodbyes exchanged. His tone softens all over again when he addresses me.
It was Jace. He said they found an SUV with what could be your pajamas inside, and 2 dead spiders. Baby, what happened?
2 dead spiders. If I hadn't been in the desert last night, I could easily pretend that 2 actual spiders died. But it's not spiders that died, and the tears flow down my face harder as I can't bear to keep my eyes on Nate.
Cameron, no, don't. Look at me,
he gently commands, and I comply, even though I know I won't be able to handle his disgust staring back at me once he knows.
I meant it earlier. You can tell me anything.
I'm not convinced about this, but at this point, he's the only one who can possibly help me.
Those 2 men,
I already trail off to swallow hard.
What they...
A whimper leaves me before I take a huge breath to give me the courage to say it once and for all.
They said they'd bring me to their clubhouse, but that before going there, they wanted...
Once again, the words hang in the air, but considering the patchwork of pain and rage darkening his features, I think that Nate got my unsaid thought just fine. Anguished sobs seize me then.
I'm so sorry, Nate. I didn't want to. It's not... I didn't have a choice. I would have rather died than let them do what they wanted to do to me.
I say, and I mean it. I would have rather died than endure that.
Wait.
He steps in while I'm busy catching my breath.
Does that mean... Are you saying they didn't...
He seems to be more inclined than I am to voice it. I shake my head swiftly several times, and his whole body relaxes against mine. That's what he thought happened to me? Apparently it was.
The guy in the back seat with me didn't hold a weapon, and when he ordered me to take off my yoga pants all the way...
I pause when my voice breaks, but I go on quickly, firing the words like I can't get them out fast enough. I had to bend over to do it, and there was a gun right there between the 2 front seats. I used my pants to hide myself grabbing it. I didn't know if it was loaded. I didn't even know if I would know how to use it and if I would find the courage to use it, but I had to try. I was so sick thinking about what they wanted to do. My hands were shaking so badly, and I was so scared, but I remembered what you said about them being dangerous, and I just knew that it was them or me. When the guy beside me realized what I did, he tried to reach for his gun, so I shot him before he could, and then I shot the driver. I'm so sorry, Nate. I swear I didn't want to do that, and then I ran. I didn't even get my pants back. I was so scared. I just ran. I sob.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Chapter 14. Nate. Fucking hell. For the longest time, No words can form in my mouth. All I can manage to do is pull Cameron even closer to me and let her cry into my chest. Cradling her face against me, I drop the softest kisses on her hair, while my brain works on processing what she just confessed to me. Fucking hell. Out of all the scenarios that tortured my head while I watched her fragile body get a handful of hours of rest, this one never even grazed my mind, and it's a damn hard one to picture. The murderous fury that's been swirling inside me since she went missing is no longer directed at the spiders. It's myself I want to beat the shit out of right now. I let her go back home because I dreaded her feeling trapped by a guy she met a week ago and who belongs to an MC. And what good did that do? This sweet, kind girl had to pull the trigger of a gun and take 2 lives because of that guy. Because of me. This is something she won't ever forget. Every detail of last night is going to stay etched in her mind forever. Every word, every touch, every smell is going to follow her. And she'll probably never realize that she did something so fucking brave. Instead, she'll blame herself and live with a tormenting guilt gnawing at her. An unwarranted guilt, but she'll never see that. Despite knowing that, I still feel the urge to try to make her see that she has nothing to be ashamed of. Watching her tears flow down her gorgeous face shatters something deep inside me. This girl has found her way into more than my life. She has found her way into my very blood and bones. I wait until her sobs ebb, and even though I can't swear she didn't fall asleep from exhaustion, I vow, hoping she'll hear me and believe me. I know you don't see it that way, but you did good out there. Her head shakes violently against my chest, letting me know she's still awake. I killed them, she says, as though reminding me of the gravity of what she's done. Her voice is hoarse from all the crying, and it brims with such disgust that I'm itching to go punch another hole through the wall I already destroyed. You'll find it hard to believe, but I know you, Cam. The only reason you did what you did is because you knew you didn't have a choice. You said so yourself. It was them or you. You were right. It was. You made the only decision there was to make. It's that simple. It doesn't excuse what I did. It does, Cam. I counter firmly. It does. Otherwise, self-defense wouldn't exist. You did the only thing you could do to protect yourself from them, to stay alive. It's them who didn't have any right to tear you out of your home and do what they were about to do. I know it must have been hell for you out there, but you did good, and I'm so fucking happy you found the courage to do it. I kiss the top of her head. I need to go to the police, she retorts, neither refuting my opinion nor agreeing with it. You don't, I rush, once what she said registers. You're not going to the police. Look, I just need to give a quick call to Jace, and then we'll talk about this, all right? I ask her, although I'm already calling Jace back. He picks up almost instantly. Yeah. Clean that shit up. I don't want any trace of Cam there. Shit. Did she do that? He understands. Yeah. Fuck. He expresses the same thought that's been playing on a loop in my head for a couple of minutes. Liam, Ben, we need to make that disappear. Okay, Nate, we'll take care of this and come back. Thanks, bro, I say and hang up, discarding my phone on the floor as Cameron's head raises slowly. She finally looks at me, but I wish it were with much less reluctance. The shame on her face is as obvious as the redness of her beautiful eyes. The savage rage burning inside me all over again isn't likely to quiet the blood that started to pump wildly through my veins the moment Melvin called me. It feels like it was an eternity ago, when in fact, dawn has just started to lighten the sky out there. What did you mean by cleaning that up? She asks, but her tone lets me believe that she knows exactly what I meant by that. I answer anyway. The guys are going to deal with the bodies and take the car back here to tear it to pieces until it's gone, along with every trace of your DNA, I explain. The bodies, she mumbles. How? What are they going to do with them? No, babe. I shake my head. I'm not giving you details. I affirm before an exasperated groan comes out of me. Fuck. I'm so damn sorry. This is my fault. A frown grows on her forehead. It's not. How could this be your fault? She parrots Jace's words from earlier. Because I knew it in my gut that you were in danger, but I didn't want you to start being afraid of me. I admit to her for the first time, and compassion flicks in her eyes. I wanted to let you choose. I didn't want you to feel forced to stay here.
I should have,
she blurts out.
I should have stayed. But I wasn't seeing what they could want from me. That's why I thought you were worrying for no good reason. And now I had to...
Her voice trembles.
And there's my parents' house, she adds. It's gone, isn't it?
I'm sorry, babe. I only say to confirm her assumption. It's still standing, but even if she decides that she wants to renovate it, the house as she knew it is gone.
I was in the attic sorting old things out, and I noticed a burning smell. It was so subtle at first that I thought it was in my head, but it grew stronger very quickly, and when I walked down the stairs and got to the first floor, I saw the fire. I stayed frozen in place and started to panic at the same time. The smoke was already so thick and black, I couldn't understand what was happening because I hadn't seen this coming. And then a man was in front of me. At first, I thought he was helping me, a firefighter probably. But I couldn't see much because my eyes had already started to burn from the smoke. He grabbed me without saying anything, and I really thought he was helping me. But then he guided me out and threw me into an SUV. I fought him, but he hit me several times and
She shakes her head and pinches her eyes, doing her best to stay calm. The motherfuckers are so fucking lucky they're already dead, because I would have done so much more to them than put a painless bullet into their useless flesh. But someone else will pay for them.
The house was all I had left of my parents.
She lets out a sob despite her efforts. No, I counter. You have 22 years of memories. Those won't ever go away. She barely nods before she asks me,
Did I tell you what happened when I arrived here? I can't remember much. You seemed to know I had been kidnapped, or did you guess?
When Melvin realized what was happening, he tried to get inside your house, but the fire blocked him. We don't know how they got the fire to grow that quickly, but we think they set it in specific locations, like the front door and the first floor windows, to be sure no one could enter. Anyway, we figured out that you'd been snatched when the firefighter said no one was in the house. I'm so sorry, baby, but Melvin didn't see anyone come in. They must have come in through the back door, or through a window. I don't know.
Melvin?
She repeats.
Melvin was there.
I snort. Letting you go back home alone didn't mean that I wouldn't keep an eye on you. I was there the night before, all night, and Melvin was there last evening just so I could go home for a quick shower, I explain, watching as her eyes widen. He called me, and when they said you weren't inside the house, we rode straight to the Spiders clubhouse where the guys met us. But we couldn't approach it without getting shot at.
Oh my God, Nate. Is everyone okay? Jesus.
Everyone's good, baby, I assure her, stunned that, after what happened to her, she still finds the heart to worry about guys she barely knows. It allows me to hope that she'll eventually be able to understand that, even though this life brings me and my brothers to play with the wrong side of the law, we're not like the Spiders. She sighs before resting her head in the crook of my neck.
I have nowhere to go now apart from L.A.,
she says, sending an icy cold wave of anguish through my veins.
I can't believe this is happening. I came here for the damn holidays, and I feel like I've been thrown into a movie.
You're staying here, Cam. 7 days. That's how long I've known her. 7 days during which I felt this pull toward her every time I'm near her, and every time I wasn't near her, I wanted to be. She's only been in my life for 7 short days, but thinking about her 3 states away has my body tensing and my breathing stopping. I can't explain this. Can't figure out why I need her presence more than I've ever needed anyone else's in my whole life. What is it that makes her different from any other girl? Hell if I know. But when I kissed her, I just knew I had to have her. I also knew I couldn't play with a girl who had lost her fiancé not so long ago. But more than that, I didn't want to hurt her. This girl is the one I want to protect. And despite what I first thought, I'm now sure that even if she lets me fuck her the way I'm dying to, one time won't be enough. But regardless of what this all means, last night sealed her fate anyway. I'm not letting her out of my fucking sight ever again. When she doesn't acknowledge my demand, let alone agree with it, I make sure she understands how reckless it'd be for her to stay alone, wherever that is. You're not going anywhere until I know what this is about, Cameron. If I have to lock you up in my room, I will, believe me. My sentence still echoes between us when I wince at the threatening edge I couldn't keep out of my tone. Great job on keeping her from thinking I'm some sort of abusive sicko. I'm surprised that she doesn't recoil, but fucking hell, she was ripped out of her own house and shoved into a car where she was very close to being raped by two men she had to kill so they wouldn't touch her. And now she's contemplating driving back to L.A. alone like nothing happened? Over my dead body. After blowing out a calming breath, I say, I shouldn't have said it that way. I'm sorry. But you can't go back to California just yet, Cameron.
It's okay. I know it'd be stupid to travel back there alone. I just don't want to bother you.
She sighs, and before I can tell her I didn't ask her to stay here out of obligation, she goes on.
Thank you.
What for? I frown, relaxing a little now that she has implicitly agreed to stay here.
For looking out for me? For being here? You're a good man.
A snort is my comment to that one.
Yes, you are,
she insists, her admonishing tone placing a smile on my lips despite the fucked-up situation.
You're nothing like those sick men. There was this twisted glee in their eyes,
she says, then falls silent for a while before asking me in a whisper.
Do you know who they were?
Don't do this, I plead, not liking the remorse in her voice. The only thing there is to know about them is that they didn't feel guilty or ashamed for what they were about to make you go through. They even would have taken sick pleasure in it. Men like them don't understand compassion. Don't think you would have been their first victim, and you wouldn't have been their last one either. That's all there is to remember about those fuckers. Needing to erase the image of them with their hands on her from my brain, I carefully stand up, bringing her with me. Now that the choking fear has faded into concern, I notice the way she looks wearing only my shirt. Her smooth, faintly tanned legs seem endless with the hem barely reaching the middle of her thighs, granting me the pleasure to make out the swell of her ass under the fabric. My brain mechanically wonders if her breasts are as perfectly outlined, but I'm not enough of a dick to check her out intently when what happened to her is still so fresh. I force my gaze to stick to her eyes after I gently turn her to face me. We should get you downstairs to find you something to eat, and Doc said that you need to drink enough water. He called earlier, saying her blood test came out clean. She wasn't drugged, thank God. But there's no point in rehashing all this.
Doc?
Yeah. He's an emergency doctor we have on our payroll. I had to be sure you didn't need to go to the hospital. Her mind seems to wander somewhere for a short moment.
I think I remember,
she says at last.
But I was really tired. I couldn't stay awake even though I tried.
He said that your bruises were superficial. I would have brought you to the hospital otherwise. I bend to kiss her forehead. Let's go feed you.
Can I take a shower first? I feel dirty.
Sure. I'll ask Liam for some leggings. Alex has things in his room for when she visits him. And I had your top cleaned up.
Can I keep your shirt? I don't want to put my top back on. You can throw it away. I'll just put my underwear back on because I don't really have a choice.
Of course.
And I'll need to call my insurance later, she adds, sighing.
Here we are already. The conversation I had hoped could wait. Yeah, about that, I start tentatively. The cops are going to want to talk to you about last night. They'll want to know where you were, first of all. I say, all the while wondering how to bring things up. There's a hell of a lot she doesn't know about how we deal with shit.
I can't tell them about what happened, can I?
Her question surprises me.
I mean, if these guys disappear,
she trails off.
If the cops won't find them, there's no point in telling them what they did.
There's that, yes. And the cops also won't link them to us if they investigate their disappearance. They won't be able to link them to the club, I explain, and she nods. But they will likely know that it was a criminal fire, and even if the firefighters can't prove that, they'll want to talk to you, especially after he saw me and Melvin outside your house.
Okay,
she nods.
Then tell me what I have to tell them.
The best way to go is to tell them you weren't home and I didn't know it. Simple as that. You'll tell them you left with a friend, which is why your car was there. And if they ask who that friend is, you'll say Jace. I'll brief him.
You think they'll believe that?
They don't have any reason not to. I'm sure they'll investigate the fire if they can prove that it was criminal, but they won't find anything on the spiders. They know how to cover their tracks. The cops will probably also find it suspicious that you're somehow involved with us. But as there's nothing for them to find, the whole thing will be forgotten quickly. especially if you don't insist on finding the responsible parties.
Okay, that sounds easy enough.
She laughs nervously. It'll be over soon.
Are you sure about that? I mean, what if they try something again? I just wish I knew what they want from me. I'm so scared.
She looks down, barely able to get her admission out. Immediately, I reduce the distance between us until our bodies brush. They won't have another shot at getting close to you, trust me. I won't let them. Even though it's a tired one, I'm relieved to see a smile back on her face. Now, you take that shower, then we'll eat something.
Okay.
I yield one more time to the urge to put my lips on her, and they're still lingering on her forehead when the rumble of cars echoes outside. Go ahead. I'll be back with some pants for you, I tell her, and walk out of the bathroom, closing the door behind me. Jogging downstairs, I make my way behind the bar and push through the door leading to the basement. That's where we build the bikes that get out of here through another exit at the back of the building. It's kind of an underground warehouse. My brothers are getting out of 3 cars when I make it to the garage. Our SUVs and personal bikes are all parked here in a more or less organized manner. Everything good? I ask no one in particular. Blaine and Brent are still dealing with the bodies. We're going to grab coffee and then handle the car, Jace answers as he comes to lean against the wall beside me. Ben follows closely, jogging and slapping my shoulder as he passes by us. All perfect. Need to empty the fucking bladder, though. Gonna piss myself. Too much information, I deadpan, as more of the guys nod at me and follow him at a lazier pace. How is she? Chase asks me once we're alone. She got sick when she woke up and remembered, I say. Understandable, but if she even found the courage to pull that trigger, it means she's tough. She'll get through it. I hope so. The possibility of not seeing her easy smile again is damn hard to swallow. She doesn't deserve to be scarred just like I am. She's taking a shower. I need to ask Liam if Alex has some leggings here that she can borrow. The change in Jace's expression is immediate. A hollowness flickers in his eyes, just as always when someone brings up Alex for any reason. That's why we usually try not to. I blame my screwed-up mind for the lack of tact. Which one of those fuckers was it? I go on. Prospects, probably. Neither was familiar to any of us. Maybe the ones who are watching her at Donuts. Seems like Rod won't quit recruiting aspiring sickos anytime soon. We need to keep a close eye on them. Besides, I'm pretty sure Rod's prospects can't be any more sickos than they are already. I snicker, even though Rod's deviances are nothing to laugh about. How is she feeling? Strolling toward us, Liam looks as worn out as I feel. He was apparently the one putting the Spider's SUV in the storage room. That's the most spacious room we have, and also the room that we always lock religiously. Shaken up. I suppose it's a good thing that she's not a hysterical mess right now. I'm sorry she had to do this, but now it's clear that we can't keep letting them run their rings around here. The more clients they get, the more likely it is that the cartels are going to start sniffing around. It's only a matter of time, if one isn't already involved with the Spiders, though I think it's unlikely. I can't imagine Rod wanting to share a piece of the pie with anyone. Wait, what? I stop him. You think that's what this is about? You think that's why they want her? Nausea clings to my stomach all over again. But she doesn't fit the profile, I point out. She's not a runaway. She's a damn teacher. Runaways and prostitutes are sex traffickers' usual targets. But think about it, Jace retorts. You believe her when she says she's got no clue what they want from her. She's not lying, I growl defensively, and the dick smirks. Calm down. I believe her too, he chuckles. We all do. Now, think about the fact that she lost her parents, then her fiancé, and came back to her hometown where she hadn't set foot in years, therefore, where no one knows her well enough to even notice she's disappeared. Fucking hell. Someone who has no family left. The perfect target, I state, queasiness swirling in me even more strongly. You think they've gone as far as to track people? If they had gotten her. My stomach lurches at the thought. What we think is that they'd do whatever it takes for that kind of money, Liam says. But how? I ask. They'd need some serious genius to do something like that, right? You'll have to ask Blaine about that. He said he'll do some digging when he gets back. Fuck. We should have done something months ago about the Spiders. If they're really mixed up in human trafficking, we need to deal with it before it goes too far and the feds show up. Or even worse, like you said, before whatever cartel shows up. I let out a sigh of pure exhaustion. Okay, You go get your coffees and rest a bit. Meeting at 2 p.m., I decide, as we make our way back upstairs. The guys are quiet. Some are slumped on a couch, others are sitting at the bar. I need to get back to Cam. Nothing can happen to her inside these walls, I know that. But I suddenly have the urge to see with my own eyes that she's still here. Liam, wait up, I call out and follow him up the stairs. Can I borrow a pair of Alex's leggings for Cam? She's in the shower. Sure, come on. I follow him to his room and lean against the doorframe while he fumbles shortly into his sister's stuff. He quickly takes some yoga pants out of a drawer, or whatever the blue thing he gives me is called. Thanking him, I turn around to walk straight back to my room. I grab her panties from the drawer I put them in earlier, and I pause in front of the bathroom door when I don't hear the shower running. Then I knock gently, afraid to spook her. You good in there? I call out.
Come in,
she says almost at the same time. When I enter the small room, my first reflex is to think about asking Cam for some mercy from now on. I still get that she's not ready to yield to her attraction toward me just yet, probably even less ready after last night, and I respect that. But there's only so much a man can take before blowing up. Her hair is damp and falling in hot waves, barely brushing her shoulders. Just like her legs, they are left bare by the towel wrapped around her that starts just over her breasts and hitting her upper thighs.
I looked around for a towel. I hope you don't mind.
Her voice brings my eyes back to hers. She has a small smile on those lips I want nothing but to taste again until they're raw. Of course not. Here, I hand her the clothes. These belong to Liam's sister. I guess it should fit. She takes the pants and her panties as she speaks.
I'm going to have to buy a bunch of things. If anything escaped the fire, it's most likely ruined because of the smoke. But...
She pauses, worrying her lower lip between her teeth.
I'm scared to go out alone.
It's a good thing you won't have to, then, I snort. We'll go buy whatever you need together tomorrow. Today, I'm keeping you here to rest. Now, get dressed so I can make you eat something. I also need to tell you what the guys think about why the spiders wanted you. After a moment spent to stare at me, she stammers,
Oh, yeah, okay.
I reluctantly leave her before doing something stupid, like begging her to drop the towel and letting me bend her over the sink. Once I'm alone, I let myself fall on my back over the messy bedsheets. I close my eyes, still seeing Cameron dressed in nothing but that towel, barely covering her very naked body. Having her in my bed every night for who knows how long and staying away from her is going to be excruciating torture. She isn't even next to me now, but her scent clogs every drop of air around me. Opening my eyes, I jerk to sit back up, growling to myself.
Are you okay?
Startled, I look over to the bathroom door where Cameron is standing, her gaze on me. Another growl is at the back of my throat, but I fight to keep it in. The pants Liam chose couldn't have been any tighter. It's a good thing she has my shirt on, because there's no doubt these pants mold her very sexy hips and very sexy ass, just like they mold her thighs, and I'd rather not have to kill one of my brothers for noticing that. I'm good, I tell her. Come here, beautiful. She does, but instead of sitting on the bed, she comes to stand in front of me.
Tell me what they want from me. I want to know.
Straight to the point. Let's do this, then. The guys talked about it and figured something I didn't. It's all conjecture at this point, we can't prove shit yet, but we've been suspecting the spiders to be involved in the human trafficking business for a while now. The guys seem to think it's the reason they took you, and the more I think about it, the more I think they're right. Fear and disgust twist her face as understanding sets in.
Human trafficking? You mean they want to kidnap me and... what? Sell me to someone?
That's how it works, yeah, I confirm, taking her hand in mine and stroking the softness of her skin with my much rougher thumb.
But to who?
That depends on how big their business is. We believe that they only deal with clients in the country, something small, but like other traffickers, they could also be dealing with cartels in Mexico and other countries in South America, or with prostitution rings in Eastern Europe. Those organizations can pay a shitload of money for women. We talk about dozens of women or more per month. They're greedy, and they only work with people who can meet their goals. And if a woman can't adapt to the kind of things they're asked to do, they'll never be seen again, and will be replaced until another one is able to deal with whatever monster owns them, which means they always need more girls. Not telling her that, though.
Jesus,
she breathes out, her eyes closing briefly in quiet shock. She wants to have images of sex slaves in her head, about as much as I want to have her image with those sick men in mine. So, how does this work? The spiders run into a girl who fits one of their clients' needs and they decide to kidnap her? This is crazy. Well, not exactly. Of course, they have to find the perfect girl for their client, but they also need to do it rather discreetly. That's why they target women who... I trail off. She looks so innocent that I could punch myself for displaying that kind of ugliness so bluntly. Who... what? She asks tentatively. Who don't have any family left that can look for them. People who don't have close family can disappear without making waves, not much anyway. That's why they often target prostitutes or runaway teenagers. On that, she turns away from me, holding her hands up. Please, stop here. I get it. She exhales heavily. I'm not naive, you know. I'm aware that the world and some people... I'm aware it can all be hideous sometimes. But this... She turns back to me but doesn't finish her sentence. I know. I hop on my feet and silently walk to her. The need to touch her is too strong. I could tell myself it's because she's been so close to being gone for good, and I need the reassurance that she's right here next to me. But the truth is, the need is always strong. You think they'll try again? She asks me just as I grab her hand. Listen to me. I look straight into her eyes. Even if they're planning to, they won't get to come close to you again, trust me. But it's unlikely they'll try anything once they find out you're staying with us. Because they can't come near your club? Because they'll know you're with us. The guys who tailed you and took you were new prospects, and most likely didn't know who I was because I wasn't wearing my cut at Dona's. And it's possible they didn't see me or Melvin watching your house because we stayed back a bit so you wouldn't see us there. But we're going to spread the word that you're with us, and the spiders will know you belong to my club. No club touches a woman who belongs to another club. That's just the way it is. Unless they want to face the worst retaliation, they'll forget about you. Her expression loses some of its fear as she smiles faintly at me. Thanks again. I don't know what I would have done if I'd been alone. And I sure as hell don't want to think about it. She could have died last night, or she could have faced an even worse fate. This life I've lived for 12 years has given me more than once a clear understanding of what hanging by a thread means. Then again, my life was probably hanging by a thread long before knowing what an MC was, but I was too young to realize it. But knowing that Cameron's life was at risk last night choked me, literally. Breathing stopped being an automatism, as a long-gone fear was awakened that I knew would only be tamed by getting her back and into my arms safely. That's when I knew. As I was dealing with the powerlessness of imagining her in their wicked hands, I knew I wouldn't be able to let her go again. What this girl does to me is still a mystery, but I don't want to fight any longer this inexplicable mess that settled in my stomach the moment I found her sitting at my table at Dona's. My eyes drop to her rosy and slightly parted lips as her gaze doesn't leave mine. Again, the smart thing to do would be to stay away from this girl, whose mind is far away from here, back in L.A., even though there's no one there waiting for her anymore. But I haven't always done the smart thing in my life, and I'm apparently not going to do the smart thing now. My mouth descends on hers, and she welcomes me. Better yet, with a small step forward, even though we're already close, she presses her body against mine, both her opened palms covering my bare chest. Her frank yet soft touch, and the quiet moan fleeing her when my tongue runs over her bottom lip, make me twitch inside my jeans. There's no doubt she feels how hard I am, but she doesn't step back. She lets me taste her hot tongue instead. But as delicious as she is, I coerce myself into pulling away. Okay, beautiful. Let's feed you now, I tell her, panting more than a little. Fuck. I wish I could find out if she's as wet as I am hard. I want to find it out badly, especially after 10 fucking days of abstinence. Yeah, because I haven't fucked anyone in 10 days. I don't want to nestle into anyone's pussy but hers. Damn girl is messing with my head, but I'd rather die of frustration than let her go. Her hand in mine and my club shirt on her, I guide her out the door, down the stairs, and into the main room. That way, I'm letting my brothers know she's family, even though they must have gotten the memo already. Her being family means everything, because whatever shit comes at us, we always protect our family.
Chapter 15. Cameron. As I stroll out of the last store I wandered in before buying a few tops and 2 pairs of jeans, my eyes search around for Nate. I'm not overly nervous, though. I'm doing pretty well all by myself, unlike what I kept telling him all morning. But that's not going to last much longer, apparently. When my attention lands on him, there's no missing the tension rolling off his back. His shoulders are as taut as are Blaine's and Ben's, the 3 of them standing in a small circle, their stares warily set in the same direction. Spiders. The first reflex popping through my brain orders me to bolt toward Nate, but my body doesn't obey it. An adrenaline rush has my heart engaging in a violent stampede, and even though Nate is no more than a few feet away from me, I could just as well be seeing him from the other side of the large hall. Everything surrounding me seems to have gotten blurry, and all I can see now is the interior of the car where I took 2 men's lives. I'm back there again, surrounded by the smell of sweat and the sight of blood, just like sometimes in my nightmares. Just like a week ago when I attempted the same shopping session that I'm enjoying now. That I was enjoying, rather. Like he promised me after I woke up in his room the morning following the night of hell, miraculously safe and sound, Nate took me to this very same mall to get some new clothes. Clothes I never got, because I was barely able to get through the main door. That day, instead of standing frozen to death the way I am now, my whole body started to shake as my lungs no longer accepted the smallest drop of air. The panic attack that hit me was something I had never experienced before. Thank God I'm not shaking right now. But the moment 2 strong hands clamp on my shoulders, the unforeseen touch cuts through my trance, and I try to squirm out of the person's hold. My breath shortens immediately. Easy. It's me. The instant Nate's deep voice meets my ears, I quit struggling as my eyes focus on his. Calmness washes over me, and my muscles relax instantly, though I can feel myself shivering lightly. They're here. My voice is low, but I'm thankful I can even use it. Listen to me, Cameron. Breathe slowly and stay focused on me, he says in the calmest tone one can use. I swallow around the growing lump in my throat and nod while taking slow, even breaths. They're not stupid enough to try something in broad daylight and with so many witnesses, he promises. What we're going to do is walk out of here, straight to the SUV, and drive back to the clubhouse. He explains in the same perfected, collected tone. You do not leave my side until we're in the car, and everything will be just fine. With an arm sliding around me and settling around my waist, he draws me to him, and we start walking toward the main exit near which Blaine and Ben are waiting for us to join them. A battle kicks off in me as I can't decide whether I want to stare straight ahead until we're safely inside the car or let my eyes rove around us to be sure no spider is about to strike. In the end, I'm sitting in the back seat of the car with Nate, and Blaine is driving away before I got to make a decision. They don't seem to even want to tail us until the town limits, Ben says conversationally from the passenger seat. You good? Nate asks me quietly. I'm pressed against his side, the seatbelt forgotten as he runs his palms up and down my arm. I'm fine. It's okay. I reassure him. I panicked a little, but I'm good. I'm good now. In fact, he looks more nervous than I feel. Or is it anger I sense in him? It could be. He grew very protective of me over the past week, and I witnessed him bristle more than once when the spiders were mentioned in a conversation. And don't get me started with the surly mood he's in every time he comes out of their meeting room. Not sure what it is they do in there, but he certainly leaves that room on edge every single time.
Look, some people might be back at the club already. It's too late to cancel everyone now.
He tears me out of my thoughts.
But if you're not in the mood for a party, we can stay in my room.
The party. I totally forgot about it. No, I'm good, really. I've kept you away from your life for too long, and I've been living as a recluse for too long as well. Who is coming? Your friends from other charters?
Some old ladies like Fiona will be there too, and, well, some girls, you know.
Ben coughs on a laugh he obviously has no control over, and I glare at Nate when he kicks his seat with too much strength. It only makes Ben laugh louder, though. I quickly understand what this is about. Oh, you mean strippers? Pretty obvious, even cliché, but they're bikers after all.
Some are. Others are just girls coming to be fucked by a biker.
Blaine explains to me flatly.
A little tact, maybe,
Nate growls.
Sorry, don't know how to do that,
he retorts, and Ben laughs again. At least Blaine has the merit of being honest.
The guys like to have fun and unwind from shit once in a while,
Nate adds. Another laughing snort from Ben. This time I'm lost.
You're so going to help Melvin clean up tomorrow at fucking dawn,
Nate groans, earning more chuckling. My gaze flicks from Ben to Nate a few times, understanding slamming into me. Nate said the guys like to have fun, but there's no doubt he has enjoyed his fair share of easy lays over the years. I wonder if he's planning to choose a girl tonight. Not that he couldn't, but the idea sends something very close to revulsion stirring up in my stomach. Warm breath tingling my ear tells me that Nate just bent over to speak to me without the guys hearing.
Don't know what's running in that brain of yours, but there's only one girl I want to have fun with, if she lets me.
Despite what he said, he apparently knows exactly what I've been thinking. I shrug, shifting to look at him. I guess you'll have to show her what she's missing, not having fun with you, I say casually.
Thought I already did that when you were spread out on my bed like a fucking goddess.
His low drawl tingling at my skin is meant to remind me of that morning when he shattered me with an explosive orgasm.
Or that day on my roof, when you fucked my fingers until you screamed. That was hot, too.
Both memories turn me on, pushing me to wriggle in my seat. But our little exciting exchange is cut short when Blaine turns off the engine. I look out the window to see we're back at the club. I don't miss the pride in Nate's smirk when I look back at him.
Are you wet, baby?
Absolutely not, I lie. I think I haven't stopped being wet since the first night I shared Nate's bed, since I was afraid he might think I enjoyed teasing him when, in fact, I really struggled to know whether I was ready to give myself to him completely. I chose to endure staying away despite the lust constantly burning every inch of my skin. As for Nate, I'm pretty sure he didn't make any move to get us closer because of what those men were seconds away from doing to me in that desert. But staying away has been harder and harder with every passing day. I just don't want to anymore. Now help me get my things. I might have bought something someone might like. He groans as he catches my smile that I hope has the sexy touch I tried to give it. I can't believe I bought my underwear with Nate wandering in my mind, but I want him. There's no need to pretend otherwise. Will I be able to let him own my body just like my head pleads with me? Doubts are still strongly present in my mind, but I long for his touch with such craving that I can only pray for my boundaries to cede tonight, to stop holding me back. Colin is still in my head, his face smiling at me from time to time, and I wish he were able to speak to me and tell me I'm now free to discover what it is that Nate ignites in me, because no matter why Nate has this sort of powerful effect on me, I feel like Colin is the only one who can set me free. Wow. My steps stop dead just as I reach the bottom of the stairs. I need a moment to take it all in. I told Nate I'd meet him downstairs once I was ready, but back then, I didn't expect to have to search for him among several dozen people. How can they even fit in here? The substantial number of couples practically jumping each other in every corner of the room might be the reason. I'm not a prude, but that is a little embarrassing. I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to find Nate in this crowd. It would be a little over the top to go back upstairs and get my phone to call him. Is that what you bought thinking I might like it? Because if so, you nailed it, baby. Looks like he found me first. Coming from somewhere on my right, he moves with that nonchalant gait of his until he's standing in front of me, his gaze predatory as it roams over my black leather skirt and plain white shirt that doesn't reveal even the smallest hint of cleavage. It's not. Besides, I said I bought something someone might like. I remind him of my exact words. What makes you think you are that someone? I frown even though I'm smiling inside. Be careful. He takes a step forward, his body pausing right before it grazes mine. But the warning I hear in his voice is said in a challenging tone, not a frightening one. I'm not opposed to ripping your panties off you right here and diving my fingers into your tight pussy again, just to inform every single fucker here that they should only touch you if they have a death wish. Obviously, I won't let him do that. So why are his dirty talk and excessive possessiveness making me moan like he actually touched me? When he flashes me that knowing smirk, I berate him. Not funny. It so fucking is, he muses. Don't worry, though. No one is ever going to see your sexy face as you come all over my hand. They won't, I confirm. But now, I'm horny, I accuse him on a sigh. Of course, that's not something that bothers him. Good. He even retorts, his lips curling into a sexy grin as he reaches for my hand. Let's go find something to eat. Melvin brought enough food to feed the damn town, and you haven't been eating much lately. Stupidly, my heart does a little flip in my chest, knowing he noticed that detail. I don't have much of an appetite these days, I guess. His face clouds over with concern and sympathy. Look, clearly you can't go to a shrink to talk about what you went through, but I'm here anytime you want to talk about it. I know you are, but I'm fine, I promise. I haven't had a nightmare in 3 nights, and I know I didn't have a choice to do what I did. I'm just stressed out, that's all. I can sense that he wants to argue, but the softness in his eyes is gone the moment someone speaks up from the bar a few feet away from us. Hey, Nate, can I have a piece once you've had your fill? She's smoking. Call me dumb, but it takes me a moment, even though short, to understand that the guy with a beard that is so long it grazes his chest is talking about me. I guess the way his attention is locked on my body is what finally tips me off. I don't get to see him leering at me much more than a couple of seconds, though, because Nate spins around and stalks away from me to go stand right in the face of the beast of a man, leaving me his back for my only view.
Does she look like a whore to you?"
His voice is a controlled growl, only loud enough to cover the music, but since the people around have stopped talking, I can easily hear him. Everyone can. And the fact that his question doesn't come out as a shout doesn't lessen the threat heavily audible in every spoken syllable. Since Nate is using his body as a human shield between me and the guy, his fists clenched at his sides, I can't see the guy's expression, but his next rambling says it all.
No, shit, my bad, Nate, fuck, shit. She was different from the other girls, that's why shit, my bad, Nate," he repeats before falling silent.
When Dick hasn't spoken in a few seconds and everyone goes back to their own business, I suppose he simply ran off, probably eager to keep his head right where it is. I'm back beside Nate with a few steps. His shoulders still look painfully taut, and his biceps tick under his skin, betraying his edgy state, so I only let my fingertips brush his arm to get him to notice me. His body stiffens even more as a gaze I've yet to see so hard darts to me. If I didn't know him, I'd be storming out of this place despite being fully aware that worse is waiting for me outside. But I do know him, which is why I'm not surprised when his eyes mellow the moment he realizes who is touching him. He turns around to face me properly.
"I told most of them that you are off limits, but some hadn't arrived when I did. But no one would have touched you if you had said no. I don't allow that shit in here, they all know it. But that doesn't keep them from being total dickheads sometimes."
Before I can react to his explanation, his mouth dips until it covers mine, and I welcome his initiative as if there weren't pikers and strippers surrounding us. Sometimes one of each, copulating in whatever available spot they were able to find. I've never been the exhibitionist type like these girls, who apparently show up at every party, but Nate flushing me against him is enough to chuck out the code of conduct I should be following, at least some of the rules, considering we're literally surrounded by dozens of people. I'm powerless when it comes to what this guy does to me. Sometimes I'm afraid I only react disproportionately to the safe vibe he's been calming me with since the fire and what happened in the desert. But if I'm being honest with myself, my need to tear his shirt off his body and run my palms over the tightness peeking out underneath goes back to before that night. It goes back to the first time my eyes shifted up from my pancakes to catch his own chocolate-startled gaze. It goes back to the first time his lips touched mine. My breathing shortened noticeably. My heartbeat went wild. And even though I didn't know why my body responded this way to a mere stranger, I did know that it had never responded this way to anyone. And that wasn't an easy revelation to have. But the reality is what it is. Since that day, I've found myself letting go of my grief for the first time. The more I talk with Nate, laugh with him, or simply spend time with him, the more I let go of the past. I've started to move on, to close a door and open a new one. And what is behind that door gives me the freeing impression of being alive. That's what I want now, yielding to the sensation of being free and alive. And it's Nate who makes me feel that way right now. His hand rakes up my back and finishes its course tangling in my hair. His fingers slide between the locks before he tugs at them with light force to help him angle my head until he can devour me the way he wants to. This kiss is just like him, raw. I love it. He lets nothing hold him back. He yields to the attraction to what his body needs without any questions. And as I moan into his mouth, I allow him to take everything he needs from me. The irrepressible sound is still echoing in my ears when he lifts me up, his fingers now digging into the flesh of my hips through the leather of my skirt as I wrap my legs around him. It seems like I'm not going to see much more of my first party, because Nate walks up the stairs I just walked down. I'm pretty sure catcalls rise behind us, but my mind can't focus on anything other than Nate's lips that don't abandon mine. And now I'm the one pulling at his hair. As I feel myself growing wet against his hardness, my patience drops dramatically. My hands slip under his shirt, eager for the contact with his skin. I want to feel him with an oppressive urgency. In his room, he lays me down on his bed and gets rid of my shirt in the next breath. Gazing at my half-naked upper body as he hovers over me, he growls his opinion about his view.
"Is that what you bought for me, baby?"
he asks, his eyes locked on my dark blue, lacy bra. My affirmative answer is hummed as I tug up at the hem of his own shirt to tear it off him.
"Excellent choice,"
he approves as he tosses his shirt on the floor while his focus stays on my covered breasts.
"Though it'll have to go,"
he adds, while he finally puts his hands back on me. Sneaking them between me and the mattress, he already discards the brand-new bra. Rather chilly air hits the bare skin of my breasts, but that's not the reason why my nipples harden. Nate's gaze burning into my flesh with starvation is enough to get that instant reaction from them, like he desperately needs a taste. His lips come down to close resolutely around my left nipple, and my back arches almost violently at the sensation. Damn, that's divine. My hips dancing and lifting, I seek a contact that the idea of has been torturing my mind since the first night I shared Nate's bed. Every night I spent here has seen my body begging my head to give myself to him completely. I never could until tonight. Tonight, I can't stay away. I can't stay away anymore, or I'll lose my sanity. A deep moan fills the room when the tip of his tongue flicks over my nipple as he cups my sex in a firm grasp. And when the heel of his hand presses hard on my clit, I'm happy the music is blasting downstairs because I think I groan at the jolt of pleasure. My legs fall open, and instead of undressing me completely, Nate pushes my thong aside. There's no time to endure the torture of anticipation because the next thing I know, I'm full of two fingers plunging inside me until they can't go any deeper. My eyes close as I let him work me toward a climax I've dreamed of reliving since the second and last one he gave me. At least he works me toward it until a void between my legs has my eyes popping open. Then I'm dying to scream his name, but for an entire different reason than the one I was expecting to scream it for. What? In the end, I can only mumble that one word, and Nate chuckles. He freaking chuckles. Don't laugh! My voice dies into his mouth when he kisses me to silence. But then again, he deprives me of his wonderful lips and tongue for whatever cruel reason. I glare at him, but my annoyance fades when he presses his crotch against mine.
"I want to feel you come around my cock,"
he says, a lustful glee shining in his eyes.
"Now that you're dying to get off, I'm hoping you'll let me fuck you good until you can't control your own body and brain anymore."
My frustration gives way to an amplified need that rips a groan out of me. but Nate must confuse the sound of my need for him with one of indecision, because he adds immediately,
"It's all right if you don't want to go all the way, but you have to tell me now so I can make you scream with my mouth and go take an icy cold shower."
Even through the desperate state he put me in, I let out a laugh at the fake torment twisting his face, though he might not be faking it, considering how hard he is against my thigh. I answer him with my hands reaching for his jeans and pushing them down along with his boxer briefs before I wrap my hand around his cock. His eyes flutter closed as his whole body goes rigid. But when I graze my entrance with the tip of his hard length and a moan slips between my lips, his clouded yet piercing eyes find me again. His breathing turns erratic, but he doesn't move. To help him shake off any lingering hesitation, I say, never looking away from his eyes, "I want you to make me feel what I think I've never felt." And I mean it. Everything with Nate is more powerful than anything I've ever known, and I'm sure that this isn't going to be any different. Within seconds, the 2 pieces of clothing left on me are out of his way, and his hand has replaced mine around his cock. There are no more words exchanged as he grabs a condom from his nightstand, puts it on in no time, and guides himself slowly into me. A rasping sound scrapes the back of his throat all the while he pushes in, stretching me, only quieting when he's deep inside me. So much better than his fingers. Not that I minded having them there, but this is like I've never been in a place more suited for me. Everything is just right the way it is. With motions that are so slow, I think I'm going to sob from frustration if he doesn't get up to speed. He pulls out of me and pushes back in several times before his pace hears my inner prayers and quickens, forcing me to wind my arms around his neck. He thrusts harder and harder, his movements becoming so fast-moving that it's quickly barely possible for me to even know when he withdraws and when he slams back in. I just know that he awakens every nerve ending inside me at each way in and back out. I knew Nate would be quite a rough lover, considering his hard nature. What I didn't know was that I'd love it to the point of needing to bite down on my lower lip to avoid the escape of noises only a porn star should make. But when I'm afraid I'll draw blood, I release my lip while my throat releases the whimpers that seem to unleash Nate all the more. My orgasm doesn't sneak in. It implodes. Nate was right. I can no longer control my own body and brain. My limbs shudder as though I wasn't the one owning them, my arms too flabby to hold on to Nate's neck any longer, and my brain coaxes my mouth into crying out no matter who can hear me scream from the blissful pleasure. Nate's body stiffens against mine, and the grip he has on my hips turns just shy of painful. With a feral groan, he gets off inside me, and I stupidly wish I were under birth control so he could have skipped the condom. For the longest minutes, we both pant for air as he doesn't pull out of me, and I enjoy his warm breath against my skin while he places small kisses along my neck. His gaze only lands back on me after he pulled out, took the condom off, and tossed it somewhere on the right side of the bed, in the paper basket, I hope. I expect him to kiss me sweetly, just like he did the first 2 times I came in his arms, but instead, his head dips right between my thighs, and his tongue licks my very sensitive clit. "Nate," I berate him, but can't help the giggles that leave me.
"That's some fucking tight pussy,"
he praises, before his tongue slides its way up my stomach, my nipple his only goal. God, Nate, Is he crazy? I don't know if I can take more right now.
You what? You want me to make you scream again? Because I do,
he says, biting on my still pebbled nipple. Once again, my appreciative whimper is enough of an answer for him, and as his hand goes back down to tease my still wet entrance, I'm starting to think that I'm about to begin the most incredible night of my life.
Chapter 16. Nate. Need some help in here? I ask when I walk into the kitchen.
Nope.
Alex beams proudly, but doesn't lift her head to look at me.
We don't, but only because of this amazing girl.
She squeezes Cam's shoulder, who's standing right beside her with her head bent over a big cake as she makes what looks like flowers with cream coming out of a pastry bag. She only tears her focus off the masterpiece briefly to smile up at me.
She saved my life,
Alex goes on through a breath of deep relief.
It's been so long since I've baked. I swear, I've lost my touch.
Could that be a sign that it's time for you to come back home? I ask, and the scowl she pins me with says it all. Keep your opinion about Jason me to yourself. I raise my hands apologetically. Just saying we miss you. Before last year, there had never been a doubt about Alex coming back to Twickenham once she finished her studies, and now, despite the fact she graduated almost 2 months ago, not only does she still live in Dallas, but her visits are less and less frequent. Some of us even wonder if she's met someone, and that's what is keeping her away.
I miss you all too,
she admits, her features softening, and I don't push further. Rubbing my hands together, I look at the monster of a cake. What do we have here?
Chocolate cake and vanilla frosting,
both girls say in unison.
And it's ready,
Cameron announces, assessing her job with concentration.
We can get all the cakes out. The kids must be growing impatient. Ben, too,
Alex adds.
As for me, I earned my last 3 pieces,
she decides. I give them a hand with the 6 cakes Alex baked herself, and while we place them on the long table set outside, surprise hits me as to how simple this is. Cameron's presence. She fits perfectly into my family, easily. It should be nothing much, someone's presence, but hers seems to be the best thing I've ever gotten to have. It's simple, yet something I don't want to even imagine losing. The longer she stays, the more obvious the fact that her place is here becomes. She has a life in L.A., I know that. But every time I think about her stepping out of mine, a voice yells in my head, ordering me to lock her up in my room, tied to my bed.
Oh, I forgot the napkins,
she says, just as we place the last cake on the table.
Can you get them?
She turns to me, her eyes pleading.
They're beside the microwave.
My first reflex is to send Melvin, but I know Cam will be on her way back inside before I get the command out, so I swallow my pride, drop a kiss on her lips, and comply. I jog back inside, grab the pile of napkins, and stride back out, eager to go back to her. But when I see her laughing with Alex, the soft sound flying into the air, my steps halt on the stairs, and my gaze lingers on her smile. She's radiant. I've never seen a more gorgeous girl. A week ago, she finally let me claim her body, and I've done it again every night since. Sometimes during the day, too. I'd have her under me all day if that was possible. Careful. You're almost smiling like a chick cooing over a cute puppy. Fuck you. I toss a glance at Jace, who was standing beside me, apparently also coming from inside, but the growl I meant to get out is mixed with a chuckle I can't suppress. Seriously, you and her. She's special, isn't she? If it had been anyone else asking, another fuck you would have followed, but I know Jace isn't asking that to give me shit. Don't know how it happened, but this girl is mine. Though I don't think she gets it just yet, I admit, looking ahead where she's busy serving pieces of cake to everyone. She wouldn't still be here if she didn't want to be. She knows the spiders want her. That's enough of a reason to stay, I remind him. He snorts. She still isn't the kind of girl to hook up with random guys. No, that she's not. But her past, it's... Not sure I can compete here. I'm the one snorting now. I'm so out of my league that it's making a dent to my ego. The dead fiancé? He guesses. The guy was a fucking pilot flying tourists around. Probably one of those, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, look at what beauties our magnificent Earth has to offer guys. A life full of butterflies and shit. Of course, Jace laughs. Shut up, I groan, but once again I choke on my own laughter. Damn, I'm fucked up. At least club business has been running smoothly. Maybe he was some perfect guy, he retorts. But it doesn't change the fact that she wouldn't be here getting to know everyone if she didn't want to be. Nodding slightly, I tell myself that he has a point. Though it's not the easiest thing to believe, she's too perfect to want to be near a guy like me. Let's go get some cake before the kids and Ben stuff down every last piece. He pats my shoulder. Silence takes over the table as everyone savors their food. All the members and old ladies are here along with their kids, though most of the kids are now more teenagers than young children.
I'm done. I ate too much.
Cam sighs beside me, a hand on her belly like she became obese because of one lunch and a few small pieces of cake. Setting my own fork on the table, I lean over to brush her ear with my lips. That body's still gorgeous enough to make me hard. Don't worry. She rolls her eyes.
Thanks for the reassurance. I'm so relieved to hear that.
She shoots me a brash smile. That smile has me hardening more. You're lucky there are kids here today. Otherwise, you'd be hanging over my shoulder already, on your way to being fucked real good behind the building. I drawl and draw back to take a proper look at her face. She cocks her head, then grunts.
Stop that. I don't blush.
Yeah, no blushing, damn it. Maybe not, but I felt those shivers, baby, I muse.
Mom, can I have a beer?
Cutting through our little exchange, sudden chuckles rise around the table at Jonas's question, although the boy's expression is deadly serious. What about my hand in your face? Brent retorts around a mouthful.
What your dad just said,
Fiona agrees.
But you can be nice and go get some more apple juice inside, honey,
she adds, earning a deep, depressed exhale from her son. He stands anyway, mumbling something about how not fun his parents are, I think.
I'll come with you,
Cam says, leaving her own chair. Are you going to help him? Or are you going to help Melvin clean up? I suspect her. Melvin left us to take on the dishes chore only a couple of minutes ago.
I am going to get the candies I asked you to buy for the kids, that's all. And if I come across some glasses that need to go to the dishwasher, I accept no responsibilities for what my hands could do,
she admits before rushing away.
I like her,
Fiona says when Cam is out of earshot.
You should marry her. She's awesome.
I almost choke on the bite of chocolate cake I just stuffed into my mouth. What in the hell? Everyone snickers, except for Ben, who is laughing without restraint. You only say that because Joe got a few good grades in math, Brent accuses her. Though she really is a nice girl, he adds.
Absolutely not,
Fiona contradicts.
She's nice and interesting and thoughtful, and the grades Joe got were very good, not only good. She's awesome. Keep her,
she insists.
Dad?
Chloe calls out to Brent from the other side of the table, and I silently thank her for stepping into this awkward conversation before Fiona goes as far as planning a trip to the mall for a suit. What, princess?
The gate,
is her only concerned answer, and all gazes shift to it instinctively. A few feet away from it, spiders are standing with their eyes on us. They're unarmed, but we all shoot up, chairs tumbling as we pull out our guns reflexively, a reaction pushing the fuckers to pull out their own weapons. Women and kids move fast to run inside without having to be asked, and my brothers and I carefully approach the gate. My thoughts drift to Cameron for a moment. A sick feeling spreads through me at the thought of her being hurt, but I'm sure Alex or someone else will brief her on what's happening and tell her that she can't leave the building until one of us says so. Alex, fucking go inside, Liam commands in a deep warning. Jay seems to notice that she's moved with us instead of following everyone else inside at the same time I do. Despite not saying a word, his body visibly tenses as he uses it as a shield to protect her, just like Liam does. What is she thinking? Just as Melvin joins us and Cody hands him a gun, I focus on the men who must be aware that they've made a fucking mistake coming here. Could have found an easier way to get yourselves killed, I taunt the vice president of the Spiders, surrounded by a crew of 4 men I don't recognize. CJ's lips twitch barely on one side. That guy is some twisted fucker. Rod took him in when his former VP died, beaten to death after leaving the strip club the Spiders owned 7 years ago. We both know you won't shoot anyone right on your doorstep, so let's skip the bullshit, shall we? Don't know what your problem is, but you should know damn well you have nothing to do here. So unless your president wants a war, he should think about keeping you on a leash tied to a nice little tree in his garden next time you have a smart idea like rolling up here unannounced, Blaine suggests. As his nostrils flare, rage is clear and dark on CJ's face, but he makes a good job of swallowing his pride and ignoring Blaine's humiliating jab. Problem is, you didn't really leave me a choice, he says. You're locking away what's mine, and I'm here to make things clear. I'm getting her back. Jesus, twisted fuck. Let me make things clear, too. I don't know why you want her, and I don't care. You can go fuck yourself. It'd be stupid to let him know we've been suspecting their nauseating business for quite a while. What I want is simple. I want her. Cameron's mine. Ice runs through my veins at the way her name leaves his mouth. It's personal, almost intimate. It's imperceptible to anyone but me, but my finger twitches on the trigger. There's something in the way he said her name. I just can't put my finger on what it is. What the fuck did you say? Jace growls. Cameron's been mine for a long time. She belongs to me and my club, and I'm starting to lose fucking patience. Just here to warn you. My president will get in touch real soon, but there's only one way to solve this without bullets flying. You let my woman go. What in the fucking hell is his mouth spewing?
Chapter 17. Cameron. I'm barely back outside, ready to spoil the kids with too much candy, when my pace comes to a halt at the bottom of the steps. Running kids fly by me, followed closely by the women who were chatting and laughing only a minute ago when I left the table. Urgency now rules their actions, a veil of concern clouding their faces. Come back inside with us, Cameron. Fiona only grazes my arm with her hand as she rushes in behind Chloe, probably certain I'll be on her heels immediately. But I can't mimic their rushed motions, my body staying right where it is. The questions in my head are racing faster than everyone sprinting by me, and the answers can't be anything good. Fear for Nate's safety abruptly eats at me. I don't know any details about what's happening, but the reality of what kind of life Nate lives crashes down on me as my gaze travels over to a group of guys standing on the other side of the gate. The 5 men are built, with wide shoulders, each one of them looking scary, with a stretched-out arm holding a gun aimed at Nate and his brothers. No need to have a closer look at their cuts to know who they are. Spiders. I'm not sure what to do. Nate would want me to walk back inside and wait for him there. He'd want me safe. The problem is this spine-chilling voice in my head ranting about how I'm going to lose sight of him and not ever get to see him again if I turn around. Hesitation still clings to me when my feet take their first steps forward without asking for my permission. They move me toward the gate extremely slowly, though, my eyes fixed on the 3rd spider they come across. Cameron, go back inside, Melvin commands as he whizzes by me and reaches the gate only a handful of seconds later. I keep walking at the same snail's pace. Nothing else but the gate matters to me, as both groups of men exchange words I can't hear. Every new step that brings me closer to them tells me I'm not hallucinating. Those features, that hard jaw that was covered with a subtle stubble sometimes, those sparkling brown eyes, that chestnut brown hair, they haunted my dreams for the longest time. Ironically, I loved those dreams, even if waking up to the reality every next morning was like a cold shower threatening to bring me to my knees all over again. But what I used to see at night had nothing to do with what I'm seeing now. The jaw I touched so many times seems harder, and these brown eyes seem darker than the ones I was accustomed to. It all looks so familiar, but so foreign at the same time. I'm afraid to understand what this means, though the cut that is worn by the man I wished for so long to see again leaves no room for the smallest doubt in my mind. My stomach tightens violently while banging against everything close to it at the same time. I'm gonna be sick. Oh, God. The tremulous words burst out of me, and I take a deep breath afterward, dizziness ready to hit me. I'm apparently now close enough to the unbelievable scene playing in front of me because Nate heard what I thought was a murmur, to which he answers with a more audible warning, "Stay back." His command is firm, almost barked, but I can't obey it. A couple more steps bring me right beside him, and I don't go farther, but I can't go back either. My eyes don't leave the ghost I'm seeing right here in front of me. He's right here. I'm aware of the guy's presence around Nate, just as Alexia's, but he is all I can see. Colin. His name tastes like bitterness on my tongue. He hasn't even spoken yet, hasn't even explained anything, but a powerful hate is already swelling inside me, and I wish it were the sound of that hate flowing out of my voice, but it's not. His name comes out unsure, strained, broken even. "Colin?" Nate repeats. The glance he sends my way burns the skin of my face, but I can't bear to meet his eyes when mine are wet with tears that I don't even try to suppress. "You're supposed to be dead." The whisper I address Colin sounds stupid as it echoes loudly in my own ears. I can't. My eyes close briefly as the barely eaten pieces of cake keep fighting their way back up. I can't deal with this. This is too much. There are too many questions that need to be asked and too many memories that don't fit with the picture in front of me. I can't even explain the fact I'm still standing because my legs lost all sensation a while ago. "It's a long story," Colin retorts matter-of-factly. These are the first words he says to me. It's a long story. I've gone through hell this past year mourning him, and that's what he says to me, using a dismissive tone. It's as though I don't deserve at least a couple of minutes of his precious time, as though I don't deserve an explanation, even a brief one. I don't recognize this tone. It doesn't sound like him. He doesn't sound like himself. This voice coming out of his mouth isn't his. His voice was joyful and relaxed, almost colorful. This one is cold and sharp, just like his behavior, and most of all, just like his gaze on me. I had never been scared of him, but I am now. The man in front of me scares me, but it doesn't keep me from asking, even with a surprising harshness and an ounce of sarcasm, "Why aren't you dead? That shouldn't be so hard to explain, don't you think?" I faked the crash. No remorse, no regret, no compassion. No emotion at all. He states a fact. Jesus, this man isn't my fiancé. I don't know who he is, but he isn't my fiancé. My newfound strength already crumbling, I whisper, I don't... I start, not understanding a thing that's happening here. Colin doesn't find it necessary to let me express my deep confusion, though, because he cuts me off. "Like I said, it's complicated. The important thing right now is that your father wants you back, and so do I. You're coming with me." What? Is he high? There must be something to explain what's wrong with him, at least. Or maybe I'm the one who's high. Maybe this is not real. Maybe this comes directly from my imagination. That's the most logical explanation to this nonsensical alternate universe playing in front of me. Maybe if I close my eyes and open them back, this insanity will have disappeared, allowing me to realize I'm just losing my mind because of the stressful weeks I've had. But I can't close my eyes while guns are pointed at us, and it's not my imagination anyway. Deep down, I know it won't disappear just because I briefly lose sight of it all. He's here, in the flesh. My fiancé is back from the dead and wearing the cut of an MC that kidnapped me, reduced my house to ashes, and damn near raped me. You're crazy. My father is dead too. I mumble what he already knows. I could have let the two slip, obviously, but my brain is trying to process and handle too many things at once for me to keep my thoughts straight. Your adoptive father is, not your real one. My president is waiting for you to come back. It's time, he says. The small step he takes in my direction forces me to take one of my own back, even though I know the gate is locked, just as it always is. What the fuck are you talking about? Nate growls the question that I'm now too lost to voice myself. I'll repeat that for you, Colin answers in a bored, contemptuous tone. My president is her father, and he wants her back. You don't have a say in this, Bowers. She's his and mine. You just let her go. I don't want to go. My words are rushed and coming out as a plea. Panic settles in my stomach as I try to process what nonsense Colin is saying about my biological father. I also struggle to disregard the fact that he's talking about me like I am some sort of merchandise you can grab and move around however you want. After Colin died, I spent so many nights praying for him to come back to me. I sent numerous, ridiculous, useless prayers to God begging him to give me my fiancé back. And now he's here. And I'm silently praying for him to vanish again. You're not going anywhere, Nate assures me in a resolute tone, as much for my sake as to make things clear for Colin, I think. CJ, maybe shut the fuck up, Colin barks to his friend, and the beefcake with tattoos snaking up his neck actually shuts up. Sweet God. I have no idea who this person is. Who are you? I ask the man I was in love with, but am now repelled by the mere sight of. My hands are damp with sweat, and several knots are bouncing brutally in the pit of my stomach, pushing the dizziness even closer to the surface. All along, he lived this double life. All along. Every day was a lie, every night. God, I don't even want to think about what kind of skank shared his bed all those weekends he left L.A. to supposedly replace a pilot in San Francisco or anywhere else. He kept lying to me, and whatever he says now about my biological father can only be a lie too. My father isn't that kind of man. It can't be the truth. I can be the man you knew, if you don't resist me. He answers the rhetorical question I breathed out with tenacious shock, hauling me back to the moment. What's that supposed to mean? I'm on the verge of passing out in front of everyone. That's enough. Nate barges in with a roar that rings out forcefully. You get the fuck out of my town or I'm going to end you right here. That's a fucking promise. He sounds as furious as I feel. His temper is volatile, rage gushing in strong, thick waves from him. I can sense them. We were living together, for Christ's sake. I say more to myself, But he heard me anyway, since Nate's voice has died. Memories of our only Christmas together invade my befogged mind. It was 1.5 years ago. We went to spend the holidays near Denver, renting a cute cabin. We enjoyed the simplest Christmas as we watched the snow falling from the front porch, snuggled in the swing chair under 3 thick blankets. It was perfect.
I blended into your world. Nothing different from an undercover mission. Used to do that for the club before Rod told me about you. The plan was simple, but then I had to come back here for some business,
he says vaguely.
The plan?
I croak out, hating how broken I keep sounding. He shrugs.
Spending 1 year or so with you in your world, then marry you and take you back to your true family.
That kills the trance I've been in since I caught sight of his face. Anger is fast to surface.
My true family,
I spit out. We were engaged. I can't help raising my voice. It's the only way I can avoid humiliating myself by falling to the ground and sobbing out the betrayal swelling in my chest.
Engaged, for God's sake! You were supposed to be my family, but my true family were the parents that raised me. Now it's clear. Look at you, Colin. Jesus, look at you,
I repeat, almost sadly.
You put me through hell willingly, and now you're standing here telling me to come with you like I'm a pawn you can move as you see fit? Either you're delusional or you're mentally sick. I bet on the latter.
I give him my opinion, not caring about the anger his eyes are now spilling.
You are not my family, I affirm.
It looks like you stopped being anything at all when you died. And even if you showed me a freaking paternity test, your president would be nothing to me. Be sure of that. Besides you, he's the last person I want to have anything to do with.
Rod is your father. You have to respect him,
he roars as he points a finger at me through the gate. I could slap myself for flinching at the violence of his tone, but instinct kicked in, and there was nothing I could do to help it. This man is dangerous. He has nothing to do with the sweet, discreet guy I met at the gym. I'm scared of him. It's useless to deny it. But at the same time, I refuse to let him intimidate me. Some people tend to walk all over a person they see as weak just because they can, and this man is one of them. Even if what you're saying is true, I wouldn't respect him. If you ever listened to me during that year you did nothing but lie to me, you would know that I've always thought there was a reason Mary didn't tell me anything about my real father. It's her I'll respect by not approaching that man. I'll even spit on his grave when someone has the brilliant idea of putting a bullet in his head. That's all the respect I owe him.
Chapter 18. Nate. On the other side of the gate, growls rise at Cameron's outburst. Fuck, this is going to go down badly. Any other day, in any other situation not involving Cam, I would have joined the wicked snickers my brothers send the fuckers' way with a deliberate smugness, but I've been more than on edge since she walked over here. Her dead fiancé is CJ, the vice president of the Royal Spiders. That fucking blows my mind, to be blunt. A shitload of questions flood through my brain, so many of them, mixed with so many emotions, that I need to put up my own internal fight to stay focused on the precarious situation. The dread swelling thicker in me every time I imagine Cam's motionless body on the ground, hurt or worse, helps a lot. Nothing to add. Now, you get the fuck out of my town and don't ever think about coming back. I warn him through my teeth as just one step moves me forward. Every inch of my skin is itching to tear the gate open and fuck this bastard up. But besides Cameron, there are kids inside that I can't put at risk. Right now, Cameron doesn't seem to recognize the danger standing in front of her. Disrespecting their president is the ultimate sin for guys like them, but weighing her words doesn't seem to be her priority. Even the guns pointed at her don't stop her from expressing her mind without restraint. Maybe she's seeing the man she lived with in front of her, and the man who betrayed her, not the dangerous criminal he really is. But whatever it is she's thinking, she seems unaware of how impulsive men like them can be. This could easily turn into a bloodbath. Not that I blame her. If anything, I'm so damn proud of her for not breaking down in front of that son of a bitch. The fragility pouring from her is palpable, surely trying hard to get her to fall apart, but she fights it bravely. The fucker has the nerve to glare at me, but his attention darts back to Cam in no time. His eyes on her fuel my murderous instincts, even before he opens his mouth to spill out more stupidities, like I didn't just order him to leave my fucking town. "You belong to me," he tells her, and my hand tightens around my gun. "You love me. You know you do. Don't deny it. You owe me that. Now, you just come with me. You'll calm down soon enough." Fucking God. Even the best psychiatrist wouldn't be able to do shit for him. It doesn't matter how long they were together or what nice rock he put on her finger. She started to hate his guts deeply 5 minutes ago. "I owe you shit," she seethes. "Look at yourself. I loved someone who never existed. I lived with someone who never existed. Then I mourned someone who never existed. How can someone do that to someone else? I stood in front of a fucking empty casket with no family, crying for someone who never existed. A casket I paid for because, just like me, you had no family left to bury you. Jesus! Did you even give me your real name? Are you officially dead? This just doesn't make sense." "Wasn't my real name. I created a fake identity. Fake birth certificate, fake driver's license, fake college degree. But I'll spare you the details. Colin North died when I faked the crash. Simple as that." "Simple as that. Simple. I still haven't gotten rid of our apartment, even though it hurt every night I had to sleep alone in our bed. You bastard!" The image of this motherfucker touching her in bed doesn't have time to settle in my mind, thankfully killed by something white flying through the air and colliding with the gate. It's too large to sneak between the bars, and the fucker ducks his head for no good reason. It's only when several small colorful things crash and roll on the ground that I realize Cam threw the bag of candy she went inside to get for the kids at him. Okay, she's losing it, like completely losing her shit. "Fuck, Cameron! Calm the fuck down, now!" CJ roars, and only for the way he addresses her, I want to put a bullet in him. "Don't you dare tell me what to do, and don't you ever say my name again. Now, listen to me carefully," she goes on. "I do not love you. I've seen firsthand what you're capable of. Hell, I had to kill 2 of your friends because you sent rapists to take me and bring me to you." "My mistake, I admit. Both prospects were only there because they knew their way around a good fire." She gasps in a breath, briefly stunned to silence. "Your mistake? Oh my, you're sick. As sick as those bastards were. Get something through your fucking head, CJ. She snarls the name he's always gone by here, and I think she's cursed more these past few minutes than she has the entire time I've known her. "I hate you, and not only for what you did, but for who you are. You disgust me." When she takes a step forward, I need to intervene. "No, baby, you stay behind me," I command as I plant myself in front of her. I can understand her visceral need to give a piece of her mind to that scumbag, but if I keep visualizing her sprawled on the ground at my feet, I'm going to lose my damn mind just as she has lost hers. She doesn't realize that it'd take no more than one word that really pisses one of them off to push them into making a rash decision, like shooting us all. Cameron has just started to unveil the truth about her former fiancé, but I've known CJ for years. He's like an unstable stick of dynamite, ready to blow up at any time. "Baby?" he groans, his jaw ticking as his face reddens despite his tanned skin. Yeah, the nickname probably wasn't a smart move on my part. His furious glare is on me. He definitely looks like he's ready to rip my ribcage open and tear my heart out of it with his bare hands. "You're fucking that piece of shit, you slut? I fucking knew it," he snarls, and I take the smallest step toward the fucker before remembering that I need to stay right here and shield Cameron from him. "Be careful now," Jace warns, making himself heard for the first time after staying as quiet as the rest of my brothers during all this. Whether he's defending my honor or Cameron's, I don't know. His edges have never been harder since the day he lost his family, but I think he's had a soft spot for Cam since day one. It could be the fact that she's lost everyone just like he did. It'd make me smile if I didn't have to focus on whoever could hurt her at any second. "If I had known you'd turn into a chick with no self-respect, I'd have come and gotten you sooner. And now, I'm losing patience."
Well, get used to it,
she shoots back, stepping aside so she can see him again. Stay back, Jesus, I growl. Her body is still there, touching mine, but I now feel it against my side, not my back.
I'm not going anywhere with you, she tells him. I don't want to see your face again, and just so we're clear here, I'm going to fuck whoever I feel like fucking from now on.
Her voice raises a few octaves again. I'm almost happy she doesn't hold a gun. For the first time, she's showing a side of her I haven't seen so far. It's the side of her that died the day that son of a bitch died. Someone fierce who was still there but hiding behind the pain. A little firecracker not taking shit from anyone. Whether she's brave or reckless right now, that's totally debatable. But she's damn well alive. Now, you have 10 seconds, I say. That's all you've got to decide whether you all want to leave my town alive or start shooting and see who's lucky enough to watch another day rising. Your choice. But my girl stays right here. It's a huge risk I'm taking here, but I don't need to even look at my brothers to have an idea of what they would have done in my place. We protect our own, no matter what. Heavy silence settles as I can sense the wheels whirling in CJ's brain. Giving him this ultimatum was bold, but I'm betting our lives on his own self-preservation. No doubt he can read in my eyes that he's the first one I'll be shooting if it comes down to that. Unsurprisingly, he surrenders. We go. But this isn't over. She's mine, and I'll take her back. Cameron tenses against my side, and a breath slips between her lips, a presumably nasty comment apparently ready to burst out. But I beat her to it. You better not be threatening her, or you'll have to live on lockdown for a very long time to stay alive. Now get the fuck out of my fucking town before I put a bullet between your eyes. Consequences be damned. His cold, homicidal eyes hold my stare for a moment, as he's surely dreaming of killing me, as much as I'm dreaming of tearing his body apart limb by limb. But then, he motions for his goons to retreat. They obey, but walk backwards, their weapons still trained on us. CJ is the last one to move, but not without one last warning. This ain't over, Bowers. Get lost. I'm losing patience, too. I repeat the words he paternally threw at Cam. He does as I say, and Brent closes the distance with the gate to keep an eye on where they're going. There's no sound of tires squealing, but that's not surprising since we didn't hear them arrive. They must have parked a block or two away from the clubhouse. When I realize something's missing at my side, I turn around to see Cameron walking away and toward the front door. 5 of us take an SUV and make sure they leave town, Jace commands before addressing me. We got this. I make a mental note of thanking my best friend later. He's taken over a lot of my responsibilities lately. The circumstances are unusual, and we've always had each other's back. But still, I've never been more out of it. Fuck, Alex. Next time I tell you to go inside, you go the fuck inside. Liam roars, his eyes lethal on his sister and his stance taut. Don't talk to me like that, she shouts back, far from intimidated. He's right, Jesus. The yard falls into a full silence at Jace's quiet growl. In a year, no one has heard them talk to each other for the mere reason Jace won't even look at her when she's here to visit, and according to Alex's bemused expression, she's as shocked as everyone else. She puts on a mask of indifference quickly, though. Well, how about you shut the fuck up and continue not talking to me? She bites back and spins around to walk away from them both. Jace grumbles something before more distinctly telling the guys to move their asses. A handful of my brothers jog to the garage as I stride toward the front door, eager to get to Cam. As I catch up with Alex, and though we both keep rushing in, I ask her, Hey, you good, little one? I knew I'd get a smile with that nickname. It might as well have been her real name when she was this 13-year-old girl who looked so small and fragile among all the men of the club. But after she threatened to have our balls if we kept treating her like a kid when she was about 16, we started to only call her that when we wanted to mess with her. Her smile dies when she snorts, I should be thrilled that he finally deigned to spare me a few words, but it only pisses me off. Anyway, I'll live. You should go to Cameron. She gives a nod toward the stairs. I can honestly say I wouldn't want to be in her shoes right now. I don't doubt that, though until now I didn't realize what kind of hell Alex has been living in because of Jace. I've spent no more than a few weeks with Cameron, but the prospect of her leaving and giving me the silent treatment for only a few days is hard to comprehend. So, an entire year? Hell, I'd go out of my fucking mind. Alex reassures everyone as I race up the stairs. I expect to find Karen on the bed, crying as she processes the betrayal of the man she had planned to marry, then grieved for no good reason. But when I cross the threshold, I'm met with silence. I spot her immediately, standing in front of my chest of drawers with her head bowed. She seems calm, and at first I think that's a good thing. But when I close the door and follow her gaze, I catch something that causes my feet to stride toward her. A glass that I think I left here this morning is broken, and red liquid is leaking from Cam's fisted hand where some sharp piece is trapped. "Fuck, let that go," I demand firmly, though I try to control my voice so I don't rip her out of her trance by making her freak out. "Open your hand, Cam." Pressing my body against hers from behind, I grab hold of her wrist and speak more softly to her ear. "Open your hand, please. Please, baby. You're hurting yourself." Slowly, as though her palm isn't on its way to bleeding out, her head lifts as she squints at me over her shoulder. Then her gaze lowers again, and it takes her 5 more seconds to do as I asked and open her heavily shaking hand. The piece of glass hits the wood and the other pieces, but my focus stays set on the blood sweeping from her palm. "I'm sorry, I didn't," she blurts out, not saying more, as she just stares down at her wounded skin like she hadn't noticed anything happening. "It's okay. Come sit on the bed." She complies, still holding her hand with her palm facing the ceiling, and I wait until she's sitting to go to the bathroom. If there's something we never run out of at the clubhouse, it's a first aid kit. Or several, rather. I snatch the damn thing from the cupboard and go back to the room to kneel in front of her. Her cut doesn't look nasty enough to need stitches, but I'll ask Alex to have a look at it later. She's been done with nursing school for only a couple of months, but she's been patching us up for more than a couple of years now. Cameron winces when the cotton ball meets her torn flesh, and I wish CJ had given me a reason, any fucking reason, to take him out right there. I know it would have been suicidal to pull that trigger, but my rage is so intense that it's a fucking ordeal to get my head to stay straight. "It was all a lie," she whispers, her blatant vulnerability making me feel fucking useless. "I know we were together only a year, but it was all a lie. Even the year after his supposed death was a lie." "I'm sorry." Great. I couldn't have found anything more lame. It probably would have been smarter to keep my mouth shut at this point, but hell, what am I supposed to say? I could try all night, but I wouldn't understand what kind of feelings are brewing in her right now. It's so fucked up. I hate that she had to live this illusionary life, but what has my blood boiling is the thought of her living daily around that sicko for an entire year. Chills shoot up my spine thinking about how many times he could have lost his preppy boy mask and hurt her. And then there's this picture of her sharing her bed with him. Only for that do I want the fucker lying in a damn large puddle of his own blood. And at the risk of sounding like a bastard myself, I can't help liking, a hell of a lot, the fact that her grief isn't accurate anymore. It's obvious that she has to come to terms with what happened, but the reality is that she has no one to mourn anymore. There's no shadow of a perfect guy standing between us anymore. After wrapping her hand in a bandage, I keep it in mind and delve my eyes into hers. Tears are silently following a path down her cheeks. "What can I do, baby? You want me to bring you a tea? Maybe with a sleeping pill so she can sleep through that day and start over tomorrow." "Can I be alone for a bit?" That stings. It hurts even. And just like that, dread digs into my bones. Maybe the news of her fiancé being alive isn't such a good thing for me after all. Maybe she regrets the night she spent with me even more now than when she had the impression of betraying him. Maybe knowing that he's part of the world I live in makes her doubt me too. But now isn't the best time to try to find out what thoughts her head is struggling with. I'm not sure I want to hear them anyway. So I only say, "Sure." And I leave the room.
Chapter 19. Cameron. The glazed paper melts away slowly. A year of laughter, of discussions, of kisses, of traveling, a year of life, really, is being consumed by the unsparing flames right in front of my eyes. A picture taken during our weekend in Seattle, another taken in the small, cozy apartment that was our home. And the picture immortalizing the day we got engaged on that beach we used to go lie at night to watch the starry sky are already gone. all burned. Cameron. I didn't hear the door opening, but I guess I'm too numb to be jumpy, because after what went down 20 minutes ago, I should be at least slightly jumpy. Maybe I'm not, because I expected Nate to come back and check on me soon enough, considering how visibly reluctant he was to give me some space in the first place. Yes, I say, not pulling my eyes off Colin's smile as he sits on the porch of that cabin we rented for what I didn't know would be our only Christmas together. A fake smile. A smile that any talented actor could have flashed at the camera. Colin was just that, a talented actor. What are you doing? I'm wishing that this lighter could burn away Colin as easily as it burns away these pictures. When Nate comes to sit beside me on the floor, the waste paper basket in front of us, I ask instead of answering, "How is it I didn't see a thing?"
Cameron.
He starts softly. "No, seriously, I really wonder." I stop him. I keep thinking back to that time, searching for something, anything, a small damn hint I must have missed at some point. But there's nothing. I can't think of anything. Maybe I need to call Colleen and ask her. Maybe she can help me with that, because there's nothing I can think of, Nate. I swear I'm not completely stupid. I swear there was not a freaking damn sign. This guy... I refer to Colin as I wave a hand toward the window. I've never, ever met him. I don't know who that is, and... God, I even met some of his colleagues a few times, for God's sake. Probably spiders. My head shakes with growing shame. I'm so stupid, it's laughable. Don't do this. How could you have guessed that? You weren't even really aware of the MC world. How? I repeat, the word taking a sardonic sound despite myself. That's simple. I should have known that something this perfect couldn't be real. Simple as that. Love, that's just bullshit, and I fell for it so easily. I was so sad and alone, still grieving the loss of my parents, that I stupidly fell for it. I wanted Colin and me to be as in love as my parents had been. I saw them love each other dearly my whole life, and ever since I was a teenager, that's what I wanted to find for myself someday. I thought Colin and I were just that. Angrily, I get rid of a tear that escaped despite all the efforts I put into making them stop during the past half hour. I shouldn't be crying for that son of a bitch. I shed way too many tears for him when he died. Bastard. I'm ashamed of the way I talked to you about him, like he was such a wonderful man, so amazing and special, and with love still lingering in the words I used to describe him. He showed you what you wanted to see. While nodding absently, I resume the task at hand by pressing my thumb down on the lighter one more time. I enjoy watching the bright, blazing flame come to life again. The tip laps at the corner of the next and last picture, eating away the paper inch by inch. And there goes the memory of one of our Sunday mornings lazily spent in bed. I don't know what to make of that year I spent with him. I confess, as I release what's left of the picture that completes its combustion at the bottom of the basket. I want to forget them so badly. I want to forget him, but I just can't. I swat another tear away. It's cruel what he did. I'm so angry I don't even recognize myself. I've never been this angry. God, did he really think I'd accept his lies and join his club like a docile doormat? He wouldn't have been able to hide his true personality there, with his friends, in his everyday life. Hell, he wasn't even able to pretend out there the first time I actually saw him in his real life. It's almost funny how impressed I am about how he succeeded in never giving any sick part of him away during the year we were together. An entire year. And he gave nothing away. When I have to cut off my ranting so I can take a much-needed breath, Nate asks me tentatively, "You mean the fact he's in an MC wouldn't have bothered you?" The first time Nate brought me here, he explained to me that most of the motorcycle clubs don't condone violence against innocent people. After living here for a few weeks, I can only believe that. He took me in and protected me like I was part of his club, and his brothers did the same. There's no doubt in my mind that they are good people. What they do isn't technically legal, but they don't put anyone in danger, and that's good enough for me. What bothers me is that I shared everything with a psychopath for a year and never saw it. People say you're supposed to see the evil in someone's eyes, but if that's true, I'm fully blind. I snort. I'm nauseous just thinking I let that man touch me. The truth is, I would have followed him anywhere if he had been the guy I fell in love with. But that guy was the biggest lie of all. There are no more pictures waiting to be disintegrated, since I only had a few in my wallet, so I close my eyes briefly, gathering the courage to say what scares me the most. More than that diabolic version of Colin, and more than the possibility of having a sociopath as a janitor, I can't stay here. My voice is barely able to leave my throat as it breaks all the way, but at least the words are out there. "No, Cam," he urges, his eyes shouting distress. "I can understand you want to leave, but you're safe here. Where would you go? I can't protect you if you go back to LA. CJ meant every word. You don't go to him on your own, he'll take you. And do you really want to go back to your apartment?" "No," my outburst comes out with revulsion. "I don't. If it were mine, I'd burn the place to the ground along with everything that's inside." "Then what? You want to find another place? This is... I can't let you do that. For fuck's sake, Cameron. The last time I let you go, you could have ended up burned alive. If you don't want to stay here anymore, at least wait until we've figured something out, and it's not that." I make him stop talking when he implies for the second time that I want to leave. "I don't want to leave here," I tell him, when what I really want to say is, "I don't want to leave you." But if I'm really related to that man, I'd understand it if you'd rather... "Do not finish that sentence," he growls. "Look at me, Cameron." His voice isn't hard, but in his tone there's a severity that makes me meet his eyes. I don't bother to wipe away another tear, but Nate does. His thumb gets rid of it with a gentle stroke. "First of all, he'll have to bring me the fucking proof he's your father. But even if he can do that, it'd mean nothing to me." "How could it mean nothing? You said so yourself, that this man is a literal monster, and I could be his daughter. He's taking and selling women, Nate, possibly teenagers." "What about me?" he asks, confusing me. A deep frown grows on my face. "What do you mean? You don't do that." "I don't," he confirms. "But do you think I'm a monster?" "I already told you I don't think that," I affirm vehemently. "If it weren't for you, I'd probably already be there. I don't even know what they expect from me." Well, as for Colin, I have a pretty good idea. I say, and regret it when I catch Nate's jaw jumping under his skin a couple of times. I had no one, and you protected me even though you barely knew me. You're nothing like those men. Yet my father was as much of a monster as Rod is. I'm still confused at first, but recognition dawns on me quickly. You think I'd hold against you where you come from when my own father was very fucking close to being the evil himself? He goes on. How hypocritical would that be? His palm comes up, and he presses it on my cheek as he keeps talking softly. I've never compared myself to him. As far as I'm concerned, the only father figures I've ever had were Jace's dad and granddad. The man that helped conceive me, I have his blood in my veins, and I can't change that. But he's got no place in my heart and my head. And Rod has nothing to do with you either. Your soul is pure and sweet. You're the girl who helps my brother's kids with their homework and gives a hand to the prospect with all sorts of housework when you think I don't notice you spoiling him. He fakes a chastising tone, putting a small smile on my lips. I don't care if they think you belong to their club. You don't. Your place is here. Your place is here. I know he means right now, but I can't help wondering if it could become more than that someday. Since the very beginning, I've fought against what Nate makes me feel. The attraction first, then those emotions that started flowing through me that I couldn't explain. But I don't want to fight anymore. Even if it fuels my rage thinking about it, I felt happy with Colin. Really happy. But what I feel around Nate is something else. Or do I think that because I just found out my story with Colin was nothing but a total sham? No. Nate stepped into my life only recently, but he's already become a necessity. His presence instilled a new peace in me. His hands ignited a new fire inside me. I lived through very dark times after losing Colin, yes, but losing Nate? I can't even contemplate it. I wouldn't survive it. Only picturing him hurt has the taste of bile swelling at the back of my throat. When I let the urge to be close to him speak, his lips stay frozen against mine. Cam, he utters, the sound tortured. I want you. I breathe out against his mouth, not pulling away. Our breaths mingle as I graze his lips with mine, taunting him. You're upset, he states, still not responding to my initiative. I smile as I whisper, See, you're a softy, biker boy. He deprives me of his lips as he throws back his head, his generous laugh hitting the walls around us. My smile grows wider, and that's the moment when everything becomes clear. It doesn't matter that my life with Colin was a massive lie. It just doesn't. Of course, it hurts. Of course, I'm angry. I'm so furious that I wish I were a guy so I could beat the shit out of him until he was nothing more than a pile of limp muscles weeping on the floor. But in the end, would I even be here today, drinking in Nate's laughter, if Colin hadn't done what he did? Not that it excuses anything, but now more than ever, I believe that everything happens for a reason. And everything that happened in my life, good or bad, brought me right here, in this room, with this strong, wonderful man. A softy, huh? He snickers when his laughter fades. I hum, drawing him back closer and following a path of kisses along his jaw.
"Look at me, baby,"
he commands, and I let out a sigh but meet his eyes anyway.
"You can't tell me you're fine."
I didn't say that. I'm well aware I'm not, I admit, and I need you to help me with that. When I'm with you, I feel like everything will be okay. There's always this peace in me when you touch me, and I need you to make me feel that way now. Hesitation doesn't stop playing on his face as his eyes stay locked on mine, assessing me. I get his concern, but I'm getting impatient, and this stare down starts to annoy me quickly. So, when my lips slam into his again, I jump onto his lap at the same time, making sure to push into his crotch with mine. I want to raise my fist in victory at the deep groan I swallow when he yields to my tenacity and opens his mouth for my tongue to slip in. But instead, my hands quickly work on taking his shirt off him, even though it forces me to break our barely started kiss. His skin is hot, and the bulge inside his jeans has grown fully hard. Sneaking a hand between us, I undo his jeans and urge him to lift his ass from the floor to let me free his cock. Then I grasp his length, and with a swipe of my thumb over the tip, I rip another growl out of him. He lets himself fall back to lean against the bed, bringing me with him. But even though I love stroking him and enjoying the dark need swirling in his eyes, I'm eager for more. So I stand up and lose my own jeans. My panties go as well, but I don't waste any more time taking my top off. I drop back to my knees, each one settling on either side of Nate's thighs, my gaze already on his hard cock that rests taut against his stomach. My fist clenches around it again in a firm grasp that causes a gasp to flee his lips. The next instant, I'm lowering myself on him, and just like him, I fight hard to keep my eyes open. The lust darkening his features is too beautiful to miss out on. This view alone has the power to excite me, this tough, hard-edged man giving in to the pleasure I spark in him turns me on to no end.
"Fuck yeah. Like that. Deep, baby. Fuck, you're squeezing me to perfection. Tight as fuck."
The words he gets out in a tight, praising voice only heighten the sensations fizzling inside me. I keep moving, down slowly until it's impossible for me to go lower. Nate grabs hold of my ass, his fingers digging into my flesh. Just like he told me to do that day on the rooftop of his house, I take what I need, moving on him. The curse hoarsely leaving him is lost in my mouth when I crash my lips to his, demanding the most searing kiss he's capable of giving me. My pace picks up. My moans get louder. Nate's fingers dig further into my ass and hips. His hands follow my motions but don't take control. And just like my knees pushing on the hard floor, his touch borders on painful. But this whole picture of us is so arousing that it only adds to the euphoria my body is on its way to being thrown into. And it doesn't only feel good. It feels like for the first time in so long, I'm right where I'm supposed to be. A sharp fear comes with that realization. I don't think I'll be able to get over him once I have to go back to LA. No. I know I won't be able to. But I decide to kick that thought away from my mind for now. Instead of delving into the sad truth, I chase the climax I'm in desperate need of until stars dance brightly in front of my eyes. and from the guttural sound vibrating in Nate's chest in concert with my cries of pleasure, he takes what he needs from me, too. Gentle kisses, tracing a tingling path on my collarbone, wakes me up. Stirring a little, a sigh of delectation leaves me as I thread my fingers into Nate's messy hair, which has him grinning against my skin. I wanted to let you sleep, but your skin was too damn tempting. Besides, it's 5 p.m. We should go get something to eat. I'll sleep in a shirt from now on, I retort, my voice sleepy. I never slept in the nude before, usually wearing panties and whatever shirt serving as pajamas. Even after Nate and I started having sex on a daily basis, I would put on his shirt before sleeping. But after our third round last night, and the following 2 during the day today that we apparently spent all of in bed, exhaustion kept me from even caring, let alone moving my relaxed limbs to get his shirt from the chest of drawers. I'll burn them all when your sexy body lets me get out of this bed. Though equally sleepy, my laugh bursts out of me at his serious tone as I open my eyes to find his on me. He drinks in the quiet sound when he kisses me, and I worry about my morning breath only briefly. I let his tongue ease into my mouth, shutting up my laughter altogether. His erection feels massive against my bare thigh. I can't believe I'm still turned on after the busy past 24 hours we've had. And since abstinence had been a daily torture in my life for a long time until a week ago, there's no need to say that this new frenetic rhythm has caused some parts of me to be a little sore. Not that it's enough to tell Nate to leave the condom in the nightstand when he stretches his arm to get one, and I don't kick him away either when he settles between my legs and adjusts himself over me. You wet, baby? He asks me, even though his fingers are already stroking my hot flesh to make sure of it. Good girl, he says in an approving tone. My next exhale is more of a rumble of intense pleasure when he pushes himself deep inside me in one smooth thrust. How do you want it? He rasps. Hard, I respond shamelessly. I like him a little rough, and I'm the first one surprised by it. I had always been more of a vanilla girl until I met Nate. Colin would sometimes take me harder than he usually did, and I liked it, but it was rare, and I was afraid to ask for it. I was kind of self-conscious, afraid to pass as depraved or something. Back then I thought that no self-respecting girl was supposed to be wanting that, especially since Colin never complained about our sex life. Now I know that his restraint was no more than an act to fit the character he had created. But most of all, I know I have every right to want what Nate makes me feel. With him, it's easy to accept my needs. There's no shame. Even when Colin hadn't reappeared yet, I felt shockingly at ease with what my body was craving. At first, Nate doesn't move. His lips glide delicately over my skin from the corner of my mouth up to my ear. I expect him to say something when he pauses there, so I'm surprised by the rolling motion of his hips that pull away right before meeting me again with a blissful force. Straightening up then, he kneels between my legs and he lifts my ass, holding it up in the air with a hand clasping each one of my hips. God, he's deep. Then he pounds into me. My moans get louder as his thrusts get fiercer. My ass, locked in place, can only take what he gives me, and ecstasy is swelling fast, provoking a climax that shatters me inside and out in no time. In tune with my cries, Nate groans his own pleasure before dropping on me, as sated as I am.
Fuck, he croaks, and I laugh before I feign suffocation under the weight of his muscular body. Sorry, babe, but you're wearing me down, he drawls, pushing himself up on his elbows. You're still inside me, I point out. I'm well aware. I want to live in here. His tone is serious, but his grin spreads as he pulls out of me, despite his absurd confession, gets rid of the condom, and drops on his back next to me while I cover myself with the sheets. Seriousness steals his smile when he speaks again, his question voiced reluctantly. How are you dealing with what happened yesterday? My eyes lock on the ceiling and I sigh. It still feels surreal somehow. It's like he took 2 years of my life from me. It's seriously fucked up to do something like that. And, on the other hand, it feels good not having to hold on to his memory anymore. I feel free. For the longest moment, we both stay silent. I'm not sure what he's thinking, but I hope he's not disgusted by the image of me with someone he despises so much. Even though he didn't express anything about it, I say, You know, it's never been like... I pause, searching for the right words. The way it is when I'm with you, it's never been like that with him. When you touch me, I feel like I won't survive it if you stop. It's so intense. I've never had that. I felt guilty for feeling that way the first time. I felt guilty because I loved it so much. I'm startled when he moves unexpectedly so he can lay on top of me and assault my mouth with his again. The thought I did my best to get out with the right words sounded stupid to me, but apparently not to him. But just when I start to grow wet again, he deprives me of his lips. He exhales a breath full of heavy lust. Looks like we share the same problem. Can't touch you without dying to fuck you. I laugh because that's not exactly what I said, but it's close enough, I suppose. His mouth comes back down to lazily suck on my neck. God, now I have to go downstairs after what I said yesterday. I completely lost it. I wince. I can't believe I said that I'd fuck whoever I felt like fucking. Nate neglects the prickling spot on my neck, too busy snickering. No doubt Ben had to refrain from making some kinky comments. Must have been painful for him. Pretty sure he's still cursing you for that. I'm so embarrassed, but I was so pissed off. I swear I wanted to strangle him. It's doubtful a girl has ever talked to CJ that way. That's sure as hell. His guys looked like they didn't know where to put themselves. He chuckles. Gotta say, I'm fucking proud of you. During a short moment, I was scared you'd turn it into a massacre, but I'm so damn proud you didn't fall apart in front of him. That being said, I have to make something clear, baby. He trails off, rocking his hips to press his crotch directly on my most sensitive spot. I'll be the only one you fuck. Smiling up, I tease him. That can be arranged. Better be, because I don't share what's mine. I arch a brow. Yours? Absolutely. His opened palm brushes my chest and saunters its way down until it pauses on my stomach underneath the sheets. Mine, he vows. A knowing smile tugs at his lips when a shiver rocks my body. I know I sound like an insensitive prick, but I can't help liking that your dead fiancé wasn't perfect marriage material after all. Makes me feel less like a loser. Stop it, I scold him. I never thought that of you, so stop, I repeat. Now, I need to take a shower.
Despite him still half lying on me, I sit up, forcing him to straighten as well.
"Understood, ma'am."
He grins. My head tilts to the side. "Stop that, too." I berate him, but place a kiss on his smiling lips. "What do you think about going to Dona's for a very late breakfast?" I suggest, at the same time I leave the sheets. I start to walk to the bathroom, but I stop in my tracks and look back at him when he doesn't answer. His gaze stares right where my ass was before I turned around, and it lazily roams up my body until it reaches my face. Then he shrugs an unapologetic shoulder.
"Can't help it."
"What about Dona's?" I roll my eyes. Freeing himself from the sheets, he stands up and shuffles toward me. He really is a beautiful man. His confidence makes him even more gorgeous than the hard planes defining every inch of his body.
"Who's checking the other out now?"
he drawls, but I don't tear my eyes off him until he's joined me. Oddly, it doesn't feel weird at all that we're both standing naked in the middle of the room.
"I wish we could go out,"
he starts.
"but it's too dangerous right now. Can't risk you being snatched again, baby. The guys and I need to come up with something in case Rod really is who he says he is. And even if he isn't, it means he's up to something else. Or maybe CJ is the only one with an agenda. I don't know."
"So what? I won't ever be able to go out again? This is just ridiculous. How can they think that they can decide where I should be and who I can talk to? I'm outraged. Those people are so... There are just no words to describe those men. When I can't come up with anything to express how revolting those people's actions are, I blow out a breath just as Nate's phone buzzes on the nightstand. His expression reveals how torn he is as to what to do, but a frustrated groan later, he spins around and snatches his phone. A scowl deepens on his forehead. Is everything okay? I don't like how tense his body just got.
"Cody says he needs to talk to you and me."
About what?
"He just says it has something to do with Rod. Let's take that shower and go see what he wants, okay?"
He walks back to me, and I only nod, my brain completely blank as to what can even be said at this point. Not even 24 hours ago, I helped Nate's friend bake her brother's birthday cake and got to celebrate that special day with the people he calls family. And now, I'm dreading to discover that my blood is the same that runs in the veins of a psychotic torturer. How the hell did I get here? I'm too jaded to even wonder. We're in and out of the shower in a flash, surprisingly, without jumping each other one more time. That must have something to do with how nervous I am to know what Cody has to tell us. I slip into a pair of jeans and a yellow shirt and follow Nate downstairs. A few guys are fiddling around, a beer snuggled in the crook of their hand and their eyes locked on the TV as they watch some program about motorcycles. The cliché has the advantage of making me smile.
"Nate,"
Cody acknowledges him as he ambles out of the kitchen.
"Melvin's about to bring some tea and coffee. Said he'll cook something if you guys are hungry."
Nate leads me to an unoccupied couch where he sits beside me, and Cody joins us, dropping onto the couch, facing us. He swallows several gulps of water from a large bottle and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand before diving straight into the conversation.
"What CJ said about Rod being your biological father might be true,"
he tells me, not handling my heart with kid gloves. I shouldn't be surprised. Diplomacy isn't any of these men's greatest feature.
"What do you know?"
Nate asks him, and I'm grateful because I lost my ability to speak despite the questions tumbling in my head.
About 25 years ago, when the president of the Spiders Twitch gave him his patch, Rod was barely 20, but had an old lady. They had been together for more than a couple of years from what he said, making sure to spread the word about how untouchable she was. And quickly, after he got his patch, we got wind of the fact she was pregnant.
He stops talking, and I summarize what he said in my mind. His girlfriend, or old lady, was pregnant around the time my birth mom was. Just like plenty of women, right?
Besides the timing, what makes you think Cam was the baby?
Nate speaks for me again. Cody eyes me in a brief silence before answering.
About a month after that, the girl left town. Since there was no letter, Rod was convinced that she had been snatched by a rival club, along with her best friend, who seemed to have disappeared as well. Rod raised hell around the state for more than a year, searching for her. I was the only one knowing both girls left on purpose and were safe. Don't ask me how.
He adds, scratching his beard, and goes on.
Anyway, maybe it's also no more than a coincidence, but that girl's name was Mary. That's the name you said yesterday, right? Mary?
My heart thumps in my chest while the same wave of nausea that threatened me with sickness yesterday assaults me. My eyes close briefly as a very crestfallen sound flees out of my mouth. When I turned 16, my parents gave me a letter from Mary.
So, she died then?
He asks, even though he sounds like he had already figured that out. I nod. Soon after I was born. Cancer. There was a photo with the letter, and I'm looking a lot like her. I should thank God for that. I mumble. Cody casts me a sad smile.
Rod's old lady had light brown hair, that I know, but I've only ever seen her twice, and from afar. From what I know, again, please don't ask me how, she wasn't happy with him, but was too scared to leave him. Courage only came after she learned about the pregnancy, and I had no idea she had died so soon after leaving town.
I suppose that's it, then. Is it normal to wish the Spiders wanted me to sell me to whatever pervert after all? I joke half-heartedly. Nate kisses my temple in the sweetest kiss he ever gave me. I snuggle into his side instinctively, remembering what he told me yesterday. Whose blood courses through my veins is unimportant. Besides, I know from my parents that my real mom was a nice, sweet woman who loved me, which means my blood isn't entirely bad. She was courageous, and her courage is what allowed me to live the childhood I lived.
Sorry, kid.
Cody uses a nickname for the first time.
I wanted to believe that timing was only a coincidence, but the fact that CJ played the long game meant that Rod was pretty sure of who you were,
he says, then shakes his head.
I'd always thought that Mary and her best friend were both taking care of you, which would have explained why neither ever came back. I guess I was all wrong.
He goes on absently. Something close to sorrow flickers on his face, but it's gone in a blink.
Nothing else I know, Nate.
On that, he shoots up from the couch and is gone, just as Melvin arrives with a cup of tea in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other.
Do you want to eat something?
He asks us. Not for me, thanks. I'm not hungry. I'll wait until dinner is ready. Before Nate can answer for himself, a voice booms on our left.
Nate, we might have to move quickly.
Blaine has appeared behind the bar at the top of the stairs leading to the basement, his attention lost in the phone in his hand.
What's going on?
Nate asks him, standing up. Blaine makes his way toward us, and the atmosphere in the room switches within a short second. As Melvin goes back to the kitchen, chairs grate unpleasantly on the floor, clothes rub against the leather of the couches, and Ben, Jace, Liam, Cody, and Brent all stomp toward Nate and Blaine, every one of them visibly ready to jump into action. I wonder if I should discreetly go back upstairs. Whatever this is about, it sounds like whatever they're going to say isn't something I should be listening to, but Blaine's voice quickly kills my indecision, and my curiosity encourages me to stay put.
Long story short, I've been able to get into Rod's phone after a friend of mine from college got his number and we hacked it.
College? Blaine went to college? That's a surprise. Not that bikers are stupid, because, in fact, they're smart. Running a business like theirs, whether it's their legal business or illegal one, requires good skills, actually. It's just that for some reason, I thought that they all chose this life early on. Not necessarily, apparently.
The thing was a pain to hack, to be honest, but once we entered it, we had access to a lot of things, such as numbers of the inner circle, that we were able to hack as well, and messages, though they're obviously talking in code about important things, but mostly we got to locate them easily. And I really think the timing's good because all of the inner circle members are at the same place right now, a spot near the lake.
The lake? Jace parrots instantly.
You think one of them owns a cabin there?
Liam asks with surprise clear in his voice. Are they talking about the lake where Nate kissed me for the first time? They must be, considering the sudden change in Jace's demeanor. That's where his family was killed.
CJ does,
Blaine confirms, and I tense at the sound of his name.
He bought it a little over a year ago, but under a fake name, obviously.
He specifies, his eyes assessing Jace.
Lana and I found out that the house is supposed to belong to some guy named Fred Sturman, who is a retired flight attendant from South Carolina. No doubt there's a lot more hidden, and I'm gonna need some time to find it all, but only being able to locate them is a damn good advantage.
Lana? Ben muses the name of Blaine's friend.
Tune down the hormones,
Cody mutters.
You think that they're at the lake to enjoy a campfire tonight?
Nate asks his brothers, sarcasm clear in his voice.
They're doing business there,
Jace affirms.
But we know they're still handing their drugs and weapons over to their clients in the desert.
Liam steps in.
Well, the clients they didn't ditch, at least. What if it's not drugs or weapons they hand over there?
At Ben's words, I bristle. What Nate told me a while ago about the spiders and their potential nauseating activity replays in my mind.
If they deal with women there, it's fucking bad for us. It's too close,
Nate says.
Maybe that's done on purpose if you think about it,
Blaine suggests.
The lake is slightly closer to our territory than theirs. If the cops get wind of anything, or if something goes wrong while they hand the girls over to another crew, their attention would land on us first. It's definitely Rod's type to think about that kind of vicious detail.
Jace agrees. My stomach roils in disgust. Hearing of something and knowing how it happens are two very different things. Women are kidnapped, thrown into a car or, most likely, a truck, and brought to someone who is buying them. That's a real thing. People are actually doing that, and they are doing it here, just a few miles away from where I'm sitting safe and sound.
Could explain why Rod killed them.
Jace's voice is emotionless, but his eyes scream a rage I had yet to see in his eyes. Dread forces the disgust I feel at picturing those faceless women out of my stomach when my gaze drops to his fists clenched at his sides. All gazes swerved toward him.
It's possible they saw Isaac there and didn't want to risk us finding out about them doing this kind of business,
Liam admits.
and it's easier to kill than to find another discreet meeting point and house to buy. They also knew we wouldn't go back there because it wouldn't be safe anymore,
Brent adds.
That's proof enough for me. We're going,
Jace states, urgency emanating from him in intense waves.
Easy, Jay.
Ben, surprisingly, tempers him. I'd cower under Jace's lethal glare, but Ben only keeps talking when it lands on him.
I get you want to take them down, all right? But we don't even know how many guys of the other crew will be there. There are too many variables. A couple of weeks ago, we said we needed to stop their shit before any cartel gets wind of it. But what if they're already working with one? We know too little about this. It's a possibility,
Nate agrees.
A fucking bad one, but one anyway. What then? We just do nothing?
Jace hisses.
What was even the point of sweating to get information if we let them get away anyway? Didn't say we do nothing, Ben groans. I was just thinking of calling 1 or 2 charters. If shit is really happening tonight, we got several hours ahead of us. Grant can make it in time.
More poised, Nate asks Blaine.
Without going into detail, can Rod notice his phone's been hacked? He can, if he has someone who knows what they're doing checking his phone. But regardless, he'll probably deduce it if we go there and mess with his operation. First thing we'd do if another club rolled up while we do business would be to get rid of our phones, and since Lana got his number by getting rather close to him without actually meeting him, she'd have to do it again to get the new one. That shit can take weeks, if not months. How'd she do that? Brent asks. And why would she? Got hired a couple of months ago at a spider strip club. She only danced on stage and observed at first. Then she danced for Sheridan when he showed interest in her. About a week ago, she got the opportunity to snatch his phone. She looked for Rod's number and put the phone back where she found it. She quit the following day. As for why she did this, besides helping me, let's just say that she has her own reasons for digging out Spider's skeletons. Which is why I got in touch with her when I couldn't figure things out on my own.
I don't know who that Sheridan guy is, and since he's associated with that club, I don't want to either. The conversation resumes, no one pressing on what are the girl's reasons for doing what she did. Besides losing the opportunity to find out more about them through their phones, I think it's fucking dangerous to turn up there, even with another charter, without knowing how many men are going to be there, especially if a fucking cartel is involved in this shit. Liam steps in, and his words spur my mouth to vomit my own without thinking. What if someone stops them without this someone being you?
Chapter 20. Nate. Everyone shuts up as every pair of eyes in the room swing to Cameron. My girl is still sitting on the couch right where I left her 5 minutes ago. Not that I forgot about her. Just like whenever she's around me, I could still sense her presence, so I knew exactly where she was, and I knew that she could hear everything that was being said. But I have complete trust in her, and so do my brothers because they trust my judgment. That said, a woman taking part in our shit is unprecedented. When no one seems to remember to use their mouth, Cam goes on with a roll of her eyes.
Sorry, I didn't realize the 50s were back. I can go back to knitting if it would make you feel more comfortable.
She deadpans. Ben's laughter thunders. That's more usual. Are you offering your services, love? He muses, and my eyes cut to him immediately. He carries on, either unaware of my death glare or not caring about it. Don't want to get ahead of myself, but I think Nate here will vote against that brilliant plan. That is, if I allow a fucking vote on this. Cameron ignores my growl.
However tempting this idea sounds, I'm not offering my services, no. I was thinking about sending the cops.
Obviously, a few snickers get lost in the air after that. I do my best to keep mine to myself. In case you didn't get the memo just yet, we don't exactly work with blues, sweetheart, Blaine says. A small smile tugs at one corner of his lips, which is enough to let us know he's seriously amused. Blaine's not an overly smiley guy.
I'm not saying you have to organize a picnic and exchange friendship bracelets. I was thinking more along the lines of using them. An anonymous tip they'd get about the time and place of the exchange. They'd have to check that out, right?
Not a cop, but that's their job, he says. Though a tip to the feds would be more efficient in my opinion. Most blues are useless amateurs, he snarls. While we all keep our distance with the cops simply because of the life we live, Blaine hates them deeply. He only shared his story in broad terms with me, but what he told me is still enough to know that every ounce of hatred he has for the so-called authorities is warranted.
If someone else goes there,
Cameron starts, the exchange won't happen, and we won't risk putting ourselves in the line of sight of the spiders and possibly a cartel if they do work with one. Liam finishes for her. Yeah, running into a fucking cartel would be bad, Jace admits, but his eyes still hold a clear trace of the irate temper he can barely contain. And there's no way we can ask a charter to take that risk either. Fuck. If playing this smart means involving the feds, I say so be it. Interesting. What do you think, Nate? Brent asks me. I think that I need to feed my blood with the strongest liquor I can find, and Cam's penetrating gaze I sense on me doesn't help me see straight. If I could hear her thoughts, I'd hear her reciting prayers for me to agree to that solution. And something tells me it's not only because she thinks our idea is the best option we have. I'm sure she does think it is, but I'm also pretty damn sure she suggested it because it would make me stay here safely instead of going out there, a target for every criminal in sight. The cops, for fuck's sake. I can't believe I'm even contemplating that option, though using the fuckers has a nice sound to it. I think that barging in like stupid bullies would be damn close to suicidal, and Jace is right, we can't ask for help. Like Ben said, there are too many variables. We can't stupidly risk lives, but if something is really going down tonight, we can't let it happen either. Hate to say this, but the black and whites are our best option right now, and if luck is on our side, they'll have the fuckers in jail by tomorrow morning. Cody plumps down on the nearest couch while speaking. If the feds catch them in the act, even their fancy lawyer will have a hard time getting them out of their shit. And since they have no idea we've been suspecting them, there'll be no retaliation against us, Ben adds. Yeah, I think that's the smartest move, I decide. Go ahead, Blaine. On it. As he walks away, his attention once again solely on his phone, Ben opens his mouth. A party. Everyone else's attention veers to him, but Cameron is the only one frowning. He means that we need to throw a party tonight. I enlighten her confused mind. That way, dozens of people can witness us all here. Oh. The last fucking thing I wanted tonight was a party to keep up appearances. I'm aware Cameron and I spent most part of the last 24 hours in bed, but I had planned to take her right back upstairs after we talked to Cody and got something to eat. Text everyone, I tell Ben, sighing. I'm about to apologize to Cam when her phone rings in her pocket. As she gets busy taking it out, I turn to Jace to check on my best friend, who must feel like shit right now. But my body whirls back around as Cam's first words leave her mouth. Hey, sexy. She catches my scowl, but it only makes her smile. I want to kill whatever fucker is on the other side of the line. Damn, Cam, I will never recover from the heart failure you caused me. A reflex has Cameron pulling her phone away from her ear as a wince deforms her expression. Since the room has fallen silent, I heard, we all did, I think, the girl's voice, as if she had been right here with us. Okay, breathe slowly, and tell me what has your panties in a twist. The girl must be Colleen, since her best friend is the only person Cam ever talks to on the phone. It's a girl, at least, so my blood goes back to a normal temperature. But as my brothers scatter, I don't even consider moving away from Cam. Her face has suddenly paled so badly that I'm glad she's sitting. I also wish Colleen were still squealing into the phone. All I can hear now is a distant mumbling that frustrates the hell out of me as sheer fear grows on Cameron's face, a fear I also sense through her hand that clasped my forearm right after she jumped up to her feet and rushed to me. It's Colleen, she confirms what I've already figured out. She's outside my house and there's a biker across the street. Fuck. No, I'm talking to Nate, she says. Since she doesn't specify who I am, I deduce that she already talked to her about me. Stay on the phone with her, I tell Cam. Liam, Brent, can you drive toward Cam's house? What car does she drive? I ask her, though I'm not sure Colleen even has a car since she most likely flew out here.
How did you get there? A cab?
She asks her, apparently sharing my thoughts. There's a short pause before she speaks again.
She has a rental. Colleen, go back to your car. Don't look at him. Go back to your car and drive toward Twickenham.
What kind of rental? Liam asks.
What kind of rental do you have?
She relays his question to Colleen. There's another pause while Cam listens to her.
Some black rental.
She winces as she looks at Liam.
A small one,
she adds apologetically. Not as tense as me, Liam snickers. Tell her to flash her lights when she sees two bikes. Should be us. As he jogs out behind Brent, Cam explains to Colleen what she has to do.
Yeah, I know,
she says at some point.
It's just that you worry too much about me.
She sighs, most likely after Colleen berated her for not telling her what happened to her recently. People will show up soon, Ben says, looking up from his phone. My focus doesn't stray from the girl still clutching my arm.
I'll explain everything when you get here. Are you driving already?
She asks her, then she nods.
Okay, just drive. He didn't follow her,
she informs me. After another pause, she lets out a laugh, but a quiet agitation still has her body bristling. Sounds like she's the most nervous out of both girls, since Colleen most likely made a joke to tear that small laugh out of her.
Of course you are.
Now annoyed for whatever reason, she sighs.
Yeah, okay.
She hangs up, and I give her a quizzical look.
She's out of battery, as usual. But Liam and Brent should meet her soon, right?
5 minutes tops. He didn't follow her. That's good. She nods hopefully, but the worry doesn't dim in her eyes as she steps closer and presses herself against me. My arms go around her automatically, and Ben forces a scoff before walking away. Dickhead.
Thank you,
she murmurs.
She's important to me.
I know. I kiss her hair, inhaling her scent that always calms me. What is she doing here?
She came for the weekend. She wanted to surprise me. It's her who was surprised, she snorts. I didn't tell her about the fire so she wouldn't worry. She's been worrying too much since, you know.
Since that motherfucker pushed her knowingly into a year of useless grief. You girls are welcome to stay in my room. I'm sorry about the party. I know it's...
No, don't.
She cuts me off, grimacing.
I feel a little ashamed, actually. I suggested you send someone else because I was scared of you going there and getting hurt. I'm sorry.
This girl. I have no fucking clue how a girl like her came to look at me like I'm everything she needs, when I'm nothing she needs. I already had suspicions about her reasons for suggesting using the cops, but her admission goes straight to my chest, warming something deep inside me. Paradoxically, it also ignites a wave of chills running up and down my spine. My life is messing with her head. The only people I had always been close to before Cam walked into my life are people who take the exact same risks I do. Until now, I hadn't even thought that Cam was looking at all this from the outside. As unbelievable as it is, she cares about me, which is why she worries. I know you did, babe, I say, chuckling when she frowns. I know you were worried about me going there, but I agreed to that option because it was the smartest one. I tell her the plain truth. We aren't ready. It's too risky. You'll find that difficult to believe considering what's happened since we met. But most of the time, we deal with our bikes, our clients, run our shops, and everything goes smoothly. Not saying there are zero risks, but we're cautious. We're not some sort of mercenaries. We want to live. When I smile, her own smile barely spreads before she says,
I know, but look at Jace's family. You really think it was the spiders?
It was, and we already knew that, but we didn't have any proof, so we couldn't act on it. Now it makes sense. That kind of coincidence doesn't exist. Isaac had owned his cabin since he was 30 and never had a damn problem. Then the spiders start business there and he and his sons are killed. Not a coincidence.
Are you going to kill them?
She asks, and I'm surprised by the fact that her question comes out so bluntly. Placing a hand on her soft cheek, I run my thumb over her soft lower lip. Now we have more than one reason to kill them.
I'm the other reason?
The guys and I talked shortly when I went downstairs to grab something for dinner yesterday. Rod isn't going to back off if you're his daughter. Because of that, we had already decided he needed to be gone, as well as his inner circle. She nods, though she looks deep in thought. I know she understands what kind of man Rod is and why he has to disappear if she wants to live her own life peacefully. But sentencing someone to death isn't something she'll easily come to terms with, maybe even less so because she had to take 2 lives herself. Somewhere in her mind and heart, the guilt of having done that is still nagging at her. That's why this feeling I've had for a while about her pulling away from me sooner or later won't ebb. It stays dormant most of the time, but it's there. Deep down, I know that even if she didn't have a job waiting for her in L.A., she wouldn't contemplate staying here with me. My world has already hurt her too much for that.
Chapter 21. Cameron.
What you're saying is that a biker club burned down your house to kidnap you, and that another biker club is protecting you from your biological father and not-so-dead fiancé, who are the president and vice president of the former bike club?
Colleen summarizes. Slowly I nod. Basically, yes. She stares at me for a moment, almost like she expects to hear me add that I'm only kidding her. Then she bursts out laughing, and I become the one trying to decrypt what's going on in her head.
That must be a nervous laugh,
Ben supposes, not moving from his slumped position on the couch across from the one Colleen and I are sitting on. His eyes don't leave her, narrowed as though he's as lost as I am.
I'm sorry.
Colleen gets a grip on herself quite laboriously and looks at me.
I'm aware I told you a couple of times to start thinking about spicing up your life again, but I should have been more explicit because this is just too much, Cam.
Ha ha ha. Glad to see you're still hilarious.
No, sorry,
It's actually not funny, she admits shamefully, but her chuckling doesn't taper off.
That said, between you and me,
she says that even though she's perfectly aware of the fact that Ben is listening to our conversation without bothering to hide it.
You didn't exactly seem affected by a bad case of PTSD when I saw you being overly touchy-feely with sexy biker boy just 10 minutes ago.
The sarcasm that craves to come out of my mouth dies on my tongue. Jace stripping me of the opportunity to give her more than a roll of my eyes.
"Where are you from?"
he asks her, as I only now notice him sitting on the same couch Ben is, though at the other end.
Good evening to you, too.
She openly points out his lack of manners.
San Diego.
Well, that's where I was born, but I traveled a lot while growing up.
My mom isn't the settling type.
She swings her head back toward me, grinning. Her mom is definitely something else. How is she? I still feel guilty for skipping her 6th wedding.
I don't,
she snorts, because she also missed it, though not for the same reason.
Hey, 6th wedding versus first fashion week ever? Not
an unbearable dilemma. We had planned to go to the fashion week together. My plane ticket had been waiting patiently in my nightstand for a few months when the time of using it came, but I had bought it not knowing I wouldn't be able to go through with the trip because I'd be a grieving mess, incapable of hopping on a plane and crossing the country for some fashion show.
You missed your mom's wedding to go watch gorgeous chicks parading in sexy clothes?
Ben asks her to confirm, sounding puzzled. I did, and I have no regrets. Less than 9 months later, she's going to divorce again, she told me yesterday.
No way,
I blurt out.
That's the shortest.
And where are you currently living?
Jace asks her.
New York.
How long have you been living there?
Her gaze pauses on him before she answers.
If you have a form for me to fill out, we'll save some time.
She starts, not seeming intimidated by this man whose size, piercing green eyes, and tattoos can look quite scary when you first meet him.
I don't know about your time, but mine is precious considering I haven't seen my best friend since Christmas. Or I can send you a copy of my rental agreement when I'm back home on Monday, if you need the exact date of my moving in.
That won't be necessary. I scowl at Jace. What's his problem?
Jace is cautious, that's all.
I don't have to shift on the couch to know Nate has joined us and is now sitting on the armrest beside me. As though sensing my annoyance, he runs a palm up and down my back before squeezing my shoulder.
Caution is a must in the life we live, he goes on, looking at Colleen, and something I can't talk to you about is happening tonight, which means the club is on red alert.
Puzzlement twists Colleen's expression, and her brows draw together as her gaze drifts around her. Do you always party like wild ones when you're on red alert?
The party's an alibi. People are seeing us here, and the word will be spread in town tomorrow,
Jace explains. An alibi? Am I likely to be put in jail by merely being here? Because I have been there once, and I found it too cold for me. With a fluffy blanket, maybe. I smile at the memory of the night she called me from a police station after a bachelorette party that had gone a little too far in terms of wildness.
I think I'm in love,
Ben deadpans, gawking at her.
Caution requires you to have every detail covered,
Jace adds, ignoring Ben's awestruck comment. I'm sorry, but this is more like serious paranoia, and that's not healthy. Some yoga may help, though, she suggests, and I muffle a laugh behind my hand. You're all too high-strung, apparently, and very lucky your sexy side counterbalances it.
I see you share a weakness for bikers with your best friend, Ben drawls. Always available, love, he adds with a wink.
With a lingering gaze, empty of any shame, Colleen eyes him up and down. I'm afraid I'm only interested in the sexy ones, honey. A rumble of barely contained laughter comes from Liam just before he drops on the couch and pats Ben's shoulder in a compassionate way.
Don't say anything,
Ben mumbles in a warning tone. So, how are you? Colleen leaves them both to their banter to address me. Besides the fact that my sperm donor is a sociopath and my dead fiancé is suddenly alive, I'm just great. Colin, that son of a bitch, she sees. I'd get off on cutting his dick and making him choke on it, the bastard. He needs to be castrated.
Pretty sure Nate will grant your wish sooner or later,
Jace says emotionlessly as he pops a peanut into his mouth. Her widened eyes roam from Jace to Nate. Would you do that? Like, for real? Is it awe I hear in her voice? She's starting to scare me. God, do you really want to know that? I mutter. She shrugs. Why not? The bastard deserves a lot more than that. But it must be seriously painful, no? She shudders dramatically as her eyes jump from guy to guy.
Thankfully, I don't know,
Liam says.
Mine is always treated with love.
Ben winks at her again. Her previous little jab is apparently already forgotten, but when she only glares at him, his lost expression proves his confusion as to what her problem with him is. Basically, he's the kind of guy she despises, without needing to exchange one word with. His looks and flirty attitude are the problem, and Colleen's last boyfriend is to blame. After more than a year-long relationship and barely 24 hours before they were supposed to climb on a plane to New York and get the keys to their apartment, he broke up with her to travel around Europe with his best friend. Since then, every sexy, charming, and carefree guy tastes a sample of her bitterness when they try to hit on her. Their only fault is a personality that's too similar to Craig's, but Colleen lumps them all together anyway.
Hopefully I'll never know,
Nate answers when her eyes stop on him.
But I'm sure he would scream a little. And yeah, I'd do it, with great pleasure, to be honest.
Okay, on these very interesting words, and now that these beautiful images are etched in my brain forever, my best friend and I are going to your room. I tell him, stand up and grab Colleen's hand. We have some catching up to do. Nate slips the key to his room in my hand, and I lean over to brush my lips against his. I slightly deepen the kiss, but only until I remember that I'm still holding Colleen's hand.
I'll bring you some food when Melvin's back, he tells me, and lock the door when you're in the room. Not sure who's here since it's all been planned in a rush.
Sure, I reassure him. People keep arriving as I guide Colleen up the stairs and into Nate's room. "That's some new friends you've made," she says, while I lock the door behind us. She lets herself fall flat on her back on the bed that's still bouncing a little when I join her. It doesn't look like it, but they're good people. They own a few repair shops here in Texas, and yeah, they run another business as well, and I can't tell you what it is, but it's nothing like what the Spiders do. No drugs, no guns, no disgusting sex trafficking. Look, if you trust them, I trust them. I puff out a bitter laugh. Even after I misjudged Colin was such a great talent, I never doubted him, not 1 second. I think only a psychiatrist could have seen how twisted he was, and it's obvious that your boyfriend downstairs is protective of you. His friends, too. I wouldn't say he's my boyfriend. I don't know what he is. Besides, my life is in L.A. My job... I trail off, swallowing down the dread creeping up in me like every time I think about the end of the holidays getting closer. And the way he looks at you? Holy damn. She shakes her head, not acknowledging my correction concerning my relationship with Nate. Hot as hell. Grinning at her tone, I confess, that's not the only thing that's hot when it comes to him. Details, 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 she urges with a squealing sound as she straightens up to sit on the bed so fast she must be seeing stars. Then we launch into one of those conversations we used to have all the time, and I realize how much I've missed my best friend. The gap that kept us apart this past year was there because of me and me only, and I'm all the more pissed at Colin for it. But what's done is done, and I've already wasted enough time wallowing because of him. Now I want to shove him far behind me and enjoy my time with people who matter, and I'll start with my best friend. Telling her all about this man I'm so happy I have found, even though I'll soon have to leave him behind, too.
Chapter 22. Nate. A headache is building fast right between my eyes, and the glass of liquor I'm drinking to unwind from the shit that needs to be dealt with urgently isn't going to push it away. An envelope with Cam's name written on it was dropped into the club's mailbox a week ago, free of a stamp. That means someone got their ass into my town, again. The fact that it was done during the party last weekend explains why no one saw anything, but it sure as hell doesn't excuse anything. But that became a negligible detail after Cam opened the envelope to see what Rod wanted her to see. Pictures of him and a pregnant woman, a woman that Cam recognized as her birth mother. That doesn't prove he's her father, but I can't imagine him allowing his old lady to go and fuck around without knowing it and killing her. Still, the only way to be sure about him being the father of that woman's child would be with the help of a paternity test. We've spent the last few days weighing our options. Rod is not likely to accept meeting us and nicely handing us over a sample of his DNA. Besides, our relations have been too tensed for too long to expect a meeting between my club and his to unfold rather peacefully and without bullets flying. But it doesn't matter anyway, because our decision to kill him has been made, and nothing will change that. Even if only for what he did to Jace's family, he's going to die. The problem is, once he's dead, Cameron will lose the opportunity to know the truth. Personally, I don't give a shit who her father is, but if she wants to know, she has every right to. Problem is, Rod could not only get help from their charters, but also from other clubs. He'd just need to tell them we snatched one of theirs. Liam rightfully comments. No one would take his word for it without checking his story, Jace points out. What if he already had a paternity test done? Ben offers. Don't forget that CJ had billions of opportunities to get Cameron's DNA. Why didn't he put the proof in the envelope then? Blaine counters. Just saying it's a possibility he's her father, and you know how clubs hate it when families are targeted. That monster isn't my freaking father. Cam's words are packed into a growl traveling to us from the bar where she's sitting, doing some work for her classes that will start in only a few weeks. Not that we've talked about her needing to go back to L.A. I sure don't want to address the subject. I don't even want to think about it. I swear that if I hear someone call him that again, I'll rip their balls off. And there she is, Ben shouts before laughing, causing the air to shift as every pair of inquisitive eyes in the room darts to him. What? I like this new Spitfire version of her even better. She's really entertaining. Fuck you, Ben, she retorts, which brings everyone else to launch into a string of chuckles. Me? Not so much. Cam doesn't sound okay to me. Then again, she hasn't been herself since CJ's resurrection. It did her some good to see her best friend last weekend, but Colleen couldn't stay more than one day. She left the day after she arrived, the day after we lured the black and whites into going to the lake, which was fucking useless, by the way. Nothing was happening there in the end. We were in the wrong with our suspicions. And just as Blaine had predicted it, Rod must have suspected a leak, because a few hours later, we no longer had access to their phones. Like I said, useless. At least we got to gather some info that could turn out to be valuable at some point. Anyway, it's been too long since Cam has set foot outside, and even if she knows that it's safer for her to stay at the club, I can understand she's starting to get antsy. I'm so bored. I swear I have one foot in the grave, Ben whines. We need girls around here again, guys. Seriously. For safety purposes, we don't allow outsiders in the club at the moment either. Cameron clears her throat at Ben's comment, reminding him of her actual gender. Sorry, love. Should have been more explicit. I meant we need pussies. Fuckable ones, that is. God, you're full of compliments tonight, she retorts with sarcasm. The dick just laughs again. Knock it off, I warn him. Despite his hands held up in apology, his smile doesn't disappear as I leave the couch I've been half sprawled on for an hour and make my way to Cam. You could have fucked some chick at the strip club last night if you had tagged along instead of staying glued to your phone, Liam tells him. Wasn't in the mood, I hear Ben's mumbling as I get to the bar. All good here? I ask Cam, my hand gently cupping the back of her neck and my thumb stroking the soft skin on the side of it. They need to stop calling him that, she says, not answering the question. He's not my father. I can tell them, but I think you were pretty convincing. They're quite attached to their balls, and if it doesn't work, threaten their bikes. The laugh I get from her is light, but her smile is genuine. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm in such a glum mood. I'm bored too, I guess. I know. I sigh. What about we go out tomorrow? Do you want to go to Dona's, or do you want to go to your house and start cleaning some things up? My offer is out of my mouth right before my brain points out to me that it's not a smart one, but the hope that's now shining in her eyes is enough to make me think, fuck it. Can we do both? She asks, her gaze imploring me to say yes. I bend over to kiss her cheek. Anything you want, but you have to promise me to stay right beside me no matter what, you hear? Promise, she swears, giving me numerous nods when one would have been enough. Okay, I chuckle. In the meantime, tell me how much you've had to drink. I eye her mostly empty glass of whiskey. Yeah, my girl likes to have a glass of whiskey every once in a while. She quirks an eyebrow at me. Fuck, she's cute. One? Is that a problem? She asks, this time challenging me to say yes. Cute and sexy as hell. Bending over again, my tongue goes to flick on her earlobe before I whisper, I just don't fuck drunk girls, I say, and lick that small spot under her ear that always makes her shiver. This time, the goosebumps raise on her skin as a moan leaves her, a sweet sound that has my dick twitching, craving to dive into her. No drunk girls here, she asserts. The moment she melts into me and tilts her head to the side to offer me a better access to her neck, I contemplate kicking everyone out of here so I can tug her ass to the edge of the stool, pull her dress up, rip her panties off, and fuck her good. That's what she does to me. She drives my damn mind crazy. The books in front of her lose her interest as she pivots on her stool to face me. I step even closer, pressing my crotch to hers. Moaning again at the contact, she bucks into me further, seeking more friction. Does that mean you want me to fuck you, baby? She doesn't answer me with words, but a naughty smile settles slowly on her lips before she bites on her lower one, her eyes staring straight into mine. I lift her swiftly. Yeah, I'm so going to fuck you. She giggles and clings to my neck, knowing damn well what kind of burning lust she ignites in me. So unfair, Ben whines like a disappointed kid as I walk up the stairs with my girl in my arms. She trails kisses along my jaw, and just as I reach my room, she speaks against my ear. Can I taste you before you fuck me, though? With a growling sound of approval, I slammed the door shut behind us. "Are you saying you want to suck my dick, babe?"
Among other things,
she breathes out. When I shift to lean against the wall, she slides down my body until she's kneeling in front of me. Unable to wait longer, I push down my jeans and boxers in one impatient movement. Looking at my dick that springs free, Cam licks her lips. "Work that tongue on me," I command. But instead of using her rosy tongue to lick the tip of my rock-hard length like I expected, she grips the base of it with one firm hand, and her head bows until her mouth reaches my balls. My palms smash into the wall behind me in an attempt to keep myself upright as I lock my knees in place. "Fuck yeah, suck my balls," I mumble. My reaction to Cameron's touch is as powerful today as it was the first time I enjoyed it. The warm, wet feel of her lips and tongue on me has my mind whirling into a place I can't remember ever reaching before. Not gonna bullshit anyone. My bed has seen a few girls throughout the years, but with the exception of some club whores, none have ever crossed the threshold twice. But the day Cameron stepped inside my club with me, I knew she fit here. The moment she followed me into my room, I knew she belonged here. The instant my hands caused her skin to shiver and her body to tremble, I knew I wanted to do it all over again. Her gaze pierces through mine when she abandons my balls with a loud popping sound and the flat of her tongue crawls up my length. She only breaks the visual contact when her mouth closes around the tip of my dick. My head thumps against the hard surface behind me when she sucks me lightly, and a gasp mixed with a groan that I can't hold back is torn out of me. Keeping my eyes open is a struggle as she takes me deeper into her mouth, her soft hand still wrapped around my shaft. She can't take me all the way to the hilt, but she swallows as much as she can, only stopping when the tip hits the back of her throat. Fuck. My hips rock on their own accord, and Cam moans as if she was the one being given that pleasurable gift instead of me. The sound turns into a purr against my dick, making it twitch in her skilled mouth. From there, I'm gone. There's nothing I can do to resist the cascade of tingling sensations assaulting my body. As my balls tighten, I open my mouth to tell Cameron she should pull away, but no words come out, stuck somewhere in my throat. And when I go off into her mouth, I even clutch her hair, though it's less to keep her in place than to hold on to something. Since she doesn't try to escape my grasp, I know she doesn't mind it, which makes the whole thing even sexier. When the repeated violent tremors of my cock cease, leaving me panting for air, Cam rises back to her feet. I pull her hard to me, and the kiss I give her is even harder. Aggressive in the most arousing way. She wraps her arms around my neck and climbs up my body, forcing me to push away from the wall so she can wind her legs around my waist. My own legs feel weak from the intense orgasm, but I do my best to support myself and her as I stumble toward the bed. I let us drop on it, earning a laugh that lets me know she's proud of the mush she's made of me. Laugh all you want, but spread these legs wide. I heavily breathe out as I already push her knees apart. Once my mouth is done with you, you'll be begging me to let you catch your breath, but I'll just fuck you to another orgasm. Lust shimmers so brightly in her eyes that her pupils dilate, and this view alone convinces me to follow through with my threat. I still can't comprehend what it is that makes me want her like I'll die if I don't own her, and the dread to see her leave grows stronger every day. But none of it even matters right now. Right now, all I want is to let her satisfy my deepest needs the way no one ever has.
Chapter 23. Cameron. My mood has improved since yesterday, thank God. I had been sullen since Colleen left, and not only because I miss her a lot, but because her departure had me realizing that I would be leaving this place soon as well. And feeling my stomach twist painfully every time I thought about it eventually tossed me into a miserable mood. The reality is still the same this morning, but the prospect of going out for a few hours put a smile on my face the moment I woke up. It's only 8 a.m, so I expect the room to be empty and silent as we get downstairs. But even though Jace is the only one here at first, slouched on a couch as he sips his coffee quietly, The door quickly opens and Blaine's thundering footsteps echo in the air as he strides toward us. I've rarely seen the guy greeting anyone with the faintest smile, but I know what that grim expression means. It means business, and not the pleasant kind. Back to the miserable mood. If Nate has to stay here or go wherever today, I swear I'll sulk like a 5-year-old. I've seen enough actual 5-year-old kids sulk in the past 2 years to pull this off like a champ. "What now?" Nate groans, apparently as eager as I am to have to cancel our plans. "Another letter addressed to Cameron." My stomach lurches. "Not the same writing, though," he adds, handing me the white envelope. I grab it, hoping the tremors that have taken over my hands are discreet enough for Nate to miss. His concern about me and the current mess that is my life is obsessive enough as it is. Deciding I'd rather rip the Band-Aid off, I open the envelope without overthinking it. I frown when I see a smaller envelope inside it, along with a piece of paper I unfold immediately. Placing it between me and Nate, I let him read it as well. "Cameron, my name is Lily Jenkins. You don't know me, but I knew your mom. Your real mom, I mean. I was her best friend a very long time ago. I'm giving you this today because I heard about your involvement with the Chaos Chasers, as well as your issues with the Royal Spiders. I suppose that you already read the first letter Mary wrote for you. As for the one you'll find with that note, she asked me to only give it to you if some part of her past ever caught up with you. And by some part she meant Rod. The thing is, considering who is protecting you at the moment, I suppose I didn't even need to give you this letter since what Mary wanted you to do in case Rod threatened you happened anyway. But if your plan is to stay with the Chasers, I think there are some truths that you should know, and I'm sure Mary wouldn't blame me for this. This must sound very cryptic, but you'll understand once you've read the letter. I'm staying in town until late afternoon, then I'll have to leave. If you want to see me in person, we can meet anywhere you want. My number is at the back of that note. I'd be very happy to see you again, Cameron. If you'd rather not, it's all right. Be very careful and take care of you. With my love, Lily." After discarding the piece of paper in Nate's hand, I slide the smaller envelope out of the bigger one. My heart hammers in my chest as I stare at my name written elegantly in blue ink. When I finally speak, my voice is no more than a shaky murmur. That writing is Mary's. The same one was on the first letter I got from her. The one this Lily Jenkins is talking about.
"It can wait, you know. You're not forced to read it now,"
Nate says, his palm rubbing my back soothingly. Can it? Can it really wait? Nate and the guys have been trying to find a solution to this mess since Colin's reappearance, and despite their efforts, I still can't see how this can be resolved. Besides, I'd be lying if I said that note didn't leave me confused and curious to know the truths I still ignore about myself. It can't. I'll go back upstairs to read it, if you don't mind.
"Sure."
I walk back up the stairs, smiling faintly at a disheveled Ben strolling down them and acknowledging me in his usual way.
"Good morning to you, love."
Once I'm alone in Nate's room, I open the letter written by a woman who resembles me so much, but whom I've never had the chance to learn anything about. My beautiful baby girl. This is a letter I hope you won't ever read. One that my best friend Lily will only give you, or your parents, if she learns that your origins have caught up with you despite everything I did to protect you from them. If you are old enough to be the one reading these words, it means that you have already read the first letter, so you know why I had to let you go. What I didn't tell you, hoping that you would never have to know, is what kind of life I had before moving to Denver. The day I found out that you were there, growing inside of me, was the day I found the courage to leave behind the life that I knew wouldn't bring you any more joy than it brought me. Well, that isn't entirely true. Things are always a little more complicated than we'd like them to be. I met the MC life when I was barely 17, and if it brought me pain and loneliness, it also brought me the love of your father. I know that he would love you as much as I do if he knew you were his and not the monsters it took me so much time to escape. Not telling Connor about you and about me leaving town broke my heart, but please believe me when I say that I didn't have much of a choice. Rod, the president of the Royal Spiders and my ex-boyfriend, wouldn't have let me leave with a child that he thought was his. And if he had known you weren't his, he would have killed me and you both. It might be hard for you to believe, but it's the plain truth. There's no doubt in my mind that Connor would have welcomed us into his own club, but the chances of that ending up in a witch hunt and a possible tragedy were too high to take the risk, and I still can't reach out to your dad now. The idea of leaving this world as you live your life so close to Rod and the psychopaths surrounding him is unbearable. And you and your dad wouldn't be the only ones I'd put in danger by taking you back to Texas. Your big brother, Connor's young son, would be in danger too. This must sound very unfair to you, but keeping you away from Texas is the best way for me to protect all of you. Doesn't mean that I can bring myself to let my story with Connor end on a lie. So I'll tell him the truth through a letter, but I'll be gone when he reads it, and you'll be living your new life already. As for Rod, I'll have a letter sent to him as well, just to tell him about the cancer and how I lost the baby because of it. But if you're reading this letter, it must mean that he didn't believe me and found you somehow, probably thinking you're his daughter. If so, I'm begging you, Cameron, don't go near him. But even that won't be enough. If he believes you belong to him, running to the end of the earth won't be enough. This man always gets what he wants. No matter what horrors he has to resort to, that's just the man he is, and I'm so terribly sorry to be the cause of what's happening to you, whatever that is. I know you don't know me, but I need you to trust me anyway. This time, there are no other options for you than to turn to your dad for help. His name is Connor Vale, and he's the vice president of another motorcycle club, the Chaos Chasers. You'll find him in Twickenham, and even if he most likely hates me for what I did, I can promise you he'll help you. He's a good man that I wish I had met first, and he will protect you with his life. I get that you could be reticent to get close to a motorcycle club, but please, trust me on this. Connor is the man I loved more than anything, the one I should have spent my life with, and I'm very proud he is your dad. Go to him, sweetie. Another question must be nagging at you. You might not understand why I robbed you of a relationship with your father. I can only tell you that I made my decision in all good conscience. I made it for one reason, and one only, and I hope with all my heart that it was the right one. As you read this letter, I hope you are able to say that you once were a happy little girl. I will always love you. Mom. This is... No. Okay. Even with several deep breaths, I keep failing to wrap my head around all that. This isn't possible. My biological father would be a member of the Chasers? The vice president? But the vice president is Chase. Well, it is now, anyway. Maybe Connor Vale belongs to another charter. But she said Twicken. There must be a mistake somewhere. It doesn't add up. I've basically been locked up in here for weeks now, and I haven't met anyone called Connor. My mind deals with so much news and so many emotions that I can't even be properly thrilled by the eventuality of the Spider's president not being my father. A brother. Do I really have a brother? A big brother, but who would have still been a young child when I was born. That means he could be anywhere from, let's say, from 25 to 31, 32 years old now. Maybe a little older, depending on what Mary considered young. I can't hold back my tears, though they stream silently. Oh, my. No. It's not Nate. It can't be. He's not from Texas. Besides, Vale isn't his last name. Thank God for that. I focus on breathing in and out at a slow pace, urging my fragile state to stabilize a little so I can go back to Nate. He's going to be as shocked as I am, maybe even more. I have no idea how to break that news to him, but I know that I could sit here in a passive stupor all day long and never come close to finding out the best way to do it. Inhaling deeply one last time, I stand up. As I leave the room and walk back down the stairs, I dry off my cheeks with the hand that doesn't clasp my mom's letter. But my eyes apparently give away my pathetic condition according to Nate's reaction when I close the distance between us. Swiftly, he jumps from the stool he's sitting on to meet me, and I notice that more guys have gathered around during the short minutes I was away. What's wrong? He has reached me within seconds. Talk to me, he says quietly, his thumb wiping away a new tear. For a moment, I don't know what to say. I don't know where to start. Then I decide to just speak. Mary says Rod isn't my father. She says that she left town and disappeared to protect me and herself from him. She says that my real father is a member of the Chaos Chasers and that she also left to protect him and his son. She wrote this letter in case Rod ever found me. She wanted me to go find my father if I ever was in trouble. She seemed pretty certain that he would help me, but I've been here for a while and never met him, so... I trail off. My rambling doesn't make much sense anyway, even to me, so I just stop talking. I think I even zone out, losing myself into my own head to silently rehash this whole messed up situation because when voices find their way to my brain again, I realize the guys have moved closer to Nate and me. I also realize that Nate is gaping at me, as speechless as I was a couple of minutes ago. Your father is one of us? How is that even possible? Unless he didn't know it himself, Blaine suggests. I understand he'd be one of the older members, but we sure as fuck would have known something like that. In her letter, Mary also says that my father didn't know I was his daughter until after she died. She told him the truth through a letter, but she didn't tell him where I was. I don't know why he would have kept my existence a secret, but Mary seemed certain that Rod would have killed us all for revenge if he had learned the truth, even me as a baby, so maybe my father believed that too. The sick fuck sure would have, Cody asserts. On a weary sigh, I admit, I don't understand any of this. Mary gives too many details to be lying about this, and why would she? That's why it'd be nice to finally have a name to kill the suspense, Ben says in his usual laid-back way. If she gave you one, of course. Oh, yeah, she did. The name is Connor. Connor Vale.
Chapter 24. Nate. The silence is fucking loud, deafening. Forming words is no longer a skill that any of us possesses. Same for breathing skills. Hell, I'm suddenly thrown back to the day I first met her at Donuts, remembering how her eyes seemed familiar to me. We never speak about Connor, just like we avoid mentioning Isaac and Billy. Even during times of crisis, when we could use wondering what they would have done in a similar situation, no one dares bring them up. My gaze has frozen on Cam as our own eyes successively leap over the faces of my brothers. Fuck me. Ben is the one who draws these useful words after a while. Cam's widened eyes whiz to him, and it takes no more than a couple of seconds for him to get a grasp of what thoughts have taken place in her mind. Oh no, love. He raises a hand as though asking her to put a halt to her thoughts. Not my father who planted that seed. Consider yourself lucky. On that, he walks away.
But it's one of you, isn't it? One of you is Connor's son,
she asks, or says rather. Before anyone can get their shit together and relearn how to participate in a conversation, Ben strolls back and hands a glass filled with amber liquid to Jace. Without sparing anyone a look, he snatches the drink and gulps down the entire thing in one go. Connor was my father, he says then. But I think that Cam got the memo just fine because of his sudden need to get some liquor running through his veins. She blinks a couple of times, and my heart fucking breaks at the exact moment her face falls.
Was?
She whispers, probably only now remembering that Jace's father is gone. If what's written in this letter is true, it means that the last parent she didn't know about wasn't a cold-blooded monster after all, but it also means that she'll never get to meet him. Fucking hell. I can't remember a time when I felt as useless as I feel right now. She doesn't say anything else as she moves toward the closest couch where she sits down. Staring at the floor, her sad gaze doesn't glance up when she speaks again.
Can you call Doc?
The unexpected question hauls me out of my trance, and I hurtle toward her. You're not feeling okay? I blurt out the same question I could ask Jace. The poor guy turned ashen, looking even worse than Cam if that's possible.
No,
she answers, and I'm ready to cradle her against me and bring her back to my room.
No, I feel fine,
she stutters, putting my plan on hold.
You said Doc helps you guys a lot, so maybe he'll be able to do a DNA test. I'm sick of all these assumptions and guesses. I just want to know now.
Her gaze shifts up when Jace finds back enough focus to drag himself to her. He sits on the coffee table right in front of her. What is she saying about my dad?
That he's my dad, and that she's proud of it. She also regrets not having met him first. Before she met Rod, she says before handing him the letter she hasn't stopped clinging to since she got it. You can read it if you want.
Jace eyes the piece of paper like it will combust on its own the moment it touches his hand, but after a short moment of hesitation, he takes it anyway. He blows out a breath. Fuck. Someone call Doc right now. Tell him to drop by as soon as possible to get a sample of Cameron's and my DNA. I want that done ASAP. On it, Brent says and walks away. It's a chance someone can still function properly. I don't even want to try at the moment. Cameron looks calm, but she didn't need that kind of crazy twist. She's a strong girl, but going through what she's gone through this summer would leave the strongest one vulnerable. But you were living close by. I don't understand, Jace says, still trying to wrap his head around it all.
Not when Mary left me with my parents. We were living in Colorado, not too far from Denver. My parents thought I was born around there, actually. We moved here when I was 7 because my dad got a better job. I think it was nothing more than a coincidence.
You don't think they could have hidden your origins from you? He asks her. She seems to think about it shortly.
To me, it's obvious that Mary didn't tell them, so I don't think so. But if they did know about Mary's past, I can totally imagine them lying to me if it meant protecting me. But in this case, there's no way they would have moved here. They wouldn't have put me in danger.
Makes sense, he agrees.
I think Mary lied to them to make sure I'd never end up here if I ever tried to find my origins.
Makes sense, too. After appearing lost in thought, Jace frowns. A few years back, when I started... Anyway, a few years back, my dad told me about a woman he loved. Told me he had failed her, and that a part of him died the day she did. He said he couldn't tell me more, and I automatically thought that her death was club-related. But could that woman have been your mom? He mumbles the question, but it seems like it's more to himself.
I don't know,
she admits honestly, before her attention swings to me.
This Lily Jenkins might know. I think I should meet her, she says, and waits for me to voice my opinion.
What? Lily? While he'd been as quiet as the rest of my brothers so far, which is surprising considering he was Connor's best friend, Cody keeps me from answering Cam. He also almost knocks Ben over by bumping into his shoulder when he strides toward us. Lily contacted you? He asks Cam as he freezes a couple of feet away from the couch. She's briefly surprised by his abrupt reaction, but then she confirms.
She's the person who brought me Mary's letter. There's a note from her with it. She left it in the mailbox because there's no stamp on it.
She's in town? Right now she's in town? He probes urgently. Before Cam can answer, I ask him, You know her? Wait. She's the best friend you told us about the other day, isn't she? The one who left town with Mary when she got pregnant. I only now put two and two together. Some of his urgency tames when his eyes settle on me. He nods once. Did you know about Mary and my dad? Jace asks him. I had no idea. He pauses before he goes on. What I know is that Lily wouldn't lie, and she wouldn't hurt Cameron either. She loved Mary like a sister, left her entire life behind to help her disappear, and she's putting herself in danger by being in town. Rod must know she helped Mary to hide out. It's been more than 2 fucking decades, Ben points out. It's been more than 2 fucking decades, and the fact that he found Cameron barely over 2 years ago means he never stopped tracking her down, Cody snaps, attracting everyone's shocked attention on him. Cody doesn't snap. He's the most poised motherfucker I've ever met. Reactions like this are simply not the kind he has. Hell, he goes on, for all we know, he knew she was here since she came back as a child, he adds, ignoring our penetrating stares.
You believe he knew all along?
Anguish twists Cam's features, and if Cody didn't look on the verge of losing his shit for whatever reason, I'd tell him to shut the fuck up with the help of my fist. I don't want her even more upset than she already is. I'm only saying anything's possible with him. He sighs, rubbing a hand over his beard before jumping about. You can trust Lily. That's all he says before storming away. Loud steps thump up the stairs, and his door slams shut. Okay, it was. Ben and his useful comments. Call her and tell her you want to talk. Tell her to come here, but don't say anything about Rod, Connor, or the club on the phone. We never know, I caution, and she nods. I trust Cody's judgment just as I trusted Isaac's, Connor's, and Billy's. Doesn't mean I won't keep an eye open, though.
I'm going to send her a text,
she says as she takes her phone out of her pocket. She fumbles with the envelope and the note to have a look at the woman's number before her fingers start to type wildly. She flashes me a smile when she's done with it.
I guess our exciting cleanup day will have to wait.
We can still go out later. I lift a hand to graze her cheek. Want me to make you a tea? Suspicion sharp on her face, she arches a brow.
You? Or are you going to delegate this excruciating task to Melvin?
My smirk spreads easily at seeing that some of her sassy edge has survived the new bombshell that just crashed on her. But she must take my grin as an admission to her suspicion, because she rolls her eyes while pushing up to her feet.
I wouldn't want to disturb your lazy, rotten boy ways, so I'm going to make this tea myself.
She bends down to drop a sweet kiss on my lips, despite her scolding tone. She shoots a shy smile to Jace and sashays away like my brothers weren't all still dumbstruck, unable to move. Turning to Jace, I ask him, You good? He snorts. Yeah, stupid question, I suppose. How's this for coincidence? The first girl you give an unlimited free pass to your bed happens to be wanted by the Spiders because they think she's theirs, when she could very well have always belonged to our club. He sums up the situation in a few words. Not gonna bullshit you. I'm fucking glad I met her the day she got back in town. Considering she was alone, she'd have been stuck with them for a while by now if you hadn't been there that day. Liam barges in. The image of her surrounded by those lunatics. Hell, there's no way I can even begin to contemplate what she'd be going through if our paths hadn't crossed that day. All the more so that I know she wouldn't have put up with CJ's shit. She wouldn't have let him touch her, and she sure wouldn't have accepted the way the Spiders treat people. Hell, she throws a damn motherly fit every time one of us shouts at Melvin to do whatever needs to be done, or to bring us whatever we want him to bring us. And I don't even want to start on the fact that my dad was fucking Rod's old lady, Jace says, as I force myself to give some slack to my jaw. And that Cody was fucking her best friend, Ben chimes in. I frown. Lily Jenkins? Well, that could explain his abnormal reaction. Ben's eyebrows lift like he's trying to decide whether I really pronounced the words I pronounced. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. No pun intended. You're such oblivious fuckers sometimes. So damn cliché. All brutes with not one drop of sensitivity. He sighs, as though he's sincerely hurt. Our brother Cody was sweetly banging the best friend. Is that something a girl could have guessed? Liam asks, a grin dancing on his face. Ben flips him off as Jace leaves the coffee table, but only to collapse on the couch across from me, huffing loudly as his head goes to rest on the back of the couch. The guys split apart. Some settle at the bar with a drink, and others go out as we all deal silently with the news. We don't have any proof yet, but my gut tells me to trust Cody's opinion. If he believes what this Lily Jenkins says, I believe it too. Or do I want to believe him because I know Cam would rather not have Rod as a father? I'm fucking exhausted. When Cam comes back from the kitchen, she walks straight to me and takes back her spot beside me, leaning into my side and getting comfortable with her cup of tea in her hands. My arm falls over her shoulders, and we just sit here in silence until Liam idles back inside, eyes on me. I hold his gaze just briefly, because mine quickly veers off him to find a woman with long brown hair walking behind him. Her own eyes scan the room quietly, only pausing when they find Cameron. My wary nature has an anxiousness anchoring deep into my stomach, since I gave my go-ahead to have a woman I don't know anything about coming into the club, coming near Cameron. I meant it when I said I trust Cody just like I trust the rest of my brothers, but anyone can misjudge someone, and if Ben nailed it about him and Lily, Cody's opinion about the whole situation might not be the most objective. People can change in 25 years after all. But when the woman's eyes turn to pure fondness the instant they land on Cam, I know in my gut that my girl is safe. That's why I don't move when she stands up, her attention never steering off Mary's best friend. She stretches out her hand as Lily smiles at her.
It's very nice to meet you, Cameron. It's incredible how much you look like Mary.
She smiles shyly.
Nice to meet you, too. Have you read her letter already? I have.
She nods as she sits back down before gesturing to Lily to take a seat on the opposite couch.
I'll be honest. I want a test to be done. Of course. Connor's son will help you with that, I suppose.
I will, Jace agrees. Lily's face brightens with a genuine smile when she looks at him.
So, you are Jace. I'm glad I can finally meet you. Mary never met you, but Connor used to tell her everything about you.
Sadness suddenly darkens her expression.
I'm sorry about your family. I heard.
He nods once, then asks her, How long did they see each other?
Only about 9 months before Mary found out about the pregnancy, but they knew what they wanted long before that. They were in love. For a long while, Mary had an unwavering faith that they would find a way to live their love out in the open.
She was thinking about leaving Rod then, he asks.
She knew she wanted to leave him, but she was trying to find a way to do it rather safely. But everything changed when Mary found out she was pregnant. From there, her desires weren't a priority anymore. The baby was. But even after we left town, she didn't let go of the hope to live with Connor someday. She couldn't help herself. She often dreamed aloud about how perfect her life with Connor, Cameron, and you would be if she could go back to your dad. Then Cameron was born, and soon after that, she found out about the cancer, and she made the decision she believed was best for everyone's safety. I understand you might think of her gesture as one of selfishness, but she only did what she did to protect everyone.
I've lived the club life my whole life, and there's not a single day I'm not guarded, Jace says. I understand her choice, he assures her.
Do you want a coffee or something?
Cam offers when everyone seems to be at a loss as to what to say.
A coffee would be nice, thanks.
Let me take care of that, I tell Cam when she's about to stand.
Oh, are you a prospect? I'm confused. Donna told me that you were seeing the president.
Lily frowns. Donna, I repeat, my eyes widening. And yeah, I'm the president. Nate, I confirm.
Donna is an old friend of mine, and Mary's. From the day Cameron moved back around here with her parents, I reached out to her,
she says, her eyes then moving back to Cam.
Before that, I used to check on you myself once a month, at the park where you used to go with your mom usually, since I lived nearby. But when you all moved here, I couldn't follow you. Rod would have noticed me eventually, and he would have known that the only reason that could have made me come back was you. Anyway, Donna used to give me news about you until you left town to go to college. She just kept an eye open for me so I'd be able to warn your parents if Rod happened to find out about you. But she never told me anything club-related, I swear. She doesn't know anything anyway."
She rushes, her attention immediately darting back to me. "Hey, I know Donna. She's always steered clear of MCs. It's obvious she just helped you looking out for Cam. I'm glad she did." She nods, clearly relieved.
"When she told me she was pretty sure you were dating the president of the Chaos Chasers, the news made me smile as much as it freaked me out,"
she chuckles.
"God, the number of coincidences in all this is just ridiculous,"
Cam confesses with a shake of her head.
"It is,"
Lily agrees.
"And there I was a few hundred miles away and trying to decide what Mary would have done about it." "What do you mean?"
Cam probes.
"Like I told you in my note, when Mary gave me the letter, she asked me to only give it to you if I believed you were in any kind of danger because of the spiders. That way, you could have gone to the Chasers. But when Donna told me about the fire at your house and the fact the spiders had been hanging outside her diner, she also told me that you're already protected by the Chasers. I wasn't sure what to do then, because you already being involved with the Chasers wasn't an eventuality I ever envisioned. I hesitated for days, but in the end, I felt like you should know about your origins, your brother. It didn't seem fair to keep the truth about your past hidden from you, especially if your involvement with the Chasers was more than temporary. So, I made arrangements at work and climbed in my car." "Do you still live in Colorado?"
Cam asks her.
"I do."
Cam swats my arm abruptly.
"The coffee,"
she hisses in a whisper like I'm being rude. "Yeah." I stand up, and I'm pretty sure I hear Ben mumbling under his breath, something about me having shifted into a puppy. I ignore the funny dickhead and address Cam, grinning proudly. "Oh, and see? I offered to make the coffee myself, and she thought I was a prospect. Obvious." She rolls her eyes.
"I feel like I'm missing something."
Lily smiles. "Cameron is just as much of a mother hen as you were." Cody's deep voice has Lily's head spinning and my own motions pausing. She stares at him, not moving, not blinking. Maybe not even breathing if I'm right. Looks like Ben nailed this one.
"Cody."
She finally cuts through the awkward silence with emotion heavy in her voice. His gaze fixed on her, Cody is leaning against the wall at the bottom of the steps. It doesn't look like he's planning on coming closer. Just when I remember I'm supposed to go to the kitchen, Liam arrives with a cup of coffee that he sets on the table.
"Thank you very much."
Lily tears her eyes off Cody as she speaks. "You're welcome, but just to be clear, I'm not a prospect either." Liam flashes her a smile. Cameron rolls her eyes again.
"Did you stay away all these years because of the spiders?"
Cam asks her.
"If I had stayed and Rod had put his hands on me, I knew he would have tortured me until I told him where Mary and you were. I was terrified. He would have killed me then, maybe would have killed the people I was close to as well. But regardless, I couldn't possibly abandon Mary. We met when we were 8 in the same foster family. They weren't abusive people, but they weren't loving parents either. Basically, we had food on the table and clean clothes every day. But besides that, we were mostly ignored. Mary and I always stuck together and loved each other, making the most of the hand we had been dealt with. The decision to leave here wasn't easy to make, but I did what I had to do to help her. I also want you to know that I would have taken care of you myself if it had been possible, but it was too dangerous. Mary wanted you to live your life far away from the spiders. She couldn't imagine dying without being certain you were safe. As for me, I stuck around to keep an eye on you. I changed my name and settled about 100 miles away from you."
"We could have protected you." Guilt saddens Lily's expression at Cody's statement. As she's about to say something, he goes on. "We would have kept you safe. You, Mary, and Cameron. Though I understand why Mary didn't want to take that kind of risk. But why didn't you tell me she was seeing Connor? I also have a fucking hard time dealing with the fact Connor kept this all a secret. I loved Connor, but I can understand Cody's messed up feelings right now."
"Mary begged me and Connor to keep their relationship a secret. She trusted him with her life, but you have to understand that she was absolutely terrified of Rod. If she had gone to the Chasers and let Rod know Connor was her baby's father, Rod would have lost his mind. I can't even imagine the massacre he would have started. Rod didn't know about Connor just as he didn't know about you and me. So there was nothing to link me and Mary to the Chasers. Leaving was the easiest way to keep us all safe. Mary, me, Connor, you, Cameron and Jace, and every other Chaser who would have been a target just the same."
He nods slowly, still staring straight into her eyes. I thought you stayed with her and the baby. All these years, that's what I thought.
A weary smile spreads faintly on her lips. I always thought I'd come back someday, maybe when Cameron was a little older. But I was so afraid. When they moved here, I almost came back despite the danger. But several years had passed, and I realized that I didn't even know if there was still a reason for me to come back, she admits quietly. Then more weeks, months, and years passed, and I just went on with my life.
Silence stretches on before Cody speaks again. We're planning on taking Rod down. When it's done, you'll be safe.
And you can stay here in the meantime.
Cameron barges in hopefully, but her gaze is on me. If Cody trusts her, I do too, I repeat. We can protect you until he's gone, Cody promises her, but something quickly switches on his face. But you probably have a life you need to get back to. His features are blank, giving nothing away, but however slightly, his hurt sneaks its way out of him through his voice.
I have my job, she answers. I work at a gym as a yoga teacher.
For the first time, Cody cracks a smile. You got to do what you love then. You did it.
I don't have my own gym, though. Do you have a family, a husband, children?
Cameron asks, and I squint at Cody to see his body rigid and his jaw closed tight. Lily shakes her head, and sorrow is thick in her gaze when it flicks to Cody before going back to Cam as she carries on.
You think you could stay a while longer, then? I suppose I can call my boss and ask for some more days off.
She smiles.
Besides, I brought a lot of photos of Mary if you'd like to see them. I'd love that,
she says, then turns to me, wincing in apology.
Rain check on cleaning up?
I should survive that. I grin, and she smiles back at me. Whatever she wants to do today is fine with me, as long as the smile that's back on her face stays right where it is.
Chapter 25. Cameron.
That's some very sexy braces we've got here.
Looking up, I see Nate grinning at me over his shoulder as he waves a picture in the air, though I can only see a distant glimpse at it from the other side of the room, especially as it wildly moves. It's obviously one that comes from my teenage years. Very elegantly, I show him my middle finger without leaving the dirty floor I'm sitting on in front of my closet, and he laughs. I spent pretty much all day yesterday talking with Lily after she arrived at the club, and Nate and I drove to my childhood home early this morning. I didn't want to wait any longer before starting cleaning up. It's time, especially since I'm supposed to go back to LA in a few weeks. Not that I want to think about it. We've already emptied all the kitchen cupboards, at least those that the fire spared, as well as the living room buffet. I'm really happy that most of my mom's kitchen appliances are in LA. It would have broken my heart if her favorite baking things had been destroyed just like so many other things. Everything smells awful. I wrinkle my nose, discarding the grayish shirt I just breathed in beside me. I should just throw it all away. What do you think? Most of these clothes are the ones I didn't bring with me when I left for college anyway. As for the rest of them, I'll just replace them. Unlike my parents' bedroom, mine was mostly spared by the fire, just like the bathroom, situated on the same side of the second floor. But the smoke, on the other hand, has sneaked everywhere. Nate drops the picture into the memory box he found intact under my bed, and he walks toward me lazily, his arm already stretched out. When he's close enough, I take his hand. Then, he doesn't only help me stand, he pulls me so forcefully to him that I slam into his body with a harsh puff of breath. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I'm just finding out that sexy, hard abs can have a downside.
Let me help you forget it right away.
He drawls and takes my mouth in that way of his that has my legs wobbling and my heart melting. I love it when his kisses take a quasi-immediate animalistic turn, but his mouth assaulting me roughly usually entails a complete loss of all control that leads him to tearing my clothes off, and when I gladly let that happen, we're not in a room blanketed with filthy black remnants of smoke and ashes. He groans when my teeth gently dig into his lower lip, but I draw away before I'm the one losing all control. You and your sexy hard abs should help me stuff these clothes into the trash bags and get them in the car, I whisper. Sounds less fun, but let's get to it before I fuck you. A whimper is very close to slipping through my lips, and I almost tell him to go ahead, but more reasonably, I say, let's just take care of the clothes and go back to the club. I'll thank you properly there. Anything my girl wants, he smirks, acting like it's a favor he's doing for me. His lips steal one more kiss from mine, and we get back to work. The job is way simpler now that I decided to get rid of my entire wardrobe. Everything gets a spot in one of the large trash bags we brought along, and both the closet and the chest of drawers are empty within minutes. A rushed breath slips between my lips when I try to lift one of the bags. Jesus, woman, drop this. Nate growls as he hurtles toward me, but the bag heavily crashes on the floor before he even gets to me. Too heavy, I state. I'm sure you could have guessed that without breaking a couple of vertebrae, he groans sarcastically. With one eyebrow lifting high, I point out his dramatization. I need this body in good shape, baby, he drawls, lifting the trash bag like it weighs nothing much. Now, you wait obediently for me while I deal with these bags and the ones downstairs. 10 minutes tops. Then I think we need to go take a very long shower, he says with a suggestive tone. Hurry then. I'll put the sheets and duvet into a trash bag as well in the meantime. Bringing with him the 4 bags in one go, he makes his way downstairs, and I get busy taking everything off my bed. Duvet, pillows, and sheets all go away. It's heartbreaking. Not the linen being thrown away, but this whole picture surrounding me. The walls are still standing, but everything else has vanished. Memories are all I have left of my parents and the life we lived together, and even these seem somehow broken now. At least I still have my photos. As I walk over to the memory box and start rummaging through the old pictures, footsteps already fill the room again. A smile brightens up instantly the rather morose vibe that invited itself around me. That was suspiciously fast, even for your sexy hard abs. When I turn to face Nate, my heart jumps violently against my chest as it registers the fact that he isn't the man charging across the room with a spine-chilling expression on his face and a goal that is obviously me. I can't manage to pull myself together and scream Nate's name before Colin has me trapped against the desk. His hands are spread onto the wooden surface at either side of me so close to my body that his forearms are brushing my hips. Don't make a sound, and listen carefully, he demands. He keeps his voice low, but the warning in it is crystal clear. Even if he hadn't requested my silence, no sound would have found its way out of me. The fear left me paralyzed the moment he stormed into my room. My muscles don't even shake. My brain is probably too busy praying for Nate to come back upstairs before this ends like it could have ended the only time Colin's club got to me. You're still pissed I lied to you. I get it. But this has lasted long enough, and it has to stop now, he says in a hard yet scolding tone, as though I was some child throwing a tantrum out of resentment. It's scary that he seems to really believe it. The man is genuinely sick. Their club isn't the one you belong to, and I've been patient enough, he goes on as one hand comes up to settle on my shoulder and his fingers dig through the flesh with such brutality that they'll most likely leave my skin bruised. My eyes water as he keeps talking, unaware of the pain he's inflicting on me. Or maybe he is, but doesn't care.
You think I can't do shit if you let your new fuck buddy trail you like a guard dog? You're wrong. You once decided to spend your life with me, Cameron. With me is where you belong. And I'll do just what the Chasers would do in my place to get one of theirs back. I'll kill.
He stresses the last word, almost like he would love for things to get that far.
I'll start with the one downstairs. What do you think? Think he'll see me coming? No.
He makes a tisk sound.
He won't. Just like he didn't see me getting to you. Can you imagine how easy it'd be for me to pull out my gun, walk to that window, and pull the trigger on him?
The visual he paints with a frightening ease tears a whimper out of me.
Very easy.
He smiles a dark smile.
And apparently, you don't want that. But it's up to you. Leave the club, he commands. I'll even be understanding and allow you some time before you join us. But I swear to God, Cameron, I won't hesitate to put a bullet through his head if you stay with him one more day. I won't hesitate to start a war. So if you want to save him and your new friends, leave the club. There won't be any more warning before I do what needs to be done.
A slamming sound that reaches us through the open window makes me jump out of my frozen state. Glancing toward it, Colin must realize at the same time I do that Nate just shut the trunk and is probably already on his way back up here.
I'm very serious, Cameron. You've lived in this world for weeks only, but you're a smart girl. You already know what the men in this world are capable of. Get something through your head. You're mine. If I can't have you, no one will.
On that, his hand lets go of my painful shoulder and he darts away from me. My eyes don't leave his back as I watch him whizzing out the door. I can't move. I'm silently begging the heartbeat that's pounding in my ears to slow down so I can hear something, but it's too much to ask. I don't hear anything. No footsteps rushing down the stairs, no footsteps chalking up them. Nate must still be outside or taking care of something downstairs, and I have no idea where Colin has gone. There are no sounds at all for such a long time. It seems to be a long time to me, at least, that I start to wonder if Colin went downstairs to ambush Nate and hurt him anyway. Jesus. I'm ready to bolt out of the room when some noise finally travels to me from the stairs. I tense at first, but then I recognize Nate's footsteps. It's an almost lazy gait that is confident at the same time. My first instinct is to run until I'm in his arms. I want to find the solace I know I can only get from him, but even stronger than my instinct, there's Colin's threat ringing out in my head all over again. That night in the desert left me so terrified of everything that for weeks I've accepted Nate's protection, his brother's protection, without even considering the obvious fact that they could be the ones ending up hurt, the ones ending up dead. I've been selfish, and it has to change. I can't keep putting them all in danger. For the first time, I understand fully why Mary and Lily did what they did, why they left, why Lily stayed away. We talked a lot yesterday, and through her words and her eyes, I felt the love she has for me, even though she barely knows me. She loves me like a daughter, and always has, because the woman who was like a sister to her hadn't been given the chance to do it herself. Lily didn't say so, but she sacrificed a lot to keep me and everyone else involved safe. A deep breath helps me stabilize my emotions at least a little, and I'm glad I managed to keep my tears at bay in front of Colin, even if I only owe that to the petrifying terror he stirred in me. Forcing my body to function again, I turn around and busy myself with closing my memory box.
All done. Time to go home and deliver, baby,
Nate drawls, and after another discreet breath taken to calm my nerves, I face him with a smile I don't feel one bit inside me. My acting skills don't seem to be the best, though, because Nate frowns as he comes to stand in front of me.
You good? You're pale, babe.
I lean into his hand that grazes my cheek in a concerned gesture. Really? No, I'm good. Just tired, maybe. Let's go? Worry lingers in his eyes as he clasps my hand.
I know the parties and the club full of loud guys don't help you get enough rest, but it wouldn't be safe to go to my place. But you need to sleep more.
So, no shower and straight to bed tonight? It's amazing that I find enough lightness in me to joke. But no matter how much effort is needed, I have to make the following hours count. Tonight has to count. Because at this point, there's only one thing left to do, even if the thought alone tries to throw me on the floor where I would roll myself into a ball and cry until there are no more tears left in me to shed. But I don't have a choice, because going through the pain of losing someone I love not only makes me want to wail, it makes me want to die altogether.
Chapter 26. Nate. As I pour myself a scotch, each one of my fucking brothers has his eyes on me. Their stares make me want to pour myself another drink before this one even touches my lips. I've already drank 10 of them, so what? They're lucky I'm even downstairs, and that's only because I got sick of pacing in my room. In my destroyed room. I've had enough time to crush both nightstands against the wall and use a broken wooden piece as a lethal weapon to beat the shit out of my chest of drawers before Liam barreled into the room to hold me back this morning. It was too late for the chest of drawers, the now half-empty chest of drawers. That damn chest of drawers throws me back to this morning every single time it crosses my mind. It throws me back to the moment I opened my eyes at fucking dawn to find a folded note instead of Cam's sleepy face on her pillow. My heart immediately bashed the walls of my chest, and my fists were close to shaking because I knew what I was about to read. It was more than an intuition. I just already knew what was written on that piece of paper. But I read it anyway. Then I read it again and again, like I'd read something different at some point if I kept reading. But the few words never shifted into ones that didn't rip my heart out of my chest every time I made them resonate in my own head.
I'm really grateful for everything you and the club did for me. Please believe that. But this life just isn't meant for me. I thought it'd be easier to leave without any long goodbyes. Please, take care of yourself.
Probably unable to handle the truth, I suddenly thought that this wasn't what it looked like it was. In my head, it made sense that she'd been snatched right from under my nose, because she wouldn't leave like this. She just wouldn't. So how ironic is it that during the 2 seconds it took me to get to the drawers that had been hers since that fire, I almost prayed for her to have simply left me. And in the end, that's what she did. Just like her spot in my bed, her drawers were empty. She left. She's gone. And if I wanted to drown myself in a damn barrel of liquor, I'd fucking do so.
She's done it for the same reason Mary left Connor,
Lily says. Oh, and apparently, no one wants to shut the fuck up about it and let me try to convince myself that I'll soon be able to get her out of my mind for a damn second of reprieve. Lily seems to be a nice woman, but she's also well on her way to pissing me off. I agree, bro, Jace insists. He's been repeating the same thing all day. She left to protect me. She left to make sure the spiders wouldn't hurt me because I was hiding her. He even thinks something happened to make her leave so suddenly, but he can't figure out what. He doesn't get that he can't figure out what happened because there's nothing to figure out. Nothing happened. Simple as that. I was with her 24/7 for fuck's sake. And what's his proof about her leaving suddenly? For all I know, she could have been planning to leave for days, maybe more. It doesn't make sense, Something had to make her leave. He parrots himself one more time.
Yes,
Lily agrees. It fucking exhausts me to have to listen to their bullshit. It's not like Jace can be objective anyway. Cameron is probably his sister. Not surprising he stands up for her, and now he's the one pissing me off. She's done it because she doesn't want to live with people who kill with their bare hands. I stumble through the whole sentence, even though I meant to bark it to every blind fucker in the room and open their eyes to the reality. Lily doesn't cower under my unfocused yet sharp glare. She has balls, I'll give her that. She even strikes back with a harsh tone.
Even if that was true, which it isn't, she's not stupid. She wouldn't have left knowing Rod still thinks she's his daughter. And even if he knew the truth, she wouldn't be safer. Even less, in my opinion. Cameron knows that. Jace is right. It doesn't make sense for her to have left like that. It doesn't make sense that she left you.
I try to snort, but the fumes of the scotch keep me from getting the sound out. Cameron was going to leave me. She was going back to L.A. Considering Lily showed up in Twickenham a couple of days ago, it's almost funny that she thinks she knows what Cameron had in mind before she left. And when I say funny, what I really mean is ridiculous. Cam never envisioned staying here. Never. She never did because she didn't want to live the only kind of life a guy like me could give her. No, she never envisioned staying. Probably even less after she found out about CJ. She was going to leave me. She was going to leave me before I entirely had her.
And now she's alone,
Lily adds. Melvin's tailing her. I snap at her as much for getting on my nerves by fueling my own fear for Cam with hers as for thinking I would have let her wander around without protection. Yeah, I'm pissed at the way she decided to part ways with me. I have no clue how I didn't hear her pack her fucking things, by the way. But I need her safe anyway, and I sent Melvin because I need all of my brothers by my side to deal with what's coming. Cameron doesn't want to be with me, but I still need to know that she'll be able to live the life she's chosen peacefully. And for that to be possible, Rod needs to be gone, ASAP. And before I allow him to die, he also needs to get all the suffering he deserves for what he did to Jace's family and for everything he put Cam through.
What? Melvin? Melvin the prospect?
She asks, the horror in her voice also distorting her face. Excessively, if you ask me. Or is it the unhealthy amount of alcohol I ingested that impairs what I'm seeing? Don't know. Don't care either.
You sent a prospect to protect her? Oh my God, this isn't safe.
Nate sent a prospect who can take on 3 guys by himself and leave them barely breathing. Cody explains to her with a calm tone that contrasts with his lethal eyes locking on me when he catches me glaring at his woman. Yeah, I think that's what it is. In 2 days, Cody hasn't let her breathe for even 1 second, and it never seemed to bother her in the least. I bet that woman isn't going back to Colorado anytime soon.
I'm afraid, Cody,
she says more quietly, and I almost feel like a dick. Almost. I'm too drunk to care about anyone but myself and anything but my own misery.
Poor Cameron,
she goes on as Cody places a kiss full of affection on her temple, pissing me off all over again because I can't do the same to my girl.
I can't believe what that CJ guy did. Mary left her with the Joneses so she wouldn't be mingled with the club life, and in the end, she suffered even more than Mary did.
Yet you don't believe she went back to L.A. because she realized she didn't want to live that sort of messed up life any longer. Fuck, are they all this fucking blind? Tired of their lectures and not wanting to hear Lily, Jace, or anyone else argue once again, I stand up and walk away, but not without snatching the bottle of scotch from the table, my fist clenching around the neck. I climb up the stairs with a gait I apparently just stole from a clumsy fawn, but as long as it helps me get away from everyone, I don't exactly care if I fall a couple of times before finding my room. My brothers clearly aren't willing to help me shut down my thoughts, quite the contrary, so I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way. I'm going to drink myself to a comatose state. Once I miraculously made it to my room without breaking my legs, my arms, or my neck, I slammed the door sharply, informing my brothers that I don't need fucking babysitters all over my ass. Then I sit down on my bed. But now that I'm alone, I remember the main reason why I even went downstairs to begin with. It smells like her. Everything smells like her. The sheets, the pillows, the fucking air. It's all clogged with this perfect scent of hers. I'd give anything to stop smelling it, so it's once again fucking ironic that it's her scent that pushes me to lie down on my stomach and bury my nose into the pillow that was hers until this morning. Pathetic as it is, I can't help it. At least I won't drown in my own puke if the entire bottle I gulp down makes its way back up.
Chapter 27. Cameron. Melvin, I know you're in here, I call out, knocking on the dark green door. I heard you shuffling, and I know you wouldn't have gone anywhere until I did. I go on and wait, pretty sure that he's trying to decide whether to pretend he's not here. His scowling face when he finally opens the door puts a smile on mine, despite my shattered heart that started to scream in pain the second I left Nate and the club behind.
How did you know?
He asks gruffly, not bothering with greetings. Depends on what you're talking about. If you want to know how I knew you were sent to tail me, the answer is that I saw you in my rearview mirror when I stopped to get gas the first time. You should have parked a little farther. I feign lecturing him with a shake of my head. As for how I knew you were in this room, it's simple. I knew you'd get a room right next to mine, no matter the manner. I just hope you didn't kill anyone. I joke. And someone in the other room used a hairdryer earlier. You biker boys are too fond of bragging about how big your balls are to use a hairdryer, so it couldn't be you. I shrug. He grunts.
And that's what happens when the first person you're asked to tail is a damn teacher. That's not going to win me any points with Prez and finally get me my damn cut.
My rather subtle smile is,
Hello again. Let's slow down for a minute and reset with a bit of music. Don't worry, this audiobook won't cost you a thing. Thanks for being part of this journey.
quick to recoil at the mention of Nate, just as my heart is quick to squeeze. The fact that Nate most likely hates me is an unbearable thought that followed me all the way to California. Despite the very long drive I overcame with only one short break to stretch my legs, I didn't sleep much last night. The nightmares kept me awake most of the night. Struggling to fall asleep was a weird feeling to have back after all those nights I slept like a baby next to Nate, and I sure hadn't missed the nightmares. Although the one that kept me from resting last night traded the image of a screaming Colin in a crashing plane for an image of a barking Colin on a shiny bike, pointing a gun at Nate's head.
"You good, sweetheart?"
Melvin's concerned voice shakes me out of my thoughts. "Sure," I lie. "Since you're here, what about I hire you?" Lazily crossing his arms, he leans against the doorframe.
"What's the job?"
"Packing, loading up and moving a bunch of heavy furniture, cleaning up, exciting things like that."
"Your apartment?"
I nod. He hums, and I expect him to ask me more about my plans, but he asks instead,
"What's the salary?"
"A dinner at the best Italian restaurant I know?" I grimace. He grins brightly.
"Deal."
I pop open 2 beers and hand one to Melvin. He's slouched onto the futon set underneath the window. This futon, the chair I just moved to sit on, and the few boxes piled up in the entryway are the rare things still unpacked. The apartment is nearly empty. We did an awesome job that I couldn't have done by myself, not in one day anyway. After this much-needed break, there will only be a little bit of cleaning left to do, and we'll be ready to bring everything to the Goodwill. I decided to leave my bond check to the landlord so he could take care of repainting the apartment himself. Not enough time to do it myself, but mostly not enough motivation. The only thing I want is to leave this place behind like it never existed, which is why the very first things that were shoved into a trash bag were the pictures of me smiling up at Colin. All of them are now right where they belong, among old cosmetics and rotten food.
"What are your plans now? Not that I don't like playing babysitter in L.A., but I like Texas better."
He smirks and lifts his bottle to his lips. I don't hesitate more than a short moment before deciding I should as well tell him the truth. He'll probably have to report anything I tell him to Nate, but if Nate wants to know anything about my life, I'm under the impression that he'll find a way to get the information anyway. I can't see why he'd want to know anything, though. It's hard to understand why he even sent someone to make sure nothing happens to me. I sent an email to the school principal early this morning. I resigned. I summarize. That's a decision I didn't make this morning. When I left Texas yesterday as the sun was barely rising, it was to never come back. My plan was to find a new apartment in L.A. and go back to work as I was supposed to. I mean, Nate and I never talked about the possibility of me staying in Texas. Did he want me to stay? I don't even know. I think he did, but he never said so. That's why I didn't plan on going back anywhere near Twicken. But the closer I got to L.A., the stronger loneliness grew in me. The feeling I had lived with for so long before meeting Nate came back to weigh on me the instant I turned away from him. It felt so heavy on my chest that it became difficult to breathe. I knew right then that going back was the only option for me, so I resigned. I'll be going back to Texas as soon as everything is settled here, but going back to Texas doesn't mean going back to Nate. I can't take the risk of him getting hurt, but the end of whatever our relationship was can only be more bearable if I'm at least back there.
"Good."
My beer pauses midway to my mouth and I arch a brow. "I don't have a job anymore, and all you have to say is good?" He shrugs.
"You're the one who quit, and you did it for a reason. You're coming back then. I mean, Why else would you have quit?
The truth is what I give him once again. I'm coming back to Texas, but not to the club. I trail off with a sigh that ends up on a groan. Do you ever get used to the possibility of seeing the people you're close to get hurt?
Is that why you left? Because you realized Nate could get hurt?
That I can't tell him. It's too dangerous. What I already told him could be enough for Nate to start questioning whether I really left because living the club life isn't something I want. It broke my heart to write those words down because the last thing I wanted was for him to believe that. But it's not like I had a choice, and I can't mess it all up now. Me going back to Texas could already make Nate cogitate on things that need to be left alone. And if he finds out that Colin not only approached me but also led me away, he'll lose his mind and do something that could get him hurt. Or worse, he could get killed. He could get killed because of me.
You know,
Melvin goes on when I don't say anything.
When Nate offered me to prospect for the club, I thought about it for days before accepting,
he admits.
My childhood had never been stable, and I needed stability more than anything. I needed that for my little brother Max.
What? You have a brother? But where is he? I never saw him at the club.
He doesn't come to the club. The guys don't know about him. Don't forget, I'm a prospect.
He grins, but a sad veil falls back over his face quickly.
Max is in foster care,
he says, and his eyes are reflecting so much sorrow that I want to hug him.
We don't have the same father, but both men took off before we were even born. Not a bad thing, considering our mother's talent for poor choices. Let's just say that men and booze have always been more important to her than us. And for 6 years, we did good, Max and me.
A small smile appears on his lips at the thought of his brother.
We did good. Until less than a year ago. It was right before I met the Chasers. I had just turned 18 when my mother was arrested for prostitution and drug possession. After losing her waitressing job because of her drinking habits that were only getting worse, she thought that snorting drugs and screwing some perv for money were the solutions to her problems.
He snorts.
I was 18, so I escaped the foster care. But Max wasn't even 6 years old.
He was 18, but that doesn't mean he didn't need help himself. This is heartbreaking.
I saw a lawyer, hoping I could ask for custody. The guy told me that the chances of succeeding were slim to none. I just graduated from high school, but didn't have a job. I got busy trying to find one straight away, but I had to let Max go anyway. And you know the way it is in small towns. Everyone knows you're the trash's son living in an old trailer park that doesn't have electricity half the time. No one wants to hire guys like me.
I don't know why he's telling me all this, and I don't know in what way it answers my question, but it seems like he needs to get these things out, so I ask, is it the reason that pushed you to accept Nate's offer? Because you didn't have a choice?
Honestly, I first thought that the life I'd live in a biker club would be just as chaotic as the life I'd known growing up. I thought of bikers as a bunch of criminals, probably alcoholics and junkies, and I was sure I'd never get Max back if I joined an MC. But the truth is, yes, I didn't have a choice. I needed a job, and Nate was the only one who offered me one. But I quickly realized that he offered me more than a job. He offered me a goal. Despite their shady business, I found guys who could become family to Max and me. If they patch me in, I know they'll accept him too. And I know they'll help me get him back, because that's what a family does. They help you. And I don't think that you can ever get used to the possibility of seeing people you care about get hurt. He finally voices the answer to my question. But getting hurt can happen to anyone. and I think you already know that.
Nodding, I think about it. He's right. My parents lived a normal life, never taking any unnecessary risk, and I lost them way too soon anyway. Anything can happen to anyone at any time. But he still doesn't know everything. By changing my mind and finding my way back to the life I came to love, I'd be risking all the guys' lives in full knowledge of the situation. And I can't do that. Are you still seeing your brother? I changed the subject.
Every Saturday, he grins. We play ball or video games, that sort of things, you know? The only thing that keeps me from losing my mind is that he's got a nice foster family. They're good people.
That's great. Will you take him to meet the guys once you're patched in?
Only once I have him back. The lawyer I saw told me I needed damn solid proof that I can support a child if I want to have a chance to get him back. That obviously means a steady job and an apartment, but it also means keeping Max away from any bad influences, and I'm afraid the club would fall into that category for any judge.
A few months ago, that's what I would have thought too. But then I met the club life and the members who are also fathers. Those men not only love their children and do everything possible to see them happy, but they also give them everything they need to have a stable adult life one day. They teach them hard work and values such as integrity and loyalty. They're good parents. My phone rings with a text cutting through the conversation. I glance at it as it rests on my lap. It's the landlord asking me when I'll be ready, I say.
Just the time to load up what's left and play cleaning woman for a bit. I became damn good at it,
he jokes, his light mood back as he stands up.
An hour tops, and he can show up.
I let him take care of the few boxes left while I type my answer. Thank God I'll soon be out of these walls for good.
Chapter 28. Nate. I wish I were anywhere but here. Don't even know why I tagged along. Because I'm a fucking masochist, that's why. Cam and I hadn't come to Donna since the morning before she was snatched from her burning house. But it still feels wrong to be here without her. All my eyes can see is her smile across the table. All my ears can hear are the sounds she makes when she eats her pancakes. Her laugh and her voice as she talks about the kid she teaches. All I can smell is her sweet scent. All I can sense is her presence, even though she isn't fucking here. The hole she's dug into my chest is painful, and I'm all the more pissed at her for it. Here, Donna says, as she starts pouring us some more coffee. Jace is sitting beside me, and Lily and Cody are sitting across from us. Today is the first time Lily and Donna have seen each other since Lily left town 25 years ago. They spent the first 20 minutes after we arrived firing up words to each other like they expected to catch up with 2 damn decades in 5 minutes. And here they go for round 2. I tune them out, my mind wandering back to Cameron. She's in my head at every damn moment, just like the fear. Fear is clinging to my stomach at every damn moment, too. I trust Melvin. He wouldn't be the one having eyes on her otherwise. But I'm the one who should be by her side. Or she should be here with me, rather. She should be sleeping in my bed at night, not in a cold hotel room. But I must admit that I'm fucking thrilled she doesn't sleep in the bed she used to share with that bastard, who's unfortunately still breathing. Not that I thought she'd want to go back there. I obviously know she didn't leave Twicken because she wanted her life with him back. Nate. What? I answered Jace with a bored sigh. I really should have stayed at the club. I don't even want to talk. Your phone. Don't you have yours? I asked him, annoyed, though I already leaned back in the booth to fumble into my pocket. What? No, I don't want your phone, dumbass. Just saying it's been buzzing for the past 15 seconds. My gaze lowers as he reaches for said phone that actually wasn't in my pocket but on the table. I don't remember putting it there, and I didn't hear it buzzing either. 3 pair of eyes are assessing me curiously, which brings me to notice that Donna has gone back to work. I ignore them all, my own attention quickly shifting to my phone. Finding out who called me is all I'm interested in at the moment, but like every time my phone has gone off in the past couple of days, crushing disillusionment fills me as Cam's voice isn't the one meeting my ear when I listen to the message someone left me. I slide my phone into my pocket and tell Jace, "Looks like you got some family left. So does Cameron." His breath lodges in his throat audibly, as he must understand it was Doc calling, but then he conceals any trace of emotion with a smirk. "How many beatings do I owe my sister's boyfriend?" See? This, right here? The pain slashing my gut is so sudden and sharp that I almost need a user's manual to remember how to take the smallest breath. No air can weave its way into my lungs without my chest being torn open when Cameron is brought up. And now, my best friend happens to be the brother of the girl I can't properly function without, but who doesn't want to have anything to do with me. Wonderful. Not her boyfriend, I remind him, not tempering my harshness. My blatant irritation doesn't unnerve him. It makes my fist itch to punch his face, just like his following reproach. "Get your head out of your ass. Something's off. Ben believes it too. Everyone does. Something was off when you guys got back from her house. Something wasn't right. You have to see that." "Of course something wasn't right. She was about to fucking run off," I growl. It's exasperation that stews in me now. That doesn't make sense, damn it. Why would she shut off out of the blue? Did she ever say she wasn't happy here? Did she even look unhappy? Alex told Liam that Cam told her how she didn't feel alone anymore since she got here. Alex told Liam, huh? I cut him off, my tone purposefully gushing sarcasm. What about "I'll get my head out of my ass when you do"? Like his family's death, his relationship with Alex is an off-limits subject. We don't bring it up. I just thought it'd be as good a way as any to get a rise out of him. But I can't even get that right, apparently. Not flying off the handle, he says infuriatingly collected. "Fair enough," he admits. "But let me be clear. She's my sister, and I want to get to know her. That implies her coming back here, even only occasionally, when shit is handled with the spiders. As for in the meantime, I'm even less fond than before of her being so far away while two twisted fucks think they own her. So either you reach out to her yourself to find out what the fuck happened 3 days ago to make her run off on you, or I will." "Okay, you're starting to get loud, and I don't think that's going to suit Donna just fine." Jace blows out a frustrated breath at Cody's warning. "We got the meeting in 30 anyway." The meeting. I'm aware there's serious shit we need to discuss. A good part of this shit being finding out a way to ensure Cameron's safety. But I still just want to go back to the club and lock myself in my room with a bottle of strong liquor until it puts me to sleep again. "Great," I mumble, throwing a 50 on the table. Without waiting for Lily to do whatever she's trying to do with her hands buried in her purse, I go to the counter where Donna is drinking some orange juice as she seems to be taking a break. "You knew who Cameron was all along." I get straight to the point. "That's why you let her sit at that table that day." She smiles, but there's a sad glee in her eyes despite it. "I would have let her sit there anyway, but I won't say I wasn't glad you both could meet. Of course, I never envisioned you and her growing so close, but when I saw her back here, alone and lost, I couldn't pass up the opportunity to help her meet the world she comes from. I knew it was a risk since I didn't know Rod had already found her, and I was afraid you could lead her to him involuntarily. But the fact that a girl like her was going through life without any family just broke my heart." "And you knew Jace was her family?" She nods, apologies heavy in her eyes. "It wasn't my secret to share, though. Mary made a choice that was hers to make, and Lily was trying to respect it. I hope you don't hold it against her, because her strong ties with Mary and what she did to protect Cameron led her into a life of loneliness. She gave up a life with the man she loved to protect Cameron as well as Cody's best friend and his little boy." Lily lived more than 2 decades of her life far away from the man she apparently never stopped loving. I can't even begin to imagine that. Cam has been gone for 3 days. 3 days. And I'm in such a chaotic state that I feel like the only way to quiet my distress would be to ride like hell to the spiders and trigger a killing spree. "No one is holding anything against her," I reassure her. She nods. "Lily told me you have eyes on her, but I'm worried, Nate. Rod won't give up." It feels really nice to be given the impression of failing the only girl you've ever let in, even though it's her who left without saying goodbye. Yeah, I don't feel like shit at all. But what am I supposed to do? Should I kidnap her and lock her up? That would be so different from what CJ wants to do. It's not my damn fucking fault if the life I lived drove her away, and it's not like I could just go and live hers either. I'd do any fucking thing for her, but how would I find a place in her world? "Hey, Donna, can I have some pancakes to go? About 20. Cody asks her, leaning his elbows on the counter. "Ben's throwing a fit because we didn't invite him," he tells me then. "I'll give him my spot next time. No problem."
Hank always has some ready.
Donna chuckles as she sets her glass on the counter, walks away, and pushes through the door leading to the kitchen.
You can go wait outside,
Lily says to Cody when she joins us.
I'll talk to Donna for a minute and be right there with the pancakes.
Cody frowns his concern. You'd think that letting her out of his sight for a minute is the hardest ordeal he's ever had to face. Since it's not my problem, I don't wait for him to make his decision, and I stride out to take a damn breath. I'm still in a fucking bad mood. Sue me. Jace follows me before Cody catches up with us, his brows still furrowed deeply. Before we know it, the three of us have been waiting next to our bikes for 5 fucking minutes. That's a typical girl thing. Why in the hell don't they say they'll be there in 5 instead of saying they'll be right there? Like we won't notice them taking their fucking sweet time. My mouth opens to tell the guys that I'm gonna ride ahead when Lily finally shows up. Thank fucking God. The fact that she's not crossing the door alone hits me immediately, and who is standing too damn close to her has barely registered in my brain when Cody has his gun pulled out. It's aimed directly at the spider, who has one arm coiled around Lily's neck and one hand holding something against the side of her throat. A knife. Where the fuck did that fucker come from? Jace and I mimic Cody's motions, and the next second our weapons are trained on the spider I don't recognize. Not sure where Rod finds his numerous new recruits, but something isn't right with how many of them are patching in these days. "Let her go," Cody barks at the guy. "You're fucking dead." Cody is damn good with the weapon, one of the best. He could easily get the fucker between his eyes, even from across the street. But I know he won't make a move. Too many witnesses. And Lily's head being inches away from the spiders would probably have stopped him from blowing the fucker's gray matter to shreds anyway. Let's face the truth. None of us knows how to play this. People tend to think that we're some sort of savage cowboys pulling their guns out for no reason. But the truth is, we barely ever do. We carry 1 or 2 every time we set foot outside, but we mostly do it as a precaution. What's happening in front of us is something I've personally never had to deal with. The only thing I'm sure of is that the motherfucker isn't going to comply nicely just because we asked him to. But before we can come up with any plan of action, the spider is roaring a tortured yelp as he doubles over. On his knees the next instant, he seems to be cradling the hand that was clutching the knife against his chest, the knife that's now lying on the asphalt as Lily rushes toward us, her own palm moving up to cover her neck as though she's hurt. Since she's running, I suppose that the damage must be minimal. Cody meets her halfway as Jace and I stride toward the squirming son of a bitch who's more preoccupied with his hand than with us charging at him. Looks like I just found a way to let off some steam today after all. Just the time to get the fucker moved to the warehouse, and I'll get to work. Jace kicks away the abandoned knife, then his foot collides with the spider's twisted in pain face. What the hell did Lily do to him? Just as I start spinning around and telling Cody to text Blaine because we're going to need the SUV, a sharp, agonizing pain lances through my chest, and my words die instantly. I'm on my knees before I can understand why I can't stand, or why I can't get air to travel to my lungs. Jace's voice calling out my name is one of the last things consciousness allows me to make out before I fall limp onto the ground. But the very last thing my mind gets to see is the beautiful image of a girl with light brown hair, smooth skin, and gray eyes, staring at me with a smile that would bring me to my knees if I wasn't already on them.
Chapter 29. Cameron. The sound of the door darting open has me whirling around, a gigantic knot of terror replacing my stomach until I see Melvin and relief sets in, or rather tries to set in. There's something disturbing in Melvin's eyes when he storms into the room, but stops abruptly despite the fact that he only barely crossed the threshold. This time, my stomach is violently tossed up into my throat. Bile gets close to the surface as I take in the savage emotions springing from him. Urgency, dread, fury. These are only some of them, and each one seems to be cohabiting easily with the others. But the dominant emotion is the one that has my legs wobbling under me and my breaths shortening dangerously. Compassion. His hazel eyes are drowning in it, and my head shakes on its own as dozens of intolerable images slam into me. No, no, no! My head keeps shaking in slow motions. I don't want him to say it. I can't hear him say it. If he voices what's already tumbling inside my head, it'll become real, and I'll quit breathing altogether. I can't hear him say it. Melvin must have approached me without me noticing, because his hands are suddenly framing my face and his eyes searching mine. He's still alive, okay? He's still alive. He blurts out the words like they're supposed to produce some sort of relief in me. They don't. Relief is the last thing I feel. My stomach is nothing more than a ball of terror battling hard to make me collapse, and tears are blurring my vision and rolling down my face while sobs threaten to climb up from my heavy chest. Still alive. What do these words even mean? They sound more like he's not dead yet, rather than he is going to be okay. What happened? I croak out. It's a miracle he even grasped my hoarse whisper, but his answer proves to me that he did. He got shot. Just as miraculously, my body stays upright with the help of a huge breath I take in through my nose. Where? I murmur then. Is it bad? It's bad, isn't it? If not, he would have said so right away, and his eyes wouldn't be dancing with hesitation as to whether he should answer my question. In his chest, sweetheart. He's in surgery right now. I need to go back, I urge. I need to get to him. I need to get to him now. We had planned to drive back today anyway, though Melvin would have dropped me off at a hotel where I would have stayed until my parents' house was habitable and safe. But now I wish so badly I were already there. God, I wish I had never left him. We're heading back right now, but we'll get there more quickly if we take my bike. We'll deal with your car later. I don't care about my car. Then let's go. Only take the bare minimum. No purse. We'll squeeze everything into my backpack. I'll leave some of my things in your car, he explains, and I nod. Nate may kill me for having you ride on my bike, but he'll kill me just the same if I let you drive upset. I'm counting on you to protect me when he wants to rip my head off. His tone appears light, but I can tell it's fake, and only meant to help me keep my thoughts positive. Not finding enough strength in me to smile back at him, I only give him another nod before some switch seems to be turned on somewhere inside me, prompting my legs to be set back into motion. Thankfully, my clothes are still gathered in my suitcase and my cosmetics in my vanity case. Not taking anything out of whatever suitcases or bags I travel with is something I do when I feel homesick. It helps me believe in the fact that I'll be home soon, no matter how untrue I'm aware it is. Melvin goes back to his room to take his stuff as I grab a couple of jeans, a couple of shirts, a handful of underwear, and my toothbrush. Then I wait for him to come back, my hands grasping my jacket, and I freeze again as dread is back to piercing my heart sharply. And this time, the sobs find their way out. They escape me quietly, but they're out anyway. Hey, just breathe, okay? Melvin drops his backpack onto the bed, and I'm grateful that he takes care of shoving my stuff inside it himself. I left so Colin wouldn't hurt him, I confess in a shaky gasp. The day Nate and I went to my house to sort things out, Colin showed up. He said he wouldn't hurt him if I left him. He said he would hurt you all if I stayed in Twicken. It was them, right? The spiders, they did that to him, didn't they? They did. And I know why you left, Cameron. My gaze darts to him. You do? I ask him, confused. He snorts as he closes his backpack. The guys do too. Well, they know just like I do that someone had to make you leave, but they don't know the details. It's as obvious to Nate, even if he's been too much of a mess to see it.
He hates me,
I sniff. God, I can bear the idea even less now. If he... No, I can't contemplate that possibility. I'll break down. Like he could. Melvin counters with another snorting sound. He wants you back. So let's get to him now, okay? I'm pretty sure the last thing Nate wants is to see me, but I nod anyway. Being beside him as soon as possible is all that matters. Oh, and Jace told me I might as well share the news with you. You've got a brother, sweetheart. Well, you've got a bunch of them, but you have a real one, too. He smiles. Some more sobs stay locked in my throat, mixed with what can barely be called a laugh. I have a brother. A brother who is the best friend of the man I love. That's just insane. And since he's my VP and told me to get you back ASAP and safe, let's go now. We do need to get going. I don't have enough time or even enough strength to be happy right now. My focus needs to be solely on Nate. I grab the backpack and leave the room as Melvin follows me with my suitcase. As I jog my way to my car, begging my heart to slow down a bit even though I know it won't, Melvin strides in the opposite direction, apparently toward the reception. My hands are still ruled by heavy tremors, but I manage to open the trunk before waiting for Melvin to come back. For a while, I toy with my phone, as eager to call one of the guys as I am terrified to do it. What I could hear on the other side of the line has dizziness trying to make me lose consciousness. I paid the owner to keep an eye on your car. You can leave it here. Melvin's unexpected voice has me jumping, my spine automatically stiffening in fearful anticipation before I realize who has approached me. Just me, sweetheart. Ready to head back? I shut the trunk, swat a tear off my cheek, and nod as I'm already walking to his bike. My muscles scream with soreness when I climb off Melvin's bike, but I feel lucky to be back in Texas instead of being sprawled on the road somewhere with my blood, guts, and gray matter blanketing the asphalt. He drove like hell, or maybe it only felt like it because Nate never drove so fast, not with me on his bike anyway. But since it took us 12 hours to get to Twicken, I'm fairly sure Melvin didn't do a good job of respecting the speed limit. We only stopped for gas, not even taking a couple of minutes to go to the bathroom. But still, 12 hours. 12 hours only. But 12 hours that felt like days. Thinking about coming back only to learn that the man I can't live without died because of the imposter I once made the mistake of loving terrified me all the way here. Every cell in my body is still filled with the gruesome fear of hearing anyone tell me that Nate's heart stopped beating. It happens. 1 second a heart is beating, and the next one, the person you shouldn't have left the side of, stops existing. Give me the backpack, Melvin says, already pulling it down my arms to sling it over his broad shoulder. My breathing hitches when he takes his phone out of his pocket. He types something, and I know he's getting in touch with the guys to find out what's waiting for us inside the large building I'm dreading to set foot in. After tormenting seconds, his phone buzzes. He's still unconscious, but he's stable, he says. Let's go see him. The sobs that leave me are immediate and powerful. You'd think they were held prisoner in my chest for months at the way they spring from me. Hey, it's okay. Melvin soothes me, pulling me to him in a brotherly embrace. He was right this morning. I have more than one brother, and the feeling is amazing. Calming down after crying my ugly sobs into his chest, I gasp my admission. I was so scared he'd be gone when we arrived. Jace sent a text to Melvin a few hours ago saying that Nate was out of surgery. But anything could have happened before we got here.
I know, but he's here, so let's head inside to tell him you're here too.
I agree with a nod, then scrub my puffy-feeling face with a shaky hand. A minute later, we're entering the hospital. Melvin guides me to an elevator, and when we get to the 4th floor after one more endless ride, the door opens on a long hallway where chasers are packed in silence. They seem to all be here, and I'm surprised the hospital even allows 24 of these massive men to be here, indubitably in the way. I spot Liam and Ben among others, standing near a half-open door that must be Nate's room, since his friends are guarding it fiercely. Melvin told me they were all convinced that something made me leave without even a thank you. But as gazes all around the hallway find me, I wonder if some of them think of me as the girl who left their brother because of the life he lives. And that's what I told Nate, after all. I'm somewhat relieved when they nod at me as I weave my way through all of them, but I'm too focused on the door to acknowledge them back. I try to offer them at least a smile, but even a faint one is impossible to pull off. It's a chance that the guys are so quiet, because my voice is a gravelly whisper when I ask Ben, "Can I see him?" I'm already peeking inside, but I see nothing more than a white wall and an empty gray chair.
Of course, love. He's alone. Go ahead.
Afraid of what I'm going to find behind that door, I push it with my fingertips until it's opened wide enough for me to sneak inside the room. My breath catches harshly as my eyes fall on him. Keeping the sobs at bay is challenging. His face is so deathly pale that my gaze slides down his chest reflexively to make sure he is breathing, which is stupid since there's this beeping sound coming from the machine he's linked to, proving that his heart is beating at regular intervals. There are no bruises or blood to see on his skin because his torso is mostly bandaged. But the view has a wave of chills flowing over my skin anyway. I can't stop thinking about how he could have easily died instantly. He's breathing. That's what I need to remember. Thinking about what-ifs isn't constructive at all. He's breathing. And now I'm right here and able to keep a close eye on him at all times. Just as my dead, slow steps finally bring me beside his bed, the door clicks shut behind me. I glance back only to see that I'm alone. Apparently someone decided to give me some privacy. Going to sit on the chair I had a glimpse of from outside, I don't waste any more time and do what I've been craving to do again since the moment I closed Nate's bedroom door behind me as he slept peacefully a few days back. I touch him. His hand isn't icy cold when I cradle it in mine, but it's not as warm as it always is, either. I rub it gently as I talk to him, my tears falling freely but silently. I know I don't deserve anything from you, but please, don't go. Please don't leave me. I croak out. A snort follows my plea. I left him, and it doesn't matter that I've been through hell these past 3 days. I'm still the one who left him. But I really have been through hell, one I've never experienced before. What's strange is that until this morning, Nate was unharmed, but I was suffering so much that it made me think back to the grief I endured after Colin died. Sadness and hurt were all my heart carried back then. Getting up in the morning was a challenge. Missing him was painful. Remembering him was harrowing. But 3 days ago, when I walked away from the club, losing Nate in the process, it became obvious to me that somewhere along the way, I had grieved Colin. I took his betrayal hard because I shouldn't have had to grieve him in the first place, but not because I still had strong feelings for him. I did still love him in some way, and I still felt like I had to be faithful to him, but deep down, I knew that I had grieved him. I just couldn't see it. But after the truth came out and every ounce of lingering guilt became unwarranted, I could see that my feelings for Nate were stronger than those I once had for Colin. With him, it had been warm and comfortable. With Nate, it was blazing and wild, consuming. Having those emotions swirling inside me was somewhat scary, but being away from him these past days was even scarier. None of it matters, anyway. I'm still the one who abandoned him in the coldest way possible. He became all I needed, and I left him. Now he's lying in this hospital bed, and I can't change what I did. He might never wake up. He might never know how I feel. He might never know that I love him more than anything. I love him the way I saw my mom love my dad my whole life, and he might never know that he is loved so much. I know you hate me, but I love you. Don't leave me, I beg him again. You can't leave me too. My eyes grow heavy after I roam them over his face for a moment, his hand still carefully nestled in mine, and the steady beeping sound meeting my ears regularly isn't helping my dozy state. There's no explaining how I can even stay upright. How are you, love? Startled by the quiet yet raucous voice, my gaze becomes sharp again as it finds Ben's face when I turn around. I didn't even hear the door opening behind me. He grabs another chair from a corner of the room and sets it beside mine before dropping onto it. I'm going to lose him for good. I express my deepest fear for the first time. Nah, you're not. He brushes my worries off with his usual nonchalance, even if his features reveal the same exhaustion I feel. He's not a weak thing, in case you haven't noticed. Our boy's taking a nap right now, resting. But he's not going anywhere you're not, love. His conviction has me fighting off the urge to weep again. Blowing out a steady breath to calm my unstable nerves, I murmur, I didn't have a choice. Ben's weary sigh has a frustrated edge to it. Problem is, there's a thing you don't see the way we all see it because you haven't been a part of this world for as long as we have. Whatever trouble one of us gets in is our trouble. It's not Nate's trouble, Liam's trouble, or mine. It's ours. That's the way a family is supposed to work. Whatever the problem is, we solve it together, simple as that. The most important thing in this life we've chosen is to let no one separate us. If someone goes for one of us, we stick together. And you, love, are one of us. Just remember that we're stronger together. That's how we fight 'em, together. At this rate, I'll be out of tears in no time. They stream down, but for one more reason now. I'm one of them. They think of me as one of them, and it's so heartwarming to hear it. I was so terrified to see him get hurt because of me, to see you all get hurt. Colin said he'd kill everyone if I didn't leave the club. Cam, he starts. What CJ does, what the spiders do, isn't because of you. Those men hurt people and manipulate their emotions to get what they want. There's no compassion in them, no guilt, nothing. Hell, they're barely humans if you ask me. They want something, nothing will stop them until they get it. They would have hurt Nate anyway. I know you wanted to keep us all safe, but there's something that's more painful for us than a bullet. It's losing one of our own,
in any way. And like I said, you're one of us. Your place is here with Nate. So, from now on, do us a favor and let us take care of the big boy's shit."
An amused glee twinkles in his blue eyes, lightening the serious expression I rarely saw his face wearing. I try my best to crack a smile, but what I manage to give him is more of a pathetic grimace. "Was it him? Did Colin shoot him?"
"It was a sniper, so we don't know. Even if it was him, this isn't on you, all right?"
I'm still not so sure about that, but I nod at his firm voice. "Where did it happen?"
"Dona's. Nate was with Jace, Cody, and Lily. One of Rod's new recruits was holding a knife to Lily's throat when she left the diner to join the guys outside. She escaped him by breaking his wrist, but that fucker was just a distraction. Nate was shot shortly after that, just before the spider."
"You shot him in the street?" I ask, surprised.
"The sniper did," he corrects me. "He killed him."
"What? They killed one of their own?"
"Well, not exactly. We don't know what Rod tells them when he patches them in, but we think he recruits them only to use them, just like that moron. They most likely took him out so we wouldn't bring him back with us to try and learn something. Not that he would have known much anyway, but at least I could have fucking seen his blood spill. Would have calmed me some."
He seethes. "I need him dead, Ben." I say what I never thought I'd say about Colin or anyone else. I need Colin gone. I don't want to live this way, afraid all the time. The smile that curls up one side of his mouth is dark. Every single one of them is waiting on death row. They just don't know it yet. That kind of promise shouldn't feed my heart with such a powerful relief, but it does. Monsters like them shouldn't be allowed to freely walk among people who have no clue how deviant they are. They shouldn't be alive and untouchable.
"Now, love, I'm afraid we have a brooding big brother to deal with, but don't worry," he adds, as though reassuring me. "If you're overwhelmed, just call Alex. She can tip you off on how to have Jace eating out of your hand in no time. Always worked with Liam. Should work just fine with Jay." "Keep your advice to yourself, dickhead."
Coming from behind us, the deep, bored voice barging into our conversation has us turning around to see Jace leaning casually against the wall.
"Just helping out."
Ben defends himself, feigning innocence with a forced, piercing voice. Jace's eyes are on me as he strolls toward us, but it's Ben he addresses again when he speaks.
"Go find yourself people to help out somewhere else. It's a hospital. Should be plenty of those to find. I need to talk to Cameron."
"Sure, VP," he muses. He shoots me a wink and leaves his chair, shuffling away as Jace takes his deserted spot beside me. I'm not embarrassed by his presence, but it's still weird to call him my brother, even if it's only in my head.
"When was the last time you slept?"
That is not what I expected him to say. Last night, but I haven't slept much since I left," I answer honestly. The dark bags under my eyes must have tipped him off anyway.
"I'll give you a ride to the club so you can rest."
"I'm not leaving him," I affirm, shaking my head adamantly.
"He wouldn't want you to exhaust yourself."
Considering he most likely hates me, I doubt he'd care, actually, but I'm too tired to try to make Jace see that. "I'm not leaving him," I repeat. "I'll sleep here for a bit, but I'm not leaving him."
A light snicker leaves him. "Why do I start to believe Ben is right, thinking I'll end up just like Liam?"
I only have a small laughing sound to offer him, and even that turns into a sob when I speak. I'm terrified. "He has to wake up."
"He will,"
he states, but his confidence doesn't keep uncertainty and worry away from his voice, and I feel selfish for only realizing now how scared he must be too.
"That's the only thought you're allowed to have. He'll wake up. The doctors are optimistic, so we can be optimistic too.
God, I didn't even ask what they said, I realized suddenly.
They worked on him for a few hours, stopped the bleeding, fixed everything that needed to be fixed. They said it was a delicate surgery, but there was no cardiac arrest, which is damn good according to them. He's strong, Cam. He'll get through this.
I want to believe him so badly, but tangled knots of fright are still busy torturing my stomach.
Did that fucker touch you at your house? Did CJ touch you?
His question doesn't surprise me since I knew Melvin would tell him.
No,
I say, purposefully omitting the part where Colin dug his fingers into my shoulder blade. When his doubtful eyes assess me for a little too long, I add, he came in and left not even a couple of minutes later. He scared me, that's all.
All right,
he retorts, but conviction doesn't pour from the single word.
You sure you don't want me to?
I'm staying. I stop him.
All right,
he sighs, giving in again. With a kiss on my hair, he shows me his brotherly affection for the first time. It's not enough to tame the fear, but it's comforting to have someone to lean on. I rest my head against his strong shoulder, and my lack of sleep catches up with me after a while. Even though I don't want to lose sight of Nate, it quickly becomes challenging to keep my eyes open. As we don't speak, the only sound left inside the room comes from the machine, and I focus on the steady beeps until I can't focus on anything at all. Chapter 30. Cameron. A harsh gasp is forced out of me when Jace's arm stops my progression through the hallway abruptly by smashing into my stomach, even shoving me back a little.
Stay put, love,
Ben cautions quietly yet firmly as he steadies my swaying body, his hands briefly clamping on my shoulders. At first I'm disturbed by the sudden change in their behavior, but only until I look ahead to see that we have company. My blood runs as cold as Colin's eyes are. They're narrowed to angry slits, and although they're not directed at me but locked on Jace, my instincts compel my feet to take a step back. I'm not moving much, though, because my motions are blocked once again, this time by Ben's body. I had apparently already forgotten his presence right behind me.
We got you. They're not getting to you,
he assures me softly. They. Scattered behind Colin, at least 2 handfuls of spiders stare menacingly at the chasers in front of them. But who gets my attention and doesn't lose it is the older man, with dark, untidy hair standing beside Colin. The president, right beside his vice president. This is the famous Rod, then. Because of the DNA test, I finally have the proof that this man right here isn't my father, but it doesn't keep me from scanning his features spontaneously in an absurd attempt to reassure myself. The shape of his face is rounder than mine. His nose is longer than mine. His hair has a raven shade, and the brown of his eyes looks really dark. Maybe it's only because of the anger gushing from them, but still, our eyes don't look anything alike. And it's more than anger that his stare is spewing. It's hatred. His eyes are shouting hatred, and they're shouting it at me. Is it the way a cold-hearted criminal known for killing on impulse usually looks at the girl who is supposed to be his daughter? I honestly don't know. But it could be. Or maybe the way he's looking at me has nothing to do with me. Maybe this hatred emanates continually from him.
Nothing for you here,
Jace informs them in a calm yet terrifyingly eerie tone. But the underlying threat is apparently only terrifying for me, because Rod's gaze hardens on Jace like it wasn't already, sending murderous vibes clogging every corner of the hallway.
You think you can keep what's mine prisoner and I'm gonna do nothing? Think again, Vale.
Chills prickle at my skin. His throaty voice is kept at a moderate volume, but his own threat is heightened by a harshness that seems natural. I am deeply happy this man isn't my father.
There are 2 reasons she didn't leave our club until your puppy scared her away. First, because you won't bother asking before making her an actual prisoner in your scam of a club. And second, because she's not yours. You forced her out of town once, and it's not going to happen again. Now, if none of your boys has had the excellent idea of coming here to die, I suggest you get the fuck out. Like I said, she's not yours. She's Nate's. She isn't that fucker's!
My rigid muscles are the only reason I succeed in resisting the urge to jump out of my skin at the virulence of Colin's bark.
You're next, Vale. Believe that. I'll put an entire magazine in your body first chance I get, right after I finish off your president. She's ours.
He keeps talking about me like I'm not perfectly capable of voicing my own opinion on a matter concerning me exclusively. Needing to hold on to something but having nothing at hand, my fists clench around the hem of my shirt. My nails dig into the skin of my palms through the thin fabric, but it's either that or let the fear bring me down. I have complete trust in every chaser surrounding me, and I believe Ben when he says they won't let anyone get near me, but I wish Nate were by my side. Beside him, I feel safer than I've ever felt. It's like despite the danger always lurking in this life of his, nothing can harm me when I'm in his arms. Stupidly, I wonder why security hasn't already shown up, but I quickly understand that they just won't. If cops stay clear of club business unless said business has been exposed, it's unlikely some unarmed security guard will barge in like a savior to stand up to 24 beasts of bikers visibly and audibly on edge, not to mention armed. When Colin takes an unhesitating step toward Jace, who responds in the same prompt way, something shifts in me.
Cam, what?
Ben's hand gets to graze my arm, but since he didn't expect me to sneak away, he doesn't get to stop me. Only 3 rushed steps bring me right next to Jace. Colin is way too close to him. I wish I could affirm that he wouldn't pull his gun out in the middle of a hospital hallway, but I really can't. This man is a stranger. I don't know anything about him. I'm aware of how useless I'd be if Colin tried something, but some sort of protectiveness arose in me, seeing this man who is my brother in possible danger. Despite just having found out that he's my family, it oddly feels like I've known him my whole life.
Cam, fucking God, move back!
Jace growls while his arm comes up blindly to shove me back. This time prepared, I push forward, my hands grasping his forearm as firmly as possible. But even using every ounce of strength I find in me, I'm too weak to get in front of him. He's way too strong.
What? You also fuck the VP now? Maybe the whole club.
Colin spits out his disgust as he looks straight at me, not doing a good job of concealing his rage either.
Shut your mouth before I do it myself.
Jace warms him in a chilly tone. The muscles of his forearm twitch under my palms. I'm not going to lose sight of Colin to verify, but Jace's fist must have launched into a string of clenching and unclenching motions. Colin has no idea about me being Jace's sister, so he doesn't recognize my worry as a sign of brotherly affection. The guys all agreed on the fact that I would be even more in danger if Rod knew about who my father really is. They're adamant. So is Lily. That if Rod came to know the truth, his resentment would be just as strong and his revenge just as brutal as it would have been 25 years ago.
You think we're alone?
My ex-fiancé adds, taunting Jace as a dark, jeering smile barely stretches his lips.
You think no one is gonna help us while you snatch what's ours? What we think is that no one trusts your asses enough to believe you without checking out your bullshit.
Ben is the one answering, letting me know that he has moved closer to Jace and me.
You think they're just gonna come at us like it's not fucking conceivable that your club is run by a disloyal liar? Think again, North.
He parrots Rod, not even glancing toward him, even though he openly referred to him.
Some clubs might come, all right, but only to see Nate's old lady safe and sound and allowed to come and go as she pleases.
Colin's face and neck redden with a fury hardly contained.
Nostrils flaring, he's on the brink of losing it when Rod commands, a glance tossed over his shoulder at his men and his fingers snapping in the air. We leave.
Everyone obeys as though God has just spoken, except for Colin. But as I watch them all strolling away and out the large double door at the end of the hallway, my stomach twists in an abrupt anguish. I look around me, trying to count the chasers gathered there, but I can't get my head to focus enough to do something so basic. Liam and Blaine aren't here, so they must have stayed back near Nate's room, but more than a handful of guys are surely watching over him.
Your man's covered, love,
Ben whispers soothingly when my eyes find him, understanding why my gaze just went wild.
You need to follow me back to him now. The guys will deal with this.
Torn, my feet don't find it in them to make the move. I can't leave Jace behind. Colin might kill him. He and Rod are now outnumbered, but still they could kill him before someone gets to stop them. I'm still stuck in some sort of indecisive limbo when Rod speaks, addressing me.
You're being played, girl, but I'm gonna rectify that. Trust me.
Again, his tone is harsher than one that he should use talking to someone he claims is his daughter. I guess this man just isn't capable of showing any kind of softness. Before I can make the mistake of telling him I'm not his girl, he backs away. His guarded attention lingers on the men facing him until he blindly pushes the door with his back. Then he disappears, unlike Colin, who doesn't seem ready to quit staring at Jace with murder promised in his eyes.
Ben, take her to the room. I'll be right there,
Jace demands, and both his attention and mine stray from Colin when Jace gently makes me turn around, not so subtly informing me his decision is not up for debate. The silence filling the space around us when Jace's voice dies is so full that the spine-chilling clicking sound even I recognize seems to echo more loudly than it actually does. I freeze on the spot, but I seem to be the only one. Jace's hand wraps around my arm and my stiff body is jostled a little as he manages to make me budge. I'm now hidden from Colin, but I don't need to see him to picture his furious stance and his finger threatening to pull the trigger of his gun, most likely directed at Jace. God, I don't even know what I'm doing in this world. I'm not cut out for this life. As swiftly as I've been shielded, every chaser has pulled out a gun. No words are being said, and the silence heightens the macabre spirit that has stolen the smallest drop of air in the hallway. Time seems to pause forever, even though no more than 5 seconds pass, until steps are thundering on the floor and fading away. When I hear the double door swing violently, I know Colin left. Jace moves to face me, searching for my gaze as he doesn't let go of my arm.
He's gone,
he confirms.
You good?
The polite answer would be yes, but I don't find it in me to pretend. I haven't been good for a week. I've spent the past 4 days watching out for the slightest movement of Nate's eyelids and the more imperceptible twitch of his fingers. I'm not good, and I won't be until he wakes up. I want to go back to Nate, I only say with a quavering voice.
Okay, but just for a while. I'll drive you to the club then.
I'm not leaving him. No, please don't make me leave him, I plead.
But his command was firm enough for me to know he won't give in this time.
You're going back to the club, Cameron. You'll be safer there.
I don't care.
I do, and Nate sure as hell does.
My lips form a thin line when he uses Nate to get me to agree.
That's not fair.
Anything to keep my sister safe.
Burying my face into my hands, I breathe through my exasperation and my exhaustion. I'm so tired.
I know you are, and you can't rest properly here,
he retorts, letting me know I didn't only admit my pitiful state to myself. He's right. I really need to try to get some sleep. Okay. I agree to walk away from Nate, not missing the feel of my heart breaking.
But you call me if anything changes. Anything.
I will, he swears. We all walk back to Nate's room, the coffee we were going to get 10 minutes ago forgotten. He is still resting peacefully when I get to him, and my instinct has me reaching for his hand as I pray hard for him to wake up right now. Then I wouldn't have to leave him. But he doesn't wake up, and a frightful certainty falls on me like a cold shower. This will be the last time I see him.
Chapter 31. Nate. My head weighs a fucking ton. All I want is to get out of this place and go enjoy my own sheets for an entire month, but only after I go and put a bullet in every spider I can find until their breed no longer exists. Every single one of them is going to die soon. In revenge? Fuck yes. But that club needs to be wiped off once and for all anyway. They've become too unpredictable for us to keep our heads buried in the sand, just like we did this past year. And more importantly, they want Cameron. Just for that, they need to be destroyed. Their only options are to run out of the country or enjoy the last days they'll get to live to the fullest, because the war we tried to avoid has started. They started it when they sent me here. Taking them out won't be easy, though. They'll be waiting for us, ready. But it doesn't matter. This has to be done. Cameron's safety is at stake. Cameron. She came back. The moment she heard about me being shot, she came back. She stayed glued to my side for days, refusing to leave. Even when Rod rolled up with his puppets like he owned the fucking hospital, she kept being a pain in Jace's ass, insisting on staying anyway. He didn't cave then, though, and I'm glad. Not because I wouldn't have wanted her right here tucked into my side, but because imagining Rod getting as close to her as he did has shudders rocking my body, especially since I was unconscious, unable to protect her. Jace told me she acted like the brave girl I know she is. She even tried to protect him when CJ got in his face. I would have found that hilarious if I didn't want to erase the image of her delicate body in front of murderers from my mind altogether. My eyes are about to close, forced to do so by the growing headache, when the door flies open and Jace enters, his expression hard and grim. Cam? Her name comes out tightly as my eyes open wider instead of closing, and my body jerks up to a sitting position. The pain tormenting my head is a distant memory, and the one spreading through my chest because of the sudden movement seems duller than I know it actually is. The dread that smashes into me is just stronger. Easy, dickhead, he growls, striding toward the bed. Cam's safe. Relief collides with me, and my body relaxes instantly, sinking back into the bed. What then? Spiders are back, scattered around the hospital. Fuck. Being able to hack their phones again in such a short span of time is one damn good thing we've been blessed with through this shitstorm. I'm fairly sure Blaine and his friend Lana gave up on sleep to do it again so quickly. I still don't know the details about how they got us this priceless advantage back, but I definitely owe this girl. How many? 26. But that's only real spiders, so to speak. Apparently, not even Rod finds it necessary to save his new recruit's phone number in his contact list. That said, after he killed that man at Dona's, it's possible the rest of them just took off. 26 is bad enough, to be honest. Jesus, it's a fucking hospital, I mumble. There's more, he goes on. Rod has reached out to MCs around the state, claiming you snatched his daughter. Just like he threatened JC would. Fucking bastard. If they believe his story, they'll help him get to her, thinking they're saving her. Whether it's old ladies, sisters, or daughters, we don't use the women belonging to the club to solve our shit. It's a rule for most clubs. The irony is, Rod would be the first in line to break this rule if it suited his needs. Let's hope they remember what kind of man he is and are clever enough not to drink his words like stupid morons. Loyal isn't an adjective anyone would use to describe that heartless, selfish son of a bitch. He made his own reputation a long time ago, and it's not a good one. Hell, not even 2 weeks ago, he sent one of his recruits to Dona's knowing he'd kill him after his job was done. What kind of deranged man does that? Let's just hope that we're not the only ones lucid enough to see that. Obviously, Cam's not coming back here as planned. One more reason to despise the fucker. I need to see her. What do we do? I ask him, not acknowledging his comment because there's nothing to say. I don't think I'm in shape to help out just yet, I deadpan. I feel like shit. Between concentrating on inhaling only small breaths to spare my chest and enduring that killer headache, I can barely stay awake. Liam thought of something. If it works, it'll drive the spiders away from here on the spot, and it'll give us a good shot at getting rid of them later. Getting rid of the inner circle, at least, he specifies, and I frown, lost as to what I'm supposed to understand. It prompts him to explain further as I take a few sips of water from a paper cup that hasn't left my side. He suggested we use the local news to spread the word about your death. Fuck. Wrong pipe for the water I just swallowed, and fuck. Coughing hurts like hell. My free hand covers my wounded chest mechanically. All good? Jay snickers. I'm just great, I growl, or try to growl between 2 coughing fits. My death, I repeat, both words scraping the back of my throat. Yeah, he says, dropping on the chair at the foot of the bed. That way, they'll expect us to come after them, and they'll flee like terrified kids and go lie low somewhere. And we'll know where that somewhere is. If they don't crush their phones out of paranoia, he adds. Do we have a better option? I ask. Not if we want them to retreat now. Blues are going to start sniffing around sooner or later, and we don't need them tailing us for fucking ever, especially not when we're planning on taking the spiders down. He's right. We definitely don't need the blues all over our asses. Then tell the guys to move fast before the spiders make their own move. Blaine's parked with the SUV 2 blocks away, and eyeing the signals. Once he gives us the green light, we'll get you out of this place discreetly. Thank fuck. I'll send Melvin to the club to let Cam know. Calling her is too risky. If one of the phones is bugged, we're doomed. She discovered the fucking local news channel and hasn't stopped watching it, trying to keep tabs on everything. He sighs while typing on his phone. The local news. I'm aware they'll be helping us. The favor isn't going to be free of charge, though. But they're often a real pain in our asses spilling half-truths about us because they don't have anything juicier to talk about. Why are you letting her watch that shit? Like she asks for permission? He snorts. Yeah, don't I know that? How is she? He sets his phone on his lap. Not sure. He doesn't lie. She's been quiet for the most part. Melvin's been staying with her mostly. I think she's worn out. Probably hasn't slept or eaten much in days. She's been sending me a text every damn hour for the past 4 days. He mumbles, even though affection pours out of him. Still can't believe he's her brother. I made her promise me she wouldn't flee again, but after Rod showed up here, I had to make her stay at the club. She's safer there. That fucking hurts. She wants to leave town again. I shouldn't be asking this. That bullet didn't kill me, but the answer to this question might very well do the job. She won't go anywhere until she knows you're out of the woods for sure and you have fully recovered. But I think she's afraid you don't want her here. I didn't want her to leave in the first place, I remind him. He sounds as tired as I am when he sighs. Look, I get that you're angry. I'm not, I cut him off. But before I can go on, he speaks as he arches a brow, accusing me of shitting him. You only asked about her once, he says, and you woke up 3 days ago and haven't even called her. Not surprising she thinks you don't want her here. I haven't called her because I don't want to talk about our shit on the fucking phone, and I know you have an eye on her. I'm not angry at her, I growl. Should have listened to you, okay? You were right, Lily was right, Ben was right. I took my head out of my ass. Glad? He already told me CJ cornered Cam at her house the day before she ran off. He also said he didn't touch her, according to her at least. I know that she didn't have a mark on her body, but it doesn't mean he didn't put his fucking hands on her. and I can easily imagine her lying for our sakes, knowing it's too late to change anything. I'll just ask her myself. Really glad, he smirks. But don't tell Ben you should have listened to him. That shit would burn our ears out for months. A laugh climbs up my chest, but even if it's small, I curse immediately. Fuck. Don't make me laugh. Hurts like a bitch. The dick chuckles. You're positive she's safe? I sober quickly. Yeah, though I'll feel better when Melvin is back there. Cody and Lily should be back from Colorado in a few hours, too. It's official now. Lily is Cody's old lady. She's about to move in with him, and I don't think he'll let her out of his sight any time soon, not after seeing that knife grazing her throat. The door opens and Liam walks in, the look on his face meaning business. Perfect. Can't wait to get the fuck out of here and go back to my girl. The vibe soaking the air inside the club is chilling when I rush through the door along with my brothers. Melvin didn't make it to the club as he was supposed to, and when we found out, we could only pray that Cam wasn't watching the fucking news. Should have known prayers were bullshit. Cameron's wailing is piercing through the walls with a hopelessness that's so thick it's hard to breathe through. We're too late. Fuck, Jace grunts through his teeth as I do my best to sprint through the room and up the stairs, clearly going against the doctor's advice to take it easy, an advice that was more like an order, if we're being honest, when I climb the steps 3 at a time. I don't give a flying fuck about the pain screaming across my chest either. If my stitches pop open, I'll deal with the issue later. My only priority is to get to her. Her attention doesn't dart up when I jerk my bedroom door open. Fucking hell. It feels like someone is plunging their hand into my chest and squeezing my heart so ruthlessly that it's more painful than the bullet that dug through my flesh not so long ago. That's what it feels like to see her right now. She's curled up on the damn floor into the smallest ball her body managed to make, and she holds my club hoodie tightly against her chest. This image is going to haunt my fucking nights forever. During the shortest moment, I freeze. Didn't she hear the door swing, or doesn't she care one bit about what's happening around her? Whichever it is, she doesn't react like someone is in here with her. So I get my shit in check and let myself drop to the floor, right in front of her. She needs to see me. I speak as I can finally touch her, not caring that my voice comes out hoarse and wavering with an emotion I've never experienced before. Cam. Baby. Her eyes pop open instantly, just as her sobs cut off. I'm already pulling her to me when she takes in my face like she's trying to convince herself that I'm not some sort of illusion. And then her sobs resume with more strength than before as she clumsily pushes up from her prone position to a kneeling one, but only to let herself fall back against me. Hey, it's all right. It's all good, baby. You need to calm down for me, okay? The way most of her breaths catch up in her throat as she bawls scares the shit out of me. My arms tighten around her, and I rock her gently, hoping that it'll have a lulling effect on her. Her face is nuzzled into my abs as she holds on to me for dear life. I'm glad she's wrapped around my waist, because her frail arms are putting so much strength into their embrace that my freshly shot chest isn't strong enough to handle the treatment just yet. They said you... Her attempt at speaking is a fail as she hiccups all the way through the start of a sentence I don't let her finish. I know, it's okay. I'm here. I love you, she cries, and if I wasn't seconds away from crying like a kid myself, I would have laughed at the way she's saying these words to me for the first time. I know, baby. It's okay. Deep down, I've known it for a long time, even back when I thought I wasn't and would never be as important as that bastard had been to her. I knew she loved me. She left to protect me because that's the type of person she is, fucking thinking about everyone else before thinking about herself. She tried to protect me and my brothers because we're family to her. I should have known that the note she left was pure bullshit. I should have gone after her and hauled her stupid ass back here before she got the chance to leave the state. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Her sobs keep gushing out of her. It's all right, I know. Please, calm down. She can't seem to be able to control herself. She keeps weeping, hardly getting any proper breath. Panic sets in me. Afraid that she's going to make herself sick, I contemplate telling Jace to call Doc. He could give her something to sleep for a while. But to do that, I would need to get Cam to let go of me so I could race downstairs, since my phone is in the bag Liam carried for me. My hesitation ends up with me not moving, except for the swaying motions I keep trying to appease her with, all the while murmuring soothing words. I caress her hair for long minutes, compelling my hand to relax enough. But I only breathe a little easier when her arms slacken their grip around me and her cries cease, allowing her own breathing to lose those scary as fuck hiccups. For another long while, I don't leave my frozen position. I want to make sure she's calm enough before attempting to make her talk to me. But before I know it, her arms fall completely at my sides, and I realize that exhaustion put her to sleep. Carefully, I lift her, and she doesn't even stir as I bring her to my bed and lay us down without letting go of her.
Chapter 32. Cameron. Subtle rays of light sneak through the curtains. I know before I even open my eyes that it's past dawn. It's my first thought when consciousness hits me. For a fleeting moment, I feel peaceful and more rested than I felt in almost 2 weeks. But my following thought steals the peace and has my stomach roiling in fear as air stops filling my lungs abruptly. And before my brain even tells me that it should straighten up, I find myself sitting on Nate's bed. The bed where I'm lying in alone. I can't remember. My memories are blurry and jumbled. I remember watching the news. Oh, God. I remember falling apart, and I remember Nate's arms holding me against him while I cried. What I can't remember is whether the latter was a dream. Panic sinks in with a harrowing violence. A sob breaks free with a wrenching agony, and a scream follows with a nerve-wracking desperation. Nate! Oh, no. No, no, no! My hands shake, even though they're clutched tautly around the sheets, but other than that, I'm left petrified by the silence inside the room. Then the door swings open. Brutal relief collides with every part of me. My eyes try to close on their own, and it takes every last ounce of strength in me to fight this instinct. I can't break eye contact. He's here. I see him, and I don't know what could happen should I let myself close my eyes. He might disappear again. Nate, I repeat, but this time I whimper his name as he joins me on the bed with only 3 long strides. I'm here, baby. Just went to take a shower in Jace's room so I wouldn't wake you up. He explains as he assesses my face. There's more than concern in his eyes, narrowed with tiredness. He gauges me like he would gauge a caged animal ready to bolt. His hair is damp, and he only has his boxers on. He's still as beautiful as he was before I left him, but his gorgeously defined muscles aren't what gets my attention. A bandage is still covering his wound that must not be completely healed yet, and when I yield to the desperate need of contact I've craved so badly, I make sure I don't cling too hard to his neck. No more than a few days ago, when I was standing in that hospital hallway, encircled by a couple of dozen armed men, I questioned my ability to fit into this world where violence can thunder around you at any moment. I felt out of place because I didn't think I was strong enough to be by Nate's side, but the questions are gone now. There's only one certitude left in me. Here is where I belong. Maybe I'll never know how to use a gun, and I'm not sure I want to either, but I fit in this life. I do because Nate is here. You weren't here when I woke up. I thought... I pause before deciding to stupidly admit anyway, I thought I dreamed you coming back. My fragile voice breaks at the end. Not a dream. I'm right here. He cradles my head when I nuzzle his neck. But don't cry again, baby. You freaked me the fuck out yesterday.
I almost called Doc to see if he could bring you some sleeping pills or something.
It's better if I don't think back to that memory. Excruciating pain is very far from describing accurately the feeling that roared into my chest when a stranger on TV said the words I can still hear in a corner of my mind.
A little over an hour ago, Nate Bowers, the president of the Chaos Chasers, a well-known motorcycle club, died from his injuries sustained after he was shot a few days ago.
I gulp for air before pulling away from him, and I only speak when I feel like my voice can come out steady. How are you? I ask him quietly, my gaze falling on his bandaged chest.
I'm good.
You were shot, I remind him.
Doctors wouldn't have let me leave if I hadn't been just fine.
Of course they would have. It's not like these bikers are known for following the rules. Nate wouldn't have stayed there even if the doctors had begged him to. But there's no need to engage in a debate. At least I can keep an eye on him here. Why did they say that on the news? Mistakes like these shouldn't happen. My voice is still wobbling slightly, but I can't help it. He exhales a heavy, long breath.
I'm so fucking sorry about that. Just know that I would never do that to you on purpose. I would never do that just to hurt you.
I frown. What do you mean? Do what?
What you heard on the news was meant for Rod. We used the local journalists to spread the word about my death. Spiders were gathered around the hospital yesterday. We didn't know if they had planned on making a move, but we couldn't take any risk. Not at a hospital. It's Liam who thought about making them believe I was dead. That way they wouldn't show up to try to finish the job and kill me. And Rod would most likely go lie low with his inner circle, afraid of retaliation from my brothers. And according to Blaine, that's what they're doing now. With the phone signals, we know exactly where they are.
Where?
A couple of hours away, in some wooden area just outside of a small unknown town. But you have to believe me when I say I wouldn't do something so shitty to you on purpose.
I know you wouldn't. There's no doubt in my mind that he's angry at me for leaving him without so much as a proper goodbye, but that kind of cruel revenge isn't like him.
Jace said you'd been watching the local news, so we sent Melvin here to let you know about the plan. I should have told him to text me once it was done, but I didn't even think something could go wrong. We only learned that Melvin never made it to the club after the journalist made the announcement. 2 spiders ran him off the road on his way here.
Oh my God, is he okay? If he was driving as fast as he drove on our way back from California...
Not gonna lie, the kid got fucking lucky. Strained his wrist, messed up his shoulder a bit, but nothing's broken. He can thank his helmet, though.
Thank God. I sigh in relief. Did Doc see him?
He did, babe. Melvin's fine. It's you I'm worried about.
I'm fine, I say mechanically.
Baby,
he warns softly. For some reason, this single word gets to me, and a sob is torn out of my chest.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Do you hate me? In the next breath, his hands are framing my face gently, and his eyes are boring into mine.
Don't say that. You don't ever say or think that, you hear me? I could never hate you.
Those words are so good to hear, but even the promise in his voice doesn't tamper the tears.
I shouldn't have left, I choke out. The laugh he snorts out is more playful than bitter. I'm going to have to agree with you on this one.
He said he'd kill you and the guys if I stayed. I knew I couldn't trust him, but...
CJ wanted you away because he knew shit was going to go down. He cuts me off. They had already planned to make a move on me, and CJ knew you'd either go back to LA or go to New York because Colleen is there. He probably wanted you away so you'd be safe. This time, I'm the one snorting, but my own snort is full of bitterness. I know, but he's sick. He's obsessed with you, and most of all, he knows you. Not that I'm pleased with that, but he does know you."
His features harden, but his eyes on me soften quickly.
"He knows how good you are, so he knew that you'd never put anyone in danger. And fuck," he growls. "I knew it too. I was so fucking angry and lost that I couldn't see it."
"I was so scared to lose you," I sniffle.
"I know you were, and I know you left to protect me, but that's not the way it works."
A smile sets on my lips as I remember Ben's words. Ben already lectured me, and Jace, Cody, too. He laughs, but quickly grows serious again.
"I should have come and brought you right back. If something had happened."
Melvin did a good job of watching over me. I step in.
His lips twitch with a grin. "Should I tell him to work on his discretion next?"
"Maybe," I admit. "But I'm glad you sent him. I felt safer, and he helped me a lot with the apartment. I couldn't have done such a quick job by myself."
"Your apartment? What about it?"
No one told you?" I asked, surprised.
"Didn't ask. I didn't."
He pauses, running a hand over his damp hair.
"I didn't exactly want to know how happy you were to get back to your life and job."
He grimaces as he speaks. "I wasn't happy," I whisper sadly. "And I haven't had a life in LA for a long time."
"Fuck, I know. I'm sorry. I was so fucking miserable without you,"
he confesses, which doesn't help my guilt to falter. "I emptied the apartment," I simply tell him. "Melvin helped me with everything."
"Where's your stuff? I know your car is still back there."
"Besides my clothes and some kitchen appliances that belonged to my mom, I gave everything to Goodwill. What I kept is in my car." He nods.
"Were you looking for another place?"
I shake my head. I knew before I even got there that LA wouldn't feel home anymore. My plan was to come back and stay at a hotel until my parents' house was livable. I contacted my school principal and quit. I told her I wanted to start over in my hometown. Considering she still thinks I lost my fiancé, she believed me easily. Not that it was a lie. I smile. She's even going to reach out to a few school principals she knows around here.
"Stay with me,"
he says as an answer to everything I just told him.
"Stay here with me, even after the spiders have been handled. I want you here, and I also want you to move in with me when it's safe for us to go to my house."
It's not a question, nor is it an order. It sounds like a plea, and my vision blurs with tears. His house. I should feel like this is going too fast, but I don't. I feel like this is right. Nate and me. It's right. I'd love to.
"Good. Because I love you,"
is what he retorts. Even said with his usual deep timbre, it's the sweetest thing I've ever heard. I blink twice, as much because the relentless tears start to get on my nerves as because I didn't expect him to say that.
"Seems like you really thought I hate you,"
he says, half jokingly. My lips crash on his. Literally. I swallow the chuckle my precipitate reaction triggers in him, and he sobers the moment my tongue searches his, eager to the point I must look desperate. I don't care. I forget all about my lady manners, and I lavishly kiss him. A primal sound dies into my mouth as he pushes me delicately on my back and crawls over me, his hips pressing heavily on mine. After tearing my shirt off me, he grabs a handful of one of my breasts while sucking on the other one's stiff nipple. His mouth has my entire body jolting with a sharp pleasure I express with a tortured whimper. The sensations his touch stirs in me are so mind-blowing that I only realize he has shoved down his boxers and pushed aside my panties when he's sliding inside of me. Slowly. I don't know if this gentle pace is meant to spare his chest, or if he wants to have me this way, but I like it as much as I like it when his raw nature gives it to me more roughly. The softness in his motions bring me to the brink of crying. I think I even feel a tear following a path down my temple, but I'm too deeply tangled up in the sensations to care about how ridiculous I'm being. I just want to feel him, his hands, his mouth, his cock, all of him. One slow, deep thrust after another, he shows me how much he missed me while we were apart, as much as I missed him. Strangely, it feels as intense as it feels when he takes me hard, and although the climax builds in my core as slowly as Nate moves in me, it takes over me in a sudden explosion that sends me from whimpering flat on his bed to screaming his name with my back arching. Fuck yeah. Even through my orgasmic days, Nate's swearing reaches me as his cock jerks wildly inside of me, and even when his body collapses on me, his face nuzzled into my neck, he keeps grunting the remnants of his orgasm against my skin. I'd gladly stay right here indefinitely, my body and Nate's interlocked. But even my sated stupor isn't strong enough to counter the shouting alarm ringing in my head. "Your chest," I urge on a shortened breath. "It's fine," he rasps calmly, but he pushes on his forearms anyway when I struggle to make him budge on my own. His unblinking eyes staring into mine, he says, "I want you with me, Cam. Every day, every night. Going through losing you again. Not happening." His emotion is raw as he speaks the words I know he's never spoken to anyone else. I want that too. I seal my promise with a kiss before he goes on. "As for the job, I want a job," I affirm, stopping him straight away because I know where he wants to go with this. I like teaching. As much as I want to be with him, there's no way I'm compromising on this. This life I've come to understand, this club I've come to feel at home in, these guys I've come to love like my own family, I want it all. But I refuse to forget who I am for it. "Yes, ma'am." He smiles at me like he's not surprised by my vehement assertion. "Then we need to deal with the spiders before you find a job, because I won't let you out of my sight until they're gone." I nod. I need them gone. I need Colin gone. Fury darkens his expression, but he sounds composed when he asks me, "What did he do to you that day at your house?" "Nothing. He didn't have enough time. I just don't want to live like this, afraid all the time." His jaw still tight, he says, as though making a promise to me. "The plan is on its way. They won't see anything coming."
Chapter 33. Nate. Cameron's eyes narrow and water as soon as they land on the photo Jace handed her.
It's... oh my.
2 slow steps take her to the kitchen table, and she lowers herself on a chair, not saying anything more than this mumbling. "You good, baby?"
His nickname was Coco, right?
She asks instead of answering my question. And instead of answering hers, I exchange a stunned look with Jace. His eyes are narrowed in confusion, and he's the first one to move his ass to go sit across from Cam at the table. "It comes from the time I started to talk. I used to hear everyone at the club calling him Connor, so his name is what I said even before saying Dad. Well, his name is what I tried to say, but what I actually pronounced was Coco. It just stuck," he explains. and Cam stares at him like she's drinking every word he has to share with her about their dad. Their dad. Still fucking unbelievable. Jace's smile isn't forced as he relates his anecdote, but it's sad. He hasn't spoken as much about Connor in an entire year than he has these past weeks. Did you know him? I ask her, moving until I'm standing beside her.
Do you remember when I told you I used to go to the lake with my parents?
Sure. The lake, Jace questions her. Where Isaac's cabin is, you mean? Cam nods and carries on with her story.
We used to go there almost every Sunday, and there was that man my parents became sort of friends with.
Wait, it was him? I deduce, stepping in. That man was Connor. Amazement widens Jace's eyes before she even confirms.
Every 3 months or so he was there, she says, and falls silent, frowning as though something clicks in her mind. We first met him because I dropped my blanket and he picked it up. That's how my parents started to talk with him. He asked me where I got such a beautiful blanket, she explains, then she smiles. I've always remembered that day because I was sort of scared of him at first. I was only 8, and he was so big and intimidating with his beard and tattoos.
He sure was a beast of a man. Jace looks a lot like him, minus the beard.
The blanket was Mary's, she continued. My parents had only told me about my adoption a few weeks before, and I was still talking a lot about it, so when Connor asked me about the blanket, I explained it all to him.
If he was as close to Mary as Lily says he was, he must have recognized the blanket, I say. Pretty sure he had your DNA tested, Jace adds.
Do you think he did?
A hair, a glass you drank in, a spoon you ate with. I'm sure he found a way.
This is...
She blows out a dumbfounded breath.
I should have put 2 and 2 together after I read Mary's second letter. I knew Coco's real name was Connor, but we were so used to calling him Coco. The 3 of them seemed to get along with each other, and he used to talk to me about school, about my friends, about what I liked.
She trails off, and a small laugh leaves her.
Did he fish?
She asks Jace. He snorts. He couldn't stay put for 10 minutes straight. No way he could have endured fishing.
Yet he did fish with my dad. He also bought all sorts of fishing gear from him. My dad worked as a manager in a fishing store, but he also was a door-to-door salesman, so to speak. Your dad bought so many hooks and fishing rods over the years that he probably spent enough to pay for half of my college tuition.
She wipes off her cheek a tear that slipped away. You think your parents knew? Jace asks her, as she doesn't quit staring at Connor's face. She shakes her head.
I don't think so. There's no way my mom would have been so relaxed hanging out with him if she had known what kind of life he was living. No, I don't think they knew. But now there's no way I'll ever know for sure.
I never suspected any of it either, Jace admits. Can't believe you were living so close all these years. But I'm glad he got the chance to meet you. I wonder if Isaac knew, I say. Isaac was very close to both of his sons, so it would make sense that he knew about the whole story. But like Cameron said, now we won't ever know for sure who knew what. Don't have a clue. Maybe. And Dad probably had an eye on Cam from the moment she left town to go to college. How he managed to miss CJ's bullshit, though, I don't know. He wouldn't have let that sicko near her if he had known who he was. He probably never saw Colin North in person. CJ's fake identity most likely included a fake picture on the papers. So even if Connor ran a check on him, he couldn't have suspected a thing because CJ covered his tracks perfectly.
Come to think about it, I never saw his papers.
Cam absently points out and shakes her head. No matter how often I've told her to quit blaming herself for not seeing through CJ's lies, I know she still feels stupid about the whole thing. You okay? She shrugs.
I didn't even know he had died.
Her voice wavers, but she fights bravely to keep the cries in.
I remember the last time we saw him at the lake. I was already off to college by that time, and I only came back here during the summer and holidays. It was in September, right before I started my senior year. We ate ice cream and hung out, talking about anything and everything. Then he left, wishing me good luck.
She swats away another tear. It's all right, baby.
No,
she counters. The desperation that seems to rule her is killing me.
No. If I had known...
He made sure you didn't know, Cam, Jace asserts, cutting her off.
Why? Why didn't he tell me? At least after my parents died. He came to the funeral. He was there. That's the very last time I saw him. Then I never came back until now. If he had told me the truth, things would have been different. A lot of things would have been different.
Starting with how CJ wouldn't have had the chance to approach her. But back then, Connor didn't know that Rod knew about Cameron. I get her frustration, but it's useless to think with what-ifs. Maybe he was trying to respect Mary's wishes. Jace tries to bring her an answer. Or maybe he believed, just like she did, that you'd be safer away from the club life. He sure didn't know about Rod and CJ. Otherwise, he would have told you the truth and kept you close. No doubt about that. He says what I'm thinking.
But regardless of the fact he didn't know about Rod, he was my family. And he must have hurt keeping this to himself and staying away.
She regrets. He made his own choice, Cam, just like Mary did. Jace's attempt to comfort her fails when a sob prevails over her efforts to show stoicism.
I never felt the need to meet my real dad, but it was because in my mind, Mary's silence about him implied that he wasn't a good person. Now, I wish he were still alive.
Grant will be at the meeting point in about 30. We need to move. Blaine's voice booms in the kitchen right after he opened the door, cutting through our conversation. He moves back straight away, not waiting for us to answer. Fuck, I mutter as I can hear my brothers shuffling around in the main room, more than ready to get some blood on their hands. I don't want to leave you while you're upset, but this is
a one-shot thing, I know.
She barges in, forcing a smile to flicker on her lips.
Don't worry about me. I'm crying for nothing these days. God, I feel sorry for pregnant women.
So this is how your brain freezes when you get punched in the stomach by an invisible hit. Not the best sensation if you ask me. Thankfully, the feeling dulls quickly when Cam rolls her eyes at me in my blank gaze.
Oh, God, you're all such a bunch of big boys.
She clearly mocks me.
I didn't say I'm pregnant. I'm not. So don't go vomit all over the place. Actually, it'll be abstinence week as of tomorrow, just so you know. Now, please, focus on what you have to do, because I need you back in one piece. Be careful, too, she adds, looking over at Jace.
While I quit my trance, Jace stands up and leans across the table to place a kiss on her forehead. Always, he assures her before walking away to join the guys. Once we're alone, she jumps on her feet and wraps her arms around my neck, holding on to me with a fear that's almost palpable.
I love you,
she murmurs. Hey, look at me, I command as I grab her wrist behind my neck to get her to loosen her hold on me. I don't want you to worry. There's no way I'm not coming back to the first woman I love. No fucking way. Deep down, I know she's going to worry anyway, but I have to do this. Doing my best to ignore the worry creasing her brows, I kiss her briefly. I'll see you soon, I promise, before walking away from her to go make sure she'll be able to live her life without ever worrying about the spiders again. This is it. If everyone's ready, let's move, Blaine says in a faint voice after guiding us to the spider's hideout. The lights inside the small cabin are on, indicating as well as the signals coming from the phones of the spider's entire inner circle that they're all gathered in that place, lost in a sea of trees, all of them still hiding out like little girls, hiding from us. Well, the stupid fucks are hiding from my brothers, since they think I'm dead. We left the club 2 hours ago to meet Grant and his men, a couple of miles away from the woods we're now in, near the main road where we parked our bikes and the SUV we'll need once this is done. Carefully, we went over the details of our plan, and now, it's time to get down to business. Finally. Grant is one of the few we trust completely. That's why he's here. And because he's not one to cower when danger stares him in the eye. He's also not someone you want to provoke unless you're ready to face his wrath. If any spider manages to escape the walls that will soon be turned into a blazing hell, he'll stop them with a certain eagerness to make them suffer. Not one of them gets out of this alive, I remind everyone. Ben, Liam, ready? Once we're all scattered around the cabin, the two of them will be the only ones getting near it initially to set the place on fire. Then, only when the spiders realize they're under attack and instinctively attempt an escape, all guns blazing, the rest of us will move in the line of fire. Then, we'll kill. There are 12 of them against 40 of us, so I expect all of us to get out of this unscathed. Ben and Liam nod, their eyes set ahead on the cabin as they're already focused on their task. Quietly, we split into pairs, and we all go pick out a discreet spot behind a tree. A minute later, we're encircling the cabin. "You good?" I ask Jace, who's with me. I'm here tonight for 2 reasons: for Cam's safety and to avenge Isaac, Connor, and Billy. To avenge the man who gave me a family when I was a scared boy who feared dying in the streets before I even got the chance to live. But as important as it is to me to take Rod down, this day must have an even more special taste in Jace's mouth. Can't wait to put a bullet in that piece of scum, or see his body reduced to a pile of ashes. Keep your cool, though. No unnecessary risks, all right? You have a sister to go back to. Don't fucking force me to break her heart once again. She's had enough of this shit. The sound of broken glass flies through the air, seeming to bounce around as it hits tree after tree before it finally dies. Ben and Liam just threw the first 2 fireballs through a window. This is it. Careful, Jay. It should take no more than a couple of minutes at the most before the fuckers figure out they need to get out of the place. Our attention is solely set on the cabin, and we only have to wait a short moment until the second round of fireballs breaking glass cuts through the silence of the humid woods once again, crossing 2 windows at the back of the cabin. And when the third and fourth shattering sounds echo around us, I get antsy for some action. I'm ready to deal with anyone hurrying out of the cabin like a nervous rabbit, only waiting to be slaughtered. "Prez! Stop everything, Prez!" Melvin's alarmist command isn't louder than a yelled whisper, but Jace and I both spin around anyway. What the fuck is he doing here when he's supposed to be back near the main road waiting for us? "What the fuck are you doing here?" Jace voices my thought in a low growl, but only because he can't let out the angry roar his mouth visibly fights against as his gaze relentlessly jumps from Melvin to the cabin. "Cameron's in there!" He tips his chin toward the small house, and my blood runs cold as my muscles get as stiff as my bones. "I called you! Alexia called me when she couldn't reach you either. Said CJ got to Jonas somehow, had him at gunpoint and threatened to kill him if Cameron didn't go with him. She fucking did. Blaine left me a phone with all our signals. I checked it out, and it says that Cameron's phone is in there." A few seconds are enough for him to spill all this, and just as my feet unfreeze and turn around to thankfully help me run toward the cabin, spiders storm out of it. Everything goes in a blurry of emotions and actions from there. While the bastards have their guns raised, they don't shoot blindly at us like I expected them to, and when one of them catches the sight of one of us to aim at, his finger doesn't get to pull the trigger. Instead, his body jerks before falling heavily on the ground. 1 down. Then they start to shoot blindly, and numerous gunshots thunder as more spiders rush outside the cabin, some through the back door apparently. 3 down. This is Grant's voice covering the continuous wave of gunshots. 2 down, Cody shouts as I keep racing toward the door, hoping that my brothers don't shoot me by accident. That makes 6. 4 down, Blaine yells. 2 are still alive, and they're still inside the cabin. Rod and CJ. Not a surprise that they let their men bite the dust while staying hidden out like disloyal cowards. Jace on my heels, I step over bloody bodies to reach the door. A blend of fury and slicing dread grips my gut when I cross the threshold. "Go upstairs," I tell Jace, and he bolts up the stairs without a word. The corridor I'm racing farther into doesn't reveal any signs of the growing inferno, but my stomach lurches when I enter the first room I find on my path. The fire is already reaching the ceiling, going up and sideways at a pace I now wish were slower. It eats at the curtains and releases a smoke that will soon be clouding the air of the empty room. I swing around and stride out of the room, my motions controlled by Cam's face monopolizing my thoughts. And just when I'm about to step inside the second room, 2 things happen almost simultaneously. First, a resounding gunshot coming from upstairs unfurls a sickness in my gut, and then my gaze flickers to the left, where a moving shape draws my attention. My heartbeat picks up furiously. The vein in my temple throbs as the monster inside of me awakens, eager to prove how ruthless and bloodthirsty it can get if someone touches what's his. Maybe even more because of the nauseating feeling left in my stomach by what possibly just went down upstairs. The moment CJ takes in my face, he knows. There's not a thing he can do to stop the homicidal urge that only grows inside me the more I look at him. It doesn't mean he recoils like a frightened little boy, but I don't care. A rage-matching mine twists his features as he hurls himself toward me, but I'm faster. My fist connects with his jaw, and the crushing sound pushes such a beautiful wave of satisfaction through me that I decide to put away the gun my other hand still clutches. Before CJ realizes what's happening, I hit again. Blood spurts from his eyebrow, and I strike again. Blood springs from his lips, and I punch again. I don't stop hitting, not until his legs surrender under his weight. And even when he falls on his knees, my rage doesn't quench. His position compels me to throw a kick straight into his nose, and I watch with blissful fulfillment some more blood spilling. And another kick in his bloody face later, the fucker collapses on the floor, unconscious, just as Jace, yelling my name, reminds me that I still haven't found Cameron. As much as I'm relieved to understand that Jace isn't the one who got shot upstairs, I'm dreading to discover that Cameron is the one who took a bullet. That's why I don't pull out my gun again, giving up on satiating my need to see the son of a bitch's brain blanketing the floor. The flames starting to run up the walls only inches from his bloody form will finish the job for me. As I retrace my steps until I'm sprinting up the stairs, Jace roars my name again. I follow his voice, my vision dazzled by the expanding fire just as my eyes and throat start to burn because of the strengthening smoke. This place is going to fall down sooner rather than later, and I can't believe how much of a damn nightmare this evening has ended up being. If Cameron is hurt, I don't even want to think about that as a possibility. But when Jace hollers angrily again for me to come, I can't help thinking that he wouldn't have to shout if they were both unharmed and able to walk away from whatever situation they're in. That is, if he even found her.
Chapter 34. Cameron. I don't dare move. Just like my muscles, my chest seems to have lost all ability to move, though I'm aware I wouldn't still be sitting if I had stopped breathing. At least, I wouldn't be sitting so straight. Because my ankles tied to the chair legs and my hands tied behind my back would keep my body from crashing on the floor for sure. Rod straightens to his full height after making sure the ties would resist the strength of an elephant. He hasn't spoken yet, and I'm afraid to make myself heard, especially while he's so close to me. I could say the wrong thing and earn a punch that would most likely knock me out instantly, or worse. He's not a young man anymore, but he certainly still knows his way around a gym. And there's this anger he wears so easily. In simple words, I'm petrified. Even when he takes several steps back, the tremors don't give my hands a break. Then again, I've been terrified since Colin showed up at the club and coerced me into leaving with him. He had a gun aimed at Jonas, so I didn't have a choice. I don't know where he found him, and I didn't ask for details. All I know is that he showed up not even 5 minutes after Nate and the guys left, so he must have been watching the club. Anyway, I followed him. And now that I'm inside the cabin the chasers are soon going to burn to the ground, the terror is even greater. I first thought about telling them about the chasers' plan. Logically, both Rod and Colin would want to get me out of this place to protect me, since I'm supposed to be Rod's daughter and they're supposed to love me. But just as logically, Rod shouldn't have tied me to a chair, right? But he did. I don't understand what's happening here, but it doesn't matter anyway. Even if I could save myself by telling him the truth about the chasers being around, I wouldn't say a thing. They would lose their advantage, and I'd rather die than put them in danger. Why are you doing this? What do you want from me? From across the room, leaning against the wall in a relaxed posture, Rod only stares at me for a moment. The air shifts to feeling as creepy as his gaze on me feels, and only when I start to believe he won't answer me does he open his mouth.
What do you think it is I want?
Okay, apparently we're playing riddles. I think you believe that my blood allows you to make me your prisoner, but it doesn't.
Well, I think it does. But let's save us some time. We both know my blood isn't the one running through your veins," he says.
Air is knocked out of my lungs as fear crawls over my skin in myriad prickles.
"Though it's fresh news to you, I was the only one knowing it before good old Lily rolled her ass back up into town. Always fucked with my balls, that one. Should have put a bullet in her a long time ago."
He knows. He also knows I didn't see this one coming because he snickers in a wicked way, the sound sending a string of cold shivers all over my skin. When his right hand disappears behind his back as he strolls back toward me, my breath hitches as I can't refrain from flinching in recoil. But it only reminds me painfully that my ankles and wrists are tied tightly with some plastic things that bite into my skin at the smallest movement. A surge of relief assaults me when I see that it's not his gun Rod pulls out. Instead, he brandishes a stack of papers that he tosses onto my lap once he's close enough. Then he retreats back to the door, his sour expression never losing sight of my fearful one. Even though he didn't order me to look down at what he manifestly wants me to see, my gaze travels south to glimpse at the picture that's on top of whatever these papers are. My first thought when I catch Mary's bright smile is that Lily didn't embellish her memories. Mary looks radiant and happy leaning into Connor's side, his arm casually dropped around her shoulders.
"After Mary disappeared, I spent every day looking for her and my baby for a fucking long time," he says bitterly, and I raise my head again. "There was no doubt in my mind that she had been snatched. I was convinced of that until some lawyer came to see me and informed me that she had just died. He gave me this very short letter where Mary explained that she lost the baby because of the cancer. I knew it was bullshit. I never believed the baby was gone. Lily never came back, so I knew she was taking care of my child. I kept looking for her, but never found a fucking thing. She had just vanished. And I never thought about looking into adoption records, something that one of my guys could have done easily, since that possibility never even crossed my mind. I was so sure Lily was with you, and more than 20 years later, I was watching the local news, and there you were." He shakes his head. "They were talking about some fatal car accident. Your adoptive parents' accident. They've always loved that kind of futile news."
He rolls his eyes, and I grind my teeth to rein in my anger. The rage I feel for this man is even stronger than my fear of him right now.
"Anyway," he goes on, "they showed a picture of the three of you. Don't know where they found that. And I swear that I knew it was you. You were looking just like Mary. Just like her."
He insists, sounding truthfully in awe about my resemblance with my birth mom.
"They also said you had been adopted. Sure, it didn't mean a thing, but fuck if the resemblance wasn't incredible. That's why I sent CJ. He was supposed to approach you and find a way to get some DNA sample. That was an easy job for him. He knew everything about becoming someone else since he had done it so many times through undercover missions for the club."
He knew everything about becoming someone else because he's a freaking schizophrenic, that's why. God, they are twisted, all of them.
In the end, I didn't even need to have the test done. The few questions CJ asked you were enough. You talked to him about your life and origins, and you showed him Mary's blanket. From the moment he sent me the picture of it, there was no more doubt in my mind. You were mine. Even then, I still thought that Mary had always loved me. Sure, I was pissed at her, but I thought that what drove her away was her maternal instinct. The life we live is dangerous, you know. No kidding. Whatever is happening in his head is the greatest kind of fucked up. This man is living in his own little fucked up world that he's created in his mind. He's delusional. I wanted you back here as soon as I found out. But I thought you'd accept the club life more easily if CJ got you to fall in love with him. But that takes time, obviously. I'll say it again. Fucked up. He manipulated my life like it was no more than a funny game, and he's proud of it. He really is. At the back of my throat, a scream is begging me to let it boom out, but I hold back my anger again, too afraid to trigger in him some crazy switch. I feel like he could go from deceitfully relaxed to truly murderous in a blink. He could put a bullet in my head in a blink, or he could do worse. I'm deeply convinced that he could do a lot worse to anyone bold enough to contradict his twisted opinion. And about a year ago, I went to Vale's cabin because the old man, unfortunately for him, was living too close to where we had just found the best spot to deal with our very lucrative business. I took him out that day, along with his sons, Billy and Connor. He snarls my dad's name. A brutal pang of sadness sends a sting to my heart at hearing him say so bluntly how he downright killed them. Those 3 men were my family, even if I didn't know it at the time. And because of him, I'll never get the chance to meet them. Of course, I couldn't pass up the chance to have a look around the place. It was unlikely the old man kept anything club-related there, but still, it could have been my lucky day. It will be hard to get rid of the image of him and his men idling around warm corpses like there's nothing more natural. And there it was. He carries on with his little story, unaffected by the sickness that must be showing on my face by now. Pictures of Mary and that son of a bitch, and the letter where she tells him what you now know too. He snorts. Let me tell you something. I was fucking happy to have been the one pulling the trigger on that piece of shit 5 minutes before. My first thought was to call CJ and tell him to end you too. Problem was, the boy was obsessed with you. So much that it reminded me of me and that lying, cheating bitch. Couldn't get her out of my head, even after she left. So I decided to keep to myself what I learned and play this another way. Play this? He really sees this whole thing as a game. To him, people are pawns he can play with. He doesn't care about the consequences on their lives. I told CJ to come back because I needed all the men I trusted for our new business. Could have handled shit without him, but I wanted you to suffer if I couldn't kill you. Even if I could have convinced CJ to kill you, dealing with a body in another state is tricky.
he explains to me as though making banal conversation.
It was easier to make you believe he was dead. I told him he could go back to you in a while, but I thought that he'd get you out of his system if I kept him away long enough. In the meantime, I had to find a way to make you come back in town without CJ knowing, so I could make you disappear. But before I figured it out, you came back on your own. The time for revenge had finally come.
A new surge of terror has sweat flowing down my spine. Literally, I can feel it. There's no way I'm getting out of this place.
But then, you had to go and fuck the Chasers president. He throws his arms open dramatically. How's that for shitty luck?
Personally, I'd call it karma, but I'm not brave enough to say this aloud.
I didn't have any other choice but to bet on your desire to know your real father to lure you into my club. But then Lily came back after 25 years. 25 damn years!
His voice raises through his laughter, suddenly filling the room. It fades quickly, though.
Things didn't turn out the way I expected. That's for damn sure.
I don't give my consent to the acerbic snort leaving me, but once it's out, it's too late to take it back. Rod's face hardens with a homicidal look, letting me know I've screwed up in an irredeemable way. That's why I should lower my gaze and shut the hell up, hoping it'll be enough to tame his violent urges. But I don't. At this point, I decide I can as well go ahead and tell him my point of view about all this. I might not have another shot at it, after all. Lily isn't responsible for me not wanting to have anything to do with you. I made my decision the very minute Colin told me who you were saying you were. I had a wonderful father, thank you. As for Connor, I only want to know who he was through my new family because, unlike you, he was a good man. Stupid. I'm stupid. There's such a dark hatred drawn on Rod's features when he strides toward me that my heart twists and jumps in my chest at the same time. I won't make it out of here alive. I just won't. The back of his hand slamming into my cheek registers only after my head snapped to the side with a violence that almost makes me forget the pain lancing through my cheekbone.
Then you won't mind meeting him soon, will you?
He taunts me in an eerily calm tone, as though he didn't just fly off the handle and miss to knock over the chair I'm prisoner of. He moves back again, but there's not the slightest relief quieting my heartbeat this time. Instead, its pace gets furious as Rod slowly reaches for his gun and directs it at me. I close my eyes. Nate's face is floating behind my eyelids, and he's all I want to see. I'm waiting for death to come, and Nate's soft eyes and playful smile, those only reserved for me, are what I want to see last.
What's this?
The fulminating bark is one I should have expected to hear at some point, since the man it belongs to is the man who brought me here, but a rush of both surprise and adrenaline pops my eyes open at the echoing sound of it. Colin is standing inside the room, but he has barely crossed the threshold.
Told you to stay with the guys,
Rod growls at him, even though I'm still the center of his attention. My own attention doesn't stay on Colin for very long. My eyes tear themselves away from him to land on the barrel of the gun staring at me. I'm terrified of Rod pressing the trigger without me noticing. I'd be dead either way, but my focus still can't budge.
Why the fuck is she tied up? And why do you have a fucking gun aimed at her?
Tears have started to damp my eyes. It's the only reason why I don't laugh at the indignation filling Colin's voice. His eyes send daggers at his president. They're narrowed so tightly that they almost look closed. Ironically, a glimmer of hope awakens in me. Who would have thought that at some point Colin would appear like my only hope? Certainly not me, but maybe he is. Maybe he can try to talk Rod into letting me go, or letting me live, rather. I'm not delusional enough to think that he'll nicely drive me back to the Chasers, but if Colin can get him to untie me, I'll at least have a chance at trying to make a run for it.
Not going to repeat every fucking detail.
Rod sighs as though he's bored.
Bottom line, she's not my daughter. I've known it since I wiped out the Veils. She's Connor's daughter. She's theirs. And I've waited for this day since last summer.
Colin's reaction is long to come, as he seems to need some time to assimilate Rod's news. First, his eyes widen. Then his lips thin as his breathing gets audibly louder, and finally his mouth opens again to roar as he strides hastily to place himself in front of Rod.
You're fucking shitting me!
I don't know whether his move is intentional, but I enjoy the ridiculous feeling of reprieve that courses through me when I lose sight of Rod's gun because of Colin's body.
You can have any bitch you want, so don't shit your pants over her, he barks back. Now go downstairs if you don't want to see this.
A shaky breath snakes through my nose. On the tip of my tongue sways a plea I'm seconds away from addressing Colin. But even if I had been in any state to form words, Colin wouldn't have left me enough time to do so.
You fucking played me,
he yells, his large fists closed. His back muscles are tensed with rage rolling off them, and I find myself praying for him to go as far as killing Rod before he can kill me. But before either man can prove if he's enraged enough to kill a friend, a sound of shattering glass sweeps across the cabin I'm trapped in. I couldn't say where it comes from, but knowing what it means has my tears threatening to spill as much as it strangely has some hope sneaking back in me. That's the Chasers. They're here.
What was that?
Rod glances over his shoulder toward the door.
How would I fucking know? I'm here,
Colin snaps. Logical.
Stay here,
Rod orders him, like he didn't tell him to go the hell away 10 seconds ago. My muscles lose their painful tension, and my body sags on its own on the chair when he shuffles heavily out the door. But I tense right back when Colin swirls around.
You're one of them?
He asks harshly. My mouth opens to answer, but the words get stuck in my throat. Would my origins be enough to erase whatever screwed-up feelings he has for me and push him to kill me? I honestly don't have a clue. Deciding that it's safer not to speak at all, I wait for him to either require an answer or replace Rod's gun with his own. And as my eyes dive into Colin's in search of a hint about what he's thinking, I almost forget about the upcoming tragic events the man I love is on his way to provoking. In these brown eyes, there's nothing of the man I once agreed to marry. There's nothing of the man I took so many walks on the beach with, my hand tightly holding his. There's nothing of the man I confessed my love to countless times. Nothing. And it's all right. The truth isn't hurtful anymore. It's just all right. The awkward silence dies with another shattering sound that rings out way too close to my ears this time. My head swivels, and my blood pauses in my veins all over again. This is it. And Nate doesn't know I'm in here. God. The sort of large blazing ball that just broke through the window to come roll on the floor finishes its unbridled course against the wall, thankfully on the other side of the room. Shit! Colin curses, his sudden agitation proving to me that my mind doesn't exaggerate what my eyes are seeing. Flames have started to spread, rapidly rather than slowly. They bite into the wood of the wall inch by inch. The entire room is made of damn wood. Walls, floors, beams, everything is made of it. Quickly, a third window breaks somewhere in the cabin, maybe even a fourth at the same time, but I'm not sure. What I do know is that I will only get out of here alive if Colin unties me. But when popping sounds resonate outside, he doesn't spare me the briefest glance before he's gone. "No, Colin, please, please, untie me!" I call out to his fleeting silhouette, stupidly hoping to get to the man I knew, before remembering that he was never real. I guess even his obsession has its limits, because his footsteps thump on the floor as he scuttles away. Gunshots keep thundering outside, and now I'm so far gone that I wonder if taking a stray bullet wouldn't be less painful than burning alive. If I wasn't on the brink of an anxiety attack, I'd be laughing now at how slim the chances of being trapped inside a burning house twice in the span of 2 months are. But the panic attack is growing inside of my chest in a spiraling whirlwind, and for what seems to be both a short and long minute, my focus stays set solely on torturing my wrists and ankles, like the plastic bonds around them will magically melt away if I try hard enough to free myself.
"That's your fucking boyfriend. He's fucking alive!"
The bonds are forgotten. The fire is forgotten, too. When my head snaps up, Rod's face has this terrifying scarlet shade, even though his voice lowers to a menacing, eerie growl when he goes on.
"You knew what was going to go down, didn't you?"
He spits out, as if being outraged that I didn't tell him.
"He's dead,"
he promises.
"I'm going to kill him and your new little friends. But what about I start with you?"
My lungs shut off, air suddenly refusing to follow the path meant for it. This time, there's no one here to divert his attention from me. When he raises his gun, I know I'm going to die. My eyes don't get enough time to water because they close right before the gunshot blasts out. It's when a tear damps my cheek that the fact I'm still conscious registers. My eyes open to see Rod's body lying face down on the floor, and even though his eyes are as open as mine, he's unmoving, lifeless. Blood is seeping from his head, creating a widening puddle of red liquid around it. The moment a fast-moving silhouette takes form in the corner of my eye as it hurries toward me, I flinch while tearing my gaze away from Rod's lifeless shape. But then, relief barrels into me with such a power that I could cry from it.
"You good little sis? Can't seem to avoid trouble, can you?"
He jokes, not acting surprised to find me here. I'm not sure how he knew I was here and what all happened, but I don't care right now. It's the first time Jace uses this nickname. Despite the circumstances, it warms something inside me. He's my family, my brother. It's still hard to believe that I have a brother.
"I'd feel better if you talked to me,"
he commands softly as he crouches in front of me, his gaze drowning in mine. "Oh, thank you." I release a breath. I thought he'd kill me this time. "We need to get out of here. Do you have a knife?" Looking down, he takes in my ankles.
Fuck, I don't have one. But Nate does. Nate!
He tosses a booming shout over his shoulder. Panic is already back to attack me, along with the lack of air. "He's in here?" I shriek the question.
"Of course he's in here. You're in here,"
he retorts matter-of-factly, while his gaze roams across the room, most likely taking inventory of the desperate situation we're in.
"Or do you think we just love wandering around a house we set on fire?"
He jokes again. If I get out of this place alive, I'll make sure to teach him how to recognize appropriate moments to joke, because this moment is very far from appropriate. But what? A violent coughing fit keeps me from voicing my question, but Jace answers it as though I did.
"He searched downstairs. I searched upstairs,"
he explains summarily while standing up and striding to the door.
"Nate!"
"Be careful, one of them might hear you."
"They're all dead. Just your ex-fiancé who's missing."
"What? But he was here a few minutes ago." Oh no. What if Nate ran into him? "It's hard to breathe," I say as I try to suck in a deep gulp of air. In the next breath, Jace is back in front of me.
"It's because you're panicking and breathing in too much smoke. Try to relax. It'll be okay."
A loud crushing sound that makes me jump out of my skin doesn't help me relax at all. Jason folds his body around mine, all the while roaring again.
"Nate! Here! Now!"
There's a thick impatience in his voice, but there's also worry. He won't admit it to me, but he's starting to worry about Nate as well. I'm actually so afraid that I don't stare anywhere but at the door when Jace pulls away from me, not even bothering to have a look at what he protected me from. Something fell somewhere behind me, that's all I know. I'm not sure whether it's normal that the fire is propagating so quickly, but this place is well on its way to burning down. And although I'm still held captive by these damn bonds, the reason why Nate isn't answering Jace is the only thing that sends dread to tumble deep into my stomach. "Go!" I manage to blurt out through the paralyzing fear. "Please find him. You need to find him and get out. It won't hold much longer," I tell him, as his own attention doesn't stray from the threshold. When he doesn't even acknowledge me, I go on. "Jace, you—"
"Shut up and listen."
His eyes dart back to me as he cuts me off sharply.
"You think either of us is going to leave you behind?"
He almost seethes.
"If I have to die to make sure you walk out of here, I will. My entire family was killed, and there wasn't a fucking thing I could do. Now, I'm right here, and I'm not losing my sister right after I met her. Are we clear?"
My tears start to leak, the emotion too high for me to stay brave. "Okay," I whisper.
"Good."
"But Nate might be hurt."
"Cam!"
Both our gazes find Nate as he jogs into the room. Thank God.
"Thank fuck. What took you so long? Give me your knife."
Jace groans at Nate, stretching out his arm toward him as he joins us. Without answering his question or even looking at him, Nate crouches beside me and slides a knife out of his boot before handing it to him. Even when Jace gets down to work, starting with my left ankle, Nate's sharp attention stays exclusively on me. He didn't even acknowledge Rod's body. Happiness at seeing him unharmed is so strong that I'm even more angry at these tight bonds. I'm dying to wrap my limbs around him and never let go. The touch of his palms framing my face to examine me closely isn't nearly enough. A muscle of his jaw ticks when his fingertips brush the probable red mark left behind by Rod's punishing hand.
"Nate! Jace!"
It's Liam's voice that barks their names just before footsteps seem to rush up the stairs.
"Stay back! We're coming!"
Nate shouts back, but Liam barges into the room a couple of seconds later, only stopping once he's behind me. "Take the papers on my lap," I tell Nate. After fumbling carefully with the bonds digging into the skin of my wrists, Liam releases my hand just as Nate slides the thin stack of papers into the back pocket of his jeans. At the same time, Jace straightens up and I realize that my 4 limbs have been set free. Doing my best to quiet the wobbling of my legs, I stand up without wasting one more second. Nate takes his cut off and adjusts it over my head.
Hold it in place.
I want to argue when my gaze catches his bare arms, but I know I won't win this one no matter how hard I try, so I comply and let him lift me up. If he wants to carry me out of here, I'm not going to argue about it either. We don't have time for that. It seems that breathing under the cut-thick leather is as much of a challenge as breathing the air clogged with smoke, and the scorching atmosphere we trundle into isn't helping matters. My arms twined around Nate's neck are on the verge of strangling him, but the contact appeases me some as I pray for us to escape this inferno without running into any more unforeseen obstacles. And just as the possibility of us not getting the chance to leave this place at all brushes my mind, a wonderful wave of fresh air hits the few inches of my skin not covered by any piece of clothing. I expect Nate's pace to ebb, but for a very long couple of minutes it doesn't. I don't know where we're going, but as long as it's far away from that cabin, I'm fine with it. When his hasty steps finally come to a halt in an abrupt way before he rips his cut off my head and sets me down on the uneven ground, it's difficult to even raise my gaze to look at him as I launch into a coughing fit. I don't understand why, because we're now far away from the thick smoke that had invaded every corner of the cabin.
Try to breathe slowly, baby,
Nate urges. I'm good. I cough one more time as I see him kneeling in front of me. I'm all right. I'm not hurt. I'm good.
You mean besides your cheek?
He grinds out with a stiff jaw, even though I don't think he can see the bruise, if there is even one to see through the darkness of the woods.
Who's taking care of the bodies?
He asks, though it's obviously not to me.
Cody, Brent, and Blaine,
Ben answers, and I look up to see him, Liam, and Melvin standing near 5 bikes waiting not too far from a road.
Grant and his guys are helping them deal with everything.
Good, Nate says, but he sounds exhausted.
Let's get the hell away, too, before the cops roll up.
He decides, just as a loud explosion that startles me disturbs the silence of the woods. In the distance, bright flames and thick black smoke rise high into the sky. We can't see the cabin from where we are, but it most likely just blew up. Chills run up my spine thinking about the fact that we were in there not even 5 minutes ago. But then... Oh, God, where's Jace? My shaky hand grasps Nate's shirt while acute anguish spreads quickly in me.
I'm here, sweetheart,
Jace says with a reassuring tone, and my eyes search him immediately. When they find him, I sag in relief for the umpteenth time tonight as he goes on,
Let's get you home now.
I nod, and as untrustworthy and jelly-like as my legs still feel, I stand up, walk to Nate's bike, and climb on it with the most confident motions I can manage. Within seconds, the guys are on their bikes, and my arms are coiled around Nate's waist in the tightest embrace. We all flee away from this hell, and as we do, I wonder if Nate killed Colin, or if someone else did. I remember Jace telling me that Colin was the only one missing. Someone must have found him at some point, I suppose. And the thing is, I feel nothing thinking about him dead. There's nothing left in me to feel when it comes to him. No sadness, no happiness, no relief either. Just nothing.
Chapter 35. Nate. My hands move to grasp Cam's ass when she abandons her spot on the couch beside me and straddles me. It's automatic. Can't help it. especially since I've been torturing myself by keeping some distance between us for the past 5 days. 5 unending days. Sure, she just spent an hour leaning into my side while my fingers played through her hair, but we weren't remotely as close as I would have wanted us to be if my head hadn't been so messed up. It's still messed up, but I know there's no use in trying to find enough willpower in me to push her away, and the fact that we're alone in the club right now isn't helping me stay away from her. Most of the guys left for a ride this morning. The rest of them are outside working on their bikes.
I need you to talk to me before I go crazy, Nate.
Her tone confesses her irritated mood clearly. I should have known this was coming. I still decide to tempt fate as I frown, feigning to be lost as to what she's talking about. She reacts to my silent bullshit by letting out a frustrated breath before her hands go up to rub her face. She suddenly looks even more exhausted than she's looked all week. She looks thoroughly drained. It's not surprising considering the shitty summer she's had. What's surprising is the fact that she's still in Twickenham after that fucking night 5 days ago. It's barely believable that what happened didn't push her over the edge and make her run away again.
You haven't been yourself since last week,
she adds sternly, her legitimate observation confirming her annoyance.
Is it because of what happened in that cabin, or is there something else going on? If your mood is club-related, just say so, and I won't ask again, but at least I'll know where I stand.
I'm not myself because that night in the woods is one I'd do anything to erase from my mind, but there's apparently nothing I can do. The silver lining is that Cam didn't get to witness the outcome of our killing spree, since the guys worked fast and hauled the bodies away just before I got her out of that hell of a blaze. I'm just tired, baby. There's nothing to worry about. According to her pissed-off expression, dodging the question wasn't the right move.
Don't do this,
she groans harshly, losing patience.
I'm tired too, and I don't have enough patience in me right now to handle that kind of generic bullshit. You've barely talked to me all week, not to mention barely touched me since that night, and even when I'm in your arms, I can sense that you're only partially with me, and I don't like that at all. You have to talk to me, Nate.
My muscles twitch under her soft touch when her hand comes to rest on my abs. My body is still affected by her as strongly as it was the first time I had her lying before me on my bed. I can't deny it. The look in her eyes has turned supplicant, and it makes me feel like the worst dick that ever existed. So I finally take a deep breath and decide to talk to her. That night, when we got back, I didn't sleep at all. Even after you finally fell asleep, I spent hours watching your restless sleep, and the less peaceful you seemed, the more afraid I was that you would wake up in the morning and tell me you wanted to leave again. There, I said it. I'm fucking terrified of her leaving again. I wouldn't be able to deal with it. I think I'd kill someone.
Nate,
she whispers with a sadness that makes me want to punch myself.
I'm not going to leave again. I didn't want to leave you,
she reminds me apologetically. She doesn't need to. There are only 2 people I blame for the hell I went through when she ran away, and they are both rotting in real hell now. And, if I'm being honest, I'm glad she wasn't around to see me get shot like a fucking game. That would have been one more memory that she couldn't have banished easily from her mind. I know that, babe. I know you thought you were protecting me, but the thing is, I couldn't even blame you if you decided to start over far away from here. You've been here 2 months, and my world has hurt you so much already.
Our world,
she retorts, chiding me.
It's not only your world anymore. It's mine too. It's been mine since the day I was born, actually. I just didn't know it. And even if I didn't have a brother here that I want to get to know, I'd stay because you are here. I love you, and I don't want to be anywhere but here.
The sincerity shining in her beautiful eyes gives me enough strength to confess what's been screwing with my head since I saw her tied up to a fucking chair, a fire that I was responsible for snaking closer to her with every passing second. I've never been so scared of losing someone, Cam. When you went to L.A., I lost my damn mind knowing you were so far away from me, knowing I wouldn't be there if you needed me to protect you. And last week, Jesus, Cam, when Melvin said you were inside that cabin, I knew I wouldn't survive it if I had failed you, and you had... There's no way I can say it aloud. It's barely bearable to imagine it. I can't imagine her not being here, not existing.
I had to follow him, Nate. He threatened to kill Jonas and...
I know. I cut her off, my fingertips brushing her cheek. CJ snatched Joe from football practice and took him to the club. Now that he's dead, we'll never know for sure what his plan was, but he probably thought that my brothers would sacrifice Cam easily to get Jonas back, since I was supposed to be dead and he didn't know about Jace being Cam's brother. But he only thought that because he was a disloyal coward and he didn't know my brothers. They would have protected my girl just like they would have protected Joe. I have no doubt about this. Anyway, the timing was perfect for the fucker in the end. When he got to the club, we had just left it and the women were alone. Most people wouldn't have been brave enough to do what Cam did, and I'm so proud of her. I'm not mad at you for protecting the kid. I'm fucking angry at myself for not being able to protect you. Nestling her hand in mine, I bring it to my lips to place a long kiss on it.
But you did protect me, she counters. It was my choice to let Colin take me there, and you protected me. You and the guys saved me.
We also almost killed her. Fucking hell. I just hope CJ got back to enough consciousness to feel the fire consuming every inch of his skin before he died. I still feel like I've failed you, and now I know you want to work, and I'm happy they called you for that job in town. I really am, Cam. But just thinking about not being able to have eyes on you at all times makes me antsy as hell. I'm so fucking happy that the school that hired her is in town.
Then you know what I feel every time you go out for whatever errand or go for a ride or have to go check on something at one of the shops.
She trails off, but her point is clear. I never saw it that way.
It's because nobody has ever waited for you while you're gone doing whatever it is you have to do. But I'm here, and I worry about you too.
Still don't know what I've done for a girl like her to want me. I won't forget that. But you have to promise me to be careful no matter what, always. I don't want you to live in constant paranoia, but you need to keep an eye open when you're not here or at home. Yeah, at home. Now that Rod and his inner circle are gone, we'll be staying at my house more often, at least during the weekends. I can't wait to have her there, walking around in my shirt in the morning and sleeping in my bed at night. The Spiders have been quiet, probably trying to reorganize the club. I personally hope they'll just shut it down, but this isn't something that is likely to happen.
Only if you promise me the same thing, she says.
I crack a smile, even if her own features aren't showing anything but seriousness. We have a deal.
And you have to talk to me whenever something is bothering you.
Another deal.
Wonderful,
she teases as she starts to toy with my sweatpants.
Now, are you out of this sulky mood?
I think my girl did a really good job of helping me out. Why? I ask her in a fake innocent tone, as my dick seems to already know it's going to get lucky.
Because I'm afraid you neglected your girl a little.
While she's busy getting my shirt off me like she can't wait any longer either, my hands move back down to greet her ass with a light squeeze that helps me pull her closer, searching for the contact I've madly missed. She gasps in a breath when her crotch meets my growing bulge. Her gaze clouds with the same lust I kept locked away for days. Did I muse, enjoying the fact that she's wearing a dress today. It makes it easier for me to sneak a hand between her legs and firmly press my thumb on her clit. A melodic sigh flows from her lips even before I work her up with small circles drawn on her swelling nub. Given how quickly her panties dampen, freeing her aroused smell, I doubt she's going to need endless minutes to get ready for more than a little foreplay. Then again, she never does. Her hips rock on my hand, betraying her need as she voices it with a whimper. Easy, baby. I'll give you what you need. My cock pushes against my sweatpants. This girl is a goddess, fueling my blood with such a hot need that I could lose myself inside her all day. Fuck! At Ben's loud curse, Cam comes out of her lustful gaze as she falls into my arms and her face dips to bury itself into the crook of my neck. Get the fuck out of here if you want to keep both your legs intact, I growl, fighting my smile when Cam laughs against my skin. On my way out, the dickhead laughs, but since he has turned around and can't see Cam anymore, my murderous vibe tapers off a little. That said, you got a room, he comments before finally getting the hell out. When the door clicks shut, Cam draws away from my neck. My grin is huge as I take in her face. Looks like I finally got to make you blush. She tilts her head to the side.
Someone just ran into us as you were about to make me come. This is why my face is red.
Are you saying Ben is the reason I'm seeing you blush for the first fucking time? I groan, seriously contemplating running outside and beating the shit out of my brother. She rolls her eyes.
I know you're all used to stumbling on people fucking like porn stars, but I'm not. That was mortifying. And now, quit your Neanderthal fit and take me to your room and finish what you started, she demands.
A squeaky gasp leaves her as she jumps on my lap, her astounded gaze lowering between us.
You didn't just pinch my clit.
Think I just did, I shrug, dismissing her outraged tone. And now, would the woman just shut up and give the man a chance to do his job? I rise to my feet, securing her against me with one arm since I still have a hand wedged between her legs. Her giggling dies quickly because she gets busy diving her tongue into my mouth. As soon as I've kicked the door of my bedroom shut behind us, I press her against the wall and tug her panties aside. I sure don't have enough patience to take them off her. Then, I free my pulsing cock and push deep into her. Fucking amazing. Her walls coating me feel fucking amazing. She moans something about having missed me, and her soft lips graze my jaw and follow a path down my neck until they pause on my shoulder. Her breathing is heavy and hot on my skin, and it turns erratic when my thrusts begin. I fuck her the way she likes me to fuck her, hard and fast. I fuck her hard enough to make up for the past 5 days of abstinence. It's me promising her I love her, promising her I'll never let her go. And as her body succumbs to her pleasure, trembling with an exploding orgasm, I can only admit that she was right before. She belongs here. She belongs to this world. She belongs to me.
Epilogue. Cameron. November and my first Thanksgiving holiday at my new school turned up in a flash. Everything went smoothly, just as Nate repeated to me countless times that it would. And better yet, no spiders have been in sight since the night of the fire 3 months ago. Nate says that they're probably working on reorganizing their club, but he didn't tell me more. He's been adamant to keep me out of club business. I'm good with that, and as far as I'm concerned, I got my peace back the moment Rod and Colin were gone. I let go of my bitterness toward my ex-fiancé a while back. My happiness with Nate is all that matters to me now.
What's the deal between them?
Nate waves his hand towards something on our right as we laze around on a lounger, my back leaning against his front. My head shifts to the jacuzzi where Ben and Colleen are looking relaxed, facing each other as they talk. At least the water is hot in there. Some of the guys went for a swim in the pool earlier, and I found myself shivering just at the sight of them. The temperatures are tolerable, and the sun is shining today, which allowed us to enjoy our turkey on Nate's rooftop, but it's not the scalding hot summer anymore. Far from it. What do you mean? I frown, watching my best friend who seems perfectly at ease in the bubbling water.
How long have they been fucking?
Colleen and Ben? I ask, even though it's obvious that he's talking about them. No, there's definitely nothing between them, believe me. Ben is exactly the kind of guy Colleen swore off. Too many of them broke her heart. A humming sound rumbles in his chest.
So, concretely, how many times did she swear she'd never get involved again with whatever kind of guy Ben is supposed to be?
His question has my brain freezing for a split second before recognition dawns on me. They are so sleeping together, I whisper-yell, glancing at Nate over my shoulder.
They are,
he confirms.
Thought you knew.
I snort. I'm probably the last person Colleen would confess to. Whatever there is between them, she knows what I'd think about them fucking around. Do you know how many ice creams I shared with her after every new ugly breakup? The last one was the worst. Right before moving in together, the dick dumped her. You're lucky I'm not obese right now, I tell him, and he laughs. Don't take it wrong. I love the guy, but it's Ben, I say, but then something clicks in my mind. Except... I pause, and I'm lucky I don't strain a muscle in my neck when my head swivels back to my best friend and her obvious new crush. How did I miss that?
Except what?
Nate drawls on a yawn. Except that he hasn't picked up any girl for a while during parties. At least, I haven't seen him with a girl for months. Possibly since the weekend Colleen showed up at my house and ended up at the club.
Look who's here!
Ben suddenly shouts giddily. Every gaze on the rooftop follows his to land on Melvin, who has just come back up from washing the dishes. It was his last chore as a prospect, though he doesn't know it yet.
How does my kitchen look?
Nate asks him as we all watch him strolling toward a chair and dropping on it. He tears his curious gaze off Ben, who is still grinning at him, to look at Nate.
Kitchen spotless, Prez.
After he gently forces me to straighten up, Nate grabs Melvin's brand new cut from under the lounger and leaves me to join his brothers who are all gathering around their new recruit. Melvin stands back up slowly when he glimpses at what's in Nate's hand, and a full smile brightens my face. He worked so hard for it, both at the club and at the shop where Cody's been teaching him everything he now knows about bikes and cars. He deserves this.
Vote was unanimous.
Nate hands him the cut.
Last chance to change your mind. You patch in. You're in for life. Your choice.
A boyish grin forms on his face as he glances Cody's way. The two of them are close. Cody took Melvin under his wing at the shop, but it's obvious he considers him more than a trainee mechanic. The way his face fills with pride, I'd say Melvin is like the son he never had the chance to have. And when I see the tears in Lily's eyes, I know it won't be long until she feels the same way toward him, if she doesn't already.
Not changing my mind,
Melvin affirms, literally snatching the cut from Nate's hand. He slides into it as fast as he can, triggering a wave of snickers all around.
Then congrats.
Nate stretches out his hand for his new recruit to shake. With a few slaps on his back or a firm pat on his shoulder, his brothers all welcome him into their club. But most of all, they welcome him into their family. Finally abandoning his comfortable spot in the jacuzzi, Ben hollers,
"Congrats, kid. Too bad I'll need to get my beers myself again."
He grunts.
"Can I have a word with you?"
Nate asks Melvin, but he doesn't wait for his answer to make his way back to the lounger I haven't moved from. The proud new chaser follows his president, still smiling like a kid on Christmas morning.
"Yeah, Prez? It's Nate now,"
he tells him before he goes on.
"I called our lawyer yesterday. Told him about your situation with your brother, and I don't want you to get your hopes too high, but he thinks he can help you get him back, if it's still what you want."
Melvin's enthusiastic demeanor and cheerful expression fade away in a very slow way before his confused gaze finds me. But I'm just as confused. I didn't tell him, I promise.
"You knew?"
Nate's eyes widen on me. It's Melvin who answers.
"I told her when we were in L.A. I didn't want to say anything until I was patched in, and I asked Cameron not to say anything either. I just didn't want you to think—"
Nate stops him with a hand held up.
"You didn't have to tell me, but now you're a part of us. You need anything, you come to me, all right?"
He gives him a sharp nod before asking him,
"How did you know about my brother?"
Nate smiles.
"We even run a background check on our prospects. No one enters the club otherwise. Cam would call it paranoia."
"Hey!" I slap his shoulder in retaliation, but he only flashes me a grin. "Stop being mean and tell us what you can do for Max."
"Yeah, because I sure as hell want Max back as soon as possible. I'm going to start looking for an apartment because there's no way I'll get custody if I don't have my own place. Like I told Cam, his foster parents are great people, but he already has a family. Damn right he does.
Nate agrees.
Then our lawyer will get to work first thing on Monday, and in the meantime, we're going to find you an apartment.
What about my house? I suggest, the idea popping up. Thanks to Nate, the insurance moved quite quickly, and my parents' house is now good as new. He even had an alarm and bulletproof windows installed, not to mention the new front door that he insisted on changing. I still haven't replaced some of the furniture that was beyond repair, but the house is clean and livable again, and very safe. It's not in town, but it's only 15 minutes away, and Max would be safe there, I add.
Thanks, Cam, but I can't.
Of course you can. I don't let him finish. Thanks to Nate's paranoia, it's safe. I shoot my man a smirk. And except for one short week last July, it's been empty for years. I'm always at Nate's or at the club, and I know my mom would be thrilled to see a child running around in her house again. I tell him honestly.
Then it's settled.
Nate decides for him.
We'll help you move in next week. Now, you go celebrate.
A smile is back on Melvin's face.
Thanks. Really.
Thank you, he tells us. Then he's gone, and I turn to Nate. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but it wasn't up to me.
No worries, babe. As long as you don't keep something from me that could put you in danger, I'm good.
I wouldn't, I assure him. Do you really think your lawyer can help him?
He's a good one. Not cheap at all, but damn good. Not sure his ways don't sometimes involve a bribe, though, but I don't really care.
He smirks. Of course he doesn't care. And I don't care either if he can get Max to live with Melvin. He's such an awesome little boy. He arches a brow.
When the hell did you meet him?
I roll my eyes at the flicker of suspicion crossing his. Tone down the jealous dick. I know him from work. He's in another class, but it's not like it's a huge school.
Good. It would have been a pain in the ass to take back Melvin's cut so soon and beat the hell out of him.
I know he's only kidding, so I stand up and step into his arms. I love you. Pressing his body against mine, he groans.
Never thought I'd love to hear that shit so much,
he says, and I laugh. I never said he was overly romantic, and I really don't care because here I am, the happiest I've ever been, the safest I've ever felt, and falling more for this man every day. His lips only brush mine in the sweetest way before his primal side satisfies my own by deepening the kiss. Desire spreads through my body instantly.
Let's go celebrate in private,
he decides, as he's already lifting me into his arms. My limbs wrap around his neck and waist, and he steals me away from the party as everyone is busy laughing and clinking glasses. The life that's now mine isn't the most conventional I could have chosen, but it's one that brought me the most loyal man I could have ever dreamed of loving and being loved by. Nate would do anything for me, just like I'd do anything for him. This concludes Nate by C.M. Marin, narrated by Robin Verne and Noah Michael Levine. Copyright 2018 by C.M. Marin. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with C.M. Marin and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.